The sequence of events was as follows. After deploying the 3 battalions of the Fusilier Brigade, 1/7th, 1/23rd, 1/48th, beyond the end of the village of Arapiles, and Stubbs's Portuguese Brigade to their left, Cole started to cross the valley, having a very strong skirmishing line, composed of the whole of the 7th Caçadores and of the 4 light companies of the British Brigade. During the first stage of the advance, which started at 5:45, a perceptible time after that of the 5th Division, the 2 brigades suffered severely from French artillery fire, but had no infantry opposed to them. Their objective was the division of Clausel, which had by this time come into line on the extreme eastern end of the plateau occupied by Maucune. When the advancing line had reached the trough of the valley, which separated it from the French heights, Cole saw that his left front was faced by a detached French force on a low rocky ridge halfway between the end of the plateau and the Great Arapile, and also that behind the Arapile, and in a position to support this detachment, were several other French battalions. Pack was deploying to assault the Arapile, but even if he won a first success, there was visible a considerable mass of troops behind it. After the valley was crossed, Stubbs's Portuguese Brigade, coming first into action with the Caçadores in front, attacked the French regiment on the knoll and drove it back. It retired towards the Arapile and the bulk of Bonnet's division, to which it belonged. Cole detached his Caçador battalion to follow it, hoping that Pack might succeed in containing the rest of the French force in this direction. The remainder of his line pushed on, with the light companies of the Fusilier Brigade acting as its screen, and attacked Clausel on the plateau. The advance was steady, but cost many lives, and the line was enfiladed by a tiresome flank fire from the French guns on the top of the Great Arapile. Nevertheless, the crest was reached. On it lay the front line of the French division, 5 battalions, which engaged in a furious frontal combat of musketry with the Fusiliers and their Portuguese comrades, but was beaten in it and fell back some 200 yards on to its reserves. The impetus of the attack was exhausted. Cole had just been wounded, so that there was a gap in the command, and the troops were reforming and recovering their breath, when it was seen that things were going very badly behind and to the left. The attack on the Arapile had by this time been delivered and had failed completely. Pack had grasped the fact that when the 4th Division had crossed the valley, it would be much at the mercy of Bonnet's troops in the direction of the Arapile, which were now on its flank, and would presently be almost in its rear. He therefore resolved to use the option of attacking that Wellington had given him. He deployed the 4th Caçadores as a skirmishing line, gave them as an immediate support the 4 grenadier companies of his line regiments, and followed with the rest in 2 columns, the first line on the right, the 16th on the left. The Caçadores went up the comparatively level field which formed the central slope between the 2 rocky ends of the Arapile. It was sown with rye some 3 feet high that year. French skirmishers in small numbers gave way before them, but the main opposition of the enemy was from his battery placed on the summit. The skirmishing line got 4/5 of the way to the crest, and then found an obstacle before it, a bank of some 4 feet high, where the field ended. It was perpendicular, and men scrambling up it had to sling their muskets or to lay them down so as to be able to use both hands. The Caçadores were just tackling the bank, a few of them were over it, when the French regiment on top, the 120th, which had been waiting till the Portuguese should reach the obstacle, delivered a shattering volley and charged. The Caçadores were quite helpless, being more engaged in climbing than in using their arms. They were swept off in a moment, and the French, jumping down into the field, pursued them vigorously and overthrew first the supporting grenadier companies, and then the 2 regiments, which were caught halfway up the slope. As Napier truly observes, the Portuguese were scoffed at for their failure, but unjustly. No troops could have withstood that crash upon such steep ground, and the propriety of attacking the hill at all seems questionable. Pack made the attempt purely because he thought that it was the only way of taking off the attention of the French from Cole's flank. The brigade suffered heavily, losing 386 men in 10 minutes. It took refuge at the foot of the British Arapile, where it was covered by the 140th of Anson's brigade, which was standing there in reserve. The French brigadier in command on the Greater Arapile wisely made little attempt to pursue Pack's fugitives, but having his front now clear of any danger, sallied out from behind his hill with 3 regiments, the 118th Anth and the Reformend, against the flank and rear of the British 4th Division. There was nothing in front of him save the 7th Caçadores, which Cole had detached as a covering force, when he stormed the heights with the remainder of the brigades of Ellis and Stubbs. This isolated battalion behaved very well. It stood its ground in line, but was absolutely overwhelmed and broken up by the superior numbers converging on it. Nearly at the same moment, Clausel's whole force in column charged the 2 brigades of the 4th Division, which had carried the heights. The French were in superior numbers, 10 battalions to 7, and their 2 reserve regiments were fresh troops, acting against men who had just won a dearly bought success by a great effort. The Anglo-Portuguese line gave way from the left first, where the 23rd Portuguese began the movement. But it spread down the whole front, and the Fusiliers, no less than Stubbs's brigade, recoiled to the very foot of the plateau. This reverse gave Clausel, who was now in command since Bonnet's wound, an opportunity that looked unlikely a few minutes before. He could either withdraw the army of Portugal in retreat, covering the 3 disorganized divisions with those which were still intact, his own, Bonnet's, and the 2 reserve divisions of Ferry and Sarrat, which had just come on the ground. Foy was far off and otherwise engaged, or he might adopt a bolder policy and attempt to take advantage of the disaster to Pack and Cole by bursting into the gap between Leith and the British Arapile and trying to break Wellington's centre. Being an ambitious and resolute man, he chose the latter alternative, though it was a dangerous one when Leith and Pakenham were bearing in hard upon his routed left wing. Accordingly, he left Sarrat to rally and cover the 3 beaten divisions and attacked with his right centre. His own division followed the retreating brigades of Ellis and Stubbs down the heights, while the 3 disposable regiments of Bonnet came into line to its right, and Boyer's 3 regiments of dragoons advanced down the depression between the greater Arapile and the recovered plateau. Ferry was left in second line or reserve on the crest. At first the advance had considerable success. Bonnet's regiments pushed forward on the right, driving in the 140th, which had come forward to cover Pack's routed battalions and pressing quite close to the British Arapile, whose battery was turned upon them with much effect. Clausel's own division pushed the Fusiliers some way down the slope and right into the valley at its foot. The dragoons charged Stubbs's retreating Portuguese and cut up many of them, though the 11th Regiment finally succeeded in forming square with what remained solid of its companies and beat off the main attack. Part of the French horsemen, however, pushed on and reached the front of Wellington's reserve line, the 6th Division, which had now descended the heights to relieve the broken 4th. 1 battalion of Hulse's brigade, the 253rd, was charged by several squadrons, but formed square in time and repulsed them. Some little way to the right, the Fusiliers and the Portuguese 23rd formed a large party-colored square, expecting a similar attack, but it did not come their way. Wellington, thanks to his own prescience, had ample reserves with which to parry Clausel's desperate stroke. Setting aside the light division, which now paired off against Foy on the extreme left of the field, there were the 1st, 6th, Anth divisions, not to speak of Bradford's Portuguese and Espana's Spaniards, all of them perfectly intact. And of these, such was his strength, only 1 fresh unit, Clinton's 6th Division, required to be brought up to turn the day. It was now coming over the valley where the 4th had preceded it, in a long, majestic line, Hulse's brigade on the right, Hind S on the left, the Portuguese of the Conde de Rezende in second line. The 1st Division, if it had been needed, could have supported Clinton from its post just to the north of the Lesser Arapile, but had not yet got under way. The repulse of the new French attack was carried out with no great difficulty, if not without serious fighting. The advance of Clausel's own division was checked by Marshal Beresford, who took Spry's Portuguese brigade out of the second line of the victorious 5th Division and led it diagonally along the southern slope of the plateau to fall upon Clausel's flank. This it did effectively, for the French division could not dare to press on against the Fusiliers and had to throw back its left and form up opposite Spry, with whom it became engaged in a lively musketry fight. It could no longer move forward and was immobilized, though it held its own. Beresford was wounded in the chest and taken to the rear, but Spry's 5 battalions had served the desired purpose and stopped the French advance in this quarter. But the decisive check to Clausel's offensive was given by Clinton and the 6th Division, who, advancing straight before them, over the ground previously traversed by Cole, fell upon, overlapped at both ends, and thoroughly discomfited in close musketry duel the night. Battalions of Bonnet's division, which had pressed forward close to the lesser Arapile, as if to insert a wedge in the British line. Unsupported by Boyer's dragoons, who had shot their bolt too early and were now reforming far to the rear, this French division was badly cut up. Each of the 3 regiments, which had taken part in its advance, lost more than 500 men in the struggle. They fell back in disorder towards the hill behind them, and their rout compelled Clausel's division to give way also, since it exposed its flank to the oncoming line of Hulse's brigade on Clinton's right. Moreover, the great Arapile had to be evacuated, for while the routed troops passed away to its left rear, the 1st British Division was soon after seen steadily advancing towards its right. The regiment on the hill, the 120th, was exposed to be cut off and surrounded, and hastily ran down the back of the mount. While retreating, it was much molested by the skirmishers of the German Legion Brigade of the 1st Division. It lost heavily, and the battery that had been on the summit was captured before it could get away. Thus Clausel's brief half-hour of triumph ended in complete disaster, and the 2 divisions with which he had made his stroke were flung back against the slope in front of the woods in their rear, where they took refuge behind the intact division of Ferry, the sole available reserve in this part of the field. They were now as badly beaten as Thomières and Maucune had been earlier in the day. While this lively action was in progress, the 5th Anna divisions, supported by the 7th and by Bradford's Portuguese in second line, and assisted on their flanks by Arenchalt's 500 Urbans and Anson's horse, had been driving in the wrecks of the French left wing towards the woods. There was much resistance. On Sarrat's intact battalions, many of the broken regiments had rallied. These men, besmeared with blood, dust, and clay, half-naked, and some carrying only broken weapons, fought with a fury not to be surpassed, says a 3rd Division narrator of the battle. But the tide of battle was always moving backward, towards the woods from which the French had originally issued, and though it sometimes seemed about to stop for a minute or two, a new outflanking maneuver by the troops of Pakenham, 500 Urban, and Arenchalot sufficed on each occasion to set it in motion again. The last stage of the conflict had now been reached. The French centre was as thoroughly beaten as their left had been earlier in the day. Many of the battalions had gone completely to pieces and were pouring into the woods and making their way to the rear, with no thought except for their personal safety. Of intact troops, there were only 2 divisions left, Ferry's in the centre and Foy's on the extreme right near Calvarissa de Ariba. It was generally considered that Foy ought to have been overwhelmed by the much superior British force in front of him, for not only was he opposed by the light division, whose skirmishers had been bickering with him all the afternoon, but the 1st Division became available for use against him the moment that it was clear that the French offensive against the 4th Division had been shattered by the advance of Clinton and Spry. Wellington, it is said, dispatched orders for the 1st Division to move forward and strike in between Foy and the Greater Arapile, at the moment that he saw that the 6th Division had broken Bonnet's troops. If so, the order was not executed, and General Campbell led out his 3 brigades much too late, and not in time either to cut off Foy or to encircle the right of the disordered mass of the enemy now retiring into the woods. He seems to have acted simply as a link between the 6th Division on his right and the Light Division on his left, for the latter alone pressed Foy vigorously. The only part of Campbell's division which suffered any appreciable loss at this time of the day were the light companies of Leu's brigade, that which was composed of the King's German Legion. They fell on the flank of the French regiment that was evacuating the Greater Arapile, and did it considerable harm. Meanwhile, the last, and not the least bloody fighting of the day was beginning, on the hillside just outside the head of the forest, where Marmont had deployed his main body at midday, and where Ferry's division was now standing in reserve, while the broken troops both from its front and from its flank were streaming by to the rear. Clausel had given Ferry orders to cover the retreat at all costs, warning him that unless he could hold back the advancing enemy for some time, the disaster would be complete. The general to whom this unenviable task was assigned carried it out with splendid courage, and by his constancy gave time for the escape of the whole of the confused mass behind him. He drew out his 9 battalions in a single line, the center a little advanced to suit the shape of the hillside, the flanks a little thrown back. The extreme battalions at each end were in square to guard against possible attacks by cavalry, but the 7 central units were deployed en battle in 3 deep line, a formation which had not been seen in the other episodes of the battle, and which made their fire much more effective than that of regiments fighting in column of divisions, as most of their comrades had done. Against the orderly front thus disposed, Clinton came up with the 6th Division, pursuing his victorious advance. He was flanked on the left by the Fusilier Brigade of the 4th Division, which had long ago rallied and come up to the front since its disaster of an hour back. On Clinton's right were the 5th Aenid Divisions, but both were at the moment reforming after their long struggle with Sarrat and the wrecks of the French left wing. Anson's cavalry had at last got to the front in this direction and replaced 500 Urban and Arranchild, whose squadrons were quite worn out, upon the extreme right of the Allied line. Clinton, it is said, refused to wait till the troops on his right were reformed and hurried on the attack. It was growing dark, and a few more minutes of delay would allow the French to make off under cover of the night. Therefore he advanced at once, and found himself engaged at once in a most desperate musketry contest, whose deadly results recalled Albura, so heavy were the losses on both sides. But here the French had the advantage of being deployed, and not, as at Albura, wedged in deep columns. The first fire of the French line, as Clinton's brigades closed in, was particularly murderous, and swept away whole sections of the attacking force. The ground over which we had to pass, writes an officer in Hind's brigade, was a remarkably clear slope, like the glacis of a fortress, most favorable for the defensive fire of the enemy and disadvantageous for the assailant. The craggy ridge, on which the French were drawn up, rose so abruptly that the rear ranks could fire over the heads of the front. But we had approached within 200 yards before the musketry began. It was far the heaviest fire that I have ever seen, and accompanied by constant discharges of grape. An uninterrupted blaze was thus maintained, so that the crest of the hill seemed one long streak of flame. Our men came down to the charging position and commenced firing from that level, at the same time keeping touch to the right, so that the gaps opened by the enemy's fire were instantly filled up. At the first volley, about 80 men of our right wing fell to the rear in one group. Our commanding officer rode up to know the cause, and found that they were everyone wounded. But heavy as was the loss of this regiment, 137 out of 600 present, it was trifling compared to that of its neighbors to the right, in Hulse's brigade, where the right and center regiments in the line, the 111th and 61st, lost respectively 340 men out of 516 and out of 546, a proportion to which only Albura could show a parallel. For many minutes, one observer calls it nearly an hour, but the stress of the struggle multiplied time. The 2 hostile lines continued blazing at each other in the growing dusk. The glare of light caused by the artillery, the continued fire of musketry, and by the dry grass which had caught fire, gave the face of the hill a terrific appearance. It was one sheet of flame, and Clinton's men seemed to be attacking a burning mountain, whose crater was defended by a barrier of shining steel. The French, so far as losses went, probably suffered no more, or perhaps less, than their assailants, but their casualties were nevertheless appalling. And at last they gave way. The cruel fire cost us many lives, writes an officer of the 31st Leger, and at last, slowly, and after having given nearly an hour's respite to the remainder of the army, Ferry gave back, still protected by his flanking squares, to the very edge of the forest, where he halted our half-destroyed division. Formed in line, it still presented a respectable front, and halted, despite of the English batteries, which enfiladed us with a thundering fire. Here Ferry met the form of death, which the soldier prefers to all others. He was slain outright by a round shot. Clinton's English regiments were so disordered and reduced by the awful fire through which they had passed in their victorious march, that he put into front line for a final assault on the enemy his Portuguese brigade, that of the Conde de Rezende, which was still intact, as it had hitherto been in reserve, its 5 battalions deployed, and advanced against the now much contracted line of Ferry's division. They were supported on the left by the Fusilier Brigade of the 4th Division, on the right by the 5th Division, which was now reformed and well to the front. Anson's cavalry was also in this direction. The dying effort of Ferry's division was worthy of its previous hard fighting. Formed right up against the trees, writes the French officer, whom we have already quoted, no longer with any artillery to help, we saw the enemy marching up against us in 2 lines, the first of which was composed of Portuguese. Our position was critical, but we waited for the shock. The 2 lines moved up toward us. Their order was so regular that in the Portuguese regiment in front of us, we could see the company intervals and note the officers behind keeping the men in accurate line by blows with the flat of their swords or their canes. We fired first, the moment that they got within range, and the volleys which we delivered from our 2 first ranks were so heavy and so continuous that, though they tried to give us back fire for fire, the whole melted away. The second line was coming up behind. This was English. We should have tried to receive it in the same way, still holding our ground though under a flank fire of artillery, when suddenly the left of our line ceased firing and fell back into the wood in complete disorder. The 70th line had found itself turned by cavalry. It broke. The rout spread down the front to the 26th Anth. Only our 2 battalions of the 31st Leger held firm, under the fire of the enemy, which continued so long as we showed outside the edge of the forest. We only gave back as the day ended, retiring some 250 yards from our original position and keeping our Voltigeur companies still in a skirmishing line in front. This vigorous account of the last stand of the French reserve is not far from being accurate. It is quite true that the Portuguese brigade of the 6th Division suffered terribly in its attack and was completely checked. It lost 487 men during the 15 minutes in which it was engaged, the heaviest casualty list in any of the brigades of its nation, even heavier than that of Stubbs's troops in the 4th Division. The only point that requires to be added is that it was not so much a panic caused by a partial cavalry charge which broke the 70th line and finally dispersed Ferry's regiments, as the pressure of the 5th Division upon the whole of the left of their line, which collapsed almost simultaneously. But they had done their work before they dispersed, leaving only the 31st Leger to act as a most inadequate rearguard. They had detained the Allies for a half-hour or more, and night had set in. Wellington ordered the 6th Division to pursue, but it was so much cut up and fatigued that it only advanced 100 yards into the forest, and then halted and settled down for the night. Why the intact 7th Division was not rather used for the pursuit, it is hard to understand. Still more so is the fact that no cavalry was sent forward in this direction. The woods, no doubt, looked uninviting and dangerous, but the enemy was in a state of absolute panic and ready to disperse at the least pressure. But, says the most intelligent of the British diarists with the mounted arm, the cavalry during the assault on the last hill was ordered back to the point on the left, where we assembled before the attack, leaving the infantry to pursue without us. Had this not been done, though it might not have been prudent to pursue with both in the night, yet by their being at hand, there was a greater chance of accomplishing more. The order came from Sir Stapleton Cotton himself. The infantry moved in pursuit by moonlight. I have heard from an officer in the 6th Division that although they had been marching all day and were so tired when ordered to halt for the night, that they could not possibly have marched much farther, yet they sat up through the night, talking over the action, each recalling to his comrade the events that happened. Some part of the slackness of the pursuit is to be explained by an unfortunate misconception by which Wellington, through no fault of his own, was obsessed that night. He was under the impression that the castle of Alba de Tormes was still held by the Spanish garrison which he had left there, and that the bridge and the neighboring ford were therefore unavailable for the retreat of the French, who, as he supposed, must be retiring by the fords of Huerta and Villa Gonzalo, which they had used to reach the field. Unhappily, as has been already mentioned, Carlos de España had withdrawn the battalion at Alba without making any mention of the fact to his commander-in-chief. Wellington therefore put more thought to urging the pursuit in the direction of the east than of the south, and it was not till late in the night, and when nothing but stragglers had been picked up on the Huerta road, that he discovered what had really occurred. It remains to relate the unimportant happenings on this front during the evening. At the moment when the French attack on Wellington's centre failed, about 7 o'clock or soon after, Clausel sent to Foy, whose divisions still lay behind Calvarissa de Arriba, covering the way to the Huerta fords, the order to retire. His instructions were to cover the flank of the line of retreat of the broken army and to take up successive detaining positions on its right, on the eastern side of the brook and ravine which lie between the two Arapiles and the village of Utrera. These orders Foy carried out skillfully and well. He fended off the light division, which had moved out in pursuit of him, with a heavy rearguard of light troops, always giving way when pressed. His concern was almost entirely with this British unit, for the 1st Division had started too late to get near him. The light division and its battery kept him on the run, but never came up with his main body. Night alone saved my division, and the troops that I was covering, wrote Foy. Without it, I should probably have been crushed, and the enemy would have arrived at Alba de Tormes before the wrecks of our 7 routed divisions got there. An hour after dark, the English cavalry was still pushing charges home against my regiments, which I had placed in alternate checkers of line and column. I had the luck to keep the division in hand till the last, and to steer it in the right direction, though many routed battalions kept pressing in upon my left, and threatened to carry disorder into my ranks. The pursuit ceased near Santa Maria de Utrera. It is difficult to make out what became of the heavy dragoons of Bach during this long retrograde movement of Foy's division. They were certainly not the cavalry of which the French general speaks as charging him during his retreat, for they returned no single man or horse killed or wounded that day. Perhaps far away to the left, they may have been driving in from position to position, the one regiment of Boyer's dragoons which had been left to cover Foy's extreme outer flank. More probably, they may have been pushing their march towards the fords of Huerta, in the vain hope of finding masses of disbanded enemies on the way, and ultimately cutting them off from the river. This hypothesis is borne out by the fact that the bivouac of the heavy German brigade was that night in front of Pelabravo, much to the northeast of the resting places of the rest of the army and in the general direction of the fords. That the pursuit was misdirected was a most lamentable chance for Wellington. If it had been urged in the right direction, the army of Portugal would have been annihilated as a fighting body and would never have been able to make head again in the autumn. For the forest of Alba de Tormes was full of nothing but a disorderly crowd, making the best of its way towards the bridge, with no proper rearguard and no commander in charge of the retreat. Clausel, wounded in the foot, was being looked after by the surgeons in Alba and was barely able to mount his horse next day. The rout was complete. A shapeless mass of soldiery was rolling down the road like a torrent. Infantry, cavalry, artillery, wagons, carts, baggage mules, the reserve park of the artillery drawn by oxen, were all mixed up. The men, shouting, swearing, running, were out of all order, each one looking after himself alone, a complete stampede. The panic was inexplicable to one who, coming from the extreme rear, knew that there was no pursuit by the enemy to justify the terror shown. I had to stand off far from the road, for if I had got near it, I should have been swept off by the torrent in spite of myself. So writes the officer, already twice quoted for the narrative of the end of the battle, whose regiment, still hanging together in the most creditable fashion, brought up the rear of the retreat. It is clear that any sort of a pursuit would have produced such a general block at the bridgehead that a disaster like that of Leipzig must have followed, and the whole of the rear of the army of Portugal, brought up against the river Tormes, must have surrendered en masse. From 8 o'clock at night till 3 in the morning, the routed army was streaming across the bridge and the ford. Once covered by the Tormes, some regiments regained a certain order, but many thousands of fugitives, pressing on ahead in unthinking panic, were scattered all over the countryside and did not come back to their colors for many days or even weeks. The actual loss of the army of Portugal would appear to have been some 14,000 to 15,000 men, not including the missing, who afterwards turned up and came back to the ranks. Marmont in his dispatch had the effrontery to write that he lost only 6,000 men and guns, a statement only equaled in mendacity by Soult's assertion that Albura had cost him but 2,800 casualties. No general list of losses by regiments was ever given to Napoleon, though he demanded it, but a return proposing to include the casualties not only of Salamanca, but of the minor combats of Castrillo and Garcia Hernandez, was drawn up, giving a total of 12,435. On the whole, however, it would be safe to allow for 14,000 men as the total loss, exclusive of stragglers. Among officers of rank, the commander-in-chief was wounded. Ferry and Thomieres were killed. The latter died inside the English lines after the battle. Clausel and Bonnet were both wounded, the former slightly, the latter severely, so that 4 of the 8 divisional generals of infantry were hit. Of the brigadiers, Descravier's division Thomieres was mortally and Men division Foy severely wounded. The trophies lost were 2 eagles, those of the 22nd Ernst, 6 other colors and guns. Of these last 12 represented the divisional batteries of Thomieres and Bonnet, which were taken whole, and the other 8, as it would seem, pieces captured from the long line of batteries on Maucun's flank, which was rolled up when Lamarchant and Leith swept the plateau in their triumphant advance. Of the 8 French divisions, those of Thomieres and Bonnet would appear to have lost about 2,200 men apiece, Maucun nearly 2,000, Clausel, Brenier, and Ferry above 1,200 each, Sarrat perhaps 500. Foy's very heavy losses nearly all fell on the next day. The cavalry, with 43 officers hit, must account for at least 500 more of the total, and the artillery must have lost, along with their 20 guns, at least 300 or 400 gunners. Of prisoners, wounded and unwounded, there were, according to Wellington's dispatch, 137 officers and nearly 7,000 men. Wellington returned his loss in the British units as 3129, in the Portuguese as 2078. Of España's Spaniards, 2 were killed and wounded. This makes up the total of 5173, sent off immediately after the battle. The separate Portuguese return forwarded by Beresford to Lisbon gives the loss of the troops of that nation as somewhat less, 1,637 instead of 2078. The difference of 441 is partly to be accounted for by the reappearance of stragglers who were entered as missing in the first casualty sheet, but cannot entirely explain itself in that fashion. Which of the returns is the more accurate, it is hard to be sure, but a prima facie preference would naturally be given to the later and more carefully detailed document. Taking British and Portuguese together, it is clear that the 6th Division, which lost 1,500 men, was far the hardest hit. The 3rd Anth, which decided the day on the right, got off easily, with a little more than 500 each. The 4th Division, owing to the mishap to the Fusilier Brigade and Stubbs's Portuguese, had very nearly 1,000 casualties. Pack's 5 battalions lost 386 men in the one short episode of the battle in which they were engaged, the unsuccessful attack on the Great Arapile, and were lucky to fare no worse. The cavalry total of 173 killed and wounded was also very moderate considering the good work that the brigades of Lamarchant, 500 Urban, and Aranchaut performed. In the 1st, 7th, and Light Divisions, the trifling losses were all in the flank companies sent out in skirmishing line. Of the battalions, none was engaged as a whole. The artillery were overmatched by the French guns all through the day, and it is surprising to find that they returned only 4 men killed and 10 wounded. The casualty list of officers of high rank was disproportionately large. Not only was Lamarchant killed, but Marshal Beresford, Stapleton Cotton, commanding the cavalry, and Leith and Cole, each a divisional general, were disabled. Of officers in the Portuguese service, Collins, commanding a brigade of the 7th Division, was mortally hurt, and the Conde de Rezende, who led the Portuguese of the 6th Division, was wounded. The victory of Salamanca was certainly an astonishing feat of rapid decision and instantaneous action. The epigrammatic description of it as the beating of 40,000 men in 40 minutes hardly overstates its triumphant celerity. Before that time had elapsed, from the moment when Pakenham and Leith struck the French left, the battle was undoubtedly in such a condition that the enemy had no chance left. He could only settle whether his retreat should be more or less prompt. Clausel chose to make a hopeless counteroffensive move, and so prolonged the fight till dark. He would probably have been wiser to break off at once, and to retreat at 6 o'clock, covering his routed left with his intact reserve divisions. He would certainly have lost several thousand men less if he had retired after repulsing Cole and Pack, and had made no attempt to press the advantage that he had gained over them. It may be argued in his defense that the last hour of battle, costly though it proved to him, prevented Wellington's pursuit from commencing in the daylight, an undoubted boon to the defeated army. But at the most, the victor would have had only 1 hour at his disposition before dusk. The French were taking refuge in a forest, where orderly pursuit would have been difficult, and looking at Wellington's usual methods of utilizing a victory, e.g. Vittoria, we may feel doubtful whether the beaten enemy, if covered by Sarrat, Ferry, and Foy as a regular rearguard, would have suffered more than he actually did. For Wellington's whole idea of pursuit turned on the false notion that the castle, bridge, and ford of Alba de Tormes were still blocked by the Spaniards whom he had left there. By the time that he had discovered that the enemy was not retreating towards Huerta and Villa Gonzalo, but escaping over the Tormes in some other way, the hour would have been late. Undoubtedly, the best summary and encomium of Wellington's tactics on this eventful day is that of an honest enemy, the very capable and clear-sighted Foy, who wrote in his diary 6 days after the fight. The Battle of Salamanca is the most masterly in its management, the most considerable in the number of troops engaged, and the most important in results of all the victories that the English have gained in these latter days. It raises Lord Wellington almost to the level of Marlborough. Hitherto we had been aware of his prudence, his eye for choosing a position, and his skill in utilizing it. At Salamanca, he has shown himself a great and able master of maneuvers. He kept his dispositions concealed for almost the whole day. He waited till we were committed to our movement before he developed his own. He played a safe game. He fought in the oblique order. It was a battle in the style of Frederick the Great. As for ourselves, we had no definite intention of bringing on a battle, so that we found ourselves let in for it without any preliminary arrangements having been made. The army was moving without much impulse or supervision, and what little there was stopped with the wounding of the marshal. In another note, he adds, "The Duke of Ragusa committed us to the action. He brought it on contrary to Clausel's advice. The left was already checked when he received his wound. After that moment, it was impossible either to refuse to fight or to give the fight a good direction. All that could be done was to attenuate the sum of the disaster that Clausel did. There was no gap in the command. We should have been no better off if the marshal had never been hurt. He is not quite honest on that point in his dispatch." With this criticism, we may undoubtedly agree. Foy has hit upon the main points in which Salamanca was a startling revelation to the contemporary observer. No one on the French side, and but few upon the British, had yet realized that Wellington on the offensive could be no less formidable and efficient than Wellington on the defensive. After July 22, 1812, no opponent could dare to take liberties with him, as Soult, Massena, and Marmont, each in his turn, had done up till that date. The possible penalty was now seen to be too great. Moreover, the prestige of the British general was so much enhanced that he could safely count upon it as not the least of his military assets, as we shall see him do in the Pyrenees, a little more than a year after Salamanca had been won. To the other thesis that Foy lays down, the statement that Marmont had, by his initial movement, made disaster inevitable before he was wounded, we may also give our assent. Jourdan came to the same conclusion. The Emperor Napoleon also fixed the responsibility in the same way. The marshal's ingenious special pleading, to the effect that but for his personal misadventure he would yet have won the day, will convince none but blind enemies of Wellington. Of some of the charges which Napoleon laid to his charge, he must be acquitted. He did not know in the least that King Joseph was on his way to join him from Madrid with 15,000 men. The dispatches sent to warn him of this fact had all miscarried, and the last news from the army of the centre which had reached him had intimated that no immediate help was to be expected from that quarter. Nor was he wrong in not waiting for the succors from Caffarelli. These were so trifling, 800 sabres and 1 horse battery, that their presence or absence could make little difference in the battle. But the marshal's flagrant and irreparable fault was that, having made up his mind that Wellington would not fight under any provocation, a conclusion for which the earlier episodes of the campaign gave him some justification, he got his army into a position in which he had battle suddenly forced upon him, at a moment when he was not in a position to accept it with advantage. The attempt to turn Wellington's right wing on the afternoon of July 22nd was an unpardonable liberty, only taken because the marshal had come to despise his opponent. The liberty was resented in the most forcible way, and there was no means of avoiding disaster when Thomieres and Maucune had once started out on their rash turning movement. Section 33, Chapter 8. The Consequences of Salamanca. The dawn of July 23rd revealed to Wellington that the French army had passed the Tormes at the bridge and forts of Alba, and that nothing remained on the western bank of the river save small parties of fugitives and wounded who had lost their way in the forest. Some of these were gleaned up by Anson's and Bach's brigades of cavalry, who were pushed forward to search the woods and seek for the enemy. Anson's patrols reached the bridge and found a French rearguard watching it. This was composed of Foy's division, to whom Clausel had committed the covering of his retreat. It cleared off after firing a few shots. Foy had been told to block the passage t o'clock, but went off long before, when the disordered main body had got a good start. On the report that he was gone, Wellington sent Anson's squadrons across the bridge of Alba de Tormes, while Bach forded the river lower down at La Encina. The state of the roads, strewn with baggage and wounded men, showed that the French had used all the three roads leading east from Alba, and were on their way to Arevalo, not towards their base at Valladolid. To have marched in that direction would have brought them right across the front of the advancing British army. Wellington sent out detachments on all the roads which the enemy had taken, but urged the main pursuit by the central and most important road, that by Garcia Hernandez on Peñaranda. Contrary to his wont, he pushed on this day with great celerity, riding himself with the head of the column formed by the main body of Anson's light dragoons. This vanguard was followed, at some distance, by the 1st and Light Divisions. Those infantry units which had fought hard on the previous day were allowed a rest. About 7 miles beyond Alba de Tormes, Anson's patrols came upon a regular rearguard of the enemy behind the Caballero Brook, a tributary of the Olma, in and about the village of Garcia Hernandez. This was, of course, Foy and the French 1st Division, the only troops in Clausel's army which had not been seriously engaged in the battle. They were accompanied by a battery and a brigade of Curdo's chasseurs. Around and about the formed troops, scattered parties were visible. The village was full of men drawing water from the wells. On the approach of the British cavalry column, the infantry was still miles behind. Foy prepared to resume his retreat. The cavalry drew up on a rising ground to the north of Garcia Hernandez to cover the movement. The leading regiments of the foot started off at once along the high road. The others halted for a space to the right of the chasseurs, out of sight of the British, whose view of them was intercepted by the slope on which the French cavalry were drawn up. Wellington, as it seems, saw only the hostile squadrons and resolved to drive them off without delay, in order to be able to press in upon the infantry columns which were retiring farther away. He directed Anson to attack the chasseurs with so much of his brigade as was up at the front. Several squadrons were absent, some guarding the prisoners of yesterday, others exploring on distant roads. 2 squadrons, each of the 11th th Light Dragoons, delivered the frontal attack on the French brigade, while the leading squadrons of Bach's brigade, which was coming up rapidly from the flank and was not yet formed in line, were to turn its right wing. The French light cavalry, which had been much mauled on the preceding day and was evidently in no fighting mood, gave way precipitately before the attack of the Light Dragoons and rode off in confusion to their own right rear. There was no time for Bach's Germans to come up with them, but the leading squadrons of the 1st Heavy Dragoons of the Legion, pushing on in pursuit, received, to their surprise, a heavy volley in their flank from a French battalion in square, which they had not noticed in their advance. There were, in fact, 2 regiments of infantry to the right of the routed chasseurs, and by the sudden flight of their comrades, they found themselves suddenly uncovered and engaged. They were the 6th Leger Anth line, each 2 battalions strong, and counting together about 2,400 bayonets. Of these, the unit nearest the cavalry was a battalion of the 76th in square. It was the fire of this body which had struck the leading German squadron in flank and thrown it into disorder as it was charging the routed French horse. Farther to the east were the other battalion of the 76th and the 2 of the 6th Leger, on the slopes above the road. which here winds below the small eminence which the French cavalry had occupied, and the hill of La Serna, a long and fairly steep height, which gives its name in many histories to the combat that ensued. What followed on the unexpected discovery of the French infantry was the effect not of Wellington's direct orders, nor of the leading of the short-sighted Bach, who had hardly realized the situation when his subordinates were already making their decision. It was entirely the exploit of the gallant squadron leaders of the two regiments of German dragoons. They were coming up in a sort of echelon of squadrons, the first regiment leading, so that when the fire of the French square struck and disordered the leading unit, the responsibility for action fell on the officers commanding the others. Captain von der Decken, who led the 3rd Squadron, determined, without hesitation, to charge the French square. His men were already getting up speed, and the enemy was but a short distance from him. Shouting to the squadron to throw forward its right wing and ride home, he led it straight at the French. The first fire of the square, delivered at 80 yards, brought down several men and horses and wounded mortally, as it proved in the end, von der Decken himself. He kept his saddle, however, and only fell when the second fire was given at 20 yards range. This volley was destructive, but did not break the impetus of the squadron, which charged right home. In most cases where cavalry reached the bayonets of a square during the Peninsular War, it had proved unable to break in, and had recoiled with loss, like Crawford's squadrons at the combat of Barquilla and Montbrun's at Fuentes de Oñoro. Here, however, the rare feat of riding down well-formed infantry was performed. It is said by several eyewitnesses that the breach was originally made by a mortally wounded horse, which reared right on top of the kneeling front rank of the French, and then rolled over kicking, and bore down 6 or 8 men at once. Several dragoons leapt the bank of struggling and overthrown soldiers, and broke into the rear ranks. Thereupon, the whole square fell to pieces in disorder. Many of the Frenchmen were hewn down, but the majority dropped their muskets and surrendered unhurt. The lists of prisoners at the Record Office give the names of 16 officers of the 76th sent to England, of whom only 2 were wounded. Of the rank and file, not more than 50, it is said, got away. Observers who came on the field later in the day noted with curiosity the long lines of muskets laid down in orderly rows. This was an astonishing achievement for a single squadron of 120 men. They had captured or cut down 5 times their own numbers of veteran troops of Ney's 8th Corps. Some way to the right of this unlucky battalion were 2 more, forming the 6th Leger. Seeing the havoc made of his comrades, and noting the remaining squadrons of the Germans sweeping across the slope toward him, the colonel of this regiment ordered his men to retreat uphill and climb the steep slope behind. He hoped to get upon ground where cavalry could not easily follow. The 2 battalions, still in column, for they had not, like the 76th formed square, moved hastily upwards. The voices of officers were heard shouting, "Allongez le pas, gagnons la hauteur." The nearest enemy to them was the 2nd Squadron of the 1st Dragoons KGL, led by Captain von Reisenstein, who put on the pace when he saw the French scrambling higher, and came up with the rearmost battalion before it was very far from the road. The 2 rear companies faced about when the dragoons drew near, and delivered a fire that was fairly effective, when it is considered that the men had been going as hard as they could trot, and were halted and put into action at a second's notice. But it did not suffice to stop the dragoons, who rode in at the cost of many killed and wounded, and cut up the companies that had stood to meet them. Many men were sabred, more taken prisoners. The rear of the column, however, scrambled uphill in a mass, and there joined the other battalion of the 6th Leger, which formed square on the skyline. They had on their flank a squadron or so of chasseurs, apparently a fragment of the brigade that had given way so easily before Anson's attack 20 minutes before. Against this mass charged the leading squadrons of the 2nd Heavy Dragoons KGL, which had at last come up to the front, and some of the officers and men of the 1st, who had already done such good work lower down the hill. The French square was not perfect or regular. Apparently it was disordered by the fugitives from the broken battalion, who ran in for shelter and formed up as best they could. The charge of the Germans was delivered with splendid impetus, though the regiment had been galloping for 300 yards uphill, and was completely successful. The French chasseur rode off without engaging. The ill-formed square crumpled up. Many of the men threw down their arms and surrendered. The rest dispersed and ran in coveys along the slopes of the plateau towards the nearest friendly troops. These were the 4 battalions of the 39th Anth Line, the surviving regiments of the division. Foy himself was in one of the squares, his surviving brigadier, Kemeno, in the other. Intoxicated with the glorious successes that they had gained, a large but disordered mass of the victorious dragoons rode after the fugitives and charged the nearest of the French squares, one of the 69th Line. The enemy held firm, their fire was given with effect, and killed the officer who led this last effort, Captain von Usler, and many of his men. The rest swerved back and rode away under a pelting fire from the battalion that they had attacked and from the other 3, which lay close on its flank. So ended the charge of Garcia Hernandez, the most dashing and successful attack made by any of Wellington's cavalry during the whole war, as Foy, the best of witnesses, formally states in his history. Though not more destructive in its results than Lamarchan's onslaught on Maucune at Salamanca, it was a far more difficult affair. For Lamarchant had charged troops not in square, and already shaken by conflict with Leith's division, while the Germans attacked without any infantry support and fell upon intact battalions, of which 2 at least had formed square. Moreover, the French were supported by artillery and cavalry, though the former cleared off promptly, and the latter allowed themselves to be routed very easily by Anson's squadrons. Altogether, it was a glorious first experience of war for the heavy dragoons. Neither of the regiments had ever charged before, and they had seen but a little skirmishing during the 6 months since their arrival at Lisbon. They were duly granted the battle honor, Garcia Hernandez, which they continued to bear on their guidons as long as Hanover was an independent state. 2 Hanoverian cavalry regiments of today in the Prussian army continue to show it, as theoretical heirs of the old heavy dragoons. The most astonishing feature of the exploit was that it was the sole work of the squadron leaders. Wellington had only given the general order to attack. Bach had been with the fraction of the 1st Dragoons which charged along with Anson, and was not directing the marvelous uphill ride. It was a regimental triumph, not an exhibition of cavalry tactics by the commander-in-chief or the brigadier. 1. The last episode at Salamanca. 2. Garcia Hernandez. In large Salamanca. Combat of Garcia Hernandez, July 23, 1812. The losses of the victors were very heavy. The 1st Regiment officers and men killed, 2 other officers wounded, 1 von der Decken mortally, and men. The 2nd Regiment lost 1 officer, von Usler, killed, with 21 men, an officer and men wounded. In this total, the striking figure is the high proportion of killed to wounded, 52 to 69, which bears witness to the murderous power of the old musket ball when delivered point-blank into the bodies of men who were pressing right up to the muzzles of the infantry in square. There were 6 men missing to be added to the total of losses, 127 in all, whether these were individuals who were taken prisoners in the last attempt to break the square of the 69th, or whether they were mortally wounded men whose horses carried them far from the scene of action and whose bodies were not found, it is impossible to say. The loss of 127 officers and men out of about 770 present was, however, by no means disproportionately heavy when the results of the charge are considered. Of the 2 French regiments engaged, a whole battalion of the 76th was captured or destroyed. Of the 27 officers with it, 1 was killed, 5 wounded, 16 taken prisoners. Taking the same proportion of its rank and file, very few out of 650 can have escaped. The 6th Leger was less completely annihilated, but it had its colonel, Mollard, and other officers taken prisoners, and more wounded, with about 500 rank and file taken or hurt. Allowing for some small losses to the chasseurs, the total casualties of the French must have been about 1,100. When the last charge of the heavy dragoons was over, Foy led his surviving battalions off, followed at a distance by Anson's brigade when it had reformed. The Germans were too fatigued to do more. The leading British infantry, the Light Division, was only just coming in sight far to the rear. The pursuit, therefore, by the 4 British squadrons had no further results. If they had chanced to have a horse battery with them, it might have been much more effective. 6 miles from Garcia Hernandez, Foy was relieved to find, waiting for him by the roadside, the long-expected cavalry brigade from the Army of the North, Chauvel's 1st Hussars Ants Chasseurs. These fresh squadrons took up the rearguard duty for the rest of the day and covered the march of the infantry to Peñaranda. From this day onward, Wellington's pursuit cannot be said to have been urged with any great vigor. On the morning of the 24th, the vanguard entered Peñaranda to find that the French had started off before dawn. G. Anson's brigade followed, accompanied this time by Bull, S. and Ross's horse artillery, which had come up from the rear. The tail of the enemy's column was found at Oldia Seca, a few miles beyond Peñaranda. He started off without firing a shot and was out of sight before more than 2 guns had been brought to shell him. It seems that opportunities were lost this day. An intelligent observer remarks that, if only the whole brigade and 12 guns had come up, we might have taken 500 of them. Great part of the infantry were without arms. That night the British headquarters and vanguard were at Flores de Avila, but the enemy were quite out of sight. How they get on their troops at such a rate I cannot conceive, wrote Wellington, but they left this about 2 in the morning, and they will arrive in Valladolid tomorrow. He gave up all attempt at close or rapid pursuit on the 25th, reporting to Lord Bathurst, "I find the troops so much fatigued by the battle and their previous and subsequent marches, and the enemy have got so far before our infantry, that I halted this day and have sent on only the light cavalry and guerrillas." After this, there was no prospect of doing any further harm to Clausel, or of scattering his demoralized army before it had time to recover its cohesion. "This does not look like the quick advance following up a great victory," wrote a critical dragoon, "and I think they will be let off too easily. The peasants report them as in a dreadful state. All their cavalry, except a few for their rearguard, is employed in carrying their sick." It may be taken for certain that a general of the Napoleonic school would have urged on his cavalry at all costs. There was plenty of it, and none save Le Marchant's and Bach's brigades had suffered any serious loss. Nor can it be doubted that such a hunt would have been richly rewarded by captures. Clausel wrote on the 25th that he could only rally 22,000 men, and as some 48,000 had fought at Salamanca, and the actual losses seem to have been about 14,000, it is clear that he must be allowing for over 12,000 stragglers and unarmed fugitives, whom an active pursuit might have swept up. Wellington's defense for the slowness of his movement would undoubtedly have been that a headlong chase might have cost him overmuch. He would have lost too many men, and what was even more important, too many horses by forcing the pace. Clausel's army had been put out of action for some weeks by the Battle of Salamanca. To smash it up still further would give him no such profit as would justify the expenditure of several thousands of his precious British troops. He was looking forward to the possibility of having to fight Soult and Suchet, not to speak of King Joseph, and wished to be as strong as possible for the present. It is probable that he made a mistake in holding back. Clausel, being left practically unmolested, was able to rally his army somewhat sooner than his adversary calculated. By August, it was again able to give trouble. In October, its strength was sufficient to wreck the Burgos campaign. If it had been well hunted in the last days of July, it would seem that no such reorganization would have been possible. Only negligible fragments of it should have reached Valladolid or Burgos. Yet it must always be remembered that economy of men was the cardinal necessity for Wellington. His total British force was so small, the difficulty of getting up drafts and reinforcements was so enormous. The total number of the enemy's armies in the peninsula was so overpowering that he could not afford to thin down his regiments by the exhausting forced marches that were necessary in an active pursuit. It would have been little profit to him if he had exterminated the army of Portugal, only to find himself left victorious indeed, but with a force so weak and so tired out that further exertion was impossible. As it was, many of his battalions in August showed only 300 bayonets in line, and only recovered their strength by the reappearance of Badajoz and Salamanca convalescents and the arrival of drafts during the following winter. It was at Flores de Avila on July 25th that Wellington received the news that a new factor had come into the game. King Joseph had left Madrid 4 days earlier with the army of the center and was marching northward by the Guadarrama Pass and Villa Castin with the obvious intention of joining Marmont. This move would have been all-important if it had taken place 10 days earlier, but when the army of Portugal was in absolute rout and flying by forced marches towards the Douro, the appearance of the king was too late to be dangerous. He could not strengthen the beaten army sufficiently to enable it to fight, and he would expose himself to some peril if he continued his forward march and came any nearer to the British line of advance. Joseph's long hesitation and tardy start require a word of explanation. It will be remembered that his last communication, which had got through to Marmont, was a dispatch dated June 30, in which he had expressed his surprise that the army of Portugal was refusing battle, and stated that he could offer no immediate help. If Hill from Estremadura should march to join Wellington, he had directed that 500 Uhlans should move up in a similar fashion northward, and he himself would come also, with all or part of the army of the center. But supposing that Hill should remain in the far south, beyond the Guadiana, Joseph gave no promise of coming to Marmont's aid. Indeed, he never mentioned this contingency at all, except to say that if Wellington had not been joined by his lieutenant, you should choose a good position and give battle with all your troops united. Since writing this epistle, Joseph had experienced many searchings of heart. On the very day on which it was sent off, he had received a dispatch from Soult, which filled him with dismay. The Duke of Dalmatia said that he had forbidden 500 Uhlans to cross to the north bank of the Tagus, even if it was certain that Hill and his corps had gone to join Wellington. Writing in high wrath, the king, on July 2nd, threatened to remove Soult from his command in Andalusia. If you have formally forbidden 500 Uhlans to pass the Tagus, in case the English force in Estremadura goes off to join the enemy's main body, you have given him orders contradictory to those which I sent both to him and to you. You set your authority above mine. You refuse to recognize me as commander-in-chief of the armies of Spain. Consequently, placed as I may be between the two alternatives of either depriving myself of the service of your talent and military experience, or of allowing the powers confided to me by the emperor to be broken in my hand almost as soon as given, I can have no hesitation. Painful as it is to me, therefore, I accept the offer which you formerly made me, to resign your command if I do not revoke my original order. For not only do I refuse to revoke it, but I hereby repeat it again both to you and to Count d'Erlon. If you prefer to take this extreme step of disobedience, resign your command to 500 Uhlans as your senior general of division, and he will take it up till the emperor shall nominate your successor. This angry dispatch was followed by another, written on July 6th, which varied the original order to Soult in an important feature. For instead of speaking of a northern movement of 500 Uhlans troops as consequent on a similar transference of Hill's corps to Castile, it makes no mention of Hill, but prescribes a definite maneuver without any reference to the action of that British general. Send at once to Toledo a force of 10,000 men, 8,000 infantry, 2,000 horse, with the men and horses for 12 guns. By leaving the guns behind, the march of the corps will be made more rapid, and the roads are good. I authorize you to evacuate any part of the occupied territory that you may choose in order to hasten the departure of these 10,000 men, whose arrival I await with great impatience. Clearly it would take many days for these orders to get to Soult, who was at this time before Cadiz. As a matter of fact, they only reached his hands on July 16th, and long before that date, Joseph was becoming very anxious at the state of affairs on the Douro. He got news that Caffarelli, scared by Home Popham's diversion, had sent no succors to Marmont, and he received letters from Suchet, which showed him that he could not count on any reinforcement from Valencia. It was certain that, even if Soult yielded to the peremptory orders sent on July 2 and July 6, the detachment under 500 Uhlans could not reach Toledo till somewhere about the 1st August. That it would start at all seemed doubtful, in face of a letter of July 3 from 500 Uhlans, stating that he was being contained by no less than 30,000 men under Hill, a scandalous perversion of fact, for Hill had not over 2/3 of that force. The days were running on. Marmont was still unsuccored. It seemed likely that neither from the north, from Valencia, nor from Andalusia would any help come to hand. The king grew more and more anxious, all the more so because he had ceased to receive reports from Marmont since the line of communication with him had been cut by the guerrilleros. Finally, on July 9th, he made up his mind that, since no other help could be got for the army of Portugal, he would march himself with the army of the centre, even though to concentrate it, he must evacuate all New Castile and La Mancha, and even imperil the safety of Madrid. On that day, he issued orders to Traillard to evacuate the valley of the Tagus, all the Talavera and Almaraz region, and to the Rainbun Germans to abandon La Mancha. All the small posts in the direction of the eastern mountains were also drawn in, even those watching the passes of the Samosira and the Guadarrama. Only in Toledo, Guadalajara, and Segovia were small garrisons left behind. By the morning of the 19th July, the most distant detachments had all come in, and the army of the centre was concentrated at Madrid, about 14,000 strong, and able to spare 10,000 for the field when the capital had been garrisoned. But the king resolved to wait 2 days longer before marching, because he had just received news of the approach of an unexpected but most welcome reinforcement. Early in the month, he had heard that Palambini's Italian division of the army of Aragon was hunting the Empecinado and Mina in the direction of Calatayud and Tudela. He had sent out a Spanish emissary with a letter to Palambini, bidding him to draw in towards Madrid if he had not already marched to join Marmont, who had hoped to get his assistance. It does not seem that the king had built much upon the results of this letter. Orders sent to such its troops had generally been disregarded. But it chanced to reach the Italian general at Alfaro on the Ebro on July 12th, and Palambini, having no opportunity of referring the responsibility to his immediate commander, who was 200 miles away at Valencia, resolved to obey. He marched for Soria and Sigüenza, brushing off guerrillero bands that strove to molest him, and sent to Joseph the news that he might be expected at Madrid on the 21st. These tidings came to hand on the 18th, and filled the king with such high satisfaction that he resolved to wait for the Italian division. It arrived on the appointed day, having made a most creditable forced march of 150 miles by mountain roads through a burnt-up and desolate country. Without leaving it even one night's rest at Madrid, the king started it off in company with his own troops, which had been awaiting all day the signal for departure. Joseph's expeditionary force, thus increased to 14,000 men, consisted of his guards, horse and foot, 1 French brigade, 28th Anthline, 500 Armagnacs Germans, 5 battalions and 1 cavalry regiment, Trailard's strong division of dragoons, and part of Hugo's division of Spanish Juramontados, together with Palambini's detachment, which amounted to 6 battalions and a regiment of dragoons. The garrisons of Madrid, Toledo, Segovia, and Guadalajara were made up partly of Juramontados and partly of the large body of drafts for the army of Andalusia, which had accumulated at Madrid since the posts in the Sierra Morna had been given up in April. The king had been in no hurry to send them on to Soult, and now found them very useful. The command of the garrison was left to General Lafon Blagnac, who was acting as governor of Madrid and captain general of New Castile. A few days after Joseph's departure, a welcome addition turned up, in the shape of Suchet's garrison of Cuenca, under General Maupint, consisting of 2 battalions of the 16th Regiment and a squadron of chasseurs. On getting the king's order to evacuate Cuenca, this officer, like Palambini, had obeyed it, and instead of retiring on Valencia, had come on to Madrid, with his 1,000 men and 3 millions of reals, representing the provincial treasury. Having once collected his army, the king marched with great speed past the defiles of the Guadarrama on the 22nd and reached Espinar, the great junction of roads in the province of Avila, next day. The cavalry that night were at Villacastin, 8 miles farther to the front, on the road to Arevalo and Valladolid. Here the news came to hand, not from any authorized source, but from the rumors of the countryside, that Marmont had crossed the Douro on the 17th, and was closely engaged with Wellington somewhere in the direction of Salamanca. On receiving this information, Joseph and Jourdan resolved not to continue their march towards Valladolid, but to swerve westward, with the intention of joining the Duke of Ragusa on the Tormes. Turning off from the main road, The cavalry reached Villanueva de Gomez on the night of the 24th. The king and the infantry got to Blasco Sancho. Orders were issued for the whole army to march on Peñaranda next morning. But during the hours of darkness, rumors of the Battle of Salamanca and its results came to hand, and on the following morning they were confirmed by the arrival of two Spanish emissaries, one bearing a letter from the wounded Marmont, the other a second from Clausel. The marshal's letter was insincere and inconclusive. After giving a long account of the battle, which threw all the blame on Maucune, he said that he had lost 5,000 men, the enemy infinitely more, and that the army was falling back to take a position behind the Eresma River or perhaps behind the Douro. Clausel's epistle was a far more honest document. It said that he was in a state of incapacity to resist Wellington, that he could not put even 20,000 men in line for some days, that he must retreat as fast as possible on Valladolid to pick up his dépots and magazines, which he must send off without delay, and that he would then fall back on the army of the north. He distinctly told the king that, even if the army of the center joined him, they would be unable to resist Wellington for a moment. He recommended Joseph to call up succors from Soult and Suchet. If Wellington and the English main body marched on Madrid, the army of Portugal would remain on the Douro, but only in that case. If pursued by Wellington, he must retire towards Burgos. He evidently regarded any junction between his troops and the king's as impracticable and useless. Confronted by this new and unpromising situation, Joseph and Jourdan had to choose between two policies. They might retire towards Madrid and cover the capital, in the hope that Soult might conceivably have carried out the orders given him on July 6th and have sent a detachment toward Toledo and Madrid. Or they might, despite of Clausel's advice and warning, move northward towards the Douro and try to get into communication with the army of Portugal. If the direct road by Arevalo to Valladolid was too dangerous, there remained another and more circuitous route by Cuela, which Wellington was too far off to reach. The king and Jourdan chose the first alternative without a moment's hesitation. If they joined the army of Portugal, they had Clausel's assurance that they could effect nothing. They would be driven back on Burgos. Madrid would be exposed to a raid by any small detachment that Wellington might send against it, and touch with Soult and Suchet would be lost. The king, therefore, marched back by the way that he had come, and had reached on the 26th the Venta de San Rafael at the foot of the Guadarrama Pass. He had got so rapidly out of Wellington's way that their armies did not touch, save indeed that a patrol of Aranchalt's brigade surprised and captured near Arevalo 2 officers and men of the king's light cavalry, juramentado chasseur. When informed that the army of the center had fallen back in haste toward Madrid, Wellington resolved that his duty was to continue pushing Clausel northward and away from the king. The latter might be disregarded. His strength was known, and it was almost certain that he would not be reinforced. For Hill had just sent in a report, which had come through in 4 days, that Drouet was showing no signs of moving toward Toledo, and he enclosed an intercepted dispatch of Soult's, which proved that the latter had no intention whatever of carrying out the king's oft-repeated orders. Accordingly, the British headquarters were moved on to Arevalo on the 27th of July and to Olmedo on the 28th. Anson's and Aranchalt's light cavalry went on in front. They reported that the enemy was still in a complete state of disorganization. He was burning the villages as he went, and leaving many stragglers dead in the cornfields beside the road, for the wounded were sinking by the way, and any marauders who went far from the main column were being killed by the peasantry and the guerrilleros. Clausel crossed the Douro by the 2 bridges of Tudela and Puente de Douro on the 27th-28th, leaving only some light troops to the south of the river, and entered Valladolid, where he set to work at once to evacuate all the more valuable stores, and so many of the sick and wounded as could find transport, along the high road to Palencia and Burgos. The Anglo-Portuguese infantry was already approaching Medina del Campo and Olmedo, while Santasildas, with the section of the army of Galicia, which was not employed on the siege of Astorga, was ordered to march past Toro and Tordesillas to threaten Valladolid from the north bank of the Douro, and Silvera was directed to resume the blockade of Zamora with his militia division. On the 29th, the light Ants divisions, Wellington's infantry vanguard, drove in the screen of light troops which Clausel had left in front of the Douro. The French retired and blew up the bridges. But this was of little avail, for the British cavalry forded the river at Bocillo and continued their advance. Thereupon the enemy evacuated the city of Valladolid and withdrew along the direct road to Burgos, save one division Foix, which retreated eccentrically up the north bank of the river toward Aranda. In Valladolid were found guns, 800 sick and wounded, whose condition had rendered it impossible for them to travel, and a large magazine filled with artillery material, besides other stores. The people received Wellington with every mark of enthusiasm, though they had the reputation of including a greater proportion of afrancesados than any other city of northern Spain. They treated him to illuminations, a ball, and copious harangues of congratulation. Meanwhile, Anson's brigade swept the country to the east and north, and reported no enemy visible, while the guerrillero Marquinez entered Palencia and captured stragglers from Clausel's rearguard. The French had gone back beyond the Arlanza River and were lying at Lerma, Torquemada, and Santa Maria del Campo, ready to retreat to Burgos itself if any further pressure was applied. It was not forthcoming, much to Clausel's surprise, and he halted and began to reorganize his shattered army. What survived of his train and stores, his sick, and the cadres of several skeleton battalions were sent back to Burgos. The rest stood still, awaiting further developments. Wellington, meanwhile, had brought none of his infantry north of the Douro, though all were now near at hand, and the light division had repaired the bridge of Tudela. He had resolved to turn his attention to King Joseph and Madrid. Only Santasildas and his 2 Galician divisions were ordered up to Valladolid, where they arrived on August 6th to support Anson's cavalry, who took up cantonments at various villages in front and to the flank of the city. The movements of the king and his army on July 27-30 first had been somewhat puzzling to the British general. On arriving at the foot of the Guadarrama Pass, they had halted, and then, instead of pursuing the straight road to Madrid, had swerved off to Segovia, which lies on the northern slope of the mountains, as if they had abandoned their original intention of leaving the army of Portugal to its own devices. This flank march was the result of the receipt of letters borne by Marmont's aide-de-camp, Fabvier, which said that Clausel was no longer being pursued with energy, and that it was possible that he might stop on the Adaja and cover Valladolid. It was a momentary inspiration, with no reality behind it, for Clausel was in full retreat again before the king reached Segovia. But misled by its fallacious cheerfulness, Joseph had made a move which rendered it possible for him to join the army of Portugal if it had really halted. He was soon undeceived, and after remaining 3 days at Segovia in some peril, for Wellington had now turned against him, he evacuated that high-lying city on August 1st and made his final retreat on Madrid by the Guadarrama Pass. Just after he had left Segovia, King Joseph received a dispatch from Soult, dated July 16. It was a reply to the peremptory orders sent him on July 6, which had directed him to evacuate part of Andalusia and to send a large detachment to Toledo. This was a strange document, which amounted to an absolute refusal to obey instructions. After stating, quite falsely, that Hill was advancing with 30,000 men in Estremadura, and that in consequence he was himself about to repair thither, he announced that the evacuation of Andalusia would be ruinous to the French cause in Spain. We could not find means to subsist either on the Tagus or in Estremadura, and from one position to another we should retreat as far as the Ebro. There is a way to avoid this. By taking the initiative we can save 6,000 sick and maimed men whom I should probably have to abandon, as well as 200,000 Spaniards who have declared for your Majesty and will be lost without hope, also 2,000 guns and the only artillery arsenal now existing in Spain. A single order by your Majesty can effect this and shorten the Spanish War by 6 campaigns. Let your Majesty come to Andalusia in person, with every man that can be collected. If the number is large, we can increase the expeditionary force in Estremadura to 25,000 or 30,000 men and transfer the seat of war to the left bank of the Tagus. The army of Portugal, being relieved of pressure, will be able to come into line again. Whatever occurs, your Majesty will find yourself at the head of a splendid army, ready to deliver battle. If the worst came, and we were unlucky, there is always the resource of retiring on the army of Aragon and so keeping the field. I have the honor to repeat to your Majesty that I cannot send any detachments beyond the Sierra Morena or the Guadiana, save by evacuating all Andalusia and marching with my whole army. I must have a positive order from your Majesty to that effect." This was an astonishing letter for a commander-in-chief to receive from a subordinate. Instead of obeying a very definite order to move a certain number of troops to a certain point, Soult replies by sending to the king an alternative plan of campaign. And this plan, it is not too much to say, was an absolutely perverse and insane one. It must be remembered that, when Soult was writing, the Battle of Salamanca was still 6 days in the future, and the army of Portugal was known to be at close quarters with Wellington and in urgent need of reinforcements. Soult urges his master to abandon Marmont to the enemy, to evacuate Madrid, to give up his communication with France, and to retire into Andalusia, where he would be cut off from all the other imperial armies, for it was not possible even to communicate with Suchet and Valencia, since the Spanish army of Murcia blocked the way. The cardinal sin of this project was that if the French were to hold Spain at all, it was necessary for them to be strong in the north. Soult proposed to deliver over the north to Wellington by leaving Marmont in the lurch. As Napoleon had observed 5 months earlier, a check to the army of Portugal would be a calamity which would make itself felt all over Spain. A check to the army of the south might force it back on Madrid or Valencia, but would be of a very different degree of importance. He had said much the same thing 4 years before, when first his armies were invading Spain, for he then expressed the opinion that a disaster to Bessières in Castile would be the one ruinous possibility. Defeats in the south or east mattered comparatively little. Soult, blinded by his own interest in the viceroyalty of Andalusia, refused to see this obvious fact. Long after he had received the news of Salamanca, he persisted in maintaining that the true policy was to hold on to Seville, even when the British army was at Madrid, and the wrecks of Marmont's forces were retiring on Burgos. Of this we shall hear more presently. King Joseph, on receiving Soult's letter, returned answer: "You will see by my letter of the 29th July the errors that you have been laboring under as to Lord Wellington's real designs. Hasten, therefore, to carry out the orders which I give you, viz., to evacuate Andalusia and march with your whole army on Toledo." Even so, the king did not obtain exact obedience to his commands, but received a second series of counter-projects, and in the end, Soult marched not on Toledo, but on Valencia, and only many days after he had been instructed to commence his movement. Wellington was, of course, unaware of the exact motives which had induced King Joseph to make his flank march to Segovia, but he considered that it might mean that there was some intention on the part of Clausel to bring the army of Portugal to join the army of the centre by way of the upper Douro, i.e. via Aranda. He therefore resolved to make such a conjunction impossible by driving the king over the mountains and towards Madrid. While Anson's and Arenchalt's cavalry continued the pursuit of Clausel on the 29th-30th, and the 1st and Light Divisions were brought up to the neighborhood of Tudela, opposite Valladolid, the rest of the army was turned against King Joseph. It was necessary to find out, as a preliminary, whether he was really making a stand at Segovia. To ascertain this point, 500 Urban's Portuguese horse pushed out from Olmedo on the 29th and found the king's cavalry in Santa Maria de Nieva, 10 miles in front of Segovia. Deserters from the Spanish guards here came in to 500 Urban and gave him useful information as to the exact strength of the army of the centre. On the 30th, Wellington placed at 500 Urban's disposal the German heavy dragoons, a battalion of Halkett's brigade of the 7th Division, and a British battery, telling him to drive in the enemy's screen. The French gave way reluctantly, and on hearing of their attitude, Wellington ordered the whole 7th Division to follow 500 Urban's detachment and other divisions to make ready to move in succession. But the report that Segovia was being firmly held as the point de rassemblement for Clausel turned out to be false, for when the flying column approached that city it learnt that the main body of the enemy had left it in the morning for the Guadarrama Pass. A considerable rearguard, under General Espert, however, was left to guard Segovia till the king should have got a fair start, and its medieval walls made it defensible for a short time against a force without heavy artillery. 500 Urban could do nothing with his cavalry, but sent to Wellington a request that the 7th Division might move round to intercept Espert's retreat towards the Guadarrama by a forced march. His chief replied that he had no great faith in the success of any of these attempts to cut the French off, and that it did not appear to him more practicable at Segovia than elsewhere. The result of such attempts would merely be to fatigue the troops in getting into Segovia, and it might as well be done without fatiguing them. And so it was, for Espert decamped by night on August 3 unmolested, and 500 urban entered the place next morning, followed some time later by the infantry. He at once explored the mountain road toward the pass, and found that the French had completely disappeared. Not even at the puerto of the Guadarrama was a vedette to be seen. Wellington had now to revise his whole plan of campaign, since it had become clear that the two armies opposed to him had retreated in different directions, and could not possibly combine. While it was still conceivable that Clausel might defend the line of the Douro, he had brought up the main body of his infantry to Olmedo. But after his entry into Valladolid on the 30th, and the precipitate retreat of the army of Portugal toward Burgos, he had been for 2 days under the impression that King Joseph might stand at Segovia. Not only had he sent on the German dragoons and the 7th Division to follow 500 urban, but on July 31st he moved his own headquarters and the 3rd Division to Cuellar, while the 4th, 5th, and 8th Divisions were at El Pino on the Sega River, a few miles behind. He wrote next morning, August 1st, that he was in such a position that Joseph and Clausel could not possibly join, and that if the king lingered any longer at Segovia, I can move upon him and make him go quicker than he will like. But he imagined that the army of the center would fall back instantly on Madrid, as indeed it was doing at the very moment that he was writing his dispatch. On receiving the information that Joseph had vanished, Wellington halted for 3 whole days, August 2nd, 3rd, 4th, with his headquarters at Cuellar, and his infantry gathered round him in its neighborhood. The 1st and Light Divisions, which had marched as far as the Douro, came southward to join the rest. But it was only on the 5th that orders were issued for the march of nearly the whole army on Segovia by the road to Mozoncillo. During these 3 days of halt, Wellington had made up his mind as to his general policy. Clausel, whose army was harmless for the present, was to be ignored. Only a small containing force was to be left in front of him, while the main body of the Anglo-Portuguese host marched on Madrid. The strategical purpose that determined this decision was never set forth in full by Wellington. His contemporary dispatches to Lord Bathurst and to Hill are short and lack explanatory detail. He states his decision, but says little of his reasons for making it. Nor did he, at the end of the campaign, write any long official narrative of his doings, as he had done in 1810, and the causes that governed his action have to be deduced from scattered opinions expressed in many different documents. We need hardly take seriously the common French dictum, found in many a book written by his exasperated opponents, that he wished to parade himself as conqueror and liberator in the Spanish capital. That was not the sort of motive which any serious student of Wellington's character would dream of imputing to him. Nor, if we translate it into less offensive terms, would it be true to say that it was the political advantage of expelling the king from Madrid, and so demonstrating to all Europe the weakness of the French hold on the peninsula, that was the determining cause of the march into New Castile and the abandonment of the campaign on the Douro. We must rather look for definite military reasons. And of these, the predominant one was that he conceived that the most probable result of the Battle of Salamanca would be to force the king to call up Soult and Suchet to Madrid, in order to check the Anglo-Portuguese army, even at the cost of abandoning great tracts of conquered land in Andalusia and Valencia. Such indeed, as we have already seen, was Joseph's purpose. The order to Soult to evacuate his viceroyalty and to march on Toledo with his whole army had been issued a day or two before Wellington had made up his mind to turn southward. Suchet had been directed at the same time to send all that he could spare toward Madrid. Though the pursuit of Clausel to the Ebro offered many advantages, it would be a ruinous move if the enemy should concentrate 70,000 men at Madrid and then march on Valladolid to take the Allied army in the rear and cut it off from Portugal. It was quite uncertain whether Soult or Suchet would make this move, but that it was The correct one is certain. Wellington was aware that Soult had been summoned to send troops northward. Hitherto he had found excuses for refusing to obey, as his last intercepted dispatch of July 8 sufficiently showed. But the results of Salamanca might probably render further disobedience impossible, and the moment that Soult should hear of that tremendous event, it was reasonable to suppose that he would abandon his viceroyalty and march to join the king with every available man. If he found Joseph and his army still in possession of Madrid, they would have a central base and magazines from which to operate, and a very favorable strategic position. It was true that Wellington could call up Hill's 18,000 men, but this was the only succor on which he could count. Neither Ballesteros nor the numerous garrison of Cadiz would ever appear in New Castile if old experience was to be trusted. If some Spaniards did arrive, they would be very uncertain aid. Granted, therefore, that Soult marched on Toledo and Madrid to join the king, Wellington must take almost every man of the Salamanca army to face them, even allowing for the certain junction of Hill. He could only afford to leave a small, containing force to look after Clausel. But there was another possibility which made the situation still more doubtful. Would Suchet also push up to join King Joseph with the army of Valencia or the greater part of it? If he should do so, the odds would be too great, and a defensive campaign to cover Portugal and so much as was possible of the newly regained Spanish provinces would be the only resource. But Suchet's action depended upon a factor over which Wellington had some influence, though not a complete and dominating control. When he had started on the Salamanca campaign, he had been relying on Lord William Bentink's Sicilian expedition to keep the French in Valencia engaged. An attack on Catalonia would draw Suchet northward with all his reserves, and nothing would be left which O'Donnell and the Spanish army of Murcia could not contain. It will be remembered that a few days before the Battle of Salamanca, Wellington had received the disheartening news that Bentinck had countermanded his expedition and was turning himself to some chimerical scheme for invading Italy. This had left Suchet's attention free for the moment, and he might conceivably have sent troops to join the army of the center. Fortunately, he had not done so. Only Palambini's division and the small garrison of Cuenca had been swept up by King Joseph, without the marshal's consent and much to his disgust. Now, however, the whole prospect in eastern Spain had been transformed by the cheering news, received on July 30th near Valladolid, that Bentinck had once more changed his mind, and that a considerable expeditionary force under General Maitland had been sent to Majorca to pick up the Spaniards of Whittingham and Roche, and to execute, after all, the projected diversion. Maitland's own dispatch arrived 4 days later. It had traveled with extraordinary celerity from Palma to Ceuta in 15 days and announced his arrival on the Spanish coast and his intention to operate at once. This being so, Suchet would be out of the game if all went well, and only the king and Soult need be taken into consideration for the next month. But it was all important that the diversion on the east coast should be executed with firmness and decision. The best summary of Wellington's views at this moment is to be found in his letter to Lord William Bentinck, explaining the importance of Maitland's action in August. I have lately, on the 22nd, beaten Marshal Marmont in a general action near Salamanca, and I have pursued him beyond the Douro and entered Valladolid. The king is at Segovia with 12,000 or 15,000 men, and having driven Marmont from the lower Douro, my next object is to prevent him and Marmont, if possible, from joining. This I am about to attempt. Either the French, i.e. King Joseph, must lose all communication with their troops in the north of Spain, or they must oblige me to withdraw towards the frontiers of Portugal. This they cannot effect without bringing against me either Suchet's army or Soult's army, or both. I cannot but think, therefore, that it is very important that the attention of Suchet should be diverted from his possible operations against me by the Sicilian army, which will go to such important objects as Tarragona and Valencia. If Suchet's attention cannot be diverted from me, and notwithstanding Marmont's defeat, the French become too strong for me, I shall at least have the satisfaction of reflecting, while I am retiring, that General Maitland's progress will be unopposed, and we shall take Tarragona and Valencia. A few days later, Wellington was pleased to find that Suchet had been duly scared. An intercepted dispatch from him to King Joseph showed that he was thinking of nothing but the appearance of an English fleet off the Valencian coast, and that it was most unlikely that he would send any serious succors to the king. There remained, therefore, only Soult to be considered. The natural thing for him to do would be to evacuate Andalusia. As Wellington wrote a fortnight later, any other but a modern French army would now leave that province. Hill was writing at the same time, Lord Wellington continues advancing, and if he is able to keep his forward position, Soult will be ordered to reinforce the king. Indeed, I think that he must quit this part of the country entirely if matters do not go better with them. What neither Wellington nor Hill could foresee in early August was that the Marshal would still hang on to Andalusia and renew, in a more pressing form, his proposal of July 16th that Joseph and the army of the centre should take refuge with him beyond the Sierra Morena. But whether King Joseph received or did not receive succors from the south or east, it was clearly good military policy to turn him out of Madrid, while the army of Portugal was still completely negligible as a factor in the game. The loss of Madrid would be ruinous to him if he was left without reinforcements. If he received them, the enemy would find the problem of subsistence much more difficult if he had not Madrid to rely upon as his central base and magazine. Toledo would not serve him half so well, and the political effects of the recovery of the Spanish capital, even if only for a time, must be well worth gaining. It would shake the confidence of the Afrancesado party all over the peninsula, and it would be noted all round Europe. Accordingly, Wellington resolved to leave only a small containing detachment on the Douro to look after Clausel, whose recuperative power he somewhat underrated, and to march on Madrid with a force that would enable him, if joined by Hill, to fight Soult and King Joseph in combination. The containing body was put in charge of Clinton, who was almost the only divisional general of the old stock who still remained with the army. Graham and Picton were invalided. Leith and Lowry Cole had been wounded at Salamanca, along with Beresford and Stapleton Cotton. Nearly all the divisions were under interim commanders. Another reason for choosing Clinton for the detached duty was that his division, the 6th, had suffered more than any other unit at the recent battle. It was very low in numbers, only 3,700 men, including its Portuguese brigade, and needed to pick up convalescents and drafts before it could be considered effective for field service. Along with the 6th Division, there were left the 5 battalions that had recently joined the army from England or the Mediterranean stations. They were all Walcheren regiments and still riddled with sickness, and all had suffered from the forced marches which had brought them to the front just before. Wellington was discontented with their condition. The truth is, neither officers nor soldiers are accustomed to march. The men are very irregular, and owing to their irregularities, not able to bear the labor of marching in the heat of the sun. They were left to strengthen Clinton and to acclimatize themselves to the Spanish summer. If taken on to Madrid, they would have sown the roadside with broken-down stragglers. The 5 newly arrived battalions brought Clinton's strength up to 7,000 infantry. The whole of this force was cantoned in and about Ceuta, while the cavalry allotted to it, Anson's brigade, took a more advanced position along and beyond the Douro, covering not only its own infantry but the 2 Spanish divisions of Santasildas, who had occupied Valladolid on August 6th. The remainder of the army of Galicia was still occupied in the interminable siege of Astorga, which to Wellington's disgust still lingered on. The heavy guns had at last come up from Corunna, but the bombardment seemed to have little effect. Silvera had resumed the blockade of Zamora, but having no siege artillery could only wait till starvation should compel its garrison of 700 men to submit. Toro and Tordesillas were the only other places where Marmont had left a detachment. The latter surrendered to Santasildas on his march to Valladolid. About 300 French were taken there. The former was still holding out, observed by a small Spanish force. The task of keeping a close lookout upon Clausel was handed over to the guerrilleros, the Castilian chiefs Sayornil, Marquinez, and Principe. An English officer, who spent some days with the 2 last at this juncture, describes them as bandits, but very troublesome ones for the French. Deducting the Spaniards left before Astorga, and the Portuguese left before Zamora, there were some 18,000 men in all told off to contain Clausel. The orders left behind were that they should remain in their cantonments unless the enemy should move, which Wellington did not think a likely contingency, as they have nothing but their cavalry in a state fit for service. But if, rallying sooner than he expected, the French should march by Peninsular to try to rescue the garrisons of Astorga and Zamora, Santasildas was to retire, and to endeavor to defend the line of the Esla, while Silvera was to raise the blockade of Zamora and fall back behind that same river. If instead of making a raid westward to save the garrisons, Clausel should move against Valladolid, and the line of the Douro, Anson's cavalry, was to retire and join Clinton at Ceuta, and if the enemy came on against them in full force, both were then to fall back on Segovia. Santasildas was then directed to endeavor to move round Clausel's rear and to cut his communication with Burgos. Contrary to Wellington's expectation, as we shall presently see, the French general made both the moves suggested. He sent a column to relieve Astorga and Zamora and marched with his main body on Valladolid. The consequences of his advance will be related in their due place. Section 33, Chapter 9. The Pursuit of King Joseph, Majlahonda, Wellington at Madrid. Having thus made all his arrangements for containing Clausel, and for dealing with what he considered the unlikely chance of an offensive move by the army of Portugal, Wellington was at liberty to carry out his new strategical move. The mass of troops collected at Ceuta and its neighborhood was at last set in motion, and after his short halt and time of doubting, he himself marched against Madrid with the whole remaining force at his disposal. The 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and light divisions, Arenchalt's, Bach, S, and Ponsonby's late Le Marchant's cavalry brigades, the Portuguese infantry of Pack and Bradford, with 500 Urban's horse of that same nation, as also Carlos de España's Spanish infantry and Julian Sanchez's lancers. The whole, allowing for Salamanca losses and the wear and tear of the high roads, amounted to about 36,000 men. It was ample for the hunting of King Joseph, and sufficient, if Hill were called up, to face the king and Soult in conjunction, supposing that the latter should at last evacuate Andalusia and march on Toledo. Santasildas and Clinton were informed that it was the intention of the commander-in-chief to return to Castile when affairs in the south had been settled in a satisfactory fashion. No date, of course, could be assigned. All would depend on Soult's next move. On August 7th, the vanguard, consisting of the force that had occupied Segovia, 500 Urban's Portuguese squadrons, the heavy German dragoons, MacDonald's horse artillery troop, and one light battalion of the German Legion, marched forward 6 leagues, 5 of them against the collar. Remarks an artillery officer. The steep route lay past the royal summer palace of San Ildefonso, a beautiful place and most magnificently fitted up. What is very singular, the French have not destroyed a single stick of it. The rooms are hung as thick as can be with paintings of sorts. No hostile vedettes were discovered on the Guadarrama, and a reconnoitring party pushed as far as the Escurial, and reported that the enemy's most outlying picket was at Gallipoli, 3 or 4 miles to the southeast of that melancholy pile. Meanwhile, the main body, a march behind the vanguard, started from Segovia on the 8th, Ponsonby's dragoons and the 7th Division leading. Then came Alton's brigade, the 3rd, 4th, 8th Divisions, and Pack. The rear was brought up by the 1st and Light Divisions and Bradford, who only started from the neighborhood of Segovia on the 9th. The necessity for moving the whole army by a single mountain road, though it was a well-engineered one, caused the column to be of an immoderate length, and progress was slow. Headquarters were at San Ildefonso on the 8th August, at Navacerrada, beyond the summit of the Guadarrama, on the 10th, at Torrelodones, near the Escurial on the 11th. Meanwhile, 500 Urban, far ahead of the main body, occupied the Escurial on the 9th, and pushed on cautiously to Gallipoli, from whence the enemy had vanished. His rearguard was discovered at Las Rosas and Majlahonda, 5 miles nearer to Madrid. Wellington's orders were that his vanguard was to keep well closed up, the Germans close behind the Portuguese, and that nothing was to be risked till support from the leading divisions of the army was close at hand. Wherefore, on the 10th, 500 Urban, finding the French in force at Las Rosas, only advanced a few miles and bivouacked on the Guadarrama River at the bridge of Retama. He received news from the peasantry that King Joseph was preparing to evacuate Madrid, that convoys had already started, and that the main body of the army of the center was to march by the road of Mostoles on Toledo, where Soult was expected in a few days. The information, true as regards the evacuation, false as regards the approach of Soult, was duly sent back to Wellington, who lay that night at Navacerrada, 15 miles to the rear, with the 7th Division and Ponsonby's cavalry. Madrid was at this moment a scene of tumult and despair. The king had retired from Segovia still in a state of uncertainty as to whether Wellington intended to turn against him or whether he would pursue Clausel. He quite recognized the fact that, even if Soult obeyed the last dispatch sent to him on August 2nd, it would be too late for him to arrive in time to save Madrid. But there was a pause of some days, while Wellington was making up his mind at Ceuta, and it was only on the morning of the 8th that the news arrived that a strong column, 500 urban and the advanced guard, had started from Segovia on the preceding day, and that more troops were following. The orders to make ready for departure were issued at once, and a veritable panic set in among the French residents and the afrancesados. "Every one," wrote a keen observer on the 9th August, "is packing up his valuables and making ready for a flitting." Not to speak of the many Spaniards of birth and fortune who have committed themselves to the king's cause, there is an infinite number of minor officials and hangers-on of the palace, who by preference or by force of habit stuck to their old places. All these poor wretches dare not stay behind when the king goes. Their lot would be undoubtedly a dreadful one. They would fall victims to the ferocious patriotism of their fellow citizens who have never forgiven their desertion. Since the word for departure went round, everyone has been hunting for a vehicle or a saddle beast to get off at all costs. Add to this crowd a swarm of valets, servants, and dependents of all sorts. Most of the merchants and officials are, as is natural, taking their families with them. The caravan will be interminable. All night the noise of carriages, carts, and wagons rolling by without a moment's cessation under my windows kept me from sleep. On the next morning, he adds, more than 2,000 vehicles of one sort and another, loaded with bundles and bales and furniture, with whole families squatting on top, have quitted Madrid. Adding those who follow on foot or on horseback, there must be easily 10,000 of them. They are mostly without arms. There are numbers of women, old people, and children. It is a lamentable sight. They take the Aranjuez road, guarded by a considerable escort. The king, after resigning himself to the retreat and giving orders for the departure of the convoy and the greater part of his infantry, had still one troublesome point to settle. Should he or should he not leave a garrison behind to defend the great fortified enceinte on the Retiro Heights, outside the eastern gate of the city, which his brother had constructed to serve as a citadel to hold down Madrid and an arsenal to contain the assortment of stores of all kinds? Heavy material, especially in the way of artillery, had been accumulating there since the French occupation began. Here were parked all the guns captured at Uccle, Almanacid, and Arcania, and tens of thousands of muskets, the spoil of those same fields. There was a whole convoy of clothing destined for the army of the south, and much more that Joseph had caused to be made for his skeleton army of juramentados. There were 900 barrels of powder and some millions of rounds of infantry cartridges, not to speak of much arsenal plant of all kinds. All this would have either to be blown up or to be defended. The fortifications were good against guerrilleros or insurgents. There was a double enceinte and a star fort in the interior. But against siege guns, the place could obviously hold out for not more than a limited number of days. After 24 hours of wavering, Joseph, contrary to Jourdan's advice, resolved to garrison the Retiro, on the chance that it might defend itself till Soult reached Toledo and a counterattack upon Madrid became possible. If Soult should not appear, the place was doomed clearly enough, and the previous behavior of the Duke of Dalmatia made it by no means likely that he would present himself in time. However, the king directed Lafon Blagnac, the governor of the province of La Mancha, to shut himself in the works, with some 2,000 men, consisting mainly of the drafts belonging to the army of Andalusia. He would not leave any of the army of the center. Probably he considered that Soult would feel more interest in the fate of the Retiro if his own men formed its garrison. They were a haphazard assembly, belonging to some dozen different regiments, under-officered and mostly conscripts. But they were all French troops of the line. No Juramentados were among them. To their charge were handed over some 500 non-transportable sick of the Army of the Center, mostly men who had collapsed under the recent forced marches to and from Blasco Sancho. They were not in the Retiro, but at the military hospital in the Prado, outside the fortifications. Having sent off towards Aranjuez his convoy and the larger part of his troops, the king was suddenly seized with a qualm that he might be flying from an imaginary danger. What if the column that had been heard of on the Guadarrama was simply a demonstration, perhaps half a dozen squadrons and a few battalions of infantry? He would be shamed forever if he evacuated his capital before a skeleton enemy. Obsessed by this idea, he ordered General Traillard to take the whole of his cavalry, over 2,000 sabres, and drive in Wellington's advanced guard at all costs. Palombini's Italian division marched out from Madrid to support the reconnaissance. Traillard was ordered to use every effort to take prisoners, from whom information could probably be extracted by judicious questioning. On the morning of the 11th, the French outpost line outside of Madrid had been held only by Rizet's brigade of dragoons, 13th Anth regiments, about 700 sabres. It was these troops that 500 Urban had discovered on the previous night at Las Rosas. At dawn, he proceeded to drive them in, making sure that they would retire, as they had regularly done hitherto. His own force was much the same as that of the enemy, his 3 weak regiments, 7 squadrons, amounting to a little over 700 men. But he had with him MacDonald's horse artillery, and the French were gunless. Demonstrating against Rizet's front with 2 regiments, 500 Urban turned him with the 3rd and 2 guns. The flank movement had its due effect, and the dragoons gave back when shelled diagonally from a convenient slope. They retired as far as the village of Las Rosas and made a stand there. But on the flanking movement being repeated, they again drew back, and passing a second village, Majolahonda, went out of sight, taking cover in woods in the direction of Mostoles and Bodilla. 500 Urban was now within 7 miles of Madrid, and thought it well to write to Wellington to ask whether he should endeavor to enter the city or not. The reply sent to him was that he was to go no farther than Araveca, 3 miles outside the walls, till he should be supported. The head of the main column, headed by Ponsonby's heavy dragoons, would be up by the evening. Long before this answer reached him, 500 Urban was in terrible trouble. The maneuvering of the morning had taken up some 4 hours. It was about 10 when the French disappeared. While waiting for orders, the brigadier directed his regiments to quarter themselves in Majolahonda, water their horses, and cook their midday meal. After the pickets had been thrown out, all went quietly for 5 hours, and most of the men were enjoying a siesta at 3:30. They had now support close behind them, as the heavy German brigade and the 1st Light Battalion of the KGL had come up as far as Las Rosas, only 3/4 of a mile to their rear. The advance was to be resumed when the worst heat of the day should be over. But a little before 4 o'clock masses of French cavalry were seen debouching from the woods in front of Bodilla. This was Traillard, who had come up from the rear with 4 fresh regiments, 19th and Dragoons, Palombini's Italian Dragons de Napoleon, and the 1st Westphalian Lancers, and had picked up Rizet's brigade on the way. The whole force was over 2,000 strong, and was advancing in 3 lines at a great pace, evidently prepared to attack without hesitation. 500 Urban had barely time to form a line in front of Majolahonda when the enemy were upon him. It is certain that the wise policy would have been to make a running fight of it, and to fall back at once on the Germans at Las Rosas, for the Portuguese were outnumbered 3-1. But 500 Urban was a daring leader, honorably ambitious of distinction, and the excellent behavior of his brigade at Salamanca had inspired him with an exaggerated confidence in their steadiness. He sent back messengers to hurry up the German dragoons, and took position in front of Majolahonda, throwing out 1 squadron in skirmishing line, deploying 5 more in line of battle, 1st Anth regiments, and keeping 1 in reserve on his left flank to cover 4 horse artillery guns there placed. Here also were placed a party of 40 of the German dragoons, who had been sent out on exploring duty, and joined the Portuguese in time for the fight. Trailard came on in 3 successive lines of brigades, each composed of 6 squadrons, Riset's dragoons, 13th Anth, forming the front line, the other dragoon brigade, 19th and the 2nd, and the 2 foreign regiments the reserve. The clash came very quickly, before the British guns had time to fire more than 3 or 4 rounds. The Portuguese rode forward briskly enough till they were within a few yards of the enemy, when they checked, wavered, and went about, leaving their brigadier and their colonels, who were riding well in front, actually in the French ranks. 500 Urban cut his way out. The Viscount de Barbacena and Colonel Lobo were both severely wounded and taken prisoners. The broken line shivered in all directions and went to the rear, pursued by the French. Some of the fugitives rode into and carried away the reserve squadron, which abandoned the guns on the left as they were limbering up. There was a wild chase for the mile that intervened between the battle spot in front of Majolahonda and the village of Las Rosas. In it, 3 of the 4 horse artillery guns were captured, one by a wheel breaking, the other 2 by their drivers being cut down by the pursuing dragoons. Captain Dinelli, commanding the left section of the battery, and 14 of his men were taken prisoners, mostly wounded. The small party of German dragoons, under an officer named Kuhls, who chanced to be present, made a desperate attempt to save the guns. "Oh, how those poor fellows behaved," wrote Dinelli. "They were not much more than 20 in number, but when they saw the scrape our guns were in, they formed up to support us, which they had no sooner done than down came at least 150 dragoons and lancers. The poor fellows fought like men, but of course they were soon overpowered, and every soul of them cut to pieces." The main body of the leading French brigade rode, without a check, up to the first houses of Las Rosas, where they found the German heavy brigade only just getting into order, so swift had the rout been. When 500 Urban's first alarm came to hand, the horses were all unsaddled, the men, some asleep, some occupied in grooming their mounts or leading them to water. The trumpets blew, but the squadrons were only just assembling, when in a confused mass and a cloud of dust, flying Portuguese and pursuing French hurtled in among them. That no irreparable disaster took place was due to 2 causes. 2 captains, who had got a few of these men already together, gallantly charged the head of the French to gain time, and some of the light infantry opened a spattering fire upon them from the houses. Riset called back his regiments to reform them, and meanwhile the Germans came pouring out of the village and got into line anyhow, some on barebacked horses, some with bare heads, others in forage caps, many in their shirt sleeves. By the time that the French were advancing again, all the 4 squadrons of the heavies were more or less in line, and 500 Urban had rallied the greater part of his Portuguese on their left. The fight in front of Las Rosas was very fierce, though the Portuguese soon had enough of it and retired. But the Germans made a splendid resistance and ended by beating back the front line of the enemy. Trailard then put in his second line, and under the charge of these fresh squadrons, the dragoons of the Legion, still fighting obstinately, were pressed back to the entrance of the village. Colonel Jonquières, commanding the brigade in Bach's absence, was taken prisoner with a few of his men. The salvation of the overmatched cavalry was that the light infantry battalion of the Legion had now lined the outskirts of the village and opened such a hot fire that the enemy had to draw back. What Trailard would have done had he been left undisturbed, it is impossible to say, but just at this moment, Ponsonby's cavalry brigade and the head of the infantry column of the 7th Division came in sight from the rear, hurrying up to support the vanguard. The French drew off and retired in mass, with such haste that they did not even bring off the captured guns, which were found by the roadside not much damaged, though an attempt had been made to destroy their carriages. In this fierce fight, which was so honorable to the Germans and so much the reverse to the Portuguese, the vanguard lost nearly 200 men. The heavy brigade had officer and men killed, 5 officers and men wounded, 1 officer, Colonel Jonquières, and men prisoners. The Portuguese naturally suffered much more by their own fault, for it was in the rout that they were cut up. They had officers and men killed, 3 officers and men wounded, an officer and men missing. MacDonald's unfortunate battery lost 6 killed, 6 wounded, and its second captain Dinelli and men missing. Most of the latter were more or less hurt. The KGL Light Battalion had wounded. The total casualty list, therefore, was 15 officers and men. It is probable that the French did not suffer much less, for they had as many as 17 officers disabled, including Rizet, the brigadier who led the first line, and more of the officers of his 2 regiments. The supporting corps lost only 5 officers wounded among the 4 of them. But a loss of 17 officers must certainly imply that of at least 150 men. The Germans had used their broadswords most effectively. Traylord sought to diminish the effect of his loss by making the preposterous statement that he had killed of the Allies, wounded, and carried off 60 prisoners. He forgot also to mention that he left the 3 captured guns behind him. After this affair, Wellington made the memorandum. The occurrences of the 22nd of July had induced me to hope that the Portuguese dragoons would have conducted themselves better, or I should not have placed them at the outposts of the army. I shall not place them again in situations in which, by their misconduct, they can influence the safety of other troops. It is fair to 500 urban men, however, to remember that they were put into action against superior numbers, and with a knowledge that they themselves were unsupported, while the enemy had 2 lines of reserve behind him. To be broken under such circumstances was perhaps inevitable, but the second rout in the vicinity of Las Rosas was much more discreditable. Their brigadier, very reticent in his dispatch to Wellington, wrote in a private letter, "The same men who at Salamanca followed me into the French ranks like British dragoons, on this 11th of August, at the first charge went just far enough to leave me in the midst of the enemy's ranks. In the second, which having got them rallied, I attempted, I could not get them within 10 yards of the enemy. They left me alone, and vanished from before the helmets like leaves before the autumn wind." Traylord brought back to King Joseph the news that Wellington in person was certainly marching on Madrid with the greater part of his army. Indeed, his prisoners had tried to scare him by saying that 8,000 horse were coming down on him, and otherwise exaggerating the numbers of the Allies. The cavalry brigades fell back to form the rearguard of the king's army, which moved on Valdemoro and Aranjuez, not toward Toledo, for certain information had come that none of Soult's troops were anywhere near that ancient city. The convoy had been turned towards Ocaña and the road to Valencia. Wellington entered Madrid unopposed next day, vexed that his arrival should have been marred by the untoward business at Majellahonda, a devil of an affair, as he called it in a private letter to Stapleton Cotton. But the inhabitants of the Spanish capital took little heed of the mishap. The departure of the French was the only thing that mattered. Their enthusiasm was unbounded. "I never witnessed," wrote an intelligent observer in the ranks, "such a scene before. For a distance of 5 miles from the gates, the road was crowded with the people who had come out to meet us, each bringing something: laurel boughs, flowers, bread, wine, grapes, lemonade, sweetmeats, and sea. The road was like a moving forest from the multitude who carried palms, which they strewed in the way for us to march over. Young ladies presented us with laurel and even fixed it in our caps. Others handed us sweetmeats and fruit. Gentlemen had hired porters to bring out wine, which they handed to us as we passed by. Every individual strove to outvie each other in good nature. On the other hand, the feelings of each British soldier were wound up to the highest pitch. Wellington himself rode at the head of our regiment. We were flushed with victory, and a defeated enemy was flying in our front. Proud of the honor paid us by the people, we entered Madrid, the air rent with cries of "Long live Wellington, long live the English." The crowd and shouts and ringing of bells was beyond description. The men on the flanks were involuntarily dragged out of their subdivisions into houses and treated with the best that could be found for them. It was with difficulty that Lord Wellington could keep his seat on horseback. Every one was pressing round him. They kissed his hands, his sword, even his horse, and the ground he had passed over. It would have been a moment of intoxicating exultation to most men, but Wellington looked beyond the laurels and the shouting. It is impossible to describe the joy of the inhabitants on our arrival. He wrote, in his rather ponderous style, "I hope that the prevalence of the same sentiment of detestation of the French yoke, which first induced them to set the example of resistance to the usurper, will again induce them to make exertions in the cause of their country, which, being more wisely directed, will be more efficacious than those they formerly made. But hope is not the same as expectation." That evening the whole city was illuminated, and the streets were so full, till long after midnight, of crowds tumultuously joyful, that some cautious officers feared that the French garrison of the Retiro might sally out to make mischief in the confusion. La Fonblaniac, however, kept quiet. He was already quailing over two discoveries, the one that his water supply was very short, the other that the inner enceinte of the works was so full of miscellaneous combustible stuff, shot in at the last moment, that nothing was more probable than a general conflagration if he were to be bombarded. It had also begun to strike him that his outer line of defenses was very weak, and his second one very constricted for the amount of men and material that he had in charge. The larger enceinte, indeed, only consisted, for the greater part of its extent, of the loopholed wall of the Retiro Park, with some fletches placed in good flanking positions. On the side facing the Prado were buildings, the Retiro Palace and the Museum, which had been barricaded and made tenable. They formed the strongest section of the exterior line. The inner enceinte was a more formidable affair, with 10 bastion fronts on the scale of a powerful fieldwork. The Star Fort, which constituted the final refuge for the garrison, was built around the solid building that had once been the Royal Porcelain Manufactory, where the celebrated Buen Retiro china was made. It had a ditch 12 feet deep and 24 wide, and was formidably palisaded. Wellington reconnoitered the works on the 13th, and directed that the outer line should be stormed that night. 300 men of the 3rd Division were told off to break into the park wall on the north, near the Bull Ring. 300 more from the 51st Anth Regiments of the 7th Division were to attack the southwest angle of the enceinte, which was formed by the wall of the Botanical Garden. Both assaults were completely successful. The walls were so flimsy that they were easily hewn through with picks, or beaten in with beams used as battering rams, and the 68th found and broke open a postern. The resistance was very weak. Only 10 of the storming parties were killed or wounded, and the enemy retired almost at once into his second line, abandoning the palace and other fortified buildings. La Fonblaniac was now in a deplorable position, for there was only one well of moderate capacity within the second enceinte to serve the whole garrison. He had lost those in the palace at the foot of the hill, and the old porcelain manufactory within the Star Fort had been wont to be supplied by a little aqueduct, which had of course been cut by the British. It was clear that a lack of water would soon be a serious problem, but a superfluity of fire was a still more probable one. The garrison was crowded up among buildings and stores, and the large factory inside the Star Fort was specially dangerous. A very few shells would suffice to kindle it and to smoke out or smother its defenders. On the morning of the 14th, La Fonblaniac sent out a flag of truce, ostensibly to deliver a threat to fire upon the town if he were pressed, really to see if he could get tolerable terms before the British had begun to batter him, for he could note preparations to bring up heavy guns being made. Wellington saw the parlementaire in person, and a conclusion was arrived at in a very few minutes. Tolerable conditions of surrender were granted, the garrison to march out with honors of war, the officers to keep their swords, horses, and baggage, the men their knapsacks unsearched. All arms and stores were to be handed over intact. At 4 o'clock the French marched out, most of them drunk, and affecting a great rage against the governor for surrendering so tamely. Yet it is clear that he could not have held out for more than a day or two, with great loss of life and no strategical profit, since there was absolutely no chance of the place being relieved. The prisoners were sent off under escort to Lisbon. On the way they were joined by the garrison of Guadalajara, which had surrendered with equal facility to the Empecinado. This was a force of juramentados and foreigners, regiments Royal Étranger and Royal Irlandese, about 900 strong, under a General de Pria of the Spanish not the French service. They feared for their necks if they resisted the guerrilleros and made practically no resistance. The stores in the Retiro proved most useful. Nearly every regiment at Madrid was supplied with new shoes from them. The stock of blue French regimental coats was issued to the artillery and light dragoons, to be cut up into jackets. Joseph's juramentado uniforms served to reclothe Carlos de España's and Julian Sanchez's men. The most unexpected find in the fort was the eagles of the 51st Line Anthleger, which had somehow got into the Retiro, though the bulk of those corps were with Soult's army and only detachments of them were at Madrid. They were sent to the Prince Regent and now hang in the chapel of Chelsea Hospital. The garrison was found to consist of 4 chefs de bataillon, 22 captains, 42 other officers, and 982 men, the latter including some 200 non-military employees. In addition, 6 officers and rank and file had been surrendered in the hospital, which was outside the Retiro, before the attack on the place began. Here we must leave Wellington for a space, triumphant in the Spanish capital, and much worried by the polite and effusive attentions of the authorities and inhabitants, who lavished on him and his officers banquets, balls, and bullfights for many days, in spite of the penury which had been prevailing for years in the half-ruined city. Never was an army better treated. Wine could be had for the asking, and at last the men had to be confined to their quarters for many hours a day, lest they should be killed by kindness. The Constitution was proclaimed in state, a patriotic municipality elected, and Carlos de España was made governor. He signalized his appointment by arresting a good many afrancesados and garroting with much ceremonial the priest Diego Lopez, who had been one of King Joseph's most noted spies. Note, for the garrison of the Retiro, I can find no regular details. Wellington gives only totals of the surrendered force. But a paper of Jourdan's at Paris, though dated so far back as July 17th, speaks of the Madrid garrison as containing 230 men of the 312th Leger, 250 of the 345th, and a whole bataillon de Marque more of Soult's army, 750 strong, together with 200 hommes isolés, and a considerable number of dismounted cavalry. I suspect that these formed the Retiro garrison in August, as well as in July. The other troops noted as left at Madrid on July 18th, a battalion of Nassau, the Despots of the Royal Guard, 28th Anth, and 3 Spanish battalions were certainly not in the surrender, and had marched off on August 10th with the king. But a good many scores of the 50th, belonging to Marmont's army, were among the prisoners. I suspect that these were the garrison of Avila, which retired on Madrid on getting the news of the Battle of Salamanca. Section 33, Chapter 10. Affairs in the South, June-August 1812. SOULT, Hill, and BALLASTROS. 2 months elapsed between Wellington's passage of the Aigueda on his offensive march into the Kingdom of Leon and his triumphal entry into Madrid. During this critical time, there had been constant alarms and excursions in Andalusia and Estremadura, but nothing decisive had occurred. This was all that Wellington wanted. If employment were found for the French army of the south, so that it got no chance of interfering with the campaign on the Douro, he was perfectly satisfied and asked for nothing more. It will be remembered that his instructions to Hill, before he started on the march to Salamanca, were that Soult must be diverted as far as possible from sending troops northward. The main scheme was that Ballesteros and Hill should, if possible, combine their operations so as to bring pressure upon the enemy alternately. The Cadiz Regency had readily agreed to stir up the Spanish general to activity, if he would demonstrate once more, as in April, against Seville, so as to attract Soult's attention and cause him to concentrate. Hill should press in upon Drouet and the French troops in Estremadura, so as to force the marshal to draw off from the Spaniard. Similarly, if Soult should concentrate against Hill, Ballesteros was to strike again at Seville, or the rear of the Cadiz lines, which would infallibly bring the marshal southward again in haste. When Wellington crossed the Aigueda, Hill had his corps collected in central Estremadura, headquarters at Almendrelejo. The troops cantoned about Ribera, Villafranca, Fuente del Meister, and Los Santos, with Pene Villemer's Spanish horse in front at Zafra. Hill had in hand his old force, the 2nd Division and Hamilton's Portuguese, with 2, instead of the usual 1, British and 1 Portuguese cavalry brigades. He could also call up, if needed, the 3 strong Portuguese infantry regiments, 5th, 17th, 22nd, which were holding Badajoz till a sufficient native garrison should be provided for it. At present only a few hundred Spaniards Toreadors de Doyle had appeared. Far away, to the north of the Guadiana, observing the French posts on the Tagus, there was a detached Portuguese cavalry regiment at Placentia. This outlying unit was also put under Hill's charge. Its object was to give early notice of any possible stir by the French, in the direction of Almaraz or the recently restored bridge of Alcantara. Morillo's infantry division of Castaños's army was lying on the right of Hill, in southwestern Estremadura. Wellington suggested that the Spanish general might be willing to throw it into Badajoz, and so liberate the Portuguese regiments lying there, if Soult should advance before the regular garrison intended for the great fortress should arrive from Cadiz. The whole force watching Soult amounted to nearly 19,000 men, not including the Spaniards. Of this total, about 7,500 sabres and bayonets were British, something over 11,000 were Portuguese. In addition, Morillo and Pene Villema had not quite 4,000 Spanish horse and foot. Supposing that a minimum garrison were thrown into Badajoz, Morillo's infantry for choice, Hill could dispose of 18,000 Anglo-Portuguese for field operations, not including the Portuguese cavalry by the Tagus, who had the separate duty of watching the army of the center. The French in Estremadura still consisted of the old contingent, which 500 Erlon had been administering since the year began, viz. his own and Derricau's infantry divisions, with Lallemand's and Perriman's cavalry, altogether not more than 12,000 men, for several of the infantry regiments had lost a battalion apiece when Badajoz fell. Since his excursion to Don Benito and Medellin at the time of Hill's raid on Almaraz, 500 Erlon had drawn back, abandoning all southern and most of eastern Estremadura to the Allies. He himself was lying at Azuaga and Fuente Ovejuna on the slopes of the Sierra Morna, while Derricau was more to the north, about Zalamia, rather too far off to give his chief prompt support. Derricau's detachment in this direction seems to have been caused by a desire to make communication with the army of Portugal easy, if the latter should ever come southward again from the Tagus and push to Truxillo as in 1811. It was clear that unless Soult should reinforce his troops to the north of the mountains, Hill need fear nothing. Indeed, he had a distinct superiority over 500 Erlon. Early in June, however, there was no danger that any troops from Seville would come northward, for Ballesteros' diversion had taken place somewhat earlier than Wellington had wished, and the disposable reserve of the army of Andalusia was far away in the extreme southern point of the province. After his success at Alhoran in April and his subsequent pursuit by Soult's flying columns, Ballesteros had taken refuge, as was his wont when hard pressed, under the guns of Gibraltar. The French retired when they had consumed their provisions and fell back to their usual stations at Malaga and Ronda and along the line of the Guadalete. When they were gone, the Spanish general emerged in May and recommenced his wonted incursions, ranging over the whole of the mountains of the south. Having received the dispatches of the Regency, which directed him to execute a diversion in favor of the Allied army in Estremadura, he obeyed with unexpected celerity and took in hand a very bold enterprise. General Conroux, with the column whose task it was to cover the rear of the Cadiz lines, was lying at Bornos, behind the Guadalete, in a slightly entrenched camp. He had with him about 4,500 men. Ballesteros resolved to attempt to surprise him on the morning of June 1. Having got together all his disposable troops, 8,500 infantry and a few squadrons of horse, he made a forced march, and favored by a heavy mist at dawn, fell upon the enemy's cantonments and surprised them. He won a considerable success at first, but the French rallied, and after a hard fight broke his line by a general charge and drove him back across the Guadalete. Conroux was too exhausted to pursue, and Ballesteros remained in position, apparently meditating a second attack, when on seeing some cavalry detachments coming up to join the enemy, he sullenly retired. He had lost 1,500 men and guns, the French over 400. The first note of alarm from Bornos had caused Soult to send what reserves he could collect from the Cadiz lines and Seville, 6 battalions and 2 cavalry regiments, and since Ballesteros had been beaten, but not routed, he thought it necessary to give prompt attention to him. Thereupon, the Spaniard retreated first to Abrique, and when threatened in that position, to his old refuge in the lines of San Roque before Gibraltar. Soult would have liked to make an end of him, and would also have been glad to direct a new attack upon Tarifa, which served as a second base to the roving Spanish corps. He mentions his wish to capture it in more than one of his dispatches of this summer. But his attention was drawn away from Ballesteros and the south by the prompt advance of Hill, who, as had been settled, pressed in upon Drouet at the right moment. On the 7th June, he moved forward his headquarters from Almendrelejo to Fuente del Meister, and 2 days later to Zafra. On the 11th, Pene Villemer's cavalry pushed out from Lerena towards Azuaga, while Slade's brigade, advancing parallel with the Spanish general, pressed forward from Lira on Magila, a village some 15 miles in front of Drouet's headquarters at Fuente Ovejuna. This reconnaissance in force brought on the most unlucky combat that was ever fought by the British cavalry during the Peninsular War, the skirmish of Magila. Slade, an officer whose want of capacity we have before had occasion to notice, after some hours of march began to get in touch with French dragoon vedettes, and presently, after driving them in, found himself facing Lallemand's brigade. Their forces were nearly equal, each having 2 regiments, Slade the 1st Royals Anad Dragoon Guards, Lallemand the 17th Anth Dragoons. They had about 700 sabres aside. If anything, Slade was a little the stronger. The French general showed considerable caution and retired for some distance, till he had nearly reached Magila, where he turned to fight. Slade at once charged him, with the Royals in front line and the 3rd Dragoon Guards supporting. The first shock was completely successful, the French line being broken and more than 100 men being taken. But Slade then followed the routed squadrons with headlong recklessness, each regiment, as he wrote in his very foolish report of the proceedings, vying with the other which should most distinguish itself. The pursuit was as reckless as that of the 13th Light Dragoons at Campo Mayor in the preceding year, and resolved itself into a disorderly gallop of several miles. After the French had passed a defile beyond Magila, a sudden cry was heard. "Look to your right." A fresh squadron, which Lallemand had left in reserve, was seen bearing down on the flank of the disordered mass. Charged diagonally by a small force, but one in good order, the British dragoons gave way. Lallemand's main body turned upon them, and the whole brigade in the greatest disorder, and regardless of all the exertions and appeals of their general and their regimental officers, continued their disgraceful flight, till victors and fugitives, equally overcome and exhausted by the overpowering heat and the clouds of thick dust, came to a standstill near Valencia de las Torres, some 4 miles from Magila, where at last Slade was able to collect his regiments and to retire to the woods beyond Lira. In this discreditable affair, Slade lost 22 killed, 26 wounded, and no less than 2 officers and men taken prisoners, most of the latter wounded, a total casualty list of 166. Lallemand acknowledges in his report a loss of 51 officers and men. The defeated general irritated Wellington by a very disingenuous report, in which he merely wrote that, "I am sorry to say our loss was severe, as the enemy brought up a support, and my troops being too eager in pursuit, we were obliged to relinquish a good number of prisoners that we had taken, and to fall back on Lira." He then added, in the most inappropriate phrases, "Nothing could exceed the gallantry displayed by both officers and men on this occasion, in which Colonels Calcraft and Clinton, commanding the 2 regiments, distinguished themselves, as well as all the other officers present." Wellington's scathing comment, in a letter to Hill, was, "I have never been more annoyed than by Slade's affair, and I entirely concur with you in the necessity of inquiring into it. It is occasioned entirely by the trick our officers of cavalry have acquired, of galloping at everything, and then galloping back as fast as they galloped on the enemy. They never consider their situation, never think of maneuvering before an enemy, so little that one would think they cannot maneuver except on Wimbledon Common, and when they use their arm as it ought to be used, viz. Offensively, they never keep nor provide for a reserve. The Royals Anad Dragoon Guards were the best cavalry regiments in this country, and it annoys me particularly that the misfortune has happened to them. I do not wonder at the French boasting of it. It is the greatest blow they have struck. It is curious to find that Slade retained command of his brigade till May 1813. One would have expected to find him relegated to Great Britain at a much earlier date, but Wellington was not even yet in full control of the removal or promotion of his senior officers. Other generals with whom he was equally discontented, such as Erskine and Long, were also left upon his hands, after he had set a black mark against their names. The combat of Magilla, however unsatisfactory in itself, made no difference to the general strategy of the campaign. Drouet, having drawn back on Hill's advance, sent messages to Soult to the effect that unless he were strongly reinforced, he must retire from the Sierra Morena and cover the roads to Cordova on the Andalusian side of the mountains. He reported that he had only 6,000 men in hand, and that Hill was coming against him with 30,000, including the Spaniards. Both these figures were fantastic. For reasons best known to himself, 500 Erlon did not include Daracau's division in his own total, while he credited Hill with 15,000 men in the 2nd British Division alone, which was really 8,000 strong, including its Portuguese brigade, and reported with circumstantial detail that the 7th Division had come down from Portelaga and joined the 2nd. Soult sent on 500 Erlon's dispatch to Madrid with the comment that Hill's advance showed that the main intention of Wellington was certainly to attack Andalusia and not to fall upon Marmont. But that he did not consider such an attack very imminent is sufficiently shown by the fact that he detached to Drouet's aid only one division of infantry, that of Berrois, which composed his central reserve, and one of cavalry, that of Pierre Soult, or a total of 6,000 infantry and 200 cavalry. Such a reinforcement would have been futile if he had really believed that Wellington was marching against Seville. His real view may be gathered from his estimate of Hill's force at 15,000 Anglo-Portuguese and 0 Spaniards, a total very remote from the alarmist reports of Drouet and not far from the truth. The reinforcements sent under Berrois would give the Estremadura detachment a practical equality in numbers with Hill and a great superiority in quality. The orders sent to Drouet were that he was to advance against Hill, to strive to get him to an engagement, at any rate to contain him, so that he should not detach troops north of the Guadiana to join Wellington or to demonstrate against Madrid. If things went well, Drouet was to invest Badajoz and to occupy Merida, from whence he would try to get into communication via Truxillo with the troops of the Army of the Centre. The final paragraph of his directions stated that Drouet's main object must be to make such a formidable diversion that Wellington would have to reinforce Hill. When the army of Portugal finds that it has less of the English army in front of it, we may perhaps persuade it that the enemy's plan is certainly to invade the provinces of the south of Spain before he acts directly against the north. Then, no doubt, changed dispositions will be made. Unfortunately for the strategical reputation of Soult, Wellington crossed the Aigde with 7 of his 8 divisions to attack Marmont, on the very day after this interesting dispatch was written. 500 Erlon had been promised that Berrois should march to his aid on the 14th, but it was not till the 16th that the column from Seville started to join him, and then it marched not by the route of Constantina and Guadalcanal, as 500 Erlon had requested, but by the high road from Andalusia to Badajoz via Monasterio. If Hill had been pressing the troops in front of him with vigor, the French would have been in an awkward position, since they were on separate roads and might have been driven apart and kept from junction by a decisive movement from Lerana, where Hill's cavalry and advanced guard lay. But the British general had orders to attract the attention of Soult and to contain as many of the enemy as possible, rather than to risk anything. He resolved, when he heard of the approach of Berrois, to retire to the heights of Albura, which Wellington had pointed out to him as the most suitable position for standing at bay if he were pressed hard. Accordingly, he drew back by slow stages from Zafra towards Badajoz, covering his rear by his cavalry, which suffered little molestation. Berrois joined Drouet at Bienvenida near Zafra on the 19th, and their united force, since Daracau had come in to join them from the direction of Zalamea, with the greater part of his division, must have amounted to over 18,000 men, though Drouet, in a report to King Joseph, states it at a decidedly lower figure. They advanced cautiously as far as Villafranca and Fuente del Meister, which their infantry occupied on June 21, while their numerous cavalry lay a little way in front, at Villalba, Azuchal, and Almendralejo. On the same day, Hill had taken up the Albura position, on which several points had been entrenched. As Hill had just called out the 3 garrison regiments of Portuguese from Badajoz, he had now between 18,000 and 0 of his own army in position, besides Villemer's Spanish cavalry. This last, together with Long's and Slade's squadrons, were thrown out in front of the Albura River, with their vedettes in Santa Marta, Almendral, and Court de Pellias, only a mile or two from the French advanced posts. They were directed not to give way till they were severely pressed, as Hill wished to avoid at all costs the kind of surprise that had befallen Beresford in 1811, when Long had retired so precipitately before the French horse that he could give no account of their strength nor of the position of Soult's infantry. But the expected advance of the enemy hung fire. From the 21st onwards, Hill was waiting to be attacked and sending almost daily accounts of the situation to Wellington. But the main body of the French moved no farther forward. This was all the more surprising to the English general, because he had intercepted a letter written on May 31 from King Joseph to Drouet, in which the latter was directed to Passer-sur-la-Cour Hill, and then to come up to the Tagus to join the army of the centre. Not knowing how entirely Soult and 500 Erlon were ignoring all orders from Madrid, both Wellington and his trusty lieutenant thought that such instructions must almost certainly bring about an action. The former wrote to the latter on June 28, after receiving several statements of the situation. If you should find that Drouet separates his troops, or if he pretends to hold you in check with a smaller body of men than you think you can get the better of, fall upon him, but take care to keep a very large proportion of your troops in reserve. I should prefer a partial affair to a general one, but risk a general affair, keeping always a large body of reserve, particularly of cavalry, rather than allow Drouet to remain in Estremadura and keep you in check. But the enemy neither came on for a general action, nor scattered his troops so widely as to induce Hill to risk an attack on any point of his line. He remained with his infantry massed about Villafranca and Fuente del Meister, and only demonstrated with his cavalry. The cause of this inactivity on Drouet's part was partly, perhaps, his overestimate of Hill's strength, but much more Soult's unwillingness to obey the orders sent him from Madrid. He was determined not to detach a third part of his army to the Tagus to join the army of the centre. He was by this time fully embarked on his long course of insubordinate action, with which we have already dealt when writing of the king's desires and their frustration. On the 26th, May Joseph had sent him the dispatch which directed that 500 Erlon must come up northward if Wellington's main attack turned out to be directed against Marmont and the army of Portugal. His corps is the pivot on which everything turns. He is the counterpoise which can be thrown into the balance in one scale or the other, according as our forces have to act on the one side or the other. Drouet himself had at the same time received that order to the same effect, sent to him directly and not through his immediate superior, which so much scandalized Soult's sense of hierarchical subordination. On getting the Madrid dispatch of May 26 upon June 8, Soult had written to say that Wellington's real objective was Andalusia and not the north, that Marmont was utterly misled if he supposed that he was to be attacked by the main body of the Allies, that Graham, with 2 British divisions, was still at Portalegre in support of Hill, and that Drouet had therefore been forbidden to lose touch with the army of the south by passing towards the Tagus. If he departed, the whole fabric of French power in the south would go to pieces. I should have to pack up and evacuate Andalusia after the smallest check. Drouet should contain Hill, but could do no more. In a supplementary dispatch of June 12, provoked by the receipt of Joseph's direct orders to Drouet, Soult went further, definitely stating that the troops in Estremadura should not go to the Tagus, where they would be lost to the army of the south, but would never arrive in time to help the army of Portugal. If Drouet passed the Tagus, Hill would march on Seville, and on the 6th day would capture that insufficiently garrisoned capital, put himself in communication with Ballesteros, and raise the siege of Cadiz. I repeat that the army of the south cannot carry out its orders and send Count 500 Erlon and 0 men to the valley of the Tagus without being compelled to evacuate Andalusia within the fortnight. If your Majesty insists, remove me from command. I do not wish to be responsible for the inevitable disaster that must follow. General map of Estremadura. Enlarge Estremadura. At the same time, Drouet, much vexed at having personal responsibility thrown upon his shoulders by the king's direct orders to him to march without consulting Soult, wrote to Madrid that he was very weak, that Hill was in front of him with a superior force, and that Barrois and Pierre-Soult, who had just joined him, were under strict orders not to go beyond the Guadiana, so that if he himself marched towards the Tagus, it would be with a very small force. But he dare not make that move. I am absolutely obliged to stop where I am in presence of Hill, who still remains concentrated on the Albura position, which he has entrenched, with at least 25,000 men. Indeed, an attack by Hill was expected day by day. At the moment of writing, there is lively skirmishing going on at the outposts, and news has come in that the whole Allied army is advancing. Drouet, in short, was determined to evade responsibility, and summed up the situation by the conclusion that he was acting for the best in containing Hill and his very large detachment, who could be of no use to Wellington in the campaign which the latter was now reported to have begun against Marmont in the north. He could do no more. The deadlock in front of the Albura position lasted for many days, from June 21st till July 2nd. This was a very trying time for Hill's corps. The weather was excessively hot. The ground was hideous with the insufficiently buried corpses of the battle of last year, and sickness was very prevalent in some regiments. For the first day or two after the arrival of the French at Villafranca and Almendrelejo, an attack was expected each morning, but nothing in particular happened. Drouet kept quiet behind his cavalry screen and did no more than send foraging parties out on his flanks, which ravaged the countryside as far as Merida and Feria. Overvaluing Hill's strength, he dreaded to commit himself to an attack on a superior force, covered by field works and in a fine position. Nothing was seen of him for 10 days, save that on the 26th he felt the posts of the Allies at Corte de Pelias and Santa Marta and retired after a little cavalry skirmishing. On July 1, however, he executed a more searching reconnaissance, with 3 brigades of cavalry under the direction of Pierre-Soult, Vinot, S in the center, Spars on the right, Lallemans on the left. Barrois' infantry division came up in support. Vinot drove in a Portuguese cavalry regiment of J. Campbell's brigade from Corte de Pelias, but retired when he found it supported by Long's light dragoons in front of the Albura position. Lallemand found Santa Marta held by Pene-Villemer's cavalry and turned them out of it with considerable loss, for the Spanish general unwisely offered battle and was routed after a very short contest. He retired into the wood of Albura, whose edge was occupied by Slade's heavy dragoons, supported by the pickets of Byng's infantry brigade. A troop of the 3rd Dragoon Guards made a gallant charge to cover the retreat of the Spaniards and suffered some loss in bringing them off. Lallemand at dusk pressed forward and cut off a small party of the Buffs, who would have been taken prisoners if a troop of the 2nd Hussars KGL had not rescued them by a sudden counterattack. Spars' brigade on the right did no more than skirmish with the Allied outposts along the lower course of the river Albura. At night all the French cavalry retired, and 500 Erlon wrote to Soult that his reconnaissance had completely fulfilled its object, by making him certain that Hill had 0 foot, 3,000 horse, and a very strong force of artillery in position, so that it would be insane to attack him. On the next morning, July 2nd, Hill determined to make use of Wellington's permission to bring on an action if he should judge that Drouet was not strong enough to face him. The weakness of the French demonstration had convinced him that the enemy was not ready to fight. Collecting the whole of his army, he advanced from the Albura position towards Santa Marta, thus challenging Drouet to a fight. The enemy's vedettes made no stand and retired when pushed. On reaching Santa Marta, Hill halted for the night in battle order, and on the morning of the 3rd resumed his movement, which was directed to cutting off Drouet from the great road to Seville, while Erskine with the light cavalry, Long and J. Campbell's Portuguese, advanced down the high road to Villalba, supported by 1 British and 1 Portuguese brigade of infantry. Hill himself, with the rest of his army, executed a flank march to Feria, and having got behind the French left wing, turned inward and moved toward Los Santos. The enemy's main body at Villafranca and Fuente del Meister were thus prevented from using the high road to Seville and placed in a position which compelled Drouet either to fight or to retire southeastward towards Uzeguer and Lerena. Next morning, July 4, Hill expected a battle, for Barrois' division and all Pierre-Soult's cavalry were found in a strong position at Fuente del Meister, and the rest of the French were close behind at Religio. But when he continued his movement toward the right, outflanking Berrois instead of attacking him, the enemy gave way and retired, protected by his cavalry, retreating on Ribera, Hinojosa, and Uzega. There was lively skirmishing between the squadrons of the British advanced guard and those of the French rearguard, but no serious engagement. The same general plan of action continued on the 5th. Hill, keeping his army well concentrated, moved in 2 columns on Uzega and Bienvenida, the bulk of his cavalry riding at the head of his left-hand column and pressing in the French horse. Drouet took up a position at Valencia de las Torres, where he had found strong ground, and thought on the 6th that he would risk a defensive action. But Hill, instead of marching in upon him, continued his flanking movement towards Lerena. Thereupon Drouet, finding that he would be cut off from Andalusia if he remained in his chosen position, evacuated it and fell back by Magala on Berlanga and Azuaga. The 2 armies had thus got back into exactly the same positions in which they had lain on June 19th, before Hill's retreat to Albura. The tale of their maneuvers bears a curious resemblance to the contemporary movements of Wellington and Marmont between Salamanca and Tordesillas. In each case, one combatant, when pressed, retired and took up a strong position, Marmont at Tordesillas Palos Toro, Hill at Albura. He then issued from it after some days, and by persistent flank movements dislodged his opponent and drove him back to the same position from which he had started, so that the situation came back to that which it had been 3 weeks before. But here the parallel ended. Marmont pressed his advantage too far and got entangled in the disastrous maneuver of July 22, which brought on the Battle of Salamanca and his own ruin. Hill, contented with what he had achieved, halted at Lerena and did not push matters to a decisive action. He had done all that Wellington desired in keeping Soult's attention diverted from Marmont's peril, and in containing a hostile force as great as his own. Moreover, he had driven it off the road to Seville, and if it retreated on Andalusia, it would have to be on Cordova, by the road of Constantina, since no other remained available. But a new development of this complicated and indecisive campaign began on July 10th. Drouet, thinking apparently that Hill's farther advance might be stopped as effectively by assuming a position on his flank as by direct opposition in front, shifted his right wing, Daracau's division, and Spar's and Vinot's cavalry, back to Zalamea and its neighborhood, where Daracau had lain in May and June. He himself resumed his old headquarters at Fuente Ovejuna. Now just at this time, Hill received an intercepted letter of King Joseph to Drouet, dated June 21st, which repeated in angry terms the long-ignored orders that the Extremaduran detachment of the Army of the South was to march on Toledo without delay. Vous aurez sans doute reçu les renforts que j'ai donné à l'ordre au duc de Dalmatie de vous envier. Vous devez avoir 15,000 hommes, et disses avec six corps, et tout ce qui est sous le commandement du général Daracau. Rapprochez-vous de moi, passez le tage, et mettez-vous en état d'agir suivant les événements, en attendez aucun ordre. The capture of this dispatch coincided with the news that Drouet had pushed Daracau and a large body of cavalry towards Zalamea. Hill drew the natural deduction that the French opposite him were at last about to obey the king's orders and to march to the Tagus via Zalamea, Medellin, and Truxillo. The intelligence that I have of the enemy's movements, he wrote to Wellington, indicates his intention of carrying Joseph's instructions into execution. I have received information false, as it chanced that Drouet was yesterday at Zalamea, with his main body, having sent troops by Berlanga and Azuaga. I shall move immediately in the direction of Zalamea. That is to say that if Drouet was going off northward towards the king, Hill was prepared to carry out the original instructions which Wellington had left him, and if he could not stop the enemy, would move parallel to him, so as to join his chief before Drouet could transfer himself to the northern sphere of operations. His route would be by Badajoz or Merida and the newly restored bridge of Alcantara on Ciudad Rodrigo, a much shorter one than that of his opponent. He had just begun to move his left wing in the direction of Merida when he received a letter from Wellington exactly conforming to his own ideas. If Drouet is making for the Tagus in full force, wrote Wellington, you must take all the cavalry except one English regiment and Campbell's Portuguese, along with Byng's and Howard's brigades of the 2nd Division, and Hamilton's division, and send orders to have all preparations made at Alcantara to lay down the bridge. Your route across the mountains will be by the Pass of Perils. You will find elaborate instructions for the further movement at Ciudad Rodrigo. If Drouet only takes a small force, more allied troops may be left in Estremadura. Zafra had better be their headquarters. Hill would conduct the marching column as far as Perils, and then return to take charge of whatever is left in the south to watch Soult. A few days later, it became evident that no general movement of the French towards the Tagus was in progress. Derricau's infantry and the attached cavalry settled down at and about Zalamea, and pushed nothing but reconnaissances in the direction of the Guadiana. Parties of horse appeared about Don Benito and Medellin, but no solid columns in support. Hill therefore halted, with his headquarters at Zafra and his rearguard, which had but a moment before been his advanced guard, at Lerena. Only a few of J. Campbell's Portuguese squadrons moved to Merida, though some Spanish infantry came up to the same direction. Things then remained very quiet till July 24th, when Drouet at last appeared to be on the move with some definite purpose. On that day, Lallemand's dragoons appeared at Hinojosa, pressed in a Portuguese cavalry regiment, and seemed inclined to push towards Ribera, but retired when Long's brigade came up against them. The losses on both sides were trifling. 3 days later, July 27, a brigade of Derricau's infantry advanced to Medellin and drove off the observing force of the Spanish infantry, while Vinot's cavalry executed a raid on Merida, expelled the Portuguese detachment there, and exacted a requisition of food from the town. They then retired in haste, but Hill thought it well for the future to strengthen his left, and moved up Byng's British and A. Campbell's Portuguese infantry brigades to Merida. But Drouet was only feinting, and had no serious intentions of drawing up to the Guadiana or crossing that river northward. His main purpose was simply the raising of requisitions, for his detachments in the mountains of the Serena were living on the edge of famine, and could only feed themselves by keeping constantly on the move. It is curious to find from the dispatches of the two opposing generals at this time that both were fairly satisfied with themselves. Each thought that he was containing a somewhat superior force of the enemy, and was doing his duty by keeping it from interfering in the more important theater of war. Hill knew that he was detaining Drouet when he was much wanted at Madrid. Drouet knew that he was preventing Hill from joining Wellington on the Douro. But the real balance of advantage was on the side of the Allies. Hill, with only 8,000 British and 0 Portuguese, was claiming the attention of 3 veteran divisions of the infantry of the Army of the South, and of the major part of Soult's cavalry. The French in Andalusia were left so weak by the absence of 18,000 men beyond the Sierra Morna that they could neither molest Cadiz nor the army of Murcia. Indeed, Ballesteros, though his forces were less than they had been at the time of his defeat at Bornos, was able to provide employment for all the troops that Soult could spare for operations in the open field. 6 weeks after his disaster of June 1st, that enterprising, if irresponsible, general started out again from the lines of San Roque with between 5,000 and 0 men. Keeping to mountain roads and concealing his march, he surprised, on July 14, the great harbor city of Malaga, though he failed to capture its citadel, Gibralfaro, into which the wrecks of the garrison escaped. Ballesteros got money, stores, and recruits from the captured town, but knew that he dare not tarry there for long. For Soult, naturally enraged at such a bold and successful raid, turned troops toward him from all sides. Level, the governor of Granada, marched against him with every spare battalion that could be got together from the eastern side of Andalusia, some 5,000 bayonets. Vilat, in command before Cadiz, came from the other quarter with 6,000 men. They had orders to catch Ballesteros between them, to intercept his retreat upon Gibraltar and annihilate him. In order to cut off the Spaniard from his usual place of refuge, Vilat took a turn to the south, appeared in sight of Gibraltar on July 20, and then, keeping himself between the British fortress and Ballesteros, advanced northward to wait for him. Level was to have driven him into Vilat's arms, advancing from Antequera and pressing the hunt southward. But the raider, instead of retreating in the expected direction, slipped unseen across Vilat's front by Alora and made off into the plains of central Andalusia. On the 25th at dawn he appeared, most unexpectedly, at Osuna, and surprised the small French garrison there. The governor, Colonel Beauvais, cut his way through the streets to a fortified convent where he held out. But Ballesteros, satisfied with having captured a quantity of stores, mules, and baggage, and a few prisoners, vanished. Level was on his track, and he had to evade his pursuer by a flank march, first to Grazilma and then to Abrique. This was bringing him dangerously near to Vilat's position. But that general had no accurate knowledge of what was going on to the north, and having waited for 10 days in the mountains beyond Gibraltar for a prey that never appeared, found himself starved out. On the 30th, he started on his enforced return towards the Cadiz lines and had reached Medina Sidonia when Ballesteros, who had quite outmarched Level, came down in safety to Zimna on August 1 and placed himself in touch with Gibraltar once more. Thereupon Level, seeing that it was no use to push the Spaniard for about the 10th time under the guns of the British fortress, and finding his column utterly worn out, went home to Granada. Thus Ballesteros gave no small help to the Allied cause by distracting some 11,000 or 12,000 French troops for a long fortnight, while Hill was detaining Drouet in Estremadura. By the time that the hunt after the evasive Spaniard had come to an end, the Battle of Salamanca had been fought, and the aspect of affairs in the peninsula had been completely changed. Even Soult, who had so long shut his eyes to the obvious, had at last to acknowledge that a new situation had arisen. The news of Salamanca had reached Hill on July 29th and caused a general expectation that the French in Estremadura would retreat at once, and that Soult would be retiring from Andalusia also in a few days. No such results followed. The intelligence was late in penetrating to the French camps, and Soult, still hoping to induce King Joseph to join him, lingered for many days in his old posture. On August 4, Hill wrote that the recent glorious event appeared to have had very little effect on his immediate opponent, who continued in a strong position in his front. Therefore, for the present, I shall remain where I am and watch for a favorable opportunity of acting. Soult at Seville had, as late as August 8, no official news of Marmont's defeat, and only knew of it by Spanish rumors, which he of set purpose discounted. Les relations quils ont publiés exaggerant sans doubt les avantages, mais il paraît que quelque grand événement est passé en Castile. He continued to urge King Joseph to come to Seville, join him, and attack Hill with such superior forces that Wellington would be forced to fly to the aid of his subordinate. It was only on August 12th that certain information regarding the Battle of July 22nd reached the headquarters of the Duke of Dalmatia, in the form of Joseph's Segovia dispatch of July 29th, containing the orders for the complete evacuation of Andalusia and the march of the whole army of the south upon Toledo. Even then Soult did not think it too late to make a final appeal to the king. The loss of a battle by the army of Portugal was nothing more than a great duel, which can be undone by another similar duel. But the loss of Andalusia and the raising of the siege of Cadiz would be events whose effects would be felt all round Europe and the New World. What does it matter if the enemy is left in possession of the whole space between Burgos and the Sierra Morena, until the moment when great reinforcements come from France and the emperor has been able to make his arrangements? But this sacrifice of Andalusia once made, there is no way of remedying it. The imperial armies in Spain will have to repass the Ebro. Famine perhaps will drive them still farther, and see. On reflection, however, Soult did not venture to disobey, and before his last appeal could possibly have reached the king's hands, began to issue orders for evacuation. But so great was his rage that he wrote an extraordinary letter to Clark, the Minister of War at Paris, in which he made the preposterous insinuation that Joseph was about to betray his brother the emperor, and to come to an agreement with the Cadiz Cortes. The evidence which he cited for this strange charge was flimsy in the extreme. I have read in the Cadiz newspapers the statement that His Majesty's ambassador in Russia has joined the Russian army, that the king has opened intrigues with the insurrectional government. Sweden has made peace with England, and the hereditary Prince Bernadotte has begun to treat with the regency at Cadiz. I draw no deduction from all these facts, but I am all the more attentive to them. I have thought it necessary to lay my fears before 6 generals of my army, after having made them take an oath not to reveal what I told them save to the emperor himself, or to someone specially commissioned by him. But it is my duty to inform your excellency that I have a fear that all the bad arrangements made and all the intrigues that have been going on have the object of forcing the imperial armies to retreat to the Ebro or farther, and then of representing this event as the last possible resource, an expression used by the king himself in a letter of July 20, in the hope of profiting by it to come to some compromise. This letter, as obscurely worded as it was malicious, was not sent to France by the usual channels, lest the king should get wind of it, but consigned to the captain of a French privateer who was about to sail from Malaga to Marseille. By an ill chance for Soult, the vessel was chased by a British ship and compelled to run for shelter into the harbor of Valencia. There the king had recently arrived on his retreat from Madrid. The privateer captain, who did not know what he was carrying, sent the letter in to the royal headquarters. Hence came an explosion of wrath and a series of recriminations with which we shall have to deal in their proper place. The evacuation of Andalusia commenced from the western end, because the retreat of the army was to be directed eastwards. The evacuation of the castle of Niebla on August 12 was its first sign. The troops in the Condado had retired to Sanlúcar near Seville by the 15th. A little later, the garrisons in the extreme south, at Ronda and Medina Sidonia, blew up their fortifications and retired. These were small movements, but the dismantling of the Cadiz lines was a formidable business and took several days. Soult covered it by ordering a furious bombardment of the city and the Puntals fought from his batteries across the bay. During each salvo of the heavy guns, one or two of them were disabled, others being fired at an angle against their muzzles, so as to split them. More were burst by intentional overloading, others had their trunnions knocked off, but a good many were only spiked or thrown into the water. The ammunition remaining after 2 days of reckless bombardment was blown up, the stores set on fire, the flotilla of gunboats was sunk, but so carelessly that 30 of them were afterwards raised with no difficulty and found still seaworthy. This orgy of destruction continued for the whole of the 24th. At night the sky was red all round the bay, from Rota to Chiclana, with burning huts and magazines, and the explosions were frequent. This was the moment when the large Allied force in Cadiz might well have made a general sortie, for the purpose of cutting up the enemy while he was engrossed in the work of destruction. Wellington had written a week before to General Cook, then in command of the British contingent in the Isla de Leon, to bid him fall upon the enemy when opportunity should offer, considering that the French troops in the lines were reduced to a minimum by the detachment of the division that had gone out to hunt ballesteros. He suggested that the Allies should cross the Santi Petri River and attack Chiclana, taking care, however, not to be cut off from their retreat. Unfortunately, this letter of August 16th came too late, for Cook, after conferring with the Spanish authorities, had committed himself to another and a more circuitous expedition to molest the French. General Cruz Mergen, with a Spanish division of 4,000 men, which had originally been intended for the reinforcing of ballesteros, had landed at the port of Huelva in the Condado de Niebla on August 11th. Cook reinforced him with the pick of the British contingent, 6 companies of guards, half of the 287th, 2 companies of rifles, part of the 20th Portuguese, and the squadron of the 2nd Hussars KGL, which was the only cavalry at his disposition. These, placed under the charge of Colonel Skerritt, made up 1,600 men in all. They landed at Huelva, joined Cruz Mergen, and advanced with him against Seville. On the 24th, they discovered the French outposts at Sanlúcar la Mayor and drove them out of that town. But they hesitated over the idea of attacking Seville, where French troops were collecting from all quarters, though the divisions of Conroux and Villat from the Cadiz lines had not yet come up. On the night of August 26th-27th, however, Soult, apprised of the near approach of his column from the lines, evacuated Seville with the main part of his force, escorting a vast horde of Spanish refugees who feared to remain behind to face their countrymen, and a long train of wagons and carriages loaded with the accumulated spoils of 3 years of tyrannous misrule in Andalusia. He left a rearguard to occupy the outworks of the city, which was to be picked up and taken on by Villat when he should appear on the next day. On hearing of the departure of the marshal, Cruz Mergen and Skerritt resolved to attack Seville, knowing that the troops left behind to guard it were insufficient to man effectively all its long line of defenses. Being on the western side of the Guadalquivir, they had first to win the large transpontine suburb of Triana, the home of potters and gypsies, through which alone access could be got to the city. It was attacked at several points and stormed, but the enemy then held to the great bridge over the river linking Triana and Seville and made a long resistance there. The bridge had been barricaded, part of its planks had been pulled up, and artillery had been trained on it from the farther side. Notwithstanding these obstacles, the Spaniards attacked it. The well-known Irish adventurer Colonel Downey charged 3 times at the head of his Extremaduran legion. Repelled twice by the heavy fire, he reached the barricade at the third assault and leaped his horse over the cut which the French had made in front of it, but found himself alone within the work, and was bayoneted and made prisoner. But soon after the Allies brought up guns through the streets of Triana, and so battered the barricade that the French were compelled to evacuate it. Scarrett sent the guards across. They passed by the beams which had been left unbroken, and many Spanish troops followed. After a running fight in the streets of the city, in which some of the inhabitants took part, the garrison was completely driven out, and fled by the Carmona gate towards Alcala. The victors captured 2 field pieces, about 200 prisoners, and a rich convoy of plunder, which was to have been escorted by the French rearguard. Vilat's column, approaching the city in its march from the Cadiz lines and Exers, found it in the hands of the Allies, so swerved off eastward and followed Soult, picking up the expelled garrison by the way. Kreutzmergen and Scarrett did not pursue, not thinking themselves strong enough to meddle with the French, but only sent their cavalry forward to watch their retreat. They stayed in Seville, where the Cadiz Constitution was proclaimed with great enthusiasm on August 29th. On the other flank of the French ballesteros was trying at this moment to molest the column formed by the garrisons retiring from Ronda, Malaga, and Antequera on Granada. He followed them for 10 days and fought their rearguard at Antequera on September 3rd and at Loja on September 5th. But though he captured many stragglers and some baggage, as also 3 guns, he was unable to do any material harm to the main body, which General Semaile brought in to join level at Granada on September 6th. Soult, meanwhile, with the troops from Cadiz and Seville, had to halt at Cordova for some days to allow of the junction of Drouet from Estremadura. For that general had to collect his troops and to bring down detachments from places so far away as Don Benito and Zalamea before he could concentrate and march across the Sierra Morna to join his chief. Drouet had kept up a bold countenance in front of Hill to the last moment, even after he had received orders from Soult to prepare for a sudden retreat. Indeed, one of the most lively of the many cavalry affairs fought in Estremadura during the summer of 1812 took place in August. On the 1st of that month, when Hill was already expecting that the news of Salamanca would have driven his opponent away, Pierre Soult tried a raid upon Ribera with 2 regiments of cavalry and 2 battalions, and drove in the 2nd Hussars of the Legion, who maintained a long and gallant skirmishing fight till General Erskine came up with Long's brigade, when the French retreated. Erskine was thought to have missed a fine opportunity of cutting up the raiding detachment by his slow and tentative pursuit. On the 18th, Soult made another reconnaissance in force, with 4 regiments, in the same direction, on a false report that Hill had moved from Ribera and Almendrelejo. This brought on another long day of bickering, with no definite result. It was mainly remembered afterwards for the courteous behavior of Drouet in sending back unharmed Erskine's aide-de-camp Strenovitz, the most daring officer for raids and reconnaissance work in the German Legion. He had been captured while scouting, and a general fear prevailed that he would be shot, for he had served for a short time in the French army and might have been treated as a deserter. Drouet most handsomely dispatched him to the British camp on parole, with a request that he might be exchanged for an officer of his own who had been taken a few days before. A most courteous and liberal enemy, wrote a diarist in Hill's camp, Strenovitz's exploits are well known, certainly in strict law he might have been hung. It was not till August 26th that all the French troops in front of Hill suddenly vanished, Drouet having had orders to keep his position till Seville was ready to be evacuated, for Soult feared that if he withdrew his forces in Estremadura too early, in the direction of Cordova, the Allied troops might make a forced march on Seville and arrive there before the divisions from the Cadiz lines had gone by. Wherefore Drouet was in evidence before Hill till the precise day when Soult left Seville. He then retired through the Sierra Morna, going by the remote mountain road by Belalcazar with such speed that he reached Cordova on the fourth day, August 30. He was not pursued by Hill, whose orders from Wellington were to come up to the Tagus and join the main army and not to involve himself in operations in Andalusia. Only some of Pene Villemer's Spanish horse, under the German Colonel Scheppeler, one of the best historians of the war, followed on Drouet's track and saw him join Soult at Cordova. The united French force then marched on Granada, where the garrisons of eastern Andalusia, under Level, had concentrated to meet the Marshal. Up to this moment Soult had been uncertain whether he should retreat by way of La Mancha or across the kingdom of Murcia. His decision was settled for him by news brought by Drouet, who had heard in Estremadura of King Joseph's evacuation of Madrid and Toledo. Since the army of the centre was now known to be on the road for Valencia to join Suchet, it would be too dangerous to cross La Mancha in search of it. Wellington might descend from Madrid in force upon an enemy who dared to march across his front. Wherefore Soult resolved that his retreat must be made across the kingdom of Murcia. It was true that O'Donnell's army was in occupation of the inland in that direction, but it was weak and disorganized. Moreover, Suchet had lately inflicted a severe defeat upon it at Castalla on July 21st, and O'Donnell was practically a negligible quantity in the problem. A far more important factor in determining Soult's exact route was the news that the yellow fever had broken out at Cartagena and was spreading inland. It had reached the city of Murcia. Wherefore the French army avoided the coast and took the inferior roads across the northern part of the province. Soult, when once he had concentrate 0 men at Granada, had nothing to fear from any enemy. The gloomy picture of a retreat harassed by 60,000 foes, with which he had tried to scare King Joseph a month before, turned out to be a work of pure imagination. Hill had turned off towards the Tagus. Cruz-Mergen and Skerritt remained at Seville, awaiting the appearance of the 10,000 men left in Cadiz. But these were slow to move, because they had been on garrison duty for long years and had to provide themselves with transport. Only Ballesteros hung about Granada, bickering with the outposts of the French army, and as he had no more than 5,000 or 6,000 men, he was not dangerous, but only tiresome. Soult, therefore, was able to spend many days at Granada, making deliberate preparations for the toilsome march that was before him. He only started out, after destroying the fortifications of the Alhambra and other posts, on September 16th. His route was by Baza, Huesca, Caravaca, and Helen, through a mountainous and thinly peopled country, where his troops suffered considerable privations. But these were nothing compared to the misery of the immense convoy of afrancesados of all ages and both sexes, who had joined themselves to his train and had to be brought through to a place of safety. Nor did the 6,000 sick and wounded whom he was dragging with him enjoy a pleasant journey. Yet it was only the September heat and the mountain roads that harassed the army and its train. Ballesteros did not pursue farther than the borders of Andalusia. The Murcians were cowed by the approach of a force which could have destroyed them with ease if it had lingered within their borders. Some of them shifted north toward Madrid, others south toward Alicante. None did anything to attract the notice of such a formidable enemy. Touch with Suchet's outpost was secured before September was quite ended, and by the appearance of the whole army of Andalusia near Valencia, a new military situation was produced by October 1st. With this, we shall have to deal in its proper place. The fortunes of Wellington and the main army of the Allies have not been followed beyond the middle of August. Summing up the events of June-July-August 1812 in southern Spain, it is impossible to avoid the conclusion that Soult's personal interests wrecked any chance that the French might have had of retaining their dominant position in the peninsula, when once Wellington had committed himself to his offensive campaign upon the Tormes and the Douro. If the Duke of Dalmatia had obeyed in June King Joseph's peremptory orders to send Drouet to Toledo, he would have had, no doubt, to evacuate certain parts of Andalusia. But Joseph and Jourdan could have marched many weeks earlier, and with a doubled force, to interfere with Wellington's campaign against Marmont. It is true that Hill would have made a corresponding movement by Alcantara and would have joined the main Allied army under his chief many days before the king and Drouet would have been able to link up with Marmont. But Hill, on leaving Estremadura, would have removed the larger and more efficient part of his corps from Soult's vicinity, and the Marshal might easily have held Seville and the Cadiz lines when faced by no stronger enemies than Ballesteros and the garrison in the Isla. If Soult had made up his mind to sacrifice Andalusia and had marched with his whole army on Toledo in June or even early in July, Wellington's whole game would have been wrecked. It was, perhaps, too much to expect that the Marshal would consent to such a disinterested policy. But if, without making this sacrifice, he had merely obeyed King Joseph and reinforced the army of the centre at an early date, he would have made the Salamanca campaign impossible. Wellington would probably have retired behind the Agde and abandoned his conquests in Leon without risking a battle, if the French forces in contact with him had been 25,000 men stronger than they actually were. The junction of Hill and some 12,000 men of the best of his Estremadurian detachment would have given him the power to fight out a defensive campaign on the Portuguese frontier, but hardly to deliver an offensive battle like Salamanca. The net results of all his maneuvers in June would then have been no more than an indirect success, the delivery of eastern Andalusia from Soult. Seville and the Cadiz lines might still have remained occupied by the French. It is scarcely necessary to repeat once more that Soult's counterplan of inviting the king and the army of the centre to retire to Andalusia, throwing up all communication with France and the imperial armies beyond the Douro, was wrong-headed in the extreme, though Napier calls it grand and vigorous. Joseph could have brought no more than the 15,000 men that he owned, and they, when added to the 50,000 men of the Army of the South, would not have provided a force large enough to make a decisive move. For, as we have already seen, half the French in Andalusia were necessarily pinned down to garrison duties, and the containing of Ballesteros and other partisans. Soult could never bring more than 25,000 men of his own into Estremadura. If 15,000 more are added for King Joseph's troops, only 40,000 in all would have been available for a demonstration or a serious invasion in the direction of Portugal. Such a force would have given Wellington no very great alarm. It would have had to begin by besieging Badajoz and Elvas in face of the existing, containing army under Hill, a delicate business, and one that would have taken time. Meanwhile, Wellington could have come down, with reinforcements strong enough to make up a total sufficient to fight and beat 40,000 men, since he had the advantage of a central position and the shorter roads. At the worst, he would have blocked the French advance by taking up an unassailable position, as he had before on the Caya in June 1811. But now he would have had a far superior game in his hands, since Badajoz was his and not his enemy's, and his total disposable force was considerably larger than it had been in 1811. Thus, if Soult's plan had been carried out, all central Spain, including the capital, would have been lost just as much as it was by the actual campaign of July-August 1812, and the disorganized army of Portugal could have done nothing. For Wellington could have left not Clinton's one division, as he actually did, but 3 at least to look after it, not to speak of the Galicians and the Partidas. Isolated and cut off from all communication with other French armies, Soult and the king would have had to evacuate Andalusia in the end, if they did not suffer a worse fate, a crushing defeat in a position from which there would have been no retreat possible. Hypothetical reconstructions of campaigns which might have happened are proverbially futile, but it is hard to see how any final profit to the French could have come from Soult's extraordinary plan. Section 33, Chapter 11. The two diversions, 1. Operations in the north, SIR Home POPHAM and CFFRLLI. 2. Operations in the east, SUCHET O'Donnell and MAITLAND. June-August 1812. It has already been made clear that the whole of Wellington's victorious advance, from Ciudad Rodrigo to Madrid, was rendered possible by the fact that he had only to deal with the army of Portugal, succored when it was too late by the army of the centre. If Caffarelli and his 35,000 men of the army of the north had been able to spare any help for Marmont, beyond the single cavalry brigade of Chauvel, matters must have taken a very different turn from the first, and the Douro, if not the Tormes, must have been the limit of the activity of the Anglo-Portuguese army. How Caffarelli was to be detained, according to Wellington's plan, has been explained in an earlier chapter. The working out of the scheme must now be described. The essential duty of the French Army of the North was twofold, according to Napoleon's general conception of the Spanish War. It was Marmont's reserve, bound to assist him in time of trouble, but it was also the force of occupation for the Biscayan provinces, Navarre, Santander, and Burgos. Of its 35,000 men, more than half were at all times immobilized in the innumerable garrisons which protected the high road from Bayonne to Burgos and the small harbors of the coast, from San Sebastian to Santonia. The system of posts was complicated and interdependent. Since the great guerrillero Mina started on his busy career in 1810, it had been necessary that there should be fortified places at short intervals, in which convoys moving to or from France, whether by Vitoria and San Sebastian or by Pampeluna and Roncesvalles, could take refuge when attacked by the bands. And since a convoy, when it had sought shelter in one of the minor garrisons, might be blockaded there indefinitely, unless the high road were cleared betimes, large movable columns had to be ready in 3 or 4 of the larger places. Their duty was to march out on the first alarm and sweep the guerrilleros away from any post that they might have beset. Such bodies were to be found at Bayonne, where the reserve of the Army of Spain kept a brigade of 3,500 men under General 500 Osinac to watch for any exceptional outbreak of trouble in Guipuzcoa, at Pampeluna, where General Abbé had the headquarters of his division, and at Vitoria, where the General-in-Chief, Caffarelli himself, normally lay with the brigade of Dumaustia, the last unit of the Imperial Guard still remaining in Spain, ready to keep the line of the Ebro under surveillance, and to communicate when necessary with the 3 large outlying garrisons of Santonia, Santander, and Burgos. Each of these last consisted of some 1,300 or 1,500 men. Even so, they were only strong enough to provide for their own safety in normal times and might require assistance from headquarters in face of any specially large and threatening combination of the insurgents. But the larger half of Caffarelli's army was locked up in small towns, forts, and blockhouses, in bodies ranging down from a battalion to half a company. Every one of the dozen little ports on the Biscay coast had to be held in order to prevent the bands of the inland from communicating with the English cruisers, which occasionally appeared in the offing to throw weapons and ammunition ashore. And similarly, all the little towns along the Ebro had to be garrisoned in order to keep touch with Ryle at Saragossa, wherever there was a gap Mina's Navarrese slipped in between. Since the autumn of 1810, when Porlier and Renouvelles had made their vain attempt, with British naval aid, to break up the line of communication along the coast, there had been no general attempt to shake the French occupation of Biscay and Cantabria. The Spanish resources were at a low ebb whenever Bonnet held the Asturias, and as we have seen, he was generally in possession of that province, or at least of its capital and its chief harbors, fro down to the summer of 1812. The idea of attacking the harbor fortresses of the northern coast with a considerable naval force, which should get into regular touch with the patriot forces of the inland, and establish posts to be held permanently on suitable points of the northern littoral, had been started by Sir Home Popham, approved by Sir Howard Douglas, the British commissioner in Galicia, and warmly adopted by Wellington himself, who at once realized the pressure which such a policy would bring upon Caffarelli. He counted upon this diversion as one of his most valuable assets when he drew up his scheme for the invasion of Leon in May 1812. It more than fulfilled his expectation. On June 17th, 4 days after the Anglo-Portuguese army crossed the Aigda, Sir Home Popham sailed from Corunna with 2 line of battleships, 5 frigates, 2 sloops, and 1 or 2 smaller vessels, carrying 2 battalions of marines and several thousand stand of small arms for the insurgents. Popham had credentials from Castaños as Captain General of Galicia for Mendizábal, the officer who was supposed to exercise authority over all the bands of Cantabria and Biscay. These scattered forces consisted in the more or less organized brigades of Porlier in the eastern Asturias and Longa in Cantabria, both of which were reckoned part of the national army, and in addition of the guerrilleros of Jorigui in Guipuzcoa, Renouvelles in Biscay, Marquinez, Sional, the Curé Marino, and others in the mountains between the Douro and the sea. These were bands of varying strength, often scattered by the French, but always reassembled after a space, who roamed from region to region according as the enemy was stronger or weaker at one point or another. Occasionally Mendizábal was in touch with Mina and the Navarrese, but generally the French were in too great force about the high road from Burgos to Pampeluna to make cooperation practicable. At the moment of Popham's start, matters were exceptionally favorable along the Biscay coast, because Bonnet was just evacuating the Asturias in order to join his chief Marmont in the plains of Leon. His departure isolated Santonia and Santander, which had been the links by which he was joined to Caffarelli's army. It also gave Porlia and Longa an open communication with Galicia, from which they had hitherto been cut off by Bonnet's presence in Asturias, and a safe retreat thitherward if they should be pressed. In addition, Marmont had called up all the small garrisons and detached columns from his rear for the main struggle with Wellington, so that the upper Douro Valley and the Soria country were much more free from the French than they had been for a long time. The opportunity for molesting Caffarelli and his much-scattered army of the north was unique. The idea which lay at the back of Popham's plan was that a fleet furnished with the heaviest ship guns and with a landing force of over 1,000 men could operate at its choice against any one of the long chain of posts which the French held, calling in to its aid. The local bands in each case, the insurgents had never been able to capture any of these places because they lacked a battering train. The fleet supplied this want, and with few exceptions, the French strongholds were not suited for resistance against heavy guns. They were medieval castles, fortified convents, or the patched-up walls of little towns, all defensible against irregular bands without cannon, but most vulnerable to 18 or 24-pounders. The number of the French garrisons gave ample liberty of choice between one and another. Individually, they were generally weak, not over 300, 500, or 1,000 men. There were succoring columns, no doubt, ready to relieve them, at Bayonne and Vitoria and elsewhere. But the squadron had the power of misleading these forces to any extent, of drawing them from one remote port to another by false attacks and demonstrations, and then of attacking some third point when the enemy had been lured as far as possible from it. Here lay the beauty of naval operations. The squadron could appear to threaten any objective that it chose, could attract the enemy thither, and then could vanish and be 50 miles away next day. The relieving column could only follow slowly over mountain roads, and would invariably be late in learning what new direction the squadron had taken. It was something like the advantage that the Danes had in their attacks on England in the 9th century. A defending army cannot guard all points of a coastline at once against a movable landing force on shipboard. The weaker points of the scheme were, firstly, the dependence of all operations on fine weather. Contrary winds could in those days delay a fleet for whole weeks on end. Secondly, the want of a base nearer than Corunna, till some good and defensible haven should have been captured. And third, and greatest of all, the difficulty of inducing the local chiefs to combine. They paid a very limited amount of obedience to their nominal chief, Mendizábal. They had private grievances and jealousies against each other, and each of them disliked moving far from the particular region where his men were raised, and where every inch of the mountain roads was known to him. However, all these dangers were known and were chanced, and the game was well worth the risk. The operations began with the appearance of the squadron before Lequeitio on June 21st. Popham landed a heavy gun and some marines, and the band of El Pastor, Don Gaspar, as the English dispatches call him, appeared to cooperate from the inland. The defenses consisted of a fort and a fortified convent. The 24-pounder breached the former, which was then stormed by the guerrilleros in a very handsome fashion. Its garrison was slain or captured. The gun was then brought up against the fortified convent, whose commander, the chef de bataillon Gillort, surrendered without further fighting. The prisoners amounted to 290 men, a half-battalion of the 119th Regiment, June 22. Popham then moved off to Bermeo and Plencia, both of which the French evacuated in haste, leaving guns unspiked and some useful stores of provisions. The British force had set the wildest rumors abroad, and Renouvelles, the Spanish commander in Biscay, appeared at Orduña with his bands and threatened Bilbao, the capital of the province. It was these reports which made Caffarelli suddenly break off his project for sending reinforcements to Marmont, and prepare rather to march northward when he was most wanted on the Douro. Popham's next blow was at Guettaria, a most important post, owing to its nearness to the great chaussee leading to Bayonne, which passes quite close to it between Tolosa and Hernani. If it had fallen, the main road from France to Spain would have been blocked for all practical purposes. But being far to the east and near the French border, it was remote from the haunts of the guerrilleros. Few of them turned up. After a few days, Popham had to re-embark guns and men, and to take his departure, owing to the arrival in his neighborhood of a strong French flying column. He then sailed off to Castro Urdiales, where he had much better luck. Longa had left the upper Ebro with his brigade and joined him there on July 6th, by Mendizabel's orders. The united force drove off on the 7th a small French column which came up from Laredo to raise the siege. The governor of Castro then surrendered with some 150 men, and guns on his walls fell into Popham's hands July 8. The place seemed so strong that the Commodore resolved to keep it as a temporary base and garrisoned it with some of his marines. 3 days later Popham appeared before Portugalete, the fortified village at the mouth of the Bilbao River, and bombarded it from the side of the sea, while Longa, who had marched parallel with the squadron along the shore, demonstrated against its rear. But a French flying column happened just to have arrived at Bilbao, and the force which marched out against the assailants was so powerful that they made off. Each on his own element, Popham now turned his attention for a second time to the important strategical post of Guettaria. He had enlisted the support of the Guipuzcoan bands under Jauregui, and the distant Mina had promised to send a battalion to his aid from Navarre. Popham got heavy guns on shore and began to batter the place, while Jauregui blockaded it on the land side. This move drew the attention of 500 Osinac, commanding the flying column which belonged to the Bayonne Reserve. He marched with 3,000 men towards Guettaria and drove off Jauregui, whereupon Popham had to re-embark in haste and lost 2 guns which could not be got off in time and 30 men. Mina's battalion came up a day too late to help the discomfited besiegers. This petty disaster was in the end more favorable than harmful to Popham's general plan, for he had succeeded in drawing all the attention of the French to the eastern end of their chain of coast fortresses, between Santonia and San Sebastian. But now he used his power of rapid movement to attack unexpectedly their most important western stronghold. On July 22nd, he appeared in front of the harbor of Santander, while by previous arrangement, Campillo, one of Porlia's lieutenants, invested it on the land side. Porlia himself, with his main body, was blockading at the moment the not very distant and still stronger Santonia. There was very heavy fighting round Santander between the 22nd July and August 2. Popham landed guns on the water-girt rock of Muro and bombarded from it the castle at the mouth of the port. When its fire was subdued, he ran his squadron in battle order past it and entered the harbor, receiving little damage from the other French works, July 24. The enemy then evacuated the castle, which the Marines occupied, but an attempt to storm the town with the aid of Campillo's men failed, with a rather heavy casualty list of 2 British captains and many Marines and seamen disabled, July 27th. However, Popham and Campillo held on in front of Santander, and Mendizabel came up on August 2nd to join them, bringing a captured French dispatch, which proved that the enemy intended to evacuate the place, a strong relieving column under Caffarelli himself being at hand to bring off the garrison. And this indeed happened. The general-in-chief of the Army of the North had marched with all the disposable troops at Vitoria to save his detachment. The governor Dubreton, the same man who afterwards defended Burgos so well, broke out of the place with his 1,600 men on the night of the 2nd/3 and joined his chief in safety. He left 18 guns spiked in his works. Caffarelli then drew off the garrison of the neighboring small post of Torrelavega, but threw a convoy and some reinforcements into Santonia, which he had determined to hold as long as possible. He then hastened back to Vitoria, being under the impression at the moment that Wellington was in march against him from Valladolid, in pursuit of the routed host of Clausel. But the Anglo-Portuguese main army, as will be remembered, had really followed the retreating French no farther than Valladolid, and no longer than the 30th July. Instead of finding himself involved in the affairs of the army of Portugal, Caffarelli had soon another problem in hand. The capture of Santander by the Allies was the most important event that had happened on the north coast of Spain since 1809, for it gave the squadron of Popham possession of the sole really good harbor, open to the largest ships, and safe at all times of the year, which lies between Ferrol and the French frontier. At last the Spanish 7th Army had a base behind it and a free communication with England for the stores and munitions that it so much needed. It might be developed into a formidable force if so strengthened, and it lay in a position most inconvenient for the French, directly in the rear of Clausel and Caffarelli. Popham saw what might be made of Santander and drew up for Wellington's benefit a report on the possibilities of the harbor, in which he details, from the information given by Porlier and his staff, the state of the roads between it and Burgos, Valladolid, and other points. 6 weeks before the siege of Burgos began, he wrote that by all accounts 6 or 8 heavy guns would be required to take that fortress, and that he could manage that they should be got there, a distance of 115 miles, by ox draft, if they were wanted. But Wellington, at the moment that this useful information was being compiled, was turning away from Valladolid and Burgos toward Madrid, and when his attention was once more drawn back to Burgos, he made no use of Popham's offers till it was too late. Of this more in its proper place. Having brought all his squadron into Santander and made himself a fixed base in addition to his floating one, Popham began to concert plans for further operations with Mendizábal, whom he described as a man of vacillating counsels, and hard to screw up to any fixed resolution. The scheme which the Commodore most recommended to the general was one for a general concentration of all his scattered forces against Bilbao, in which the squadron should give its best help. But he suggested, as an alternative, the sending of Porlier to join Longa, who had already gone south to the upper Ebro after the failure at Portugalete on July 11th. Porlier and Longa would together be strong enough to cut the road between Burgos and Vitoria, and so divide Clausel from Caffarelli. If the 2 French generals combined against them, they could always escape northwestward into their usual mountain refuges. According to Popham's notes, Mendizábal first seemed to incline to the second scheme, and then decided for the first. He even in the end ordered up Longa, then very usefully employed against Clausel's rear about Pancorbo and Cubo, to join in the attack upon Bilbao. But Longa came late, being busy in operations that he liked better than those which his chief imposed on him. After waiting a few days for him in vain, Mendizábal marched against Bilbao by land with 2 battalions belonging to Porlier and 1 recently raised in Alava, while Popham took 3 Biscayan battalions belonging to Renouvails on board his squadron and sailed for Lequeitio, where he put them ashore. He himself then made for Portugalete, at the mouth of the Bilbao River. The triple attack, though made with no very great total force, was successful. The officer commanding in Bilbao went out to meet Mendizábal, and in order to collect as many men as possible, drew off the garrison of Portugalete. The British squadron, arriving in front of the port, found it undefended and threw the marines ashore. Hearing of this descent in his rear, the French general, then indecisively engaged with Mendizábal and Renouvails, thought that he was in danger of being surrounded, and retired hastily toward Durango, abandoning Bilbao altogether. Learning next day that they had overrated the enemy's force, the French returned and tried to reoccupy the Biscayan capital, but were met outside by all Mendizábal's troops, arrayed on the position of Olorgan. An attack entirely failed to move them, and the French fell back to Durango. General Rouget, the commanding officer in the province, then drew in all his minor garrisons and sent Caffarelli notice that all Biscay was lost, unless something could be done at once to check Mendizábal's progress. Indeed, the situation looked most threatening, for Longa had at last come up and joined his chief with 3,000 men, and the Biscayans were taking arms on every side. A general junta of the Basque provinces was summoned by Mendizábal to meet at Bilbao, and the French had for the moment no foothold left save in San Sebastian and Guetaria. Thereupon Caffarelli, collecting every man that he could at Vittoria, marched to join Rouget. The united forces, making some 7,000 men, attacked Bilbao on August 27-29, and after much confused fighting drove Mendizábal and Longa out of the place, only a fortnight after it had come into Spanish hands. The defeated troops dispersed in all directions, each section seeking the region that it had come from. Porlia's men retired towards Cantabria, Longa's toward the upper Ebro. Renouvel's and his Biscayan battalions were caught in their retreat and badly cut up at Dima. While this fighting was going on around Bilbao, Popham was trying a last attack on Guerrilla with his own resources only, as nearly all the Spaniards were engaged elsewhere. He had accomplished nothing decisive when he heard of Mendizábal's defeat and had to reship his guns and take his departure before the victorious Caffarelli came up. He retired to Santander and heard there that Wellington was leaving Madrid and once more marching on Burgos. He determined to open up communications with the British Army without delay, and on August 31 sent off Lieutenant Macfarlane to seek for the head of the approaching columns. That officer, skirting the flank of Clausel's retreating host, reached Valladolid betimes and explained to Wellington that the Santander road would be open and available for the transport of ammunition, guns, and even food, so soon as he should have driven the French past Burgos. And as will be seen, it was so used during the unlucky siege of that fortress again and again, but not, as Popham recommended, for the bringing up of the heavy artillery that Wellington so much lacked. By September 1st, Caffarelli had patched up matters for a time on the side of Biscay, but though he had recovered Bilbao and preserved Guerrilla, all the other coast towns were out of his power save Santonia, and that important place was cut off from the nearest French garrison by a gap of some 60 miles. Even now Popham's useful diversion had not ceased to have its effect, but its further working belongs to a later chapter. So much for the annals of the war in northern Spain from June to August. The diversion which Wellington had planned had been brilliantly successful. A very different story must be told of the equally important scheme that he had concerted for keeping his enemies distracted on the eastern side of the peninsula by means of the Anglo-Sicilian expedition and the Spanish army of Murcia. Such it will be remembered, had been stayed from further conquests after the fall of Valencia, partly by the indirect results of Wellington's operations on the Portuguese frontier, starting with the fall of Ciudad Rodrigo, partly by Napoleon's action in drawing back to the Ebro the two divisions of Ryle, and calling out of Spain the numerous Polish battalions serving in the army of Aragon. But not the least of the hindering causes was a purely personal one, the long illness which kept Suchet confined to his bed for 10 weeks in February, March, and April. By the time that he was in the saddle again, a notable change had come over the aspect of the war all over the peninsula. During his sickness, his lieutenants, Habert and Harisp, maintained their position in front of the Xúcar River and observed the wrecks of the Valencian and Murcian divisions that had escaped from Blake's disaster in January. The whole force remaining under Suchet, excluding the troops left behind in Catalonia and Aragon, was not above 15,000 men, and of these nearly 4,000 were locked up in garrisons at Valencia, Saguntum, Peniscola, Morla, and other places. It is not surprising, therefore, that no farther advance was made against the Spaniards. Joseph O'Donnell, the successor of the unlucky Mahy, was able during the spring to reorganize some 12,000 men on the cadres of his old battalions. In addition, he had Roch's reserve at Alicante, 4,000 strong, which had now been profiting for many months by the British subsidy and training, and was reckoned a solid corps. He had also Bassicourt's few battalions in the inland, the troops that 500 Armagnac had hunted in December and January in the district about Requena. Cartagena, the only fortress on the coast still in Spanish hands save Alicante, had been strengthened by the arrival of a British detachment. Altogether, there were some 20,000 enemies facing Suchet in April, and he regarded it as impossible to think of attacking Alicante, since he had not nearly enough men in hand to besiege a place of considerable size, and at the same time to provide a sufficient covering army against Joseph O'Donnell. So little was the Murcian army molested that General Frere, O'Donnell's second-in-command, ignoring Suchet altogether, took advantage of Soult's absence in Estremadura at the time of the fall of Badajoz to alarm eastern Andalusia. He occupied Baza on Apeth, and when driven away after a time by Level, governor of Granada, turned instead against the coastland of the south. On May 11th, an expedition, aided by English warships from Alicante, landed near Almeria and cleared out all the French garrisons from the small towns and shore batteries as far west as Almuneca. Already before this, on May 13, an English squadron had made a descent on Malaga, seized and destroyed the harbour works, and carried off some privateers and merchant vessels from the port. But naught could be accomplished against the citadel of Gibraltar. Soult did little or nothing to resent these insults, because he was at the time obsessed with his ever-recurring idea that Wellington was about to invade Andalusia, and his attention was entirely taken up with the movements of Hill and Ballesteros in the west and north, so that the east was neglected. Level at Granada had a troublesome time, but was in no real danger, since Frere's raids were executed with a trifling force. Suchet was occupied at this time more with civil than with military affairs. For some time after his convalescence, he was engaged in rearranging the administration of the Kingdom of Valencia and in raising the enormous war contribution which Napoleon had directed him to exact, 200 million reals, or £2,800,000, in addition to the ordinary taxes. The Marshal in his memoirs gives a most self-laudatory account of his rule. According to his rose-colored narrative, the imposts were raised with wisdom and benevolence. The population became contented and even loyal, the roads were safe, and material prosperity commenced at once to revive. Napier has reproduced most of Suchet's testimonials to his own wisdom and integrity, without any hint that the Spanish version of the story is different. The marshal who drove the civil population of Lerida under the fire of the cannon, and who signalized his entry into Valencia by wholesale executions of combatants and non-combatants, was not the benevolent being of his own legend. Since that legend has been republished in many a later volume, it may be well to give as a fair balance the version of an enemy, not of a Spaniard, but of a Prussian, that Colonel Schepler whose authority on the War of Valencia we have so often had occasion to quote. Napoleon Bonaparte looked upon Valencia as the prey of France, and Suchet did not fall behind in his oppressive high-handedness. The long-desired goal, the wealthy city, now lay open to their rapacity, and the riches that the clergy had denied to the needs of the nation went to fill the plunder bag of the conqueror. The miraculous statue of Our Lady of Pity was stripped of her ancient jeweled robe. Only a light mantle now draped her, and showed the cut of the 19th century. The silver apostles of the cathedral took their way to France with many other objects of value, and the chapter was forced to pay ransom for hidden treasures. The magnanimous marshal imposed on the new French province as a sort of benevolence. $6 million, 10 had been spoken of at first, with an additional million for the city of Valencia. The churches had to buy off their bells with another $60,000. Suchet, in his moderation, contented himself with exacting $500 a day for his own table and household expenses. Political persecution began with a decree of March 11, which ordered the judges of the local audiencia to meet as before, but to administer justice in the name of Napoleon Empereur et Roi. The patriots refused to serve and fled, whereupon their goods were confiscated, their families were harried, and when some of them were captured, they were threatened with penal servitude or death. A decree drawn up in words of cold ferocity declared every Spaniard who continued to oppose the French to be a rebel and a brigand, and therefore condemned to capital punishment. Several villages were punished with fire and sword because they were too patriotic to arrest and deliver up insurgents. Contrary to the promise made at the capitulation in January, many patriots were arrested and executed under the pretense that they had been concerned in the murder of Frenchmen in 1808, even though they might actually have saved the lives of certain of those unfortunates at that time. Valencia produces little wheat. There was much lack of it, and the French would not accept rice. Their requisitions were exacted with cruel disregard of consequences, even from the poorest, and quickly brought back to the patriotic side the mutable Valencian people, who had already been sufficiently embittered when they found that they were annexed to France. All over the province, there began to appear slaughter, rebellion, and finally guerrillero bands. The point which Schepeler makes as to Valencia being practically annexed to France, as shown by the administration of justice in the name of Napoleon, not of King Joseph, should be noted. It illustrates Suchet's determination to consider himself as a French viceroy, rather than as the general of one of the armies recently placed by the emperor under the king as commander-in-chief in the peninsula. We have already noted the way in which he contrived to plead special orders from Paris, exempting him from the royal control, whenever Joseph tried to borrow some of his troops for use against Wellington. At the same time, it must be conceded that he had a much better excuse than Soult for his persistent disobedience to such orders. His whole available force was so small that if he had sent 6,000 men to San Clement or Arcania, as Joseph directed, there would have been little or nothing left in Valencia save the garrisons, and the Spaniards from Alicante and Murcia could have taken their revenge for the disasters of the past winter. He represented to the king that to draw off such a body of troops to La Mancha implied the abandonment of all his recent conquests, and that if something had to be evacuated, it was better that Soult should begin the process, since Andalusia was a more outlying possession than Valencia. Les provinces du sud devaient être evacuées avant celles de l'Est, and here he was no doubt right. As we have been remarking again and again, the only solution for the situation created by Wellington's successes was to concentrate a great mass of troops at all costs, and the Army of the South could best provide that mass. It had 0 men under arms at the moment, such it had not in Valencia more than 15,000. Hitherto we have spoken of those parts of the east coast of Spain which lie south of the Ebro. But if the situation in Valencia had not altered much between February and June, the same was also the case in Catalonia. Since Eroles's victory over Burket-Roda in March, there had been much marching and countermarching in that principality, but nothing decisive. Lacy, the unpopular captain-general, was at odds with the junta, and especially with Eroles, the best of his divisional officers, who was the most influential man in Catalonia, owing to his local connections and his untiring energy. Lacy was a stranger, an enemy of the Sarmatan system, and a pronounced liberal. The political tendencies of the Catalans were distinctly favorable to the other, or servile, party. The captain-general was also accused of nourishing jealousy against Sarsfield, his second-in-command, and it is certain that both that officer and Eroles believed him capable of any mean trick toward them. But though divided counsels and mutual suspicions often hindered the cooperation of the commanders and the people, all were equally bitter enemies of the invader, and none of them showed any signs of slackening in their grim resolve to hold out to the end. The Catalan army did not now count more than 8,000 men in the field, but its central position in the mountains of the interior, round which the French garrisons were dispersed in a long semicircle, gave it advantages that compensated to a certain extent for its lack of numbers. It could strike out at any isolated point on the circumference, and whether its blow failed or succeeded, generally got off before the enemy had concentrated in sufficient numbers to do it much harm. On the other hand, Deccan, now commanding in Catalonia, and Maurice Mathieu, the governor of Barcelona, though they had some 3 times as many men under arms as Lacy, were reduced to a position that was little more than defensive. It is true that they occasionally collected a heavy column and struck into the inland, but the enemy avoided them and replied by counterattacks on depleted sections of the French circle of garrisons. On Apeth, for example, 4,800 men marched from Girona against Olot. The local levies under Claros and Rivera skirmished with them, giving ground and finally losing the town. But though they did not stop the advance of the enemy, Malans, with a larger force, moved on the important harbor of Mataro and laid siege to the garrison there, Apra, a stroke which soon brought the bulk of French troops back from Olot to drive him off. At the same time, Sarsfield's division pressed in upon the garrison of Tarragona and cut off its communications with Barcelona. This forced Deccan to march to open the road, with all the men that Maurice Mathieu could spare from Barcelona Apra. Letting them go by, Lacy at once renewed the attack on Mataro, bringing up the forces of Sarsfield and Malans, and borrowing 4 ship guns from Commodore Codrington to batter the fort, in which the French had taken refuge after evacuating the town. Deccan and Lamarck promptly turned back, and on the 3rd day of the siege came hastily to break it up. The Spaniards dispersed in various directions after burying the guns, which, much to Codrington's regret, were discovered and exhumed by the enemy. The net result of all this marching and countermarching was that much shoe leather had been worn out, and a few hundred men killed or wounded on each side. But certainly no progress had been made in the conquest of Catalonia. Indeed, Manso, at the end of the campaign, established himself at Molins de Rey, quite close to Barcelona, and Sarsfield occupied Montserrat, so that between them they once more cut off the communications from Barcelona southward and westward. Both had to be driven off in June in order that the roads might again be opened. Early in July, Lacy devised a scheme which made him more hated than ever in Catalonia. He concerted with some Spanish employees in the French commissariat service a plan for blowing up the powder magazine of the great fortress of Lerida, and arranged to be outside its walls on the day fixed for the explosion, and to storm it during the confusion that would follow. Eroles and Sarsfield both protested, pointing out that a whole quarter of the city must be destroyed, with great loss of life. Lacy replied that the results would justify the sacrifice, persisted in his scheme, and moved with every available man towards Lerida to be ready on the appointed day. He miscalculated his hours, however, and though he left hundreds of stragglers behind from overmarching, his column arrived too late. The explosion took place on the 16th, with dreadful success. Not only did 100 of the garrison perish, but a much larger number of the citizens, many houses, and one of the bastions fell. The governor Henriade, a very firm-handed man whose record in Lerida was most tyrannical, had been entirely unaware of the approach of the Spaniards, but proved equal to the occasion. He put his garrison under arms, manned the breach, and showed such a firm front when Lacy appeared that the captain-general, having tired troops and no cannon, refused to attempt the storm. He went off as quickly as he had come, having caused the death of several hundred of his countrymen with no profit whatever. If he was ready to adopt such terrible means, he should at least have had his plans correctly timed. The Catalans never forgave him the useless atrocity. Operations in Catalonia and Valencia were thus dragging on with no great profit to one side or the other, when Wellington's great scheme for the Anglo-Sicilian diversion on the east coast began at last to work, and as he had expected, set a new face to affairs. Unfortunately, the expedition was conducted very differently from his desire. We have already shown how, by Lord William Bentinck's perversity, it started too late, and was far weaker than was originally intended. But on July 15th, General Maitland arrived at Port Mahon with a fleet carrying 3 English and 2 German battalions, and parts of 3 foreign regiments, with a handful of cavalry and 2 companies of artillery. He sent messengers across Spain to announce to Wellington his arrival, and his purpose of landing in Catalonia, as had been directed. At Majorca, he picked up Whittingham's newly organized Balearic division, and after some delay, he set sail on July 28 for Palamos, a central point on the Catalan coast, off which he arrived on the morning of July 31st with over 10,000 men on board. Owing to Bentinck's unhappy hesitation in May and June, after the expedition had been announced and the troops ordered to prepare for embarkation, French spies in Sicily had found the time to send warning to Paris, and Suchet had been advised by the Minister of War that a fleet from Palermo might appear in his neighborhood at any moment. He received his warning in the end of June, a month before Maitland's arrival, and this turned out in the end profitable to the Allied cause, for though the fleet never appeared, he was always expecting it, and used the argument that he was about to be attacked by an English force as his most effective reply to King Joseph's constant demands for assistance in New Castile. The arrival at Alicante of transports intended to carry Roch's division to Catalonia, and of some vessels bearing the battering train which Wellington had sent round for Bentinck's use, was duly reported to him. For some time, he took this flotilla to be the Anglo-Sicilian squadron. Hence he was expecting all through June and July the attack which, through Bentinck's perversity, was never delivered. The threat proved as effective as the actual descent might have been, and Wellington would have been much relieved if only he could have seen a few of Suchet's many letters refusing to move a man to support the king. Suchet's great trouble was that he could not tell in the least whether the Sicilian expedition would land in Catalonia or in Valencia. It might come ashore anywhere between Alicante and Roses. He prepared a small movable central reserve, with which he could march northward if the blow should fall between Valencia and Tortosa, or southward, to reinforce Habert and Harisp if it should be struck in the south. Deccan was warned to have a strong force concentrated in central Catalonia, in case the descent came in his direction, and such it promised him such assistance as he could spare. On a rumor that the Sicilian fleet had turned northward, as a matter of fact it was not yet in Spanish waters, the Marshal thought it worthwhile to make a rapid visit to Catalonia to concert matters with Deccan. He marched by Tortosa with a flying column, and on July 10th met Deccan at Ruse. Here he learned that there were no signs of the enemy to be discovered, and after visiting Tarragona, inspecting its fortifications, and reinforcing its garrison, returned southward in a more leisurely fashion than he had gone forth. During such its absence from his Valencian viceroyalty, the Captain-General of Murcia took measures which brought about one of the most needless and gratuitous disasters that ever befell the ever-unlucky army of which he was in charge. Joseph O'Donnell knew that the Sicilian expedition was due, and he had been warned that Roch's division would be taken off to join it. He was aware that Maitland's arrival would modify all such its arrangements, and would force him to draw troops away from his own front. He had been requested by Wellington to content himself with containing the French force in his front and to risk nothing. But on July 18th, he marched out from his positions in front of Alicante with the design of surprising General Harisp. He knew that Suchet had gone north and was not aware of his return, and he had been informed, quite truly, that Harisp's cantonments were much scattered. Unfortunately, he was as incapable as he was presumptuous, and he entirely lacked the fiery determination of his brother Henry, the hero of La Bispal. According to contemporary critics, he was set, at this moment, on making what he thought would be a brilliant descent on an unprepared enemy, without any reference to his orders or to the general state of the war. And he wished to fight before Roch's troops were taken from him, as they must soon be. Harisp had only some 5,000 men, his own division, with one stray battalion belonging to Habert and Delort's cavalry brigade. He had one infantry regiment in reserve at Alcai, another at Ibai, the third, with the bulk of Delort's horsemen, in and about Castalla, the nearest point in the French cantonments to Alicante. O'Donnell's ambitious plan was to surround the troops in Castalla and Ibai by a concentric movement of several columns marching far apart, and to destroy them before Harisp himself could come up with his reserve from the rear. Bassicourt and his detachment from the northern hills was ordered to fall in at the same time on Alcai, so as to distract Harisp and keep him engaged, a doubtful expedient since he lay many marches away, and it was obvious that the timing of his diversion would probably miscarry. O'Donnell marched in 3 masses. On the right, Roch's division went by Zixona with the order to surprise the French troops in Ibai. The main body, 3 weak infantry brigades under Montijo, Migers, and Michelina, with 2 squadrons of cavalry and a battery, moved straight upon Castalla. The main body of the horse, about 800 strong, under General Santisteban, went out on the left on the side of Villena, with orders to outflank the enemy and try to cut in upon his rear. The whole force made up 10,000 infantry and 0 cavalry, not taking into account the possible, but unlikely advent of Bassicourt, so that Harisp was outnumbered by much more than 2 to 1. As an extra precaution, all the transports ready in Alicante were sent out, with only 1 battalion on board, along the coast, to demonstrate opposite Denia and the mouth of the Zúcar, in order to call off the attention of Habert's division, which lay in that direction. Having marched all night on the 20th July, the Spanish columns found themselves, in a very fatigued condition, in front of the enemy at 4 o'clock on the morning of the 21st. They were out of touch with each other, Roch being separated from the center by the mountain spur called the Sierra de Cata, and the cavalry having been sent very far out on the flank. General Mesclip was opposed to Roch at Ibai, with 4 battalions and a squadron of cuirassiers. General Delort at Castalla had only 1 squadron of the cuirassiers, 2 battalions, and a battery, but was expecting the arrival of the 24th Dragoons from the neighboring town of Bayer, some way to his right, and of the remaining 2 squadrons of the 13th Cuirassiers from Arnil on his left. Meanwhile, he evacuated Castalla, but took up a position on a hillside covered by a stream and a ravine crossed by a narrow bridge with his trifling force. He had already sent orders to Mesclip at Ibai to come in to his aid, leaving only a rearguard to hold off as long as possible the Spanish column in front of him. The latter did as he was bid. He threw into the castle of Ibai a company of the 44th and 2 guns, and left the rest of that battalion and a troop of cuirassiers to support them. With the rest of his force, the 3 battalions of the 1st Leger and the remaining troop of cuirassiers, he set off in haste for Castalla. This scheme was never carried out, for on December 20 Marmont received another dispatch ordering him to transfer his headquarters to Valladolid and to move a large part of his army into Old Castile. Of this more hereafter. But being thus prevented, for his own good fortune as it turned out, from going on the expedition, he gave over Foy's and Sarrat's divisions to Montbrun and bade him execute the diversion. He himself went, as ordered, to Valladolid. If he had received the last dispatch a little later, or had started a little earlier, he would have been put in the ignominious position of being absent from his own point of danger, when Wellington suddenly struck at Ciudad Rodrigo in the early days of January. Montbrun, his substitute, had drawn together his forces in La Mancha by the 29th of December, but receiving from d'Armagnac, who was already on the move with 3,000 men, the assurance that the road from Cuenca to Valencia was practically impassable at midwinter, and that he could certainly get no guns along it, he resolved to take another route towards the scene of active operations. Accordingly, he set out to march by the road San Clement, Chinchilla, Almanza, which runs across the upland plain of La Mancha and northern Murcia, and does not cross rough ground till it nears the descent to the sea-coast on the borders of Valencia. The column did not leave San Clement and El Probencio till January 2, and as we shall see, was too late to help Suchet, who had brought matters to a head long before it drew near him. Meanwhile, d'Armagnac, though his force was trifling, had been of far greater use. He had reoccupied Cuenca, but finding, as he had informed Montbrun, that the roads in that direction were impracticable, had swerved southward, avoiding the mountains, and getting to Tarazona in La Mancha, marched towards the passes of the Cabriel River and the road on to Valencia by way of Requena. His approach being reported to Blake, who had no troops in this direction save 2 battalions under Bassecourt, the Captain General was seized with a natural disquietude as to his rear, for he had no accurate knowledge of the French strength. Wherefore he directed General Frere, with the succors which he had been intending to draw up from Murcia, to abandon the idea of reinforcing the main army and to throw himself between d'Armagnac and Valencia. The French general, beating the country on all sides, and thrusting before him Bassecourt's small force and the local guerrilleros, marched as far as Aniesta and forced the passage of the Cabriel at Valdecañas. But finding that he had got far away from Montbrun, who did not march till many days after he himself had started, and being informed that Frere, with a very large force, was coming in upon his rear, he stopped before reaching Requena and turned back towards La Mancha. He had succeeded, however, in preventing Frere from reinforcing Valencia, and the Murcian succors never got near to Blake. He even for a time distracted troops from the main Spanish army, for Zayas was sent for some days to Requena and only returned just in time for the operations that began on December 25th. The net outcome, therefore, of Montbrun's and d'Armagnac's operations was simply to distract Frere's division from Valencia at the critical moment, an appreciable but not a decisive result. Meanwhile, Suchet found himself able to deliver his decisive blow on the Guadalaviar. By his orders, Severali and Ryle had drawn southward by way of Teruel, deliberately abandoning most of Aragon to the mercy of the insurgent bands. For though Caffarelli had moved some battalions of the Army of the North to Saragossa and the posts along the Ebro, the rest of the province was left most inadequately guarded by the small force that had originally been committed to Musnier's charge, when first Suchet marched on Valencia. Musnier himself accompanied Severali's division, leaving his detachments under Caffarelli's orders, for he had been directed to come to the front and assume the command of his old brigades, those of Ficatier and Robert, both now with the main army. When Ryle and the Italians marched south, Aragon was exposed to the inroads of Montijo, Duran, the Empecinado, and Mina, all of whom had been harried, but by no means crushed, by the late marches and countermarches of the French. That trouble would ensue both Napoleon and Suchet were well aware. But the emperor had made up his mind that all other considerations were to be postponed to the capture of Valencia and the destruction of Blake's army. When these ends were achieved, not only Ryle and Severally, but other troops as well, should be drawn northwards to complete the pacification of Aragon and to make an end of the lingering war in Catalonia. Severally had reached Teruel on November 30, but was ordered to await the junction of Ryle's troops, and these were still far off. Indeed, Ryle himself only started from Saragossa with Burke's brigade on December 10th, and Panettia's brigade, which had been hunting Duran in the mountains, was 2 long marches farther behind. Without waiting for its junction, Severally and Ryle marched from Teruel on December 20th and reached Segorbe unopposed on the 24th. Here they were in close touch with Suchet and received orders to make a forced march to join him, as he intended to attack the lines of the Guadalajara on the 26th. To them was allotted the most important move in the game, for they were to cross the Guadalajara high up, beyond the westernmost of Blake's long string of batteries and earthworks, and to turn his flank and get in his rear, while the army of Aragon assailed his front and held him nailed to his positions by a series of vigorous attacks. The point on which Ryle and Severally were to march was Ribaroja, 15 miles upstream from Valencia. When the 2 divisions from Aragon should have arrived, Suchet could count on 33,000 men in line, but as Panettia was still laboring up 2 marches in the rear, it was really with 30,000 only that he struck his blow, a force exceeding that which Blake possessed by not more than 6,000 or 7,000 bayonets. Considering the strength of the Spanish fortifications, the task looked hazardous, but Suchet was convinced, and rightly, that the greater part of the army of Valencia was still so much demoralized that much might be dared against it, and the event proved him wise. On the night of December 25th, all the divisions of the army of Aragon had abandoned their cantonments and advanced towards the Spanish lines, Habert on the left next the sea, Palembini to the west of Valencia, opposite the village of Mislata, Haresp and Musnier farther upstream, opposite Court. The cavalry accompanied this last column. Ryle and Severally, on their arrival, were to form the extreme right of the line and would extend far beyond the last Spanish entrenchments. The weak Neapolitan division alone, now not much over 1,000 strong, was to keep quiet, occupying the entrenched position in the suburb of Serranos, which faced the city of Valencia. Its only duty was to hold on to its works, in case Blake should try a sortie at this spot, with the purpose of breaking the French line in 2. That such a weak force was left to discharge such an important function is a sufficient proof of Suchet's belief in Blake's incapacity to take the offensive. The lines which the French were about to assail were rather long than strong, despite of the immense amount of labor that had been lavished on them during the last 3 months. Their extreme right, on the side of the sea, and by the mouth of the Guadalajara, was a redoubt, named after the Lazaretto hard by commanding the estuary. From thence, a long line of earthworks continued the defenses as far as the slight hill of Monte Olivedo, which guarded the right flank of the great entrenched camp, of which the city formed the nucleus. Here there was a fort outside the walls, and connected with them by a ditch and a bastioned line of earthworks, reaching as far as the citadel at the northeast corner of the town. From thence, the line of resistance for some way was formed of the medieval wall of Valencia itself, 30 feet high and 10 thick. It was destitute of a parapet broad enough to bear guns, but the Spaniards had built up against its back, at irregular distances, scaffolding of heavy beams and terraces of earth, on which a certain amount of cannon were mounted. The gates were protected by small advanced works, mounting artillery. Blake had made Valencia and its 3 outlying southern and western suburbs of Ruzafa, San Vicente, and Court into a single place of defense, by building around those suburbs a great line of earthworks and batteries. It was an immense work, consisting of bastioned entrenchments provided with a ditch 18 feet deep and filled in some sections with water. From the city, the line of defense along the river continued as far as the village of Manizes, with an unbroken series of earthworks and batteries. The Guadalajara itself formed an outer obstacle, being a stream running through low and marshy ground, and diverted into many watercuts for purposes of irrigation. The continuous line of defenses from the sea as far as Manises was about 8 miles long. It possessed some outworks on the farther bank of the Guadalquivir, 3 of the 5 bridges which lead from Valencia northward having been left standing by Blake, with good terres de pont to protect them from such its attacks. Thus the Spaniards had the power to debouch on to the French side of the river at any time that they pleased. This fact added difficulties to the projected attack which the Marshal was planning. The troops behind the lines of the Guadalquivir consisted of some 23,000 regulars, with a certain amount of local urban guards and armed peasantry whose number it is impossible to estimate with any precision. Probably they gave some 3,000 muskets more, but their fighting value was almost negligible. The right of the line, near the sea, was entirely made over to these levies of doubtful value. Miranda's division manned the fort of Monte Olivito and the whole north front of the city. Lardizabal garrisoned the earthworks from the end of the town wall as far as the village of Mislata. This last place and its works fell to the charge of Zayas. Kriegsmercians were on Zayas's left at court. Finally, the western wing of the army was formed by the Valencian divisions of Obispo and Villacampa, holding San Onofre and Manises, where the fortifications ended. The whole of the cavalry was placed so as to cover the left rear of the lines at Aldea and Torrent. A few battalions of the Raw Reserve Division were held in the city as a central reserve. The arrangements of Blake seem liable to grave criticism, since he placed his 2 good and solid divisions, those of Lardizabal and Zayas, in the strongest works in the center of his line, but entrusted his left flank, where a turning movement by the French might most easily take place, to the demoralized battalions of Villacampa and Obispo, who had a consistent record of rout and disaster behind them. It is clear that lines, however long, can always be turned, unless their ends rest, as did those of Torres Vedras, on an impassable obstacle such as the sea. If the French should refuse to attack the works in front, and should march up the Guadalquivir to far beyond the last battery, it would be impossible to prevent them from crossing, all the more so because, after Manises, the network of canals and watercuts, which makes the passage difficult in the lower course of the river, comes to an end, and the only obstacle exposed to the invader is a single stream of no great depth. Blake, therefore, should have seen that the critical point was the extreme west end of his lines, and should have placed there his best troops instead of his worst. Moreover, he appears to have had no proper system of outposts of either cavalry or infantry along the upper stream, for as we shall see, the first passage of the French was made not only without opposition, but without any alarm being given. Yet there were 2,000 Spanish cavalry only a few miles away, at Torrent and Aldea. Such its plan of attack, which he carried out the moment that Ryle joined him, and even before the latter's rearmost brigade had got up into line, was a very ambitious one, aiming not merely at the forcing of the Guadalquivir or the investment of Valencia, but at the trapping of the whole Spanish army. It was conducted on such a broad front, and with such a dispersion of the forces into isolated columns, that it argued a supreme contempt for Blake and his generalship. Used against such a general as Wellington, it would have led to dreadful disaster, but such it knew his adversary. The gist of the plan was the circumventing of the Spanish lines by 2 columns which, starting one above and the other below Valencia, were to cross the river and join hands to the south of the city. Meanwhile, the main front of the works was to be threatened, and if circumstances favored, attacked by a very small fraction of the French army. Near the sea, Habert's division was to force the comparatively weak line of works at the estuary, and then to cut the road which runs from Valencia between the Mediterranean and the great lagoon of the Albufera. Far inland, the main striking force of the army, composed of the divisions of Hardship and Musnier, with all the cavalry, and with Ryle's 3 brigades following close behind, was to pass the Guadalquivir at Ribaroja, 3 or 4 miles above Manises, and from thence to extend along the south front of the Spanish lines, take them in the rear, and push on so as to get into touch with Habert. Compere's weak Neapolitan brigade was to block the bridgeheads, out of which Blake might make a sally northward. Palambini's Italians were to press close up to Mislata, which such it judged to be the weakest point in the Spanish lines, and to deliver against it an attack which was to be pushed more or less home as circumstances might dictate. The whole force employed, not counting Panettia's brigade, which had not yet joined Ryle, was just 30,000 men. Of these, 25,000 were employed in the flanking movements. Less than 5,000 were left to demonstrate against Blake's front along the lines of the Guadalquivir. The main and decisive blow was of course to be delivered by Harispe, Musnier, and Ryle, who were to cross the river at a point where the Spaniards were unlikely to make any serious opposition, since it was outside their chosen ground of defense and was clearly watched rather than held. If 20,000 men crossed here and succeeded in establishing themselves south of Valencia by a rapid march, Blake would find his lines useless and would be forced to fight in the open in order to secure a retreat southward, or else to shut himself and his whole force up in the entrenched camp around the city. Suchet could accept either alternative with equanimity. A battle, as he judged, meant a victory, the breaking up of the Spanish army and the capture of Valencia. If, on the other hand, Blake refused to fight a general engagement and retired within his camp, it would lead to his being surrounded, and the desired end would only be deferred for a few days. There were only two dangers. One was that the Spanish general might abscond southward with the bulk of his army without fighting the moment that he heard that his enemy was across the Guadalquivir. The second was that, waiting till the French main body was committed to its flank march, he might break out northward by the three bridges in his hands, overwhelm the Neapolitans, and escape towards Liria and Segorbe into the mountains. Suchet judged that his enemy would try neither of these courses. He would not be timid enough to retreat on the instant that he learnt that his left wing was beginning to be turned, nor would he be resourceful enough to strike away northward as soon as he saw that the turning movement was formidable and certain of success. Herein Suchet judged aright. At nightfall on the 26th of December, 200 hussars, each carrying a voltigeur behind him, forded the Guadalquivir at Ribaroja and threw out a chain of posts, which brushed off a few Spanish cavalry vedettes. The moment that the farther bank was clear, the whole force of Suchet's engineers set to work to build two trestle bridges for infantry and to lay a solid pontoon bridge higher up for guns and cavalry. A few hours later, Harispe's division began to pass, then Musnier's, lastly Boussard's cavalry. The defile took a long time, and even by dawn Ryle's 3 brigades had not arrived or begun to pass. But by that time, 10,000 French were over the river. The Spanish vedettes had reported, both to their cavalry generals at Aldea and to Blake at Valencia, that the enemy was busy at Ribaroja, but had not been able to judge of his force or to make out that he was constructing bridges. Their commanders resolved that nothing could be done in the dark, and that the morning light would determine the character of the movement. The late December sun soon showed the situation. Harispe's division was marching on Torrent to cut the high road to Murcia. The cavalry and 1 brigade of Musnier were preparing to follow. The other brigade of the 2nd Division, Roberts, was standing fast by the bridges to cover them till Ryle should appear and cross. But while this was the most weighty news brought to Blake, he was distracted by intelligence from 2 other quarters. Habet was clearly seen coming down by the seaside to attack at the estuary, and Palembini was also approaching in the center, in front of Mislata. The daylight was the signal for the commencement of skirmishing on each of the 3 far-separated points. Blake, strange as it may appear, made up his mind at first that the real danger lay on the side next the sea, and that Habet's column was the main striking force. But when it became clear that this wing of the French army was not very strong and was coming on slowly, he turned his attention to Palembini, whose attack on Mislata was made early and was conducted in a vigorous style. It was to this point that he finally rode out from the city, and he took up his position behind Zayas, entirely neglecting the turning movement on his left, apparently because it was out of sight, and he could not make the right deduction from the reports which his cavalry had brought him. Meanwhile, Harispe's column, pushing forward with the object of reaching the high road from Valencia to Murcia, the natural route for Blake's army to take, if it should attempt to escape southward, ran into the main body of the Spanish horse, which was assembling in the neighborhood of the village of Aldea. The French infantry were preceded by a squadron of hussars, who were accompanied by General Boussard. the commander of Suchet's cavalry division. This small force was suddenly encompassed and cut up by several regiments of Martin Carrera's brigade. Bousard was overthrown and left for dead. His sword and decorations were stripped from his body, but more French squadrons began to come up, and Harisp's infantry opened fire on the Spaniards, who were soon forced to retire hurriedly. They rode off southward towards the Zouka River. They were soon completely out of touch with the rest of Blake's army. Harisp's column then continued its way, sweeping eastward towards the Mercian chaussee in the manner that Suchet had designed. But the rest of the operations of the French right wing were not so decisive as its commander had hoped. Mahy, learning of the movement of the encircling column and seeing Robert's brigade massed opposite the extreme flank of his position at Manizes, while some notice of Rile's near approach also came to hand, suddenly resolved that he would not be surrounded, and abandoned all his lines before they were seriously attacked. He had the choice of directing Villacampa and Obispo to retire towards Valencia and join Blake for a serious battle in the open, or of bidding them strike off southward and eastward and escape towards the Zouka, abandoning the main body of the army. He chose the second alternative and marched off parallel with Harisp's threatening column, directing each brigade to get away as best it could. His force at once broke up into several fractions, for the crossroads were many and perplexing. Some regiments reached the Mercian chaussee before Harisp and escaped in front of him, pursued by the French cavalry. Others, coming too late, were forced to forego this obvious line of retreat and to struggle still farther eastward, only turning south when they got to the marshy borders of the lagoon of Albufera. Obispo, with 2,000 of his men, was so closely hunted by the hostile cavalry that he barely found safety by striking along the narrow strip of soft ground between the lagoon and the sea. On the morning of the 27th, he struggled through to Cullera near the mouth of the Zouka. Mahy, with the greater part of Villacampa's division and some of Obispo's and Krieg's, arrived somewhat earlier at Alcira, higher up the same stream, where he found the fugitive cavalry already established. The divisions were much disorganized, but they had lost very few killed or wounded, and not more than 500 prisoners. Mahy rallied some 4,000 or 5,000 men at Alcira, and Obispo a couple of thousand at Cullera, but they were a spent force, not fit for action. Many of the raw troops had disbanded themselves and gone home. Plan of Suchet's investment of Valencia. Enlarge Valencia the siege, de Jan 1812. Thus 3/7 of Blake's army were separated from Valencia and their commander-in-chief without having made any appreciable resistance. But it seems doubtful whether Mahy should be blamed. If he had waited an hour longer in his positions, his whole corps might have been captured. If he had retired towards Valencia, he would have been, in all probability, forced to surrender with the rest of the army a few days later. And in separating himself from his chief, he had the excuse that he knew that Blake's intention had been to retire towards the Zouka if beaten, not to shut himself up in Valencia. He may have expected that the rest of the army would follow him southward, and Blake, as we shall see, probably had the chance of executing that movement, though he did not seize it. Meanwhile, the progress of the engagement in other quarters must be detailed. Palembini made a serious attempt to break through the left center of the Spanish lines at Mislata. His task was hard, not so much because of the entrenchments or of the difficulty of crossing the Guadalquivir, which was fordable for infantry, but from the many muddy canals and water cuts with which the ground in front of him abounded. These, though not impassable for infantry, prevented guns from getting to the front till bridges should have been made for them. The Italians waded through the first canal and then through the river, but were brought to a stand by the second canal, that of Fabara, behind which the Spanish entrenchments lay. After a furious fire contest, they had to retire as far as the river, under whose bank many sought refuge, some plunged in and waded back to the farther side. Palembini rallied them and delivered a second attack, but at only one point, to the left of Mislata, did the assault break into the Spanish line. Zayas, aided by a battalion or two which Mahy had sent up from Quart, vindicated his position and repulsed the attack with heavy loss. But when the news came from the left that Harisp had turned the lines, and when Mahy's troops were seen evacuating all their positions and hurrying off, Zayas found himself with his left flank completely exposed. Blake made some attempt to form a line en potence to Zayas's entrenchments, directing 2 or 3 of Krieg's battalions from Quart and some of his reserve from the city to make a stand at the village of Caravella. But the front was never formed. Attacked by some of Musnier's troops, these detachments broke up, Krieg's men flying to follow Mahy and the others retiring to the entrenched camp. Thereupon Blake ordered Zayas and Lardizabal, who lay to his right, to retreat into Valencia before they should be turned by the approaching French. The movement was accomplished in order and at leisure, and all the guns in and about the Mislata entrenchments were brought away. Palembini had been too hardly handled to attempt to pursue. The general-in-chief seemed stunned by the suddenness of the disaster. He looked like a man of stone, says Schepler, who rode at his side. When any observation was made to him, he made no reply, and he could come to no decision. He would not allow Zayas to fight, and when a colonel, the author of this work, suggested at the commencement of the retreat that it would be well to burn certain houses which lay dangerously close to the entrenched camp, he kept silence. Whereupon Zayas observed in bitter rage to this officer, "Truly you are dull, my German friend. Do you not see that you cannot wake the man up?" According to the narratives of several contemporaries, there would still have been time at this moment to direct the retreating column southward and escape, as Obispo did, along the Albufera. For Habert, as we shall see, had been much slower than Harisp in his turning movement by the side of the Mediterranean. Some, among them Schepler, suggest that the whole garrison might have broken out by the northern bridges and got away. For Palembini was not in a condition to hinder them, and the Neapolitans in front of the bridgeheads were but a handful of 1,200 men. But the general, still apparently unconscious of what was going on about him, drew back into the entrenched camp and did no more. Habert, meanwhile, finally completed his movement and joined hands with Harisp at last. His lateness was to be accounted for not by the strength of the opposition made by the irregular troops in front of him, but by the fact that his advance had been much hindered by the fire of the flotilla lying off the mouth of the Guadalquivir. Here there was a swarm of gunboats supported by a British 74 and a frigate. Habert would not commence his passage till he had driven them away, by placing a battery of 16 siege guns on the shore near the Grau. After much firing, the squadron sheered off, and about midday the French division crossed the Guadalquivir, partly by fording, partly on a hastily constructed bridge, and attacked the line of scattered works defended by irregulars which lay behind. The Spaniards were successively evicted from all of them, as far as the fort of Monte Oliveto. Miranda's division kept within the entrenched camp and gave no assistance to the bands without. But it was late afternoon before Habert had accomplished his task and finally got into touch with Harisp. Blake was thus shut up in Valencia with the divisions of Miranda, Zayas, and Lardizabal, and what was left of his raw reserve battalions. Altogether, some 17,000 fighting men remained with him. The loss in actual fighting had been very small, about 500 killed and wounded, and as many prisoners. The French captured a good many guns in the evacuated works and a single standard. Suchet returned his total casualties at 521 officers and men, of whom no less than 50 killed and wounded were among Palembini's Italians, the only corps which can be said to have done any serious fighting. The marshal's strategical combination would have been successful almost without bloodshed, if only Palembini had not pressed his attack so hard and with so little necessity. But the Spanish army, which was drawn out on a long front of 9 miles, without any appreciable central reserve, and with no protection for its exposed flank, was doomed to ruin the moment that the enemy appeared in overwhelming force, beyond and behind its extreme left wing. Blake's only chance was to have watched every ford with great vigilance, and to have had a strong flying column of his best troops ready in some central position, from which it could be moved out to dispute Suchet's passage without a moment's delay. Far from doing this, he tied down his 2 veteran divisions to the defense of the strongest part of his lines, watched the fords with nothing but cavalry vedettes, and kept no central reserve at all, save 2,000 or 3,000 men of his untrustworthy reserve division. In face of these dispositions, the French were almost bound to be successful. A disaster was inevitable, but Blake might have made it somewhat less ruinous if he had recognized his real position promptly and had ordered a general retreat, when Haresp's successful turning movement became evident. In this case, he would have lost Valencia, but not his army. As it was, a week more saw the miserable end of the campaign. Suchet's first precaution was to ascertain whether there was any danger from the fraction of the Spanish army which Mahi and Obispo had carried off. He was uncertain how strong they were, and whether they were prepared to attack him in the rear, supposing that he should sit down to the siege of Valencia. Accordingly, he sent out at dawn on the 26th December 2 light columns of cavalry and voltigeurs against Alcira and Culleray, whither he knew that the refugees had retired. These 2 reconnaissances in force discovered the enemy in position, but the moment that they were descried, Mahi retreated towards Alque and Obispo towards Alicante, both in such haste and disorder that it was evident that they had no fighting spirit left in them. Suchet, therefore, was soon relieved of any fear of danger from this side, and could make his arrangements for the siege. He sent back to the north bank of the Guadalava the whole division of Musnia, which was there joined 3 days later by Rile's belated brigade, that of Panitia. Haresp, Habert, Severally, and Rile's other French brigade, that of Burke, formed the investment on the southern bank. Palambini lay astride of the river near Mislata, with 1 brigade on each bank. The whole force of 33,000 men was sufficient for the task before it. The decisive blow would have to be given by the siege artillery. The whole train, which had captured Saguntum, had long been ready for its work, and it had before it not regular fortifications of modern type, but in part of the circumference of Blake's position, medieval walls not built to resist artillery, in the rest the ditch and bank of the entrenched camp, which, though strong as a field work, could not be considered capable of resisting a formal attack by a strong siege train. Blake was as well aware of this as Suchet, and he also knew what Suchet could not, that the population of 100,000 souls under his charge had only 10 days' provision of flour and or 20 of rice and salt fish. The city, like the army, had been living on daily convoys from the south and had no great central reserves of food. If he should sit down, like Palafox at Saragossa, to make an obstinate defense behind improvised works, he would be on the edge of starvation in less than 3 weeks. But such a defense was impossible in face of the spirit of the people, who looked upon Blake as the author of all their woes, regarded him as a tyrant as well as an imbecile, and were as likely to rise against him as to turn their energies to resisting the French. Palafox at Saragossa accomplished what he did because the spirit of the citizens was with him. Blake was despised as well as detested. When he recovered his composure, he called a council of war, which voted almost unanimously that the city was indefensible, and that the army must try to cut its way out on the north side of the Guadalava. If the sally had been made on the 27th, it might have succeeded, for it was not till late on that day that Suchet's arrangements for the blockade of the north bank were complete. But the investing line had been linked up by the night of the 28th-29th, when Blake made his last stroke for safety. At 6 in the evening, the field army issued from the gate of St. Jose and began to cross the bridge opposite it, the westernmost of the 3 of which the Spaniards were in possession. This led not to the Great Chaussee to Saguntum and Tortosa, which was known to have been cut and entrenched by the enemy, but to the byroad to Liria and the mountains. Lardizabal headed the march. Zayas followed, escorting the artillery and a considerable train. Miranda brought up the rear. Charles O'Donnell was left to man the walls with the urban guards and the reserve division, and was given permission to capitulate whenever he should be attacked. O'Donnell assailed Delort in a very leisurely way after occupying the town of Castalla. His troops were tired, and 4 of his 6 guns had fallen behind. But Montijo's brigade and the 2 pieces which had kept up with it were developing an attack on the bridge, and Michelina and Migers had passed the ravine higher up, when the French detached troops began to appear from all directions. The first to get up were the 400 men of the 24th Dragoons, who, screened by an olive wood, came in with a tremendous impact, and quite unforeseen, upon Migers's flank, and completely broke up his 3 battalions. They then, after reforming their ranks, formed in column and charged across the narrow bridge in front of O'Donnell's center, though it was commanded by his 2 guns. An attack delivered across such a defile, passable by only 2 horses abreast, looked like madness, but was successful. The guns only fired one round each before they were ridden over, and the brigade supporting them broke up. Delort then attacked, with his 2 battalions and with the cuirassiers who had just come up from Arnil. Montijo's brigade, the only intact Spanish unit left, was thus driven from the field and scattered. The 6,000 infantry of O'Donnell's centre became a mass of fugitives. Only 1 regiment out of the whole kept its ranks and went off in decent order. Of the rest, nearly half were hunted down and captured in droves by the French cuirassiers and dragoons. Mesclip, with the 3 battalions from Ibai, arrived too late to take any part in the rout. Delort sent him back at once to relieve the detachment that he had left in front of Roch. The latter had driven it out of the village of Ibai after some skirmishing, when he saw approaching him not only Mesclip's column, but Harisp coming up from Alke with the 116th of the line. He at once halted, turned to the rear, and retired in good order towards Zixona. The enemy's cavalry tried to break his rearguard but failed, and the whole division got back to Alicante without loss. The same chance happened to Santisteban's cavalry, which, marching from Villena at 7 o'clock, had reached Bayer in the enemy's rear only when the fighting, which had begun at 4, was all over. O'Donnell tried to throw blame on this officer, but the fact seems to be that his own calculation of time and distance was faulty. He had sent his cavalry on too wide a sweep, separated by hills from his main body, and had kept up no proper communication with it. Nor does it appear that if Santisteban had come up to Bayer a little earlier, he would have been able to accomplish anything very essential. Bassicourt's diversion, as might have been expected, did not work. Before he got near Alke, the main body had been cut to pieces. He retired in haste to Almanza on hearing the news. O'Donnell's infantry was so shattered that his army was reduced to as bad a condition as it had shown in January, after Blake's original disaster at Valencia. He had lost over 3,000 men, of whom 135 were unwounded prisoners, 3 flags, and the only 2 guns that had got to the front. The survivors of the 3 broken brigades had dispersed all over the countryside and took weeks to collect. It was fortunate that Roch's division had reached Alicante intact, or that city itself might have been in danger. The French had lost, according to their own account, no more than 200 men. Only the 2 cavalry regiments, 2 battalions of the 7th Line, and one of the 44th had been put into action. As such, it truly remarks in his memoirs, the total numbers engaged, 3,000 men, on his side was somewhat less than the casualty list of the enemy. The rout of Castalla put the Murcian army out of action for months, a lucky thing for Suchet, since the force of the Allies at Alicante was just about to be increased by the arrival there of Maitland's expedition, and if O'Donnell's army had been still intact, a very formidable body of troops would have been collected opposite him. It remains to explain the appearance of the Anglo-Sicilians in this direction, contrary to the orders of Wellington, who had expressed his wish that they should land in Catalonia, join Lacy, and lay siege to Tarragona, an operation which he thought would force Suchet to evacuate Valencia altogether, in order to bring help to Deccan. We left Maitland anchored in the Bay of Palamos on July 31. The moment that he appeared, Eroles went on board his ship to urge his immediate disembarkation and to promise the enthusiastic assistance of the Catalans. The energetic Baron gave a most optimistic picture of the state of affairs. He declared that the whole country would rise at the sight of the redcoats, that Tarragona was weakly held, and that the total force of the French, including Suchet's column near Tortosa, was only 13,000 men. Lacy and Sarsfield appeared later and gave much less encouraging information. They rated the enemy at a far higher figure than Eroles, and were right in so doing, for Deccan had some 25,000 men and could by an effort have concentrate 0, exclusive of succors from Suchet. The Spanish army of Catalonia could only furnish 7,000 foot and horse, of whom many were so far off at the moment that Lacy declared that it would take 6 or 8 days to bring them up. By the time that they were all arrived, the French would have concentrated also, and would be equal in numbers to the whole force that the Allies could collect. Tarragona was reported to be in a better state of defense than Eroles allowed, and the engineers declared that it might take 10 days to reduce it. But the greatest problem of all was that of provisions. Lacy declared that the country could furnish little or nothing. He could not undertake to keep his own small army concentrated for more than a week. The Anglo-Sicilians must be fed from the fleet, and he could provide no transport. Evidently, the expedition would be tied down to the shore, and the siege of Tarragona was the only possible operation. Since the Anglo-Sicilian army could not maneuver at large or retire into the inland, it would have to fight Deccan to cover the investment of Tarragona within a few days of its landing. On the other hand, if, as Eroles promised, the Sarmatines rose on every side at the news of the disembarkation, the outlying French troops might not be able to get up to join Deccan. The roads would be blocked, the enemy might never be able to concentrate, and the force about Barcelona, his only immediately available field army, was not more than 8,000 strong and might be beat. There were those who said that Lacy never wished to see the expedition land because he was jealous of Eroles and thought that a general rising which ended in success would have meant the end of his own power and tenure of office. It is at least certain that the views which he expressed caused Maitland much trouble and made him to flinch from his original idea of landing without delay and attacking Tarragona, according to Wellington's desire. The English general took refuge in a council of war, the usual resource of commanders of a wavering purpose. His lieutenants all advised him to refuse to land, on the ground that his forces were too small and heterogeneous, that Lacy could give no prompt assistance, and that there was no sign as yet of the general rising which Eroles promised. Moreover, some of the naval officers told him that anchorage off the Catalan coast was so dangerous, even in summer, that they could not promise him that the army could be taken safely on board in case of a defeat. To the intense disgust of Eroles and the other Catalan leaders, but not at all to Lacy's displeasure, Maitland accepted the advice of his council of war and resolved to make off and to land farther south. The original idea was to have come ashore somewhere in the midst of the long coastline south of the Ebro, between Tortosa and Valencia, with the object of breaking Suchet's line in the middle. But the news of Joseph O'Donnell's gratuitous disaster at Castalla, which obviously enabled the Marshal to use his whole army against a disembarking force, and the suggestion that Alicante itself might be in danger, induced Maitland in the end to order his whole armament to steer southward. He arrived at Alicante on August 7th and commenced to send his troops ashore, both his own 6,000 men and Whittingham's 4,000 auxiliaries of the Balearic Division. Since Roch was already there, with his troops in good order, there were 14,000 men collected in Alicante, over and above the wrecks of O'Donnell's force. If only the Mercians had been intact, the mass assembled would have caused Suchet serious qualms, since it would have outnumbered the French corps in Valencia very considerably, and there was in it a nucleus of good troops in Maitland's British and German battalions. The news of Salamanca had also come to hand by this time, and had transformed the general aspect of affairs in Suchet's eyes. King Joseph was again demanding instant help from him, in the hope of retaining Madrid, and had called in, without his knowledge or consent, the division of Palombini from Aragon and the garrison of Cuenca. If Wellington should advance, as he actually did, against the king, and should drive him from his capital, it was possible that the main theater of the war might be transferred to the borders of Valencia. The Marshal therefore resolved to concentrate. He ordered Habert and Harisp to fall back behind the Zúcar with their 8,000 men, abandoning their advanced positions in front of Alicante, and placed them at Jadova. Here he threw up some field works and armed a tête de pont on the Zúcar at Alberic. He ordered Paris's brigade to come down from northern Aragon to Teruel, and he warned the generals in Catalonia that he might ask for reinforcements from them. Maitland, therefore, after his landing, found that the French had disappeared from his immediate front. He was joined by Roch and by the 67th Regiment from Cartagena, and proposed to drive Harisp from Castalla and Ibai. But he marched against him on August 16th-18th, only to find that he had already retired behind the Zúcar. Farther than Monforte, he found himself unable to advance, for want of transport and food, for the expedition from Sicily had not been fitted out for an advance into the inland. It had been supposed by Bentinck that the troops would be able to hire or requisition in Spain the mules and carts that they would require for a forward movement. But the countryside about Alicante was already exhausted by the long stay of the Mercian army in that region, and O'Donnell, before Maitland had come to know the difficulties of his position, got from him a pledge that he would not take anything from it either by purchase or by requisition. The British general had hired mules to draw his guns, but found that he could not feed them on a forward march, because the resources of the district were denied him. He himself had to stop at Elda, Rachet-Alki, because the problem of transport and food could not be solved. All that he could do was to feel the French line of outposts behind the Zouka with a flying column composed of his own handful of cavalry, 200 sabres, and a detachment of Spanish horse lent him by Elio, the successor of O'Donnell, August 20th, 21st. But even the thought of farther advance had now to be given up, for the news arrived that King Joseph had evacuated Madrid on the 14th and was marching on Valencia with the 15,000 men that he had collected. To have tried any further attack on Suchet, when such an army was coming in from the flank to join the Marshal, would have been insane. The French force in this region would be doubled in strength by the king's arrival. Wherefore Maitland drew back his own division to Alicante and brought Roch back to Zixona, not far in front of that fortress, expecting that he might ere long be pushed back and perhaps besieged there. Wellington, in the end of the month, having the same idea, sent him elaborate directions for the defense of the place, bidding him to hold it as long as possible, but to keep his transports close at hand, and to re-embark if things came to the worst. On the 25th, King Joseph's army and its vast convoy of French and Spanish refugees joined Suchet's outposts at Almanza, and the dangerous combination which Maitland and Wellington had foreseen came to pass. But what was still more threatening for the army at Alicante was the rumor that Soult was about to evacuate Andalusia and to bring the whole of the army of the south to Valencia. This would mean that nearly 80,000 French troops would ere long be collected within striking distance of the motley force over which Maitland and Elio now held command, and it seemed probable that Soult in his march might sweep over the whole countryside, disperse the Spanish forces on the Murcian border, and perhaps besiege and take Cartagena and Alicante as a parergon on the way. We have seen in Chapter 10 that nothing of this kind happened. Soult hung on to Andalusia for a month longer than Wellington or anyone else deemed probable. He only left Granada on September 17th, and when he did move on Valencia, he took the bad inland roads by Huescar, Calispera, and Helen, leaving Murcia and Cartagena and the whole sea-coast undisturbed. The reason, as has been already pointed out, was the outbreak of yellow fever at Cartagena, which caused the Duke of Dalmatia so much concern that he preferred to keep away from the infection, even at the cost of taking inferior and circuitous roads. For the whole of September, therefore, Suchet on the one side and Maitland and the Spaniards on the other were waiting on Soult. In the expectation of his early arrival, both sides kept quiet. Thus tamely ended the first campaign of the Anglo-Sicilian army, on whose efforts Wellington had so much counted, and its later operations, as we shall presently see, were to be wholly in keeping with its unlucky start. Section 33, Chapter 12. Wellington returns to the Douro, Finis. The garrison of the Retiro had surrendered on August 14th. Wellington remained for 17 days longer in Madrid and did not leave it to take the field again until August 31st. His stay in the Spanish capital was not due, in the first instance, to the causes which might seem most plausible, a desire to give his war-worn infantry a rest during the hottest weeks of the year, or a determination to reorganize the military resources of Madrid and New Castile for the profit of the Allied cause. Both these ideas existed, and the latter in especial absorbed much of his attention. He spent long hours in trying to concert, with Carlos de España, measures for the utilization of the captured munitions of the Retiro and for the recruiting of the regiments of the Spanish Fifth Army. In this he accomplished less than he had hoped, partly because of the dreadful exhaustion of the central provinces of Spain after the famine of the preceding year, partly because of the inefficiency of most of the Spanish officials with whom he had to deal. He was much discontented with the list of persons appointed by the new regency to take up authority in the reconquered provinces, and Castaños, whom he most trusted and desired to have with him, was lingering in Galicia. But the main reason for the halt at Madrid was the uncertainty as to the movements of Soult. Was the Duke of Dalmatia about, as would seem reasonable, to evacuate Andalusia? And if so, would he pick up King Joseph and the army of the centre in La Mancha and march on Madrid with the 65,000 men whom they could collect? Or would he retire on Valencia and join Suchet? Or again, would he persist in his intention, expressed in dispatches to Joseph, which had fallen into Wellington's hands, of holding on to Andalusia and making it a separate base of French power, despite of the fact that he had been cut off from communication with the imperial armies of the East and North? Any other but a modern French army would now leave the province, wrote Wellington to Lord Bathurst on July 18, as they have now absolutely no communication of any kind with France or with any other French army, and they are pressed on all sides by troops not to be despised, and can evidently do nothing. Yet I suspect that Soult will not stir till I force him out by a direct movement upon him, and I think of making that movement as soon as I can take the troops to the south without injuring their health. All military reasons were against the probability of Soult's holding on in Andalusia, yet he had certainly expressed his intention of doing so as late as the middle of July, and, what was more important still in judging of his plans, he had not made a sudden movement of retreat when the news of Salamanca reached him. Hill, writing on August 4th, 6 days after the receipt of the tidings of Marmont's disaster, had to report that the recent glorious event seemed to have had very little effect on the enemy, who continued in a strong position in his front. And this was true, for Soult, after hearing the news of Salamanca, had made his last frantic appeal to King Joseph to fall back on Andalusia and make his base at Seville if Madrid were lost. Wellington was right in suspecting that, if the Marshal had got his desire, the south would have been maintained against him, and he would have had to march thither in person, to pick up Hill, and to bring matters to an issue by another pitched battle. It was only on August 12th that Soult reluctantly resolved to evacuate Andalusia. His first precautionary movements for retreat were made on August 15th, but it was not till the 24th that the Cadiz lines were destroyed, or till the 26th that all the French troops in front of Hill suddenly vanished. Wellington was therefore kept for more than a fortnight in a state of complete uncertainty as to whether he might not have to march southward in the end, to evict Soult from his viceroyalty. It was only on the 24th that he got information from Hill written on the 17th, which gave the first premonitory warning that the French seemed to be on the move. Next day, confirming evidence began to come to hand. It is generally reported, and I have reason to believe, that the army of the south is about to make a general movement. It is supposed in the direction of Granada and Valencia. On August 30, though Sir Rowland Hill on the 17th instant had no intelligence that the march was commenced, there was every appearance of it. The fact that seemed to make it incredible that Soult could be proposing to hold Andalusia any longer was precise information that King Joseph and the army of the centre had marched upon Valencia to join Suchet, and had passed Chinchilla on August 24th, going eastward. If the king had gone by the passes of the Sierra Morena southward to join Soult, doubt might still have been possible. But since he had made Valencia his goal and was crawling slowly along in that direction with his immense convoy of refugees and baggage, Soult, left entirely to his own resources, could not retain his present position. He must march on Valencia also, and it would be many weeks before he could place himself in touch with Suchet and produce a threatening combination on the Mediterranean coast. On August 31st, therefore, with no absolutely certain news yet to hand as to Soult's retreat, but with every military probability in favor of its having been begun, Wellington resolved to leave Madrid and to return to the valley of the Douro, where the movements of Clausel and the French army of Portugal demanded his attention. He never thought for a moment of endeavoring to march through La Mancha to intercept or molest Soult's retreat. The distance was too great, the roads unknown, the problem of feeding the army in the desolate and thinly peopled country about the Murcian and Andalusian borders too difficult. Wellington made up his mind that he had some time to spare. He would march against Clausel and then return to this part of the country as soon as I shall have settled matters to my satisfaction on the right of the Douro. And I hope I shall be here and shall be joined by the troops under Sir Rowland Hill before Soult can have made much progress to form his junction with the king. It is important, therefore, to realize that, in Wellington's original conception, the operations in Old Castile, which we may call the Burgos campaign, were to be but a side issue, an intermediate and secondary matter. The real danger in Spain, as he considered, was the approaching, but not immediate, junction of Soult, Suchet, and King Joseph at Valencia, and the commander-in-chief evidently proposed to be at Madrid to face this combination by October 1st. How and why he failed to carry out this intention must be explained at length in the next volume. Meanwhile, when he marched off to the Douro with part of his army, he had to make provisions for the conduct of affairs in the south during his absence. Hill, as has been shown in another chapter, had been told to march on Madrid as soon as Soult's forces had made their definitive departure for the east. As Drouet only disappeared from Hill's front on August 26th, the northward march of the army from Estremadura began late. It had not commenced to cross the Guadiana on September 1. Its progress to and along the Tagus Valley was slow, owing to the difficulty of procuring food, and its main body had not reached Olmaraz and Talavera before the 20th September, and was only concentrated about and behind Toledo at the end of the month. But though Hill's movement was not rapid, it was made in sufficiently good time to face the danger that was brewing on the side of Valencia, and there can be no doubt that if he had received orders to hurry, he could have been in line some days before he actually appeared. He brought up all his force except Buchan's Portuguese brigade, which was left at Truxillo and Merida to keep up his communication with Elvas. Estremadura, so long the contending ground of armies, had now no solid body of troops left in it save the Spanish garrison of Badajoz. For Pene, Villamur and Morillo, with the division which had so long operated in Hill's vicinity, moved with him into New Castile. They went by the rugged roads through the mountains of the province of Toledo and took post at Hirnsha, on the high road from Madrid to the Despeñaperros Pass, in front of the British 2nd Division. In the rear of Hill's column, and separated from it by many days' march, was another small British force toiling up to Madrid from a very distant point. This was the force under Colonel Skerritt, which had taken part in the fighting round Seville. It consisted of the battalion of the Guards from Cadiz, the 247th and 87th, 2 companies of the 295th, a squadron of the 2nd Hussars KGL, the 20th Portuguese Line, and a battery. By Wellington's orders, no British troops were now left in Cadiz save the 259th, part of de Watteville's regiment, the battalion of foreign recruits, soon to become the 860th, and a few artillery. Skerritt's column, some 4,000 strong, marched by Merida and Truxillo and reached Toledo in time to join Hill for the autumn campaign in front of Madrid. Hill's corps, when joined by Skerritt, provided a force of over 20,000 men, about equally divided between British and Portuguese. It would have been profitable to Wellington, as matters went in the end, if he had handed over the entire task of observing Soult's operations to Hill. But being under the impression that he would return ere long to Madrid, he left there and in the neighborhood nearly half the force that he had brought from Salamanca. He only took with him to oppose Clausel the 1st, 5th, and 9th Divisions, with Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese, and Bach S and Ponsonby's, late Lamarchant's, brigades of heavy dragoons, a force of some 21,000 men. He left the 3rd and Light Divisions at Madrid, the 4th Division at the Escurial, and Carlos de España's Spaniards at Segovia. The cavalry of Victor Alton and 500 Urban were assigned to this force, and remained, the former at Madrid, the latter at the Palacio de Rio Frio, near Segovia. The British infantry divisions had all suffered heavily at Badajoz, and the 4th at Salamanca also. They were weak in numbers, but were expecting ere long to be joined by numerous convalescents. The total force left behind amounted to about 17,000 men, including the Spaniards. Thus, when Hill and Skerritt came up from the south, there was a mass of nearly 40,000 men accumulated round Madrid, while Wellington himself, after picking up Clinton and the 6th Division and the other troops left on the Douro, had a little under 30,000. This proved in the autumn campaign an ideally bad partition of the army, for on each wing the Anglo-Portuguese force was decidedly less numerous than that which the French could bring against it. If Wellington had taken his full strength to the north, he could have defied Clausel and Caffarelli, and they could never have made head against him or pressed him away from Burgos. Hill, on the other hand, in front of Madrid, would have been no more helpless with 22,000 men than he actually was with 38,000 men, when Soult and King Joseph brought 60,000 against him in October. In either case, he could only retreat without offering battle. But Wellington, if the 3 additional divisions left in New Castile had been brought to the north, would have had such a superiority over the French in Old Castile that he could have dealt with them as he pleased. The only explanation of the unfortunate proportional division of his army is that Wellington undervalued the task he had to execute beyond the Douro, thought that he could finish it more quickly than was to be the case, and calculated on being back at Madrid in October before Soult could give trouble. Yet when he started, he was not comfortable in his mind about the general situation. If the French drew together, their total strength in Spain was far too great for him. In a moody moment, he wrote to his brother Henry, "Though I still hope to be able to maintain our position in Castile, and even to improve our advantages, I shudder when I reflect upon the enormity of the task which I have undertaken, with inadequate powers myself to do anything, and without assistance of any kind from the Spaniards. I am apprehensive that all this may turn out ill for the Spanish cause. If by any cause I should be overwhelmed or should be obliged to retire, what will the world say? What will the people of England say? What will those in Spain say?" Wellington's forebodings were only too soon to be justified, but the tale of the campaign against Clausel and Caffarelli, of the advance to and retreat from Burgos, must be told in another volume. Lardizabel's vanguard, under a Colonel Michelina, swerved from the Liria road soon after passing the Guadalquivir, in order to avoid French posts, and successfully got as far as the Canal of Mestalla before it was discovered or checked. The canal was too broad to be passed by means of some beams and planks which had been brought up, but Michelina got his men across, partly by fording and partly over a mill dam, and presently got to the village of Burgesort, where the artillery of Palombine's division were quartered. These troops, surprised in the dark, could not stop him, and he pushed on through them and escaped to the hills with his little force, 1 squadron, 1 battalion, and some companies of cazadores, some 500 or 600 men. Lardizabel, who should have followed him without delay, halted at the canal, trying to build a bridge, till the French all along the line were alarmed by the firing at Burgesort and began to press in upon him. He opened fire instead of pushing on at all costs, and presently found himself opposed by forces of growing strength. Blake thereupon made up his mind that the sally had failed, and gave orders for the whole column to turn back and re-enter Valencia. It seems probable that at least a great part of the army might have got away, if an attempt had been made to push on in Michelina's wake, for the blockading line was thin here, and only 1 French regiment seems to have been engaged in checking Lardizabel's exit. Be this as it may, the sortie had failed, and Blake was faced by complete ruin, being driven back with a disheartened army into a city incapable of defense against a regular siege and short of provisions. Next morning, the despair of the garrison was shown by the arrival of many deserters in the French camp. The inevitable end was delayed for only 11 days more. On January 1, most of the siege guns having been brought across the Guadalquivir, Suchet opened trenches against 2 fronts of the entrenched camp, the fort of Monte Oliveto and the southern point of the suburb of San Vicente, both salient angles capable of being battered from both flanks. 7 batteries were built opposite them by January 4th, and the advanced works in front were pushed up to within 50 yards of the Spanish works. Thereupon Blake, before the siege guns had actually opened, abandoned the whole of his entrenched camp on the next day without any attempt at defense. The French, discovering the evacuation, entered and found 81 guns spiked in the batteries and a considerable quantity of munitions. Blake was now shut up in the narrow space of the city, whose walls were very unsuited for defense and were easily approachable in many places under shelter of houses left undemolished, which gave cover only 50 yards from the ramparts. For no attempt had been made to clear a free space round the inner enceinte, in case the outer circuit of the camp should be lost. While fresh batteries were being built in the newly captured ground to breach the city wall, Suchet set all the mortars in his original works to throw bombs into Valencia. He gathered that the population was demoralized, and probably the garrison also, and thought that a general bombardment of the place might bring about a surrender without further trouble. About 1,000 shells were dropped into the city within 24 hours, and Suchet then, January 6th, sent a parlementaire to invite Blake to capitulate. The Captain General replied magniloquently that, although yesterday morning he might have consented to treat for terms allowing his army to quit Valencia, in order to spare the inhabitants the horrors of a bombardment. Now, after a day's firing, he had learnt that he could rely on the magnanimity and resignation of the people. The marshal might continue his operations if he pleased, and would bear the responsibility for so maltreating the place. As a matter of fact, the bombardment had been very effective, numerous non-combatants had perished, and the spirit of the population was broken. Many openly pressed for a surrender, and only a few fanatical monks went round the streets exhorting the citizens to resistance. The bombardment continued on the 7th, and at the same time Suchet pushed approaches close to the walls, and in several places set his miners to work to tunnel under them. Actual assault was never necessary, for on the 8th Blake held a council of war, which voted for entering into negotiation with the enemy. The report of this meeting sets forth that it had taken into consideration the sufferings of the people under these days of bombardment. The cry of the populace was that an end must be put to its misery. It was impossible to prolong the defense with any profit without exposing the city to the horrors of an assault, in which the besiegers would probably succeed, considering the depressed condition of the garrison and the feebleness of the walls. The citizens had not only failed to aid in the defense and to second the efforts of the regular troops, but were panic-stricken and demanded a surrender. The army itself did not seem disposed to do its duty, and after hearing the evidence of the commanders of different corps, the council decided in favor of negotiating to get honorable terms. If these were refused, it might be necessary to continue a hopeless defense and die honorably among the ruins of Valencia. It is probable that Blake would really have accepted any terms offered him as honorable, for he assented to all that Suchet dictated to him. A feeble attempt to stipulate for a free departure for the field army, on condition that the city and all its armaments and resources were handed over intact, met with the curt refusal that it deserved. A simple capitulation with the honors of war was granted. One clause, however, was looked upon by Blake as somewhat of a concession, though it really was entirely to Suchet's benefit. He offered to grant an exchange to so many of the garrison as should be equivalent man for man, to French prisoners from the depots in Majorca and Cabrera, where the unfortunate remnants of Dupont's army were still in confinement. As this was not conceded by the Spanish government, the clause had no real effect in mitigating the fate of Blake's army. Other clauses in the capitulation declared that private property should be respected, and that no inquiry should be made after the surrender into the past conduct of persons who had taken an active part in the Revolution of 1808 or the subsequent defense of the Kingdom of Valencia. Also that such civilians as chose might have 3 months in which to transport themselves, their families, and their goods to such destination as they pleased. These clauses, as we shall see, were violated by Suchet with the most shocking callousness and shameless want of respect for his written word. On January 9, the citadel and the gate adjacent were handed over to the French. Blake, at his own request, was sent away straight to France and did not remain to take part in the formal surrender of his troops and of the city. It would seem that he could not face the rage of the Valencians, and was only anxious to avoid even 24 hours of sojourn among them after the disaster. Napoleon affected to regard him as a traitor, though he had never done even a moment's homage to Joseph Bonaparte in 1808, and shut him up in close captivity in the donjon of Vincennes, where he remained very uncomfortably lodged till the events of Ypres set him free. The total number of prisoners yielded up by Valencia was 16,270 regular troops, of whom some 1,500 were sick or wounded in the hospitals. The urban guards and armed peasants, who were supposed to be civilians covered by the amnesty article in the capitulation, are not counted in the total. The regulars marched out of the Serrano's Gate on January 10, and after laying down their arms and colors were sent prisoners to France, marching in 2 columns under the escort of Panettiere brigade to Saragossa. 21 colors and no less than 374 cannon, mostly heavy guns in the defenses, were given over, as also a very large store of ammunition and military effects, but very little food, which was already beginning to fail in the city when Blake surrendered. To prevent unlicensed plunder, Suchet did not allow his own troops to enter Valencia till January 14th, giving the civil authorities 4 days in which to make preparations for the coming in of the new regime. He was better received than might have been expected. Apparently Blake's maladroit dictatorship had thoroughly disgusted the people. Many of the magistrates bowed to the conqueror and took the oath of homage to King Joseph, and the aged archbishop emerged from the village where he had hidden himself for some time, and showed himself animated by an excellent spirit, according to the marshal's dispatch. This prompt and tame submission did not save Valencia from dreadful treatment at the victor's hands. Not only did he levy on the city and district a vast fine of 53 million francs, over £2,120,000, of which 3 million was sent to Madrid, and the rest devoted to the profit of the army of Aragon, but he proceeded to carry out a series of atrocities, which have been so little spoken of by historians that it would be difficult to credit them, if they were not avowed with pride in his own dispatches to Berthier and Napoleon. The second article of Blake's capitulation, already cited above, had granted a complete amnesty for past actions on the part of the Valencians. Il n'y sera fait aucune recherche pour le passé contre ceux qui orient pris une part active à la guerre ou à la révolution, to quote the exact term. In his dispatch of January 12 to Berthier, Suchet is shameless enough to write, "I have disarmed the local militia. All guilty chiefs will be arrested and all assassins punished, for in consenting to Article 2 of the capitulation, my only aim was to get the matter over quickly." Guilty chiefs turned out to mean all civilians who had taken a prominent part in the defense of Valencia. Assassins was interpreted to cover guerrilleros of all sorts, not, as might perhaps have been expected, merely those persons who had taken part in the bloody riots against the French commercial community in 1808. In his second dispatch of January 17, Suchet proceeds to explain that he has arrested persons as suspects, that a large number of guerrillero leaders have been found among them, who have been sent to the citadel and have been already shot, or will be in a few days. He has also arrested every monk in Valencia. 500 have been sent prisoners to France. 5 of the most guilty, convicted of having carried round the streets a so-called banner of the faith, and of having preached against capitulation and excited the people to resistance, have been already executed. Inquiries were still in progress. They resulted in the shooting of 2 more friars, but the most astonishing clause in the dispatch is that all those who took part in the murders of the French will be sought out and punished. Already 600 have been executed by the firmness of the Spanish Judge Merscott, whom I am expecting soon to meet. It was a trifling addition to the catalogue of Suchet's doings that 350 students of the university, who had volunteered to aid the regular artillery during the late siege, had all been arrested and sent off to France like the monks. 200 sick or footsore prisoners who straggled from the marching column directed on Teruel and Saragossa are said to have been shot by the wayside. It is probable that innumerable prisoners were put to death in cold blood after the capitulation of Valencia, in spite of Suchet's guarantee that no research should be made as to the past. Of this Napier says no word, though he quotes other parts of Suchet's dispatches and praises him for his vigorous and prudent conduct, and his care not to offend the citizens by violating their customs or shocking their religious feelings. Section 30, Chapter IV. Suchet's Conquest of Valencia, Side Issues and Consequences, January-March 1812. When once Suchet's long-deferred movements began, on December 26, 1812, his operations were so rapid and successful that the whole campaign was finished in 14 days. The unexpected swiftness of his triumph had the result of rendering unnecessary the subsidiary operations which Napoleon had directed the armies of Portugal, the Centre, and Andalusia to carry out. 500 Armagnac, with his 3,000 men of the army of the Centre, still lay at Cuenca when Suchet's advance began, hindered from further movement by the badness of the roads and the weather. Opposite him were lying Bassicourt's small force at Requena, not 2,000 men, and the larger detachment of the Mercian army under Frere, which Blake had originally intended to draw down to join his main body. This seems to have consisted of some 4,000 foot and 0 horse about the time of the new year. Far more important was the force under Montbrun, detached from the army of Portugal, which had moved all too tardily from La Mancha and the banks of the Tagus by Napoleon's orders. Assembled, as we have already shown, only on December 29th, it had started from San Clement on January 2 to march against Blake's rear by the route of Almanza, the only one practicable for artillery at midwinter. Thus the expedition was only just getting underway when Suchet had already beaten Blake and thrust him into Valencia. It consisted of the infantry divisions of Foy and Sarrat, of the whole of the light cavalry of the army of Portugal, and of 5 batteries of artillery, in all about 10,000 men. Of the succor which had been promised from d'Armagnac's division to raise the force to the figures of 12,000 men, few, if any, came to hand. Montbrun marched with Sarrat and the cavalry by Albacete and Chinchilla, leaving Foy as a reserve at Chelon, to follow by slower stages and keep up the communication with La Mancha. Between Chinchilla and Almanza, the advanced cavalry fell in with Frere's Spanish division, marching across its front. For on the news of Suchet's passage of the Guadalajara on December 26, Frere had moved southward from his position on the Cabriel River, with the intention of joining Mahy, and so of building up a force strong enough to do something to succor Blake and the beleaguered garrison of Valencia. On January 6, Montbrun's horse came upon one of Frere's detachments, dispersed it, and took some prisoners, but the greater part of the Mercians succeeded in getting past and in reaching Mahy at Alicante, January 9th. So cowed was the countryside by the disasters about Valencia that Montbrun at Almanza succeeded in getting a letter carried by one of his staff to Valencia in 2 days. It announced to Suchet his arrival on the rear of the Spanish army and his intention of pressing on eastward so as to drive away Frere and Mahy and completely cut off the retreat of Blake towards Murcia. But when the dispatch was received, Blake was already a prisoner, and his army had laid down its arms on the preceding day. Suchet, therefore, wrote a reply to Montbrun to thank him for his cooperation, to inform him that it was no longer necessary, and to advise him to return as quickly as possible toward the army of Portugal and the Tagus, where his presence was now much more needed than on the coast of the Mediterranean. The army of Aragon was strong enough to deal in due course with Mahy and Frere, and to take Alicante. Montbrun, however, refused to accept this advice. He was probably, as his chief Marmont remarks, desirous of distinguishing himself by carrying out some brilliant enterprise as an independent commander. Knowing that Mahy's and Frere's troops were in a very demoralized condition, and underrating the strength of the fortress of Alicante, he resolved to march against that place, which he thought would make little or no resistance. Accordingly, he called forward Foy to Albacete and Chinchilla, left the main part of his guns in his charge, and marched on Alicante with the cavalry and Sarrat's division, having only 1 battery of horse artillery with him. At the news of his approach, Mahy, who had been at Alque since he abandoned the line of the Núcar on December 27th, retired into Alicante with Krieg's and Obispo's infantry. Bassicourt also joined him there, while Frere with his own column, Villacampa's division, and all the Murcian and Valencian cavalry occupied Elche and other places in the neighborhood. Over 6,000 regular infantry were within the walls of Alicante by January 15th. Montbrun on the following day drove Frere out of Elche westward and presented himself in front of the new fortification of Alicante, which had been much improved during the last year, and included a new line of bastioned wall outside the old medieval enceinte and the rocky citadel. It is probable that Montbrun had no knowledge of the recent improvements to the fortress and relied on old reports of its weakness. After advancing into the suburbs and throwing a few useless shells into the place, whose artillery returned a heavy fire, he retreated by Elche and Helen to Albacete. As he went, he laid waste the countryside in the most reckless fashion and raised heavy requisitions of money in Elche, Helen, and other places. This involved him in an angry correspondence with Suchet, who insisted that no commander but himself had a right to extort contributions in the region that fell into his sphere of operations. Montbrun's raid was clearly a misguided operation. Alicante was far too strong to be taken by escalade when it was properly garrisoned. The only chance was that the garrison might flinch. They refused to do so, and the French general was left in an absurd position, demonstrating without siege guns against a regular fortress. His action had two ill effects. The first was that it concluded the Valencian campaign with a fiasco, a definite repulse, which put heart into the Spaniards. The second, and more important, was that it separated him from Marmont and the army of Portugal for 10 days longer than was necessary. His chief had given him orders to be back on the Tagus by the 15th-20th of January, as his absence left the main body too weak. Owing to his late start, he would in any case have overpassed these dates, even if he had started back from Almanza on January 13th, after receiving the news of the fall of Valencia. But by devoting 9 days to an advance from Almanza to Alicante, and then a retreat from Alicante to Albacete, he deferred his return to Castile by that space of time. He only reached Toledo on January 31st with his main column. Foy's division, sent on ahead, arrived there on the 29th. Montbrun's last marches were executed with wild speed, for he had received on the way letters of the most alarming kind from Marmont, informing him that Wellington had crossed the Aigde with his whole army and laid siege to Ciudad Rodrigo. The army of Portugal must concentrate without delay. But by the time that Montbrun reached Toledo, Rodrigo had already been 12 days in the hands of the British general, and further haste was useless. The troops were absolutely worn out, and received with relief the order to halt and wait further directions, since they were too late to save the fallen fortress. It is fair to Montbrun to remark that, even if he had never made his raid on Alicante, he would still have been unable to help his chief. If he had turned back from Almanza on January 13th, he would have been at Toledo only on the 22nd, and that city is nearly 200 miles by road from Ciudad Rodrigo, which had fallen on the 19th. The disaster on the Aigde was attributable not to Montbrun's presumptuous action, but to the emperor's orders that the army of Portugal should make a great detachment for the Valencian campaign. Even if the raiding column had started earlier, as Napoleon intended, it could not have turned back till it got news of the capitulation of Blake, which only took place on January 8th. And whatever might then have been its exact position, it could not have been back in time to join Marmont in checking the operations of Wellington, which, as we have already stated, came to a successful end on January 19th. Wherefore, though Montbrun must receive blame, the responsibility for the fall of Rodrigo lay neither with him nor with Marmont, but with their great master. Another diversion made by Napoleon's orders for the purpose of aiding Suchet was quite as futile, though less from the fault of the original direction and more from an unforeseen set of circumstances. Like Marmont and King Joseph, Soult had also been ordered to lend Suchet assistance against Valencia by demonstrating from the side of Granada against Murcia and its army. This order, issued apparently about November 19, 1811, and repeated on December 6, reached the Duke of Dalmatia just when he had assembled all his disposable field forces for the siege of Tarifa, an operation where preparations began on December 8th and which did not end till January 5th. Having concentrate 0 men in the extreme southern point of his viceroyalty, Soult had not a battalion to spare for a sally from its extreme eastern point. He could not give up a great enterprise already begun, and it was only when it had failed and the troops from Tarifa were returning in a sufficiently melancholy plight that Soult could do anything. But by this time it was too late to help Suchet, who had finished his business without requiring assistance from without. Portrait of Marshal Suchet. Enlarge Marshal Suchet, Duke of Albufeira. From the portrait by Charpentier. Whether Soult was already aware of the surrender of Valencia or not, when January 20th had arrived, he had before that day issued orders to his brother, the cavalry general, Pierre Soult, to take the light horse of the 4th Corps from Granada, and to execute with them a raid against Murcia, with the object of drawing off the attention of any Spanish troops left in that direction from Suchet. The general, with about 800 sabres, pushing on by Vélez, Rubio, and Lorca, arrived before the gates of Murcia quite unopposed on January 25th. Frere had left no troops whatever to watch the borders of Granada, and had drawn off everything, save the garrison of Cartagena, toward the Valencian frontiers. Pierre Soult summoned the defenseless city, received its surrender, and imposed on it a ransom of $60,000. He entered next day and established himself in the Archbishop's palace. Having neither met nor heard of any enemy, he was quite at his ease, and was sitting down to dine, when a wild rush of Spanish cavalry came sweeping down the street and cutting up his dispersed and dismounted troopers. This was General Martin La Carrera, whose brigade was the nearest force to Murcia when Soult arrived. Hearing that the French were guarding themselves ill, he had resolved to attempt a surprise, and dividing his 800 men into 3 columns, assailed Murcia by 3 different gates. His own detachment cut its way in with success, did much damage, and nearly captured the French general. But neither of the other parties showed such resolution. They got bickering with the French at the entries of the city, failed to push home, and finally retired with small loss. The gallant and unfortunate La Carrera, charging up and down the streets in vain search for his reinforcements, was finally surrounded by superior numbers and died fighting gallantly. His enterprise warned Soult that Spanish troops were collecting in front of him, and indeed Villacampa's infantry was not far off, wherefore he evacuated Murcia next day, after raising so much of the contribution as he could and plundering many private houses. The Spaniards reoccupied the place, and Joseph O'Donnell, now placed in command of the Murcian army in succession to Mahy, gave La Carrera's corpse a splendid funeral. Soult retreated hastily to the Granadan frontier, pillaging Alcantarilla and Lorca by the way. This was the only part taken by the French army of Andalusia in the January campaign of 1812. The siege of Tarifa had absorbed all its energies. Montbrun's and Pierre Soult's enterprises had little effect on the general course of events in eastern Spain. It was Suchet's own operations which, in the estimation of every observer from the emperor downwards, were to be considered decisive. When Valencia had fallen, everyone on the French side supposed that the war was practically at an end in this region, and that the dispersion of the remnants of Mahy's and Frere's troops and the capture of Peniscola, Alicante, and Cartagena, the 3 fortresses still in Spanish hands, were mere matters of detail. No one could have foreseen that the region south of the Zúcar was destined to remain permanently in the hands of the patriots, and that Suchet's occupation of Valencia was to last for no more than 18 months. 2 causes, neither of them depending on Suchet's own responsibility, were destined to save the kingdom of Murcia and the southern region of Valencia from conquest. The first was Napoleon's redistribution of his troops in eastern Spain, consequent on the approach of his war with Russia. The second was the sudden victorious onslaught of Wellington on the French in the western parts of the peninsula. How the former of these causes worked must at once be shown. The effect of the latter cause did not become evident till a little later. Of the 33,000 men with whom Suchet had conquered Valencia and captured Blake, no less than 13,000 under Ryle had been lent him from the Army of the North, and were under orders to return to the Ebro as soon as possible. Indeed, till they should get back, Aragon, very insufficiently garrisoned by Caffarelli's division, was out of hand, and almost as much in the power of the Empecinado, Duran, and Montijo as of the French. Moreover, so long as Caffarelli was at Saragossa, and his troops dispersed in the surrounding region, both Navarre and Old Castile were undermanned, and the Army of the North was reduced to little more than Dorsen's 2 divisions of the Young Guard. To secure the troops for the great push against Valencia, so many divisions had shifted eastward that Marmont and Dorsen between them had, as the emperor must have seen, barely troops enough in hand to maintain their position if Wellington should make some unexpected move, though Napoleon had persuaded himself that such a move was improbable. In spite of this, he was anxious to draw back Rile's and Caffarelli's, no less than Montbrun's, men to more central positions. But this was not all. In December, the emperor's dispatches begin to show that he regarded war with Russia in the spring of 1812 as decidedly probable, and that for this reason he was about to withdraw all the imperial guard from Spain. On December 15th, a note to Berthier ordered all the light and heavy cavalry of the guard, chasseurs, grenadiers à cheval, dragoons, Polish lancers, to be brought home, as also its horse artillery and the gendarmes d'élite. All these were serving in the Army of the North and formed the best part of its mounted troops. This was but a trifling preliminary warning of his intentions. On January 14, 1812, the results of the Valencian campaign being still unknown, he directed Berthier to withdraw from Spain the whole of the infantry of the Guard and the whole of the Polish regiments in Spain. This was an order of widespreading importance and created large gaps in the muster rolls of Suchet, Soult, and Dorsen. Suchet's Poles, 3 regiments of the Legion of the Vistula, nearly 6,000 men, including the detachments left in Aragon, formed a most important part of the 3rd Corps. Soult had the 4th, 6th, 8th Polish regiments and the Lancers, who had done such good service at Albura, a total of another 6,000 men. But Dorsen was to be the greatest sufferer. He had in the Army of the North not only the 4th of the Vistula, some 1,500 bayonets, but the whole of the infantry of the Young Guard, the 2 divisions of Roget and Dumaustier, 22 battalions, over 14,000 strong. The dispatch of January 14 directed that Suchet should send off his battalions of the Legion immediately after the fall of Valencia. Soult was to draft away his Poles within 24 hours after the receipt of the order. Dorsen, of course, could not begin to send off the Guard divisions of infantry till the troops lent from the Army of the North, Rile and Caffarelli, were freed from the duties imposed on them by the Valencian expedition. A supplementary order of January 27th told him that he might keep them for some time longer if the English took the offensive. News of Wellington's march on Rodrigo was just coming to hand. Le Désir, says the emperor, que j'ai devoir ma garde en est pas tellement pressant qu'il faut la renvier avant que les affaires ayant pris une situation nouvelle dans le Nord. As a matter of fact, some guard brigades did not get off till March, though by dint of rapid transport, when they had once passed the Pyrenees, they struggled to the front in time to take part in the opening of the Great Russian campaign in June. The 4th Brigade, 8 battalions under Dumaustier, did not get away till the autumn was over. Thus the emperor had marked off about 27,000 good veteran troops for removal from the peninsula, with the intention of using them in the oncoming Russian war. The Army of the North was to lose the best of its divisions, those of the South and of Aragon very heavy detachments. Nothing was to come in return, save a few drafts and bataillons de marque which were lying at Bayonne. The emperor in his dispatch makes some curious self-justificatory remarks, to the effect that he should leave the army of Spain stronger than it had been in the summer of 1811. For while he was withdrawing 36 battalions, he had sent into the peninsula, since June last, 42 battalions under Rile, Caffarelli, and Severoli. This was true enough, but if the total strength of the troops now dedicated to Spain was not less than it had been in June 1811, it was left weaker by 27,000 men than it had been in December 1811. Now Suchet, when deprived of Rile's aid, and at the same time directed to send back to France his 6 Polish battalions, was left with a very inadequate force in Valencia, not much more than half what he had at his disposition on January 1. It would seem that the emperor overrated the effect of the capture of Blake and the destruction of his army. At any rate, in his dispatches to Suchet, he seemed to consider that the whole business in the East was practically completed by the triumph at the New Year. The marshal was directed to push an advanced guard towards Murcia and put himself in communication with the 4th Corps, the eastern wing of Soult's army, which would be found at Lorca. But the operations of the troops of the Army of Andalusia in this quarter were limited to the appearance for 2 days at Murcia of Pierre Soult's small cavalry raid, of which Suchet got no news till it was past and gone. He was left entirely to his own resources, and these were too small for any further advance. The emperor not only took away both Ryle and the Poles, but sent, a few days later, orders that Palambini's Italian division, reduced by now to 3,000 men by its heavy casualties on December 26, should be sent into southern Aragon against Duran and Montijo. The departure of Palambini, February 15th, left Suchet with less than 15,000 men in hand. It must be remembered that the conquest of a Spanish province always meant, for the French, the setting aside of a large immobilized garrison to hold it down, unless it were to be permitted to drop back into insurrection. It was clear that with the bulk of the kingdom of Valencia to garrison, not to speak of the siege of the still intact fortress of Peninsular, Suchet would have an infinitesimal field force left for the final move that would be needed if Mahé and Frere were to be crushed, and Alicante and Cartagena, both strong places, to be beleaguered. The marshal had, by the last week in January, pushed Harisp's division to Zatava beyond the Zúcar and Habert to Gandia near the seacoast. These 9,000 men were all his disposable force for a further advance. Valencia had to be garrisoned. Musnier's division had gone north to cover the high road as far as Tortosa and the Ebro. Some of the Italians were sent to besiege Peninsular. Suchet might, no doubt, have pushed Habert and Harisp further forward towards Alicante, but he had many reasons for not doing so. That fortress had been proved, by Montbrun's raid, to be in a posture of defense. Besides its garrison, there were other Spanish troops in arms in the neighborhood. To the forces of Frere, Obispo, Villacampa, and Bassicourt, there was added the newly formed brigade of General Roch, an Irish officer lent by the British government to the Spaniards, who had been drilling and disciplining the cadres of the battalions handed over to him, till they were in a better condition than most of the other troops on this coast. The muster rolls of the United Anid armies, as these remnants were now officially styled, showed, on February 1, 1812, 14,000 men present, not including Villacampa's division, which was moving off to its old haunts in Aragon. By March 1, this figure had risen to 18,000, many deserters who had gone home after the fall of Valencia having tardily rejoined the ranks of their battalions. Over 2,000 cavalry were included in the total, for nearly the whole of Blake's squadrons had escaped, not too gloriously, after the disastrous combats on December 26, 1812. If Suchet, therefore, had moved forward with a few thousand men at the end of January, he would have risked something, despite of the depressed morale of his enemies. But in addition, there was vexatious news from Catalonia, which presently caused the sending of part of Musnier's division beyond the Ebro, and it was reported, only too correctly, that the yellow fever had broken out with renewed violence at Murcia and Cartagena. An advance into the infected district might be hazardous, but most of all was any further initiative discouraged by the consideration that no help could be expected from Marmont or Soult. By the end of January, Suchet was aware of Wellington's invasion of Leon and of the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo. Not only did this move absorb all the attention of Marmont, d'Orsay, and King Joseph, but Soult was convinced that it boded evil for him also, and that a new attack on Badajoz was imminent. Hill's maneuvers in Estremadura, of which more elsewhere, attracted all his attention, and he let it be known that he had neither the wish nor the power to send expeditions eastward to cooperate against Murcia. Last but most conclusive of all Suchet's hindrances was a grave attack of illness, which threw him on a bed of sickness early in February and caused him to solicit permission to return to France for his convalescence. The emperor, with many flattering words, refused this leave and sent 2 of his body physicians to Valencia to treat the marshal's ailment. But it was 2 months before Suchet was able to mount his horse and put himself at the head of his army. From February to the beginning of April, operations were necessarily suspended for the army of Aragon, since its chief was not one of those who gladly hand over responsibility and the power of initiative to his subordinates. Hence there was a long gap in the story of the war in southeastern Spain. From January to April, the only events requiring notice during that period were the occupation by the French of Denia and Peninsular. The former, a little port on the projecting headland south of Valencia, was furnished with fortifications newly repaired during Blake's regime, and had been an important center of distribution for stores and munitions of war, after the Spaniards lost the Grau of Valencia in November, since it was the nearest harbor to their positions along the Guadalquivir. In the general panic, after Blake's surrender, Mahé withdrew its garrison, but forgot to order the removal of its magazines. Hardship seized Denaya on January 20 and found 60 guns mounted on its walls and 40 small merchant vessels, some of them laden with stores, in its port. He garrisoned the place and fitted out some of the vessels as privateers. Mahé's carelessness in abandoning these resources was one of the reasons which contributed most to his removal from command by the Cadiz Regency. It was indeed a gross piece of neglect, for at least the guns might have been destroyed and the ships brought round to Alicante. The story of Peninsular, however, was far more disgraceful. This fortress, sometimes called the Little Gibraltar, from its impregnable situation, it is a towering rock connected with the mainland by a narrow sandspit 250 yards long, was one of the strongest places in all Spain. It had appeared so impregnable to Suchet that, on his southward march from Tortosa to Valencia, he had merely masked it and made no attempt to meddle with it. Peninsular had suffered no molestation, and was regularly revictualled by Spanish and British coasting vessels from Alicante, Cartagena, and the Balearic Isles. The governor, Garcia Navarro, was an officer who had an excellent reputation for personal courage. Taken prisoner at Falset in 1811, he had succeeded in escaping from a French prison and had reported himself again for further service. The garrison of 1,000 men was adequate for such a small place and was composed of veteran troops. In directing it to be formally beleaguered after the fall of Valencia, Suchet seems to have relied more on the general demoralization caused by the annihilation of Blake's army than on the strength of his means of attack. On January 20th, he ordered Severali with 2 Italian and 2 French battalions to press the place as far as was possible, and assigned to him part of the siege train that had been used at Saguntum. The trenches on the high ground of the mainland nearest the place were opened on the 28th, and on the 31st the besiegers began to sap downhill towards the isthmus and to erect 5 batteries on the best available points. But it was clear that the fortress was most inaccessible, and that to reach its walls across the low-lying sand spit would be a very costly business. Nevertheless, when a summons was sent in to the governor on February 2nd, he surrendered at once, getting in return terms of an unusually favorable kind. The men and officers of the garrison were given leave either to depart to their homes with all their personal property, or to enlist in the service of King Joseph. This was a piece of mere treachery. Navarro had made up his mind that the cause of Spain was ruined by Blake's disaster, and had resolved to go over to the enemy while there were still good terms to be got for deserters. As Suchet tells the story, the affair went as follows. A small vessel, sailing from Peninsular to Alicante, was taken by a privateer fitted out by Hardship at Denaya. Among letters seized by the captors was one from the governor, expressing his disgust with his situation, and in especial with the peremptory advice given him by the English naval officers who were in charge of the revictualling service and the communications. He went on to say that he would rather surrender Peninsular to the French than let it be treated as a British dependency, whereupon the marshal asked and obtained the surrender of the place. Napier expresses a suspicion, probably a well-founded one, that the letter may have been really intended for Suchet's own eye, and that the whole story was a piece of solemn deceit. Such is the marshal's account of the affair, but the color which he thought it necessary to give to a transaction so full of shame to Navarro can only be considered as part of the price paid for Peninsular. The mental attitude of the trader is sufficiently expressed by a letter which reached Suchet along with the capitulation. I followed with zeal, with fury I may say, the side which I considered the just one. Today I see that to render Spain less unhappy, it is necessary for us all to unite under the king, and I make my offer to serve him with the same enthusiasm. Your Excellency may be quite sure of me. I surrender a fortress fully provisioned and capable of a long defense, which is the best guarantee of the sincerity of my promise. The most astounding feature of the capitulation was that Navarro got his officers to consent to such a piece of open treachery. If they had done their duty, they would have arrested him and sent him a prisoner to Alicante. Demoralization and despair must have gone very far in this miserable garrison. The capture of Peninsular was such its last success. He fell sick not long after, and when he once more assumed the active command of his troops in April, the whole situation of French affairs in Spain was changed, and no further advance was possible. The results of Wellington's offensive operations in the west had begun to make themselves felt. Meanwhile, the remains of the Valencian and Murcian armies were reorganizing themselves, with Alicante as their base and central port of supply. Joseph O'Donnell, though not a great general, was at least no worse than Blake and Mahy, of whom the former was certainly the most maladroit as well as the most unlucky of commanders, while the latter had shown himself too timid and resourceless to play out the apparently lost game that was left to his hand in January 1812. By March, there was once more an army in face of the French, and in view of the sudden halt of the invaders and the cheerful news from the west, hope was once more permissible. The main body of O'Donnell's army remained concentrated in front of Alicante, but Villacampa's division had gone off early to Aragon to aid in the diversion against Suchet's communications, which was so constantly kept up by Duran and the Empecinado. This was a good move. The weak point of the French occupation was the impossibility of holding down broad mountain spaces, in which small garrisons were useless and helpless, while heavy columns could not live for more than a few days on any given spot. Section 31. Chapter 1001. Nor Campaigns of the Winter of 1811-12. Chapter 1. Catalonia and Aragon. The chronicle of the obstinate and heroic defense made by the Catalans, even after the falls of Tarragona and Figueres had seemed to make all further resistance hopeless, was carried in the last volume of this work down to October 28, 1811, when Marshal MacDonald, like St. Cyr and Augereau, was recalled to Paris, having added no more to his reputation than had his predecessors while in charge of this mountainous principality. We have seen how General Lacy, hoping against hope, rallied the last remnants of the old Catalan army and recommenced, just as MacDonald was departing, a series of small enterprises against the scattered French garrisons. He had won several petty successes in evicting the enemy from Cervera, Igualada, and Belpuig, the small strongholds which covered the main line of communication east and west through the center of the land between Lerida and Barcelona. The enemy had even been forced to evacuate the holy mountain of Montserrat, the strongest post on the whole line. Hence when, in November, General Decaen arrived to take over MacDonald's task, he found before him a task not without serious difficulties, though the actual force of Spaniards in the field was far less than it had been before the disasters at Tarragona and Figueres. Lacy had a very small field army. He had reorganized, 0 men by October, and all through his command the total did not grow very much greater. When he handed over his office to Copons 15 months after, there were no more than 14,000 men under arms, including cadres and recruits. On the other hand, he had a central position, a free range east and west, now that the line of French posts across Catalonia had been broken, and several points of more or less safe access to the sea. Munitions and stores, and occasionally very small reinforcements from the Balearic Isles, were still brought over by the British squadron which ranged along the coast. Some of the officers, especially the much-tried and never-despairing Eroles and the indefatigable Manso, were thoroughly to be relied upon and commanded great local popularity. This Lacy himself did not possess. He was obeyed because of his stern resolve, but much disliked for his autocratic and dictatorial ways, which kept him in constant friction with the junta that sat at Berga. Moreover, he was a stranger, while the Catalans disliked all leaders who were not of their own blood, and he was strongly convinced that the brunt of the fighting must be borne by the regular troops, while the popular voice was all in favor of the Sarmatines and guerrilleros and against the enforcement of conscription. Much was to be said on either side. The warfare of the irregulars was very harassing to the French, and had led to many petty successes and one great one, the capture of Figueras. On the other hand, these levies were irresponsible and untrustworthy when any definite operation was in hand. They might, or they might not, turn up in force when they were required. The frank disregard of their chiefs for punctuality or obedience drove to wild rage any officer who had served in the old army. With regular troops, it was possible to calculate that a force would be where it was wanted to be at a given time, and would at least attempt to carry out its orders. With the Sarmatines, it was always possible, nay probable, that some petty quarrel of rival chiefs or some rival attraction of an unforeseen sort would lead to non-appearance. To this there was the easy reply that ever since Blake first tried to make the Catalans work, militarment, and not paisament, the regular army for some 2 years had never gained a single battle, nor relieved a single fortress. The best plan would probably have been to attempt to combine the two systems. It was absolutely necessary to have a nucleus of regular troops, but unwise to act like Blake and Lacy, who tried to break up and discourage the Sarmatines in order that they might be forced into the battalions of the standing army. The constant series of defeats on record had been caused rather by the unskillful and overambitious operations of the generals than by their insisting on keeping up the regular troops, who had behaved well enough on many occasions. But too much had been asked of them when, half-trained and badly led, they were brought into collision with the veterans of France, without the superiority of numbers which alone could make up for their military faults. Since the capture of Cervera, Belpuig, and Igualada in October, the territories held by the French in Catalonia fell into 2 separate and divided sections. On the western side, adjacent to Aragon, Frere's division, left behind by Suchet, garrisoned Lerida, Tarragona, and Tortosa. Though it was a powerful force of over 7,000 men, it could do little more than occupy these 3 large places, each requiring several battalions. At the best, it could only furnish very small flying columns to keep up the communication between them. It was hard to maintain touch with the other group of French fortresses along the seacoast road from Tarragona to Barcelona, which were often obsessed by Spanish bands and always liable to be molested by Edward Codrington's British ships, which sailed up and down the shore looking for detachments or convoys to shell. The fort of the Col de Balaguer, 20 miles north of Tortosa, was the lookout point towards Tarragona and the sole French outpost in that direction. In eastern Catalonia, the newly arrived commander, General Deccan, a veteran whose last work had been the hopeless defense of Bourbon and Mauritius, where he had capitulated in 1810, had some 24,000 men in hand. But he was much hampered by the necessity for holding and feeding the immense Barcelona, a turbulent city which absorbed a whole division for its garrison. It was constantly on the edge of starvation, and was only revictualled with great trouble by vessels sailing from the ports of Languedoc, of which more than half were habitually captured by the British, or by heavy convoys laboring across the hills from Gerona, which were always harassed, and sometimes taken wholesale, by the Spanish detachments told off by Lacy for this end. Gerona and Figueras, both fortresses of considerable size, absorbed several battalions each. Smaller garrisons had also to be kept in Roses, Hostelrich, Mataro, and Montlouis, and there were many other fortified posts which guarded roads or passes and were worth holding. It was with difficulty that 6,000 or 8,000 men could be collected for a movable field force, even by borrowing detachments from the garrisons. An additional nuisance cropped up just as Deccan took over the command. Lacy, seeing that the Pyrenean passes were thinly manned, sent Eroles with 3,000 men to raid the valleys of Cerdagne on the French side of the hills. The invaders beat 2 battalions of National Guards near Puigcerdá and swept far down the valley, October 29–November 2, returning with thousands of sheep and cattle and a large money contribution levied from the villages. This raid, which enraged Napoleon, made it necessary to guard the Pyrenees better and to send up more National Guards from the frontier departments. Thus it came to pass that though Lacy had no more than 8,000 men available and no fortress of any strength to serve as his base, Cardona and Ciudurgel, his sole strongholds, were medieval strongholds with no modern works. He paralyzed the French force, which, between Lerida and Figueras, could show more than 3 times that strength. Such was the value of the central position, and the resolute hatred of the countryside for its oppressors. Catalonia could only be held down by garrisoning every village, and if the army of occupation split itself up into garrisons, it was helpless. Hence, during the winter of 1811-12 and the spring and summer of the following year, it may be said that the initiative lay with the Catalans, and that the enemy, despite of his immensely superior numbers, was on the defensive. The helplessness of the French was sufficiently shown by the fact that from June to December 1811 Barcelona was completely cut off from communication with Girona and France. It was only in the latter month that Deccan, hearing that the place was on the edge of starvation, marched with the bulk of Lamarck's division from Upper Catalonia to introduce a convoy, while Maurice Mathieu, the governor of Barcelona, came out with 3,000 men of the garrison to meet him as far as Cardedeu. Lacy determined that nothing short of a vigorous push by the enemy should make their junction possible, and relieve Barcelona, offered opposition in the defile of the Trentapassos, where Vives had tried to stop St. Cyr 2 years back, showing affront both to Deccan and to Mathieu. But on recognizing the very superior numbers of the enemy, he wisely withdrew, or he would have been caught between the two French columns. Deccan, therefore, was able to enter Barcelona with his immense convoy. December 3-4, 1811. The Spaniards retreated into the inland. Their headquarters on the first day of the new year were at Vich. There being no further profit in pressing Barcelona for the time being, Lacy, in January, resolved to turn his attention to the much weaker garrison of Tarragona, which belonged to Frere's division and Suchet's army, and was not under Deccan's immediate charge. Its communications with Lerida and Tortosa were hazardous, and its stores were running low. The Spanish general, therefore, about January 2, sent down Eroles's division to Ruse, a few miles inland from Tarragona, with orders to cut all the roads leading into that fortress. The place was already in a parlous condition for want of food, and its governor had sent representations to Suchet that he was in need of instant succor. Therefore, the moment that Valencia fell, the marshal directed Musnier, whose division he had told off to hold the sea-coast between the Ebro and Guadalajara, to march with the bulk of his men to Tortosa, to pick up what reinforcements he could from its garrison, and to open the road from thence to Tarragona. Lafas, the governor of Tortosa, was so impressed with the danger of his colleague in Tarragona that he marched ahead along the coast road before Musnier arrived, and reached the Cal de Balaguer with a battalion of the 121st Regiment and 1 troop of dragoons. On January 18, here he should have waited for the main column, but receiving false news that Eroles had left Ruse and returned to the north, he resolved to push on ahead and clear the way for Musnier, believing that nothing but local Sarmatines were in front of him. He had reached Vilesca, only 7 miles from Tarragona, when he was suddenly surprised by Eroles descending on his flank with over 3,000 men. He himself galloped on with the dragoons towards Tarragona and escaped, with only 22 men, into the fortress. But his battalion, after barricading itself in Vilesca village and making a good resistance for some hours, was forced to surrender. Eroles took nearly 600 prisoners, and over 200 French had fallen. Lafas, sallying from Tarragona with all that could be spared from the garrison, arrived too late to help his men and had to return in haste. Tarragona now seemed in imminent danger, and both Musnier at Tortosa and Maurice Mathieu at Barcelona saw that they must do their best to relieve the place, or it would be starved out. Musnier spent so much time in organizing a convoy that he was late, and the actual opening of the road was carried out by the governor of Barcelona. That great city chanced to be crammed with troops at the moment, since Lamarck's division, which had escorted the December convoy, was still lying within its walls. Maurice Mathieu, therefore, was able to collect 8,000 men for the march on Tarragona. Eroles, unfortunately for himself, was not aware of this, and believing that the enemy was a mere sally of the Barcelona garrison, offered them battle at Altafulla on January 24. The French had marched by night, and a fog chanced to prevent the Catalans from recognizing the strength of the 2 columns that were approaching them. Eroles found himself committed to a close fight with double his own numbers, and after a creditable resistance was routed, losing his only 2 guns and the rearguard with which he tried to detain the enemy. His troops only escaped by breaking up and flying over the hills, in what a French eyewitness described as un sauve-qui-put general. About 600 of them in all were slain or taken, the rest assembled at Igualada 3 days later. Eroles blamed Lacy and Sarsfield for his disaster, asserting that the Captain General had promised to send the division of the latter to his help. But his anger appears to have been misplaced, for at this very time Deccan, to make a division in favor of Maurice Mathieu's movement, had sent out 2 columns from Girona and Figueres into Upper Catalonia. They occupied Vich, Lacy's recent headquarters, on January 22, 2 days before the combat of Altafulla, and Sarsfield's troops were naturally sent to oppose them. After wasting the upper valleys, Deccan drew back to Girona and Alat on the 29th, having sufficiently achieved his purpose. Tarragona, meanwhile, was thoroughly revictualled by Musnia, who brought up a large convoy from Tortosa. Reinforcements were also thrown into the place, and a new governor, General Bertolti, who was to distinguish himself by a spirited defense in the following year. In February, the whole situation of affairs in Aragon and Western Catalonia, Eastern Catalonia, was less affected, was much modified by the return from the south of the numerous troops which had been lent to Suchet for his Valencian expedition. It will be remembered that Napoleon had ordered that Ryle should march back to the Ebro with his own and Severali's divisions, and that shortly afterwards he directed that Palambini's division should follow the other 2 into Aragon. Thus a very large body of troops was once more available for the subjection of Aragon and Western Catalonia, which since Ryle's departure in December had been very inadequately garrisoned by Caffarelli's and Frere's battalions, and had been overrun in many districts by the bands of the Empecinado, Duran, Mina, and the Conde de Montijo. Napoleon's new plan was to rearrange the whole of the troops in eastern Spain. General map of Catalonia. Enlarge Catalonia. Ryle was to be the chief of a new army of the Ebro, composed of 4 field divisions, his own, Palambini's and Severali's Italians, and a new composite one under General Ferrino, constructed from so many of Frere's troops as could be spared from garrison duty, 7 battalions of the 14th Anth of the Line, and 6 more battalions, 1st Leger Anth of the Line, taken half from Musnia's division of Suchet's army and half from Maurice Mathieu's Barcelona garrison. This last division never came into existence, as Suchet and Maurice Mathieu both found themselves too weak to give up the requisitioned regiments, which remained embodied respectively with the Valencian and Catalan armies. Nevertheless, Ryle had more than 20,000 men actually in hand, not including the fixed garrisons of Tarragona, Lerida, and the other fortresses on the borders of Aragon and Catalonia. This, when it is remembered that Caffarelli was still holding the Saragossa district, seemed an adequate force with which to make an end of the guerrilleros of Aragon, and then to complete, in conjunction with Deccan's corps, the subjection of inland Catalonia. For this last operation was to be the final purpose of Ryle. While Deccan was to attack Lacy from the eastern side, Ryle, with Lerida as his base, was to fall on from the west, to occupy Urgel and Berga, the seat of the Catalan junta and the center of organized resistance, and to join hands with Deccan across the crushed remnants of the Spanish army. So sure did the emperor feel that the last elements of Catalan resistance were now to be destroyed, that he gave orders for the issue of the proclamation, drawn up long before, by which the principality was declared to be united to the French Empire. It was to be divided into the 4 departments of the Tur, Montserrat capital Barcelona, Bouches de Eleba, and Segur capital Puigcerdà. Prefects and other officials were appointed for each department, and justice was to be administered in the name of the emperor. The humor of the arrangement, which its creator most certainly failed to see, was that 3/4 of the territory of each department was in the hands of the patriots whom he styled rebels, and that none of his prefects could have gone 10 miles from his chef-lieu without an escort of 200 men, under pain of captivity or death. Ryle's start was much delayed by the fact that one of his French brigades had been told off to serve as escort to the mass of Blake's prisoners from Valencia, and could not get quit of them till, marching by Teruel, it had handed them over for transference beyond the Pyrenees to the garrison of Saragossa. Of his 2 Italian divisions, Palambini's was instructed to devote itself to the clearing of southern Aragon, and the opening up of the communications between the French garrisons of Daroca, Teruel, and Calatayud. The other Severales, called off from the siege of Peninsular, which had originally been entrusted to it, marched for Lerida in two columns, the one by the sea-coast and Tortosa, the other inland, by way of Morla and Mequinenza. When his troops had begun to concentrate on the borders of Aragon and Catalonia, in and about Lerida, Ryle began operations by sending a column, one French brigade and one Italian regiment, to attack the ubiquitous Heroes, who, since his defeat at Altafulla a month before, had betaken himself to the inland and the rough country along the valleys of the two Nogueras, with the object of covering Catalonia on its western front. This expedition, entrusted to the French Brigadier Burke, ended in an unexpected check. Heroles offered battle with 3,000 men in a strong position at Roda, with a torrent bed covering his front, March 5. Burke, having far superior numbers and not aware of the tenacity of the Catalan troops, whom he had never before encountered, ordered a general frontal attack by battalions of the 60th French 8th Italian Line. It was handsomely repulsed. With such heavy loss, 600 casualties, it is said that the French retreated as far as Barbastro, pursued for some distance by the troops of Heroles, who thus showed that their late disaster had not impaired their morale. This was a most glorious day for the Baron, one of the few leaders of real capacity whom the war in Catalonia revealed. He had been a civilian in 1808 and had to learn the elements of military art under chiefs as incapable as Blake and Campoverd. From a Miquelete chief, he rose to be a general in the regular army, purely by the force of his unconquerable pertinacity and a courage which no disasters could break. As a local patriot, he had an advantage in dealing with his Catalan countrymen, which strangers like Redang, Blake, Lacy, or Sarsfield never possessed, and their confidence was never betrayed. A little active man of great vivacity, generally with a cigar in the corner of his mouth, and never long still, he was not only a good leader of irregular bands, but quite capable of understanding a strategical move, and of handling a division in a serious action. His self-abnegation during his service under chiefs whose plans were often unwise, and whose authority was often exercised in a galling fashion, was beyond all praise. The check at Roda forced Ryle to turn aside more troops against Heroles. Practically the whole of Severales' division was added to the column which had just been defeated, and on March 13th, such a force marched against him that he was compelled to retire, drawing his pursuers after him toward the upper course of the Noguera, and ultimately to seek refuge in the wilds of Tallern among the foothills of the higher Pyrenees. His operations with a trifling force paralyzed nearly half Ryle's army during 2 critical months of the spring of 1812. Meanwhile, covered by his demonstration, Sarsfield executed a destructive raid across the French border, overran the valleys beyond Andorra, and exacted a ransom of $70,000 from Foix, the chief town of the department of the Ariège, February 19. This was the best possible reply to Napoleon's recent declaration that Catalonia had become French soil. The emperor was naturally enraged. He reiterated his orders to Ryle to déloger les insurgents. Il en est trop vraiquils si nourrissent de France, il faut mettre un terme à ces insults. But though Ryle pushed his marches far into the remote mountainous districts where the borders of Aragon and Catalonia meet, he never succeeded in destroying the bands which he was set to hunt down. A trail of burnt villages marked his course, but it had no permanent result. The inhabitants descended from the hills to reoccupy their fields and rebuild their huts when he had passed by, and the insurgents were soon prowling again near the forts of Lerida, Barbastro, and Monzon. Palombini in southern Aragon had equally unsatisfactory experiences. Coming up from Valencia by the high road, he had reached Teruel on February 19th, and after relieving and strengthening the garrison there, set out on a circular sweep, with the intention of hunting down Gayan and Duran. The Conde de Montijo had just returned to the Murcian army at this moment, while the Empecinado was out of the game for some weeks, being, as we shall presently see, busy in New Castile. But the movements of the Italian general were soon complicated by the fact that Villacampa, with the remnants of his division, had started from the neighborhood of Alicante and Murcia much at the same time as himself, to seek once more his old haunts in Aragon. This division had given a very poor account of itself while serving as regular troops under Blake, but when it returned to its native mountains, assumed a very different efficiency in the character of a large guerrilla band. Appearing at first only 2,000 strong, it recruited itself up to a much greater strength from local levies and became no mean hindrance to Palombini's operations. On the 29th of February, the Italian general relieved Daroca, and a few days later he occupied Calatayud, which had been left ungarrisoned since the disaster of the previous October. After fortifying the convent of Nostra Senora de la Peña as a new citadel for this place, he split up his division into several small columns, which scoured the neighborhood, partly to sweep in provisions for the post at Calatayud, partly to drive off the guerrilleros of the region. But to risk small detachments in Aragon was always a dangerous business. Villacampa, who had now come up from the south, cut off one body of 200 men at Campillo on March 5 and destroyed 6 companies at Pazohandan on the 28th of the same month. Taught prudence by these petty disasters and by some less successful attacks on others of his flying columns, Palombini once more drew his men together and concentrated them in the upland plain of Huest near Daroca. From thence, he made another blow at Villacampa, who was at the same time attacked in the rear by a column sent up by Suchet from Valencia to Teruel. The Spaniard, however, easily avoided the attempt to surround him, and retired without much loss or difficulty into the wild Sierra de Albarracin, Apeth. Meanwhile, seeing Palombini occupied in hunting Villacampa, the guerrillero Gayan made a dash at the new garrison of Calatayud, and entering the city, unexpectedly captured the governor and 60 men, but failed to reduce the fortified convent in which the rest of the Italians took refuge. He then sat down to besiege them, though he had no guns and could work by mines alone. But Palombini soon sent a strong column under the brigadiers St. Paul and Sciazetti, who drove off Gayan and relieved Calatayud. Nevertheless, 3 months had now gone by since the attempt to reduce southern Aragon began, and it was now obvious that it had been wholly unsuccessful. The hills and great part of the upland plains were still in the possession of the Spaniards, who had been often hunted but never caught nor seriously mishandled. Palombini owned nothing more than the towns which he had garrisoned, and the spot on which his headquarters chanced for the moment to be placed. His strength was not sufficient to enable him to occupy every village, and without such occupation, no conquest could take place. Moreover, the time was at hand when Wellington's operations in the west were to shake the fabric of French power all over Spain, even in the remote recesses of the Aragonese Sierras. Palombini was to be drawn off in July to join the army of the centre and to oppose the English, and with his departure, such hold as the French possessed on the rugged region between Calatayud, Saragossa, and Teruel was to disappear. It will be noted that during these operations of the spring, no mention has been made of the Empecinado, who had been so prominent in this quarter during the preceding autumn and winter. This chief was now at the bottom of his fortunes. Raiding in New Castile after his accustomed fashion, he had been completely defeated by General Guy and a column of King Joseph's army near Sigenza, February 7. He lost 1,000 men, only saved his own person by throwing himself down an almost impracticable cliff, and saw his whole force dispersed. This affair is said to have been the result of treachery. One of the Empecinado's lieutenants, a certain guerrillero leader named Albur, better known as El Manco, from having lost a hand being taken prisoner a few days before, saved his neck by betraying his chief's position and plans, hence the surprise. El Manco entered the king's service and raised a counter-guerrilla band with which he did considerable harm for a space. The Empecinado had only collected men even by April, when he joined Villacampa and aided him in a raid round Guadalajara. Mina, on the other hand, the greatest of all the partisans, was doing some of his best service to the cause of liberty during the early months of 1812. This was the period when he was conducting his bloody campaign of reprisals against Abbé, the governor of Navarre, who had published in December 1811 the celebrated proclamation which not only prohibited any quarter for guerrilleros, but made their families and villages responsible for them, and authorized the execution of hostages levied on them, as well as the infliction of crushing fines. Mina replied by the formal declaration of a war of extermination against all French without distinction of rank, and started the system of shooting 4 prisoners for every Spaniard, soldier, or civilian executed by the enemy. This he actually carried out for some months, till the French proclamation was withdrawn. The most horrid incident of this reign of terror was the shooting by the French, on March 21, of the 4 members of the insurrectional junta of the province of Burgos, all magistrates and civilians, whom they had captured in a raid, and the counter-execution of 80 French soldiers by the curate Marino, one of Mina's colleagues, a few days later. This time of atrocities ended shortly after, when Abbé withdrew his proclamation and Mina followed his example. On the departure of Rial's troops from Valencia, it will be remembered that one of his French brigades, that of Panitia, had been sent as escort to the captive Spaniards of Blake's army, while the remainder of the new army of the Ebro went off in the direction of Lerida. As has already been seen, this brigade was turned aside against Mina. Dorsen at the same time directed the greater part of his available field force to join in the hunt, and all such of Caffarelli's troops as were not shut up in garrisons were told off for the same purpose. These detachments, when added to the normal force of occupation in Navarre and Biscay, made up in all some 30,000 men. Divided into many columns, each of which was strong enough to face the 3,000 or 4,000 irregulars under Mina's command, they endeavored to converge upon him and to enclose him within the net of their operations. The chase was very hot in March. On the 1st of that month, Caffarelli invaded the remote Pyrenean valley of Roncal, where it had been discovered that Mina kept his depots, his ammunition factory, and his hospitals. The valley was swept clean, but no appreciable number of the guerrilleros were captured. On the 24th, however, it looked as if disaster was impending, as 3 columns under Abbé Dumoustier, who had a brigade of the Young Guard, and Laferriere had succeeded in disposing themselves around Mina's main body, between Sangsa and Ochagavia. The guerrillero, however, saved himself by a night march of incredible difficulty across impracticable hills, and got away into Aragon. He was lost to sight, and was believed to have been too harassed to be formidable for many a day. Such was not the true state of affairs. Mina at once came back to his old haunts by a circuitous march through southern Navarre, and on Apeth performed one of his most notable exploits. On that day, he surprised an immense convoy of convalescents, civilians, baggage, and foodstuffs, which was marching from Vitoria to Mondragon in the pass of Salinas or Puerto de Arlaban. Though escorted by 2,000 men, including the whole of the 7th Polish Regiment just drawn off from Soult for the Russian war, it was completely destroyed. 500 of the Poles were slain, 150 captured, and an enormous booty, including, it is said, several 100,000 francs in cash, fell into Mina's hands. He also delivered Spanish prisoners, who were being conducted to captivity beyond the Pyrenees. Such an exploit naturally drew down once more upon Mina the attention of all the neighboring French commanders. Dorsen and Rial again sent columns to aid the governor of Navarre, and from the 23rd to the 28th of April Mina was being hunted by powerful detachments converging on him from all sides. He himself was very nearly captured at Robers by General Panitia, who surprised him at dawn, helped by treachery on the part of a subordinate guerrillero chief, and dispersed his followers for the moment. But all who were not slain or captured rallied around their indomitable leader, and followed him in a hazardous retreat, in which he threaded his way between the converging columns of the French and ultimately escaped to the Rioja. He asserts in his memoirs, and with truth, that he was at this time of the highest service to Wellington's main operations, since he attracted and detained beyond the Ebro such a large proportion of Dorsen's Army of the North, that in April and May it had not a man to spare to help Marmont. Even Dumoustier's Guard division, under orders to return to France for the Russian war, was put into the pack of pursuers who tried in vain to hunt him down. To sum up the results of all the operations in Catalonia, Aragon, and Navarre, which followed on the release of Rial's troops from the Valencian expedition, it may be said that Napoleon's scheme for the complete reduction of northeastern Spain had completely failed by April. Large forces had been put in motion, toilsome marches had been executed over many mountain roads, in the worst season of the year. All the bands of the insurgents had been more than once defeated and dispersed. But the countryside was not conquered. The isolated garrisons were still cut off from each other by the enemy, wherever the heavy marching columns had passed on. The communications were no more safe and free than they had been in December. The loss of men by sickness and in the innumerable petty combats and disasters had been immense. The game had yet to be finished, and the spare time in which it could be conducted was drawing to an end. For Wellington was on the march, and ere long not a man from the armies of the north or the centre was to be available to aid Ryle, Suchet, and Deccan in their unending and ungrateful task. Gone, too, were the days in which reserves without end could be poured in from France. The Russian war was about to open, and when once it began, reinforcements were to be drawn from Spain rather than sent into it. The invasion had reached its high-water mark in January 1812 before the walls of Valencia and Alicante. Section 31, Chapter 2. Operations of SOULT in Andalusia, the Siege of Tarifa de Jaén, 1812. In the southwest, no less than in the southeast of Spain, the month of January 1812 was to witness the last offensive movement of the French armies of invasion. But while Suchet's advance ended, as we have seen, in a splendid success, that of Soult was to meet with a disastrous check. Neither marshal was to have another chance of taking the initiative, thanks, directly or indirectly, to the working out of Wellington's great plan of campaign for the new year. In the previous volume, the fortunes of Soult and the army of Andalusia were narrated down to the first days of November 1811, when Hill's raid into Estremadura, after the surprise of Arroyo dos Molinos, ended with his retreat within the borders of Portugal. That raid had inflicted a severe blow on Drouet's corps of observation, which formed Soult's right wing and covered his communications with Badajoz. But its net result was only to restrict the activities of the French on this side to that part of Estremadura which lies south of the Guadiana. Hill had made no attempt to drive away Drouet's main body or to blockade Badajoz, and had betaken himself to winter quarters about Elvas, Portelaga, and Extremos. Consequently, Drouet was able to settle down opposite him once more, in equally widespread cantonments, with his right wing at Merida and his left at Zafra, and to devote his attention to sending successive convoys forward to Badajoz, whenever the stores in that fortress showed signs of running low. Drouet's force no longer bore the name of the 5th Corps. All the old corps distinctions were abolished in the Southern Army this autumn, and no organization larger than that of the divisions was permitted to remain. The troops in Estremadura were simply for the future Drouet's and Daracau's divisions of the Armée du Midi. The composition of this containing force, whose whole purpose was now to observe Hill, was somewhat changed after midwinter, for the Emperor sent orders that the 34th Anth regiments, the victims of Gerard's carelessness at Arroyo dos Molinos, were to be sent home to France to recruit their much depleted ranks. They duly left Drouet and marched off northward, but they never got further than Burgos, where Dorsen detained them at a moment of need, so that they became attached to the Army of the North, and after receiving some drafts, were involved in the operations against Wellington in the valley of the Douro. 2 regiments from Andalusia, the 12th Leger Anth Line, came up to replace them in Drouet's division, but even then the French troops in Estremadura did not exceed 500 men, if the garrison of Badajoz, about 5,000 strong, be deducted. This constituted a field force insufficient to hold back Hill when next he should take the offensive. But all through November and far into December Hill remained quiescent by Wellington's orders, and his adversary clung to his advanced positions as long as he could, though much disturbed as to what the future might bring forth. Of the remainder of Soult's army, the troops in front of Cadiz, originally the 1st Corps, had been cut down to an irreducible minimum by the necessity for keeping flank guards to either side, to watch the Spanish forces in the Condado de Niebla on the west and the mountains of Ronda on the south. Even including the marines and sailors of the flotilla, there were 0 men in the lines, and the Spanish force in Cadiz and the Isle of Leon, stiffened by the Anglo-Portuguese detachment, which Wellington always retained there, was often not inferior in numbers to the besiegers. The bombardment from the heavy Villautrys mortars, placed in the works of the Matagorda Peninsula, continued intermittently, but though a shell occasionally fell in the city, no appreciable harm was done. The inhabitants killed or injured by many months of shelling could be counted on the fingers of two hands. The citizens had come to take the occasional descent of a missile in their streets with philosophically calm, and sang a derisive street ditty which told how de las bombas queteran los gavachos. Si hasten las gaditanas turbuzones. The splinters of the bombs that the French threw served the ladies of Cadiz as weights to curl their hair. The fort of Puntals, on the easternmost point of the isthmus that links Cadiz to the Isle of Leon, felt the bombardment more severely, but was never seriously injured, and always succeeded in keeping up an effective return fire. With the artillery of those days, even when mortars of the largest caliber, specially cast in the arsenal of Seville, were used, Cadiz was safe from any real molestation. Marshal Victor was still in command of the troops in the lines at the end of 1811, but the emperor gave orders for his return to France, when he ordered the army of Andalusia to drop its organization into army corps and replace them by divisions. He directed that the marshal should set out at once, unless he was engaged in some serious enterprise at the moment that the summons arrived. This, as we shall see, chanced to be the case, and Victor was still hard at work in January and did not leave Spain till early in April. The third main section of Soult's troops consisted of the 2 infantry and 1 cavalry divisions which had lately formed the 4th Corps, and had, since their first arrival in the south, been told off for the occupation of the Kingdom of Granada. The whole of the coast and the inland from Malaga as far as Baza fell to their charge. The corps had been a strong one, 16,000 foot and 0 horse, but was shortly to be reduced. The order of December 30, recalling troops for the expected Russian war, took off the whole Polish infantry division of Dembowski, 5,000 bayonets. The regiment of Lancers of the Vistula, who had won such fame by their charge at Albura, was also requisitioned, but did not get off till the autumn. But in the last month of the old year, the Poles were still present and available, and Soult was far from expecting their departure. Yet even before they were withdrawn, the garrison of the Kingdom of Granada was by no means too strong for the work allotted to it. The greater part of its available field force had been drawn to the southwest, to curb the insurrection of the Serranos of the Ronda Mountains and the inroads of Ballesteros. The forces left in Granada itself and the other eastern towns were so modest that Soult protested, and apparently with truth, that he could not spare from them even a small flying column of all arms to make the demonstration against Murcia in assistance of such its operations, which the emperor ordered him to execute. Nothing, as it will be remembered, was done in this direction during December and January, save the sending out of Pierre Soult's raid, a mere affair of a single cavalry brigade. The total force of the Andalusian army was still in December as high as 80,000 men on paper. But after deducting the sick, the garrison of Badajoz, 5,000 men, the troops of Drouet, entirely taken up with observing and containing Hill, the divisions in the lines before Cadiz, and the obligatory garrisons of Granada, Malaga, Cordova, and other large towns, the surplus left over for active operations was very small. At the most 10 or 12,000 men, obtained by borrowing from all sides, could be formed to act as a central reserve, prepared to assist Drouet in Estremadura, Victor in the Cadiz region, or Level in the east, as occasion might demand. During the 2 crises when Soult brought up his reserves to join Drouet, in the winter of 1811-12 and the spring of 1812, their joint force did not exceed 0 men. The marshal was resolved to hold the complete circuit of Andalusia, the viceroyalty which brought him so much pride and profit, and so long as he persisted in this resolve, he could make no offensive move, for want of a field army of competent strength. Soult made some effort to supplement the strength of his garrisons by raising Spanish levies, both battalions and squadrons of regulars, and units for local service in the style of urban guards. The former juramentados never reached any great strength. They were composed of deserters or prisoners who volunteered service in order to avoid being sent to France. Occasionally, there were as many as 5,000 under arms, usually less. The men for the most part disappeared at the first opportunity and rejoined the national army or the guerrilleros. The officers were less prone to abscond because they were liable to be shot as traitors on returning to their countrymen. 2 or 3 cases are recorded of such renegades who committed suicide when they saw themselves about to fall into the hands of Spanish troops. The urban guards, or escopeteros, were of a little more service, for the reason that, being interested in the preservation of their own families, goods, and houses, they would often prevent the entry into their towns of any roving Spanish force which showed itself for a moment. For if they admitted any small band, which went on its way immediately, and could make no attempt to defend them on the reappearance of the enemy, they were liable to be executed as traitors by the French, and their town would be fined or perhaps sacked. Hence it was to their interest, so long as Soult continued to dominate all Andalusia, to keep the guerrilleros outside their walls. But their service was, of course, unwilling, and they were usually ready to yield on the appearance of any serious Spanish force, whose size was sufficient to excuse their submission in the eyes of Soult. Often a town was ostensibly held for King Joseph, but was privately supplying recruits, provisions, and money contributions to the national cause. Nevertheless, there were real afrancesados in Andalusia, people who had so far committed themselves to the cause of King Joseph that they could not contemplate the triumph of the patriots without terror. When Soult evacuated Andalusia in September 1812, several thousand refugees followed him, rather than face the vengeance of their countrymen. During the midwinter of 1811-12, Soult's main attention was taken up by a serious enterprise in the extreme south of his viceroyalty, which absorbed all the spare battalions of his small central reserve and rendered it impossible for him to take the offensive in any other direction. This was the attempt to crush Ballesteros and to capture Tarifa, which rendered his cooperation in Suchet's Valencian campaign impossible. General Ballesteros, as it will be remembered, had landed from Cadiz at Algeciras on September 4, 1811, and had been much hunted during the autumn by detachments drawn both from the troops in the Kingdom of Granada and those of Victor. As many as 10,000 men were pressing him in October, when he had been forced to take refuge under the cannon of Gibraltar. But when want of food compelled the columns of Barrois, Semele, and Gardinot to withdraw and to disperse, he had emerged from his refuge, had followed the retiring enemy, and had inflicted some damage on their rearguards November 5, 1811. His triumphant survival, after the first concentrated movement made against him, had much provoked Soult, who saw the insurrectionary movement in southern Andalusia spreading all along the mountains, and extending itself towards Malaga on the one side and Arcos on the other. The Marshal, therefore, determined to make a serious effort to crush Ballesteros and at the same time to destroy one of the 2 bases from which he was wont to operate. Gibraltar was, of course, impregnable, but Tarifa, the other fortress at the southern end of the peninsula, was not, and had proved from time to time very useful to the Spaniards. It was now their only secure foothold in southern Andalusia, and was most useful as a port of call for vessels going round from Cadiz to the Mediterranean, especially for the large flotilla of British and Spanish sloops, brigs, and gunboats, which obsessed the coast of Andalusia and made the use of routes by the seaside almost impracticable for the enemy. Soult was at this time trying to open up communications with the Moors of Tangier, from whom he hoped to get horses for his cavalry and oxen for the army before Cadiz. But he could not hope to accomplish anything in this way so long as Tarifa was the nest and victualling place of privateers, who lay thick in the straits only a few miles from the coast of Morocco. The main reason for attacking Tarifa, however, was that it had recently become the headquarters of a small Anglo-Spanish field force, which had been molesting the rear of the lines before Cadiz. The place had not been garrisoned in 1810, when Soult first broke into Andalusia, but a few months after General Colin Campbell, governor of Gibraltar, threw into it a small force, that same battalion of flank companies of the 9th, 28th, 30th, and Foot, which distinguished itself so much at Barossa in the following year, when led by Colonel Brown of the 28th. This hard fighter had moved on with his regiment later in 1811, but his place had been taken by Major King of the 82nd, a one-legged officer of great energy and resolution. The garrison was trifling down to October 1811, when General Campbell threw into Tarifa a brigade under Colonel Skerritt, consisting of the 247th and 87th, and some details, making, with the original garrison, 1750 British troops. 3 days later, the Spaniards sent in from Cadiz another brigade of about the same strength, under General Copons. After the French expedition against Ballesteros had failed, Copons and Skerritt went out and drove from Vejer the southernmost outposts of Victor's corps in the lines November 6th. A fortnight later, they marched across the hills to Algeciras and prepared to join Ballesteros in an attack on the French troops in the direction of Ronda, but returned to Tarifa on the news that Victor was showing a considerable force at Vejer and threatening to cut them off from their base. Ballesteros by himself was a sufficient nuisance to Soult, but when his operations began to be aided by another separate force, partly composed of British troops, the Duke of Dalmatia determined that a clean sweep must be made in southern Andalusia. The idea of capturing Tarifa did not appear by any means impracticable. This little decayed place of 6,000 souls had never been fortified in the modern style, and was surrounded by nothing more than a medieval wall 8 feet thick, with square towers set in it at intervals. There was a citadel, the castle of Guzman el Bueno, but this too was a 13th century building, and the whole place, though tenable against an enemy unprovided with artillery, was reckoned helpless against siege guns. It is described by one of its defenders as lying in a hole, for it was completely commanded by a range of low heights, at no greater distance than 300 yards from its northern front. In the sea, half a mile beyond it, was a rocky island, connected with the mainland by a very narrow strip of sand, which was well suited to serve as a final place of refuge for the garrison, and which had been carefully fortified. It was furnished with batteries, of which one bore on the sandspit and the town. A redoubt, Santa Catalina, had been erected at the point where the isthmus joined the mainland. Several buildings had been erected to serve as a shelter for troops, and a great series of caves, Cuva de los Moros, had been converted into casemates and storerooms. They were perfectly safe against bombardment. In the eyes of many officers, the island was the real stronghold, and the city was but an outwork to it, which might be evacuated without any serious damage to the strength of the defense. Nevertheless, something had been done to improve the weak fortifications of the place. The convent of San Francisco, 70 yards from its northern point, had been entrenched and loopholed to serve as a redoubt, and some of the square towers in the enceinte had been strengthened and built up so as to bear artillery. The curtain, however, was in all parts far too narrow and weak to allow of guns being placed upon it, and there was no glacis and practically no ditch, the whole wall to its foot being visible from the heights which overlooked the city on its eastern side. There were only 26 guns available, and of these part belonged to the defenses of the island. In the town itself, there were only 2 heavy guns mounted on commanding towers, 6 field pieces, 9-pounders, distributed along the various fronts, and 4 mortars. When the siege actually began, the main defense was by musketry fire. It was clear from the topography of Tarifa that its northern front, that nearest to and most completely commanded by the hills outside, would be the probable point of attack by the enemy, and long before the siege began preparations were made for an interior defense. The buildings looking on the back of the ramparts were barricaded and loopholed. The narrow streets were blocked with traverses, and some entanglements were contrived with the iron window bars requisitioned from all the houses of the town, which served as a sort of chevaux de frise. The outer enceinte was so weak that it was intended that the main defense should be in the network of streets. Special preparations were thought out for the right center of the north front, where the walls are pierced by the ravine of a winter torrent of intermittent flow, called the Retiro. The point where it made its passage under the enceinte through a portcullis was the lowest place in the front, the walls sinking down as they followed the outline of the ravine. Wherefore palisades were planted outside the portcullis, entanglements behind it, and all the houses looking down on the torrent bed within the walls were prepared with loopholes commanding its course. There was ample time for work, for while the first certain news that the French were coming arrived in November, the enemy did not actually appear before the walls till December 20. By that time much had been done, though the balance was only completed in haste after the siege had begun. The long delay of the enemy was caused by the abominable condition of the roads of the district, the same that had given Graham and La Peña so much trouble in February 1811. Moreover, any considerable concentration of troops in southern Andalusia raised a food problem for Soult. The region round Tarifa is very thinly inhabited, and it was clear that, if a large army were collected, it would have to carry its provisions with it and secure its communication with its base, under pain of falling into starvation within a few days. Heavy guns abounded in the Cadiz lines, and Soult had no trouble in selecting a siege train of 16 pieces from them. But their transport and that of their ammunition was a serious problem. To complete the train, no less than 500 horses had to be requisitioned from the field artillery and military wagons of the First Corps. While it was being collected, Victor moved forward to Vejer, near the coast, halfway between Cadiz and Tarifa, with 2,000 men, in order to clear the countryside from the guerrillero bands, who made survey of the roads difficult and dangerous. Under cover of escorts furnished by him, several intelligence officers inspected the possible routes. There were two, both passing through the mountainous tract between the sea and the lagoon of La Janda, which had given Graham so much trouble in the last spring. One came down to the waterside at the chapel of Virgin de la Luz, only 3 miles from Tarifa, but was reported to be a mere mule track. The other, somewhat more resembling a road, descended to the shore several miles farther to the north and ran parallel with it for some distance. But in expectation of the siege, the Spaniards, with help from English ships, had blown up many yards of this road, where it was narrowest between the water and the mountain. Moreover, ships of war were always stationed off Tarifa, and their guns would make passage along this defile dangerous. Nevertheless, General Garbet, the chief French engineer, held that this was the only route practicable for artillery, and reported that the road could be remade, and that the flotilla might be kept at a distance by building batteries on the shore, which would prevent any vessel from coming close enough to deliver an effective fire. It was determined, therefore, that the siege train should take this path, which for the first half of its way passes close along the marshy borders of the lagoon of La Janda, and then enters the hills in order to descend to the sea at Torre Peña. On December 8th, the siege train was concentrated at Vejer, and in the hope that it would in 4 days, or not much more, reach its destination before Tarifa, Victor gave orders for the movement of the troops which were to conduct the siege. Of this force, the smaller part, 6 battalions and 2 cavalry regiments, was drawn from Level's command, formerly the 4th Corps. These 2 divisions had also to provide other detachments to hold Malaga in strength and watch Ballesteros. The troops from the blockade of Cadiz supplied 8 battalions, and 3 more to keep up communications. 1 additional regiment was borrowed from the brigade in the Kingdom of Cordova, which was always drawn upon in times of special need. The whole force put in motion was some 15,000 men, but only 10,000 actually came before Tarifa and took part in the siege. The various columns, which were under orders to march, came from distant points and had to concentrate. Barua lay at Los Barrios, inland from Algeciras, with 6 battalions from the Cadiz lines watching Ballesteros, who had once more fallen back under shelter of the guns of Gibraltar. To this point Level came to join him, with the 3,000 men drawn from Malaga and Granada. The 3rd column, under Victor himself, consisting of the siege train and the battalions told off for its escort, came from the side of Vejer. All 3 were to meet before Tarifa, but from the first start difficulties began to arise owing to the bad weather. The winter, which had hitherto been mild and equable, broke up into unending rainstorms on the day appointed for the start, and the sudden filling of the torrents in the mountains cut the communications between the columns. Level, who had got as far as the pass of Ojan, in the range which separates the district about Algeciras and Los Barrios from the Tarifa region, was forced to halt there for some days. But his rear, a brigade under Casegny, could not come forward to join him, nor did the convoy column succeed in advancing far from Vejer. Victor sent 3 successive officers with escorts to try to get into touch with Casegny, but each returned without having been able to push through. It was not till the 12th that a fourth succeeded in reaching the belated column, which only got underway that day and joined on the following afternoon. The siege train was not less delayed and was blocked for several days by the overflowing of the lagoon of La Janda, along whose shore its first stages lay. It only struggled through to the south end of the lagoon on the 14th, and took no less than 4 days more to cover the distance of 16 miles across the hills to Torre Peña, where the road comes down to the sea. 40 horses, it is said, had to be harnessed to each heavy gun to pull it through. Much of the ammunition was spoilt by the rain, which continued to fall intermittently, and more had to be requisitioned from the Cadiz lines and to be brought forward by supplementary convoys. These initial delays went far to wreck the whole scheme because of the food problem. Each of the columns had to bring its own provisions with it, and when stopped on the road, consumed stores that had been intended to serve it during the siege. The distance from Vejer to Tarifa is only 30 miles, and from Los Barrios to Tarifa even less. But the columns, which had been ordered to march on December 8th, did not reach their destination till December 20th, and the communications behind them were cut already, not by the enemy, but by the vile weather, which had turned every mountain stream into a torrent and every low-lying bottom into a marsh. The column with the siege artillery arrived 2 days later. It had got safely through the defile of Torre Peña. The sappers had repaired the road by the water and had built a masked battery for 4 12-pounders and 2 howitzers, whose fire kept off from the dangerous point several Spanish and English gunboats which came up to dispute the passage. The column from the Pass of Ogen had been somewhat delayed in its march by a sally of ballesteros, who came out from the Gibraltar lines on the 17th-18th and fell upon its rear with 2,000 men. He drove in the last battalion, but when Berrois turned back and attacked him with a whole brigade, the Spaniard gave way and retreated in haste to San Roque. Nevertheless, by issuing from his refuge and appearing in the open, he had cut the communications between the army destined for the siege and the troops at Malaga. At the same time that Ballesteros made this diversion, Scarrett, with his whole brigade and a few of Capon's Spaniards, had issued from Tarifa to demonstrate against the head of the approaching French column, and advanced some distance on the road to Facenas, where his handful of hussars bickered with the leading cavalry in the enemy's front. Seeing infantry behind, he took his main body no farther forward than the convent of Nuestra Señora de la Luz, 3 miles from the fortress. On the 19th, the French show 0 men on the surrounding hills, and on the 20th advanced in force in 2 columns, and pushed the English and Spanish pickets into Tarifa after a long skirmish in which the British the Spaniards about 40 casualties, while the French, according to Level's report, lost only 1 officer and men killed and wounded. By 4 in the afternoon the place was invested, the French pickets reaching from sea to sea, and their main body being encamped behind the hills which command the northern side of Tarifa. They could not place themselves near the water, owing to the fire of 2 British frigates and a swarm of gunboats, which lay inshore and shelled their flanks all day, though without great effect. Capons and Scarrett had divided the manning of the town and island between their brigades on equal terms, each keeping 2 battalions in the town and a 3rd in the island and the minor posts. Of the British, the 47th Anth had the former King's Battalion of flank companies, reinforced by 70 Marines landed from the ships, the latter charge. The convent of San Francisco was held by a company of the 82nd, the redoubt of Santa Catalina on the Isthmus by one of the 11th. Seeing the French inactive on the 21st, they were waiting for the siege train, which was not yet arrived. Scarrett sent out 3 companies to drive in their pickets and shelled the heights behind which they were encamped. On the following day, the sortie was repeated by a somewhat larger force under Colonel Gough of the 87th, covered by a flanking fire from the gunboats. The right wing of the French pickets was driven in with some loss, and a house too near the Santa Catalina redoubt demolished. The besiegers lost 3 men killed and officers and men wounded, mainly from the 16th Leger. The sallying troops had only 1 man killed and wounded, 2 from the 11th, 4 from the 87th. That night the siege train arrived and was parked behind the right-hand hill of the 3, which faced the northern side of Tarifa. The engineer officers who had come up with the siege train executed their survey of the fortress next morning and reported, as might have been expected, that it would be best to attack the central portion of the north front, because the ground facing it was not exposed to any fire from the vessels inshore, as was the west front, and could only be searched by the 2 or 3 guns which the besieged had mounted on the towers of Jesus and of Guzman, the one in the midst of the northern front, the other in a dominating position by the castle at the southern corner. However, the 24-pounders on the island, shooting over the town, could throw shells onto the hillside where the French were about to work, though without being able to judge of their effect. On the night of the 23rd, the French began their first parallel on their right flank of the central hill at a distance of 300 yards from the walls. The approaches to it needed no spadework, being completely screened by a ravine and a thick aloe hedge. The besieged shelled it on the succeeding day, but with small effect. Only 3 workers were killed and wounded. On the 24th, a minor front of attack was developed on the left-hand hill, where a first parallel was thrown up about 250 yards from the walls. The gunboats on the southern shore fired on this work when it was discovered, but as it was invisible to them, and as they could only shoot at haphazard by directions signaled from the town, they generally failed to hit the mark and did little to prevent the progress of the digging. The besiegers only lost 4 killed and wounded this day, and on the original point of attack were able to commence a second parallel, in which there was marked out the place for the battery which was destined to breach the town wall at the lowest point of its circuit, just south of the bed of the Retiro torrent. On the 2 following days, the French continued to push forward with no great difficulty. They completed the second parallel on the center hill, parts of which were only 180 yards from the town. On the left or eastern hill, the trenches were continued down the inner slope, as far as the bottom of the ravine, so as almost to join those of the right attack. On the 26th, a violent southeast gale began to blow, which compelled the British and Spanish gunboats to quit their station to the right of Tarifa, lest they should be driven ashore, and to run round to the west side of the island, which gave them shelter from wind coming from such a quarter. The French works were, therefore, only molested for the future by the little 6-pounders on the northeast, or Corchuela Tower, and the heavy guns firing at a high trajectory from the island and the Tower of Guzman. But the gale was accompanied by rain, and this, beginning with moderate showers on the 26th, developed into a steady downpour on the 27th and commenced to make the spadework in the trenches more laborious, as the sappers were up to their ankles in mud, and the excavated earth did not bind easily into parapets owing to its semi-liquid condition. Nevertheless, the plans of the engineers were carried out, and 2 batteries were finished and armed on the central hill, one lower down to batter the walls, the other higher up, to deal with the guns of the besieged and silence them if possible. The French lined all the advanced parallel with sharpshooters, who kept up a heavy fire on the ramparts, and would have made it difficult for the garrison to maintain a reply, if a large consignment of sandbags had not been received from Gibraltar, with which cover was contrived for the men on the curtain and the artillery in the towers. At 11 o'clock, on the morning of the 29th, the 2 French batteries opened, with 12 heavy guns. The weakness of the old town wall at once became evident. The first shot fired went completely through it and lodged in a house to its rear. Before evening, there was a definite breach produced, just south of the Retiro ravine, and it was clear that the enemy would be able to increase it to any extent that he pleased. The masonry fell to pieces the moment that it was well pounded. The 2 small field guns on the Tower of Jesus were silenced by 3 o'clock, and the heavy gun on Guzman's tower also ceased firing, of which more anon. By night only the distant guns on the island and the ships in the southwestern bay were making an effective reply to the French. This, from the psychological point of view, was the critical day of the siege, for on the clear demonstration of the weakness of the walls, Colonel Skerritt, who had never much confidence in his defenses, proposed to evacuate the city of Tarifa. At a council of officers, he argued in favor of withdrawing the garrison into the island and making no attempt to hold the weak medieval walls which the French were so effectively battering. This would have been equivalent, in the end, to abandoning the entire foothold of the British on this point of the coast, for there was on the island no cover for troops, save 2 or 3 recently erected buildings and the recesses of the Cuva de los Moros. Some of the inhabitants had already taken refuge there and were suffering great privations from being exposed to the weather in tents and hastily contrived huts. It is clear that if 3,000 men, British and Spanish, had been lodged on the windswept rocks of the island, it would soon have been necessary to withdraw them. However inaccessible the water-girt rock, with its low cliffs, might be, no large body of troops could have lived long upon it, exposed as they would have been not only to wind and wet, but to constant molestation by heavy guns placed in and about the city and the hills that dominate it. Meanwhile, the French would have possessed the excellent cover of the houses of Tarifa and would have effectively blocked the island by leaving a garrison to watch the causeway, the only possible exit from it. It is certain that the abandonment of the island would have followed that of the town within a few days. Indeed, Skerritt had already obtained leave from General Cook, then commanding at Cadiz, to bring his brigade round to that port as soon as he should feel it necessary. He regarded the evacuation of the place as so certain that he ordered the 18-pounder gun on Guzman's tower to be spiked this day, though it was the only piece of heavy caliber in the city. The reason given was that one of its missiles, spherical case shot, had fallen short within the streets and killed or wounded an inhabitant. But the real cause was that he had fully decided on abandoning Tarifa that night or the following day, and thought the moving of such a big gun in a hurry impossible. It had been hoisted with great difficulty to its place by the sailors, with cranes and tackle. Skerritt stated his decision in favor of the evacuation at the Council of War, produced General Cook's letter supporting his plan, and stated that Lord Proby, his second-in-command, concurred in the view of its necessity. Fortunately for the credit of the British arms, his opinion was boldly traversed by Captain C.F. Smith, the senior engineer officer, Major King, commanding the Gibraltar Battalion of flank companies, and Colonel Gough of the 87th. The former urged that the town should be defended as an outwork of the island to the last possible moment. Though the breach was practicable, he had already made arrangements for cutting it off by retrenchments from the body of the town. The streets had been blocked and barricaded, and all the houses looking upon the back of the walls loopholed. Tarifa could be defended for some time in the style of Saragossa, lane by lane. He pointed out that such was the configuration of the ground that if the enemy entered the breach, he would find a 14-foot drop between its rear and the ground below, onto which he would have to descend under a concentric fire of musketry from all the neighboring buildings. Even supposing that the worst came, the garrison had the castle to retire into, and this was tenable until breached by artillery, while a retreat from it to the island would always be possible, under cover of the guns of the flotilla. There was no profit or credit in giving up outworks before they were forced. Major King concurred, and said that his battalion, being Gibraltar troops, was under the direct orders of General Campbell, from whom he had received directions to hold Tarifa till the last extremity. If Skerritt's brigade should embark, he and the flank companies would remain behind to defend it, along with Capon's Spaniards. Gough concurred in the decision and urged that the evacuation would be wholly premature and contrary to the spirit of General Campbell's instructions, until it was seen whether the French were able to effect a lodgment inside the walls. Skerritt's resolve was shaken. He still held to his opinion, but dismissed the Council of War without coming to a decision. He tried to avoid responsibility by requesting the officers who voted for further resistance to deliver him their opinions in writing. This King, Smith, and Gough did, in the strongest wording. The first named of these 3 resolute men sent that same night a messenger by boat to Gibraltar to inform General Campbell of Skerritt's faint-hearted decision, and to observe that, with a few companies more to aid his own flank battalion and the Spaniards, he would try to hold first Tarifa and then the island, even if Skerritt withdrew his brigade. Campbell, angry in no small degree, sent a very prompt answer to the effect that the town should not be abandoned without the concurrence of the commanding officers of artillery and engineers, while the Gibraltar battalion should be concentrated in the island in order to ensure its defense, even if Tarifa itself fell. Still more drastic was an order to the officers commanding the transports to bring their ships back at once to Gibraltar. This decisive move made it impossible for Skerritt to carry out his plan. A few days later, Campbell sent 2 more flank companies to join the garrison, but they only arrived after the assault. The idea of evacuating the town without attempting any defense was all the more ignominious because Copons had declared his intention of holding it to the last, had protested against the spiking of the heavy gun in Guzman's tower, and next morning, when Level summoned the place to surrender, sent in a most unhesitating, if somewhat bombastic, note of refusal. If Skerritt had withdrawn into the island or taken to his ships, and Copons had been overwhelmed fighting in the streets, the disgrace to the British flag would have been very great. As a sidelight on the whole matter, we may remember that this was the same officer who had refused to land his troops to defend the breach of Tarragona 6 months before. He was no coward, as he showed in many fights, and he died gallantly at Bergen-op-Zoom in 1814, but he was undoubtedly a shirker of responsibilities. On the morning of the 30th, the besiegers' batteries opened again and enlarged the breach to a broad gap of 30 feet or more. They also dismounted a field piece which the besieged had hoisted on the Jesus Tower to replace those injured on the previous day. At midday, Level sent in the summons already recorded, and receiving Copons's uncompromising reply, directed the fire to continue. It was very effective, and by evening the breach was nearly 60 feet long, occupying almost the whole space between the tower at the portcullis over the ravine and that next south of it. At dusk, the garrison crept out to clear the foot of the breach, and began also to redouble the inner defenses in the lanes and houses behind it. All work on both sides, however, was stopped shortly after nightfall by a most torrential downpour of rain, which drove the French from their batteries and the English and Spaniards from their repairing. The sky seemed to be falling, the hillsides became cataracts, and the Retiro ravine was soon filled with a broad river which came swirling against the walls, bearing with it fascines, planks, gabions, and even dead bodies washed out of the French lines. Presently the mass of debris, accumulating against the palisades erected in front of the portcullis, and urged on by the water, swept away these outer defenses, and then, pressing against the portcullis itself, bent it inwards and twisted it, despite of its massive iron clamps, so as to make an opening into the town, down which everything went swimming through the ravine. The flood also swept away some of the defensive works on each side of the depression. When the hurricane was over, the rain still continued to fall heavily, but the garrison, emerging from shelter, commenced to repair their works, and had undone much of the damage by daylight. If the besieged had been sorely incommoded by the tempest, the besiegers on the bare hillsides had been still worse tried. They had been forced to abandon their trenches and batteries, of which those high up the slope were waterlogged, while those below had been largely swept away by the flood. The breach had been pronounced practicable by the engineers, and an assault had been fixed for dawn. But it was necessary to put it off for some hours, in order to allow the artillery to reoccupy their batteries and recommence their fire, and the infantry to come up from the camps where they had vainly tried to shelter themselves during the downpour. Nevertheless, the French commanders resolved to storm as soon as the men could be assembled, without waiting for further preparations. The troops, says the French historian of the siege, unable to dry themselves or to light fires to cook their rations, loudly cried out for an assault as the only thing that could put an end to their misery. A large force had been set apart for the storm, the Grenadier and Voltigeur companies of each of the battalions engaged in the sieges, making a total of over 2,200 men. They were divided into 2 columns. The Grenadiers were to storm the breach, the Voltigeurs to try whether the gap at the portcullis tower was practicable or not. They were to break in if possible, if not, to engage the defenders in a fusillade which should distract their attention from the main attack. As soon as day dawned, the besieged could detect that the trenches were filling, and that the storm was about to break. They had time to complete their dispositions before the French moved. The actual breach was held by Copons with a battalion of his own troops. The 87th, under Go, occupied the walls both to right and left of the breach, including the portcullis tower, with 2 companies in reserve. Captain Levesey, with 100 of the 47th, was posted in the southeastern Jesus Tower, which completely enfiladed the route which the enemy would have to take to the foot of the breach. The rest of the 47th was in charge of the south front of the town. At 9 o'clock, the column of French grenadiers issued from the trenches near the advanced breaching battery and dashed down the side of the Retiro ravine towards the breach, while the Voltigeur companies, at the same time, running out from the approaches on the eastern hill, advanced by the opposite side of the ravine towards the portcullis tower. Demonstrations to right and left were made by Cassagne's brigade on one flank and Pétu's on the other. The progress of the storming column was not rapid. The slopes of the ravine were rain-sodden and slippery. Its bottom, where the flood had passed, was 2 feet deep in mud. The troops were forced to move slowly, and the moment that they were visible from the walls, they became exposed to very heavy fire of musketry, both from the curtain and the enfilading towers on each of their flanks. Of guns, the besieged had only one available, a field piece in the northernmost, or Corchuela, tower, which fired case shot diagonally along the foot of the walls. Nevertheless, the French grenadiers pushed forward across the open space towards the breach, under a rain of bullets from the 87th, which smote them on both flanks. The Fusiliers were firing fast and accurately to the tune of Gary Owen, which the regimental band was playing by order of go just behind the breach, accompanied by bursts of shouts and cheering. On arriving at the foot of the walls, in great disorder, the French column hesitated for a moment. Many men began to fire instead of pressing on, but some bold spirits scaled the rough slope of the breach and reached its lip, only to get a momentary glimpse of the 14-foot drop behind it and to fall dead. The bulk of the column then swerved away to its right and fell upon the palisades and other defenses in front of the portcullis tower, where the hasty repairs made after the flood of the preceding night did not look effective. Apparently many of the Voltigeurs who had been already engaged in this quarter joined in their assault, which surged over the outer barricades and penetrated as far as the portcullis itself. It was found too well repaired to be broken down, and the stormers, crowded in front of it and caught in an angle between the front wall defended by the 87th and the flanking Jesus Tower from which the 47th were firing, found the corner too hot for them and suddenly recoiled and fled. The officer at the head of the Forlorn Hope gave up his sword to go through the bars of the portcullis, which alone separated them, and many other men at the front of the column also surrendered, rather than face the point-blank fire at close range, which would have accompanied the first stage of their retreat. This was a striking instance of an assault on a very broad breach, by a strong force, being beaten off by musketry fire alone. The French seem never to have had a chance in face of the steady resistance of the 87th and their comrades. Their loss is given by the official French historian at only 48 killed and wounded, which seems an incredibly low figure when over 2,000 men were at close quarters with the besieged, in a very disadvantageous position for some time. The British lost 2 officers and men killed, 3 officers, 2 sergeants, and men wounded. The Spaniards had a lieutenant colonel killed, and about 20 men killed and wounded. The assault having failed so disastrously, the spirits of the besiegers sank to a very low pitch. The rain continued to fall during the whole day and the following night, and the already waterlogged trenches became quite untenable. On New Year's Day, 1812, the dawn showed a miserable state of affairs. Not only were the roads to the rear, towards Fassinaz and Veger, entirely blocked by the swelling of mountain torrents, but communications were cut even between the siege camps. All the provision of powder in the siege batteries was found to be spoilt by wet, and a great part of the cartridges of the infantry. Nearly a third of the horses of the train had perished from cold, combined with low feeding. No rations were issued to the troops that day, and on the 3 preceding days, only incomplete ones had been given, because of the impossibility of getting them up from the reserve depot, and many of the men wandered without leave for 3 miles to the rear in search of food or shelter. An exploring party of the 47th pushing out into the trenches found them quite unguarded and full of water. Level wrote a formal proposal for the abandonment of the siege to his chief, Victor, saying that the only choice was to save the army by retreat, or to see it perish in a few days if it remained stationary. The marshal, however, refused to turn back from an enterprise in which he considered his honor involved, and the tempest having abated on the night of Jan. 2nd, 3rd, ordered the batteries and approaches to be remanned, and directed that an attempt should be made to sap forward toward the Jesus Tower from the left advanced trenches. The work done was feeble. The batteries had fired only 50 shots by evening, and the repairs to the damaged works were very incomplete. Even Victor's obstinacy yielded, however, when on the night of the 3rd, 4th January, another furious storm arose, and once more stopped all possibility of continuing operations. No food had now come up from the base for many days, and the stores at the front being exhausted, the marshals saw that it was necessary to march at once. An attempt was made to withdraw the guns from the batteries, but only one 12-pounder and 2 howitzers were got off. The horses were so weak, and the ground so sodden that even when 200 infantry were set to help, most of the pieces could not be dragged more than a few yards. Wherefore the attempt was given over, the powder in the batteries was thrown open to the rain, the balls rolled into the Retiro ravine, the 9 remaining heavy guns spiked. Plan of Tarrafo. Enlarge Tarrafo. On the night of the 4th, 5th, the army crawled off on the road to Vejer, abandoning nearly all its material in its camps. An attempt was made to fire a mass of abandoned vehicles, but the rain stopped it. Next morning, the French were passing the defile of Torre Peña under the not very effective fire of an English frigate, which kept as close to the shore as was possible on a very rough day. The 4 guns from the battery at this point were brought on, with much toil, and no wounded were abandoned. On the 6th, the column reached Tavilla, where it found a convoy and horses, which were of inestimable value, for those with the field force were completely spent. Nevertheless, the 112-pounder brought off from Tarifa was abandoned in the mud. On the 7th, Vejer was reached, and the expedition was at an end. The troops of Victor's division, after a short rest, went back to the Cadiz lines. Those of Level's division marched for Exers. Thus ended the leaguer of Tarifa, which cost the besiegers about 500 lives, more by sickness than by casualties in the trenches. There were also some deserters. 15 Poles came over in a body and surrendered to Captain Carroll on the 3rd, and other individuals stole in from time to time. But the main loss to the French, beyond that of prestige, was that the battalions which had formed part of the expeditionary force were so tired out and war-worn that for several weeks they continued to fill the hospitals in the lines with sick, and were incapable of further active service. Wherefore Soult could not send any appreciable detachment to help Suchet on the side of Valencia. The cavalry brigade, which sacked Murcia on January 26 and killed La Carrera, was his only contribution to the operations on the east side of Spain. The field force, which might otherwise have accompanied Pierre Soult's cavalry raid, had been used up in the Tarifa expedition. Another distraction had come upon Soult while the Tarifa expedition was in progress. On December 27, 6 days after Victor and Level commenced the siege, General Hill had once more begun to move on the Estremadura's side, after remaining quiescent for nearly 2 months since the surprise of Arroyo dos Molinos. His advance was a diversion made by Wellington's direct orders, with the purpose of drawing Soult's attention away from the pursuit of Ballesteros and the molesting of Tarifa. It failed to achieve the latter purpose, since the operations of Victor had gone so far before Hill moved that the marshal stood committed to the siege, and indeed only heard that Hill was on the move after the assault of December 31st had been made and beaten off. But it caused Soult to cut off all support from Victor, to turn his small remaining reserves in the direction of Estremadura, and to welcome as a relief, rather than to deplore as a disaster, the return of the defeated expeditionary force to the lines of Cadiz on January 7th. For about that date Hill was pushing Drouet before him, and the reserves from Seville were moving northwards, so that Soult was pleased to learn that the 10,000 men from Tarifa had returned, and that, in consequence of their reappearance, he could draw off more men from the direction of Cadiz to replace the troops moved toward Estremadura. Hill crossed the Portuguese frontier north of the Guadiana on December 27th, with his own division, Hamilton's Portuguese, 2 British cavalry brigades, those of Long and de Grey, and one of Portuguese, 4th Anth regiments under J. Campbell of the former corps, or about 12,000 men. The small remainder of his force was left about Elvas to watch any possible movement of the French from the direction of Badajoz. His objective was Merida, where it was known that Dombrowski, with the greater part of the 5th French Division, was lying in a position far advanced from the main body of Drouet's troops, who were cantoned about Zafra and Lerena. There was some hope of surprising this force and a certainty of driving it in and of throwing Drouet and Soult into a state of alarm. Wellington directed Hill to keep to the desolate road north of the Guadiana, because a winter raid from this direction would be the last thing expected by the enemy. He bade his lieutenant keep a wary eye in the direction of Truxillo and Almaraz, from which the divisions of Marmont's army then in New Castile might possibly descend upon his rear. But the warning turned out to be superfluous, since, before Hill moved, Marmont had been forced by the Emperor's orders to detach his troops on the Tagus for the ruinous expedition under Montbrun to Alicante. Marching very rapidly, Hill reached Albuquerque on the 27th, and La Rocca, only 20 miles from Merida, on the 28th. On the next day, the prospect of surprising Dombrowski came to an end by the merest of chances. The French general had sent out that morning a small column to raise requisitions of food in the villages on this road. A troop of hussars at its head discovered Hill's advanced cavalry near Navas de Membrillo and alarmed the infantry, 3 companies of the 88th Regiment under a Captain Neveu, who formed up and began to retreat hastily towards Merida. Hill sent 2 squadrons, each of the 13th Light Dragoons and hussars of the King's German Legion in pursuit, with orders to head off and capture, if possible, these 400 men. The result was a combat of the same sort as that of Barquilla in 1810, where it had already been shown that steady infantry could not be ridden down by cavalry save under very exceptional circumstances. Neveu, seeing the dragoons hurrying forward, turned off the road, formed his men in square, and made for Cork Wood on a rising ground. The cavalry overtook him and delivered 5 determined charges, which were all beaten off with heavy loss. We are told that their order and impetus were both broken by scattered trees outside the wood, but the main cause of their defeat was the impossibility of breaking into a solidly formed square of determined men, well commanded. After the final charge, the squadrons drew off, and Neveu hastened on through the wood, fell back again into the road, and reached Merida, though he lost a few men by shells from Hawker's battery, which came up late in the day. The KGL Hussars men killed an officer and men wounded, the 13th Light Dragoons 1 killed and wounded. Dombrowski, warned of the approach of the Allies in force, immediately evacuated Merida, where Hill made prize of 160,000 lb. Of wheat, unground, and a large magazine of biscuit. He found that the French had been fortifying the town, but the works were too unfinished to allow them to defend it. On January 1st, Hill, continuing his advance, marched across the bridge of Merida on Almendrelejo, thinking that Drouet might possibly have come up to help Dombrowski and that he might force him to fight. This was not to be. The rearguard of the force from Merida was discovered drawn up in front of Almendrelejo, but gave way at the first push. A small magazine of food was captured in the town. It was now clear that Drouet did not intend to make a stand, but would fall back towards the Andalusian frontier and wait for aid from Soult. Hill resolved to move his main body no further, but sent out a small flying column under Major General Abercrombie, with orders to press the French rearguard as long as it would give way, but to halt and turn back on finding serious forces in front of him. This detachment, 150th Regiment, 2 squadrons 2nd Hussars KGL, 2 squadrons 10th Portuguese, 3 guns, passing Fuente del Meister near Los Santos on January 3rd, and found Dombrowski, with a rearguard of all arms, disposed to fight. This led to a sharp cavalry combat between 2 squadrons of the 26th French Dragoons and the Allied horse. 1 squadron of the Hussars and 1 of the Portuguese, gallantly led by Colonel Campbell, charged the enemy in front, the other squadrons remaining in reserve. The Dragoons, soon broken, lost 6 killed, many wounded, and officers and men prisoners. Thereupon, the French infantry moved rapidly off southwards, making no attempt to stand. The victors lost 1 man killed and wounded from the Hussars, 1 officer and men from the Portuguese. Drouet was now concentrating at Lerena and ready to give up all Estremadura north of that point. He was sending daily appeals for succor to Soult, who had little to give him, while Victor and the expeditionary force were away at Tarifa. On January 5th, the Duke of Dalmatia wrote a dispatch which ordered that the siege should be abandoned. But long ere it came to hand, Victor had been forced to depart, as we have seen, for reasons entirely unconnected with Hill's midwinter raid. Wellington's plan would have worked if the weather had not already driven Victor away, but had in actual fact no effect on his proceedings. Hill, having accomplished all that could be done in the way of alarming Soult, held Merida and Almendrelejo for a few days, with his advanced cavalry about Fuente del Maister, but retired on January 13th to Albuquerque and Portelaga, to the intense relief of his enemy. The raising of the siege of Tarifa being known, there was no further reason for keeping Hill in an advanced position, which might have tempted Soult to make a great concentration and take the offensive. Wellington had no desire that he should do so, since the army of Andalusia, while dispersed, was harmless, but might become dangerous if it should evacuate great regions and so be able to collect in force. Soult did not wish to make such sacrifices unless he were obliged, and on hearing of Hill's retreat countermanded all orders for concentration, and contented himself with bringing back Drouet to Lerena and Zalamea, and with reopening his communication with Badajoz, which had been cut while the Allies were at Fuente del Maister. He did not at this time reoccupy Merida, partly because the position had been demonstrated to be dangerous by Hill's recent raid, partly because its main importance was that it covered the road to Truxillo and Almaraz and Marmont's army. But Marmont having, for the moment, no troops in this direction, owing to the Alicante expedition, it was useless to try to keep in touch with him. Hill's expedition, by driving Drouet for some time from the line of the Guadiana, made possible a sudden eruption of the Spaniards into La Mancha, where none of their regular troops had been since the Battle of Ocaña 2 years before. This raid was carried out by Morillo at the head of a brigade of the Extremaduran army of Castaños. That general had heard of the way in which the upper valley of the Guadiana had been denuded of troops, in order that the army of the center might assist Suchet in the direction of Cuenca and Requena. Nothing was left in La Mancha save a few battalions of King Joseph's German division and a brigade of Traillard's dragoons, a force which could only provide garrisons for a few large towns and watch the high road from Madrid to Andalusia. Morillo was directed to slip eastward through the gap made by Hill between the armies of the south and Portugal, to endeavor to cut up the French posts and to collect recruits and contributions in the countryside. With luck, he might even break the line of communication between Soult and Madrid. His force of 3,000 men was insufficient for anything more than a raid. Starting from Montanches near Cáceres on December 30th, 3 days after Hill's expedition had begun, Morillo crossed the Guadiana, and after making a fruitless dash at Belalcazar, the isolated French garrison which protected the northernmost corner of Andalusia, marched straight on by Agudo and Sarsaruela into the heart of La Mancha, where he seized Ciudad Real, its capital. The small French force quartered there fled at his approach, which was wholly unexpected. No Spanish army had ever marched up the valley of the Guadiana before. On the next day, Morillo attacked Almagro, where there was a garrison of 500 men, but before he had made any impression, he was surprised by the arrival of General Traillard, with a column hastily gathered from the posts along the high road. The Spanish general refused to fight, and abandoning Ciudad Real, withdrew with little loss into the passes of the Sierra de Guadalupe, where his enemy declined to follow. Since Hill had by this time abandoned Merida and returned to Portugal, Morillo felt his position to be uncomfortably isolated, and feared that French troops from Estremadura or from the Tagus Valley might intercept his way homeward. The danger turned out to be imaginary, and on reaching Truxillo on January 30, the column was able to rest unmolested for a fortnight at that important strategical point, and then to retire at leisure to Montanches, its original starting point. Thus ended an extraordinary raid, which, though it had no positive results whatever, demonstrated two things clearly enough. One was the marching power of the Spanish infantry, which between December 28 and January 30 cover miles of vile mountain roads in bitter weather, and came back intact with little loss. The other was the slightness of the French hold on La Mancha, where the appearance of a small brigade of 3,000 men upset the whole countryside. Morillo was only driven off by a concentration of many small garrisons, and when they were withdrawn, the local guerrillero bands overran the land. Their chiefs, El Medico, Chalico, and others, did an immense amount of damage while the French were concentrated and ravaged up to the very gates of Madrid. Chaos reigned in New Castile till Foy's and Sarrat's divisions came back from the Alicante expedition and dispersed themselves along the valley of the Tagus at the beginning of February. For, as we have often had occasion to remark before, every province of Spain required not only to be conquered, but to be held down by a permanent garrison. The moment that it was left too lightly held, the guerrilleros came down from the hills, occupied all the open country, and cut all communications. Section 31, Chapter 3. Politics at Cadiz and elsewhere. The military operations in the south during the winter of 1811-12 were inconclusive and only important in a negative way, as showing that the initiative of the French armies was spent in this direction. But it must not be forgotten that while Soult had been brought to standstill, such its operations were still progressing. January, indeed, saw the last great Spanish disaster of the war, the fall of Valencia, so that the spirits of government and people still ran very low. It was not till the sudden eruption of Wellington into the Kingdom of Leon had ended in the capture of Ciudad Rodrigo, January 19, that there was any great occasion for hopefulness. And for a long time after that event, its importance was not fully understood. That the central turning point of the war had come, that for the future the Allies were to be on the offensive, and the French on the defensive, was not realized till Badajoz had fallen in April, a blow which shook the whole fabric of King Joseph's power throughout the regions where he seemed to reign. Nor was it only the state of affairs in the peninsula which, during the winter of 1811-12, seemed sufficiently gloomy both for the present and for the future. The news from the Spanish colonies in America grew steadily worse. In most of the viceroyalties of the Western world, there was now a nucleus of trouble. The name of Ferdinand VII was still used by the insurgents as a rallying cry, except in Venezuela, where Miranda had proclaimed an independent republic in July 1811. But in La Plata and Chile, loyalty to the sovereign was accompanied by practical secession from the Spanish state. The cabildos or juntas paid no attention to orders received from Cadiz. In Mexico, though the capital and the greater part of the country were still in the hands of the constituted authorities, there was a lively insurrection on foot since September 1810, under the priest Hidalgo. He was captured and executed in 1812, but his death did not crush his faction. The viceroyalty of Peru was almost the only part of Spanish America which still remained loyal. The Cortes at Cadiz made elaborate attempts to conciliate the Americans, but was unable to satisfy their expectations or to end their discontents. The deeply rooted belief of the Creoles that they and their country were still being exploited for the benefit of Spain could not be removed by any declaration that they were now to be Spanish citizens with full rights, or by giving them representation in the Cortes. The idea of autonomy was already abroad in Spanish America, and in every quarter ambitious men were quoting the precedent of the revolt of the 13 United Colonies from Great Britain in the previous generation. Truly, Spain had committed an unwise act when she joined France in wrecking the British domination in North America. She revenged an old grudge successfully, but she taught her own colonists a lesson impossible to forget and easy to copy. The Peninsular War had hitherto been maintained in no small degree by the money which kept flowing in from America. What would happen if the treasure ships, with their regular supply of silver dollars from the mines of Mexico and Peru, ceased altogether to come in? Already affairs were looking so threatening that despite of all the needs of the campaign at home, reinforcements were being sent out to the New World from Cadiz and from Corunna. The army of Galicia, as we shall presently see, was nearly put out of action in the spring of 1812 by the dispatch of an overgreat proportion of its trained artillerymen to America. Some French observers of the situation formed the idea that the Spaniards, if pressed to a decision between the possible loss of their colonies and the chance of obtaining a free hand by peace with Napoleon, might make the choice for empire rather than freedom. By acknowledging Joseph Bonaparte as king and coming into the Napoleonic system, they might be able to turn their whole strength against the discontented Americans. This idea had one fatal error. Any Spaniard could see that submission to France meant war with Great Britain, and then the way across the Atlantic would be closed. The British government would be forced into an alliance with the colonists. It had already thought of this device in the old days before Napoleon's invasion of the peninsula. Whitelock's unhappy Buenos Aires expedition in 1807 had been sent out precisely to take advantage of the discontent of the Americans, and in the hope that they would rise against the mother country if promised assistance. The adventurer Miranda had spent much time in pressing this policy on the Portland cabinet. Whitelock's descent on the Rio de la Plata, it is true, had been as disappointing in the political as in the military line. He had got no help whatever from the disaffected colonists. But feeling in America had developed into much greater bitterness since 1807. In 1812, actual insurrection had already broken out. British aid would not, this time, be rejected. The malcontents would buy it by the grant of liberal trading concessions, which the Cadiz government, even in its worst time of trouble, had steadily refused to grant. There was every chance, therefore, that a policy of submission to Napoleon would ensure the loss of America even more certainly and more rapidly than a persistence in the present war. It does not seem that any person of importance at Cadiz ever took into serious consideration the idea of throwing up the struggle for independence in order to obtain the opportunity of dealing with the American question. The idea, however, was in the air. This was the time at which King Joseph made his last attempt to open up secret negotiation with the Patriots. His own condition was unhappy enough, as has been sufficiently shown in an earlier chapter, but he was well aware that the outlook of his enemies was no less gloomy. One of the numerous, and usually impracticable, pieces of advice which his brother had sent him was the suggestion that he should assemble some sort of a Cortes, and then, posing as a national king, try to open up communications with the Cadiz government, setting forth the somewhat unconvincing thesis that Great Britain, and not France, was the real enemy of Spanish greatness. The idea of calling a Cortes fell through. The individuals whom Joseph could have induced to sit in it would have been so few, so insignificant, and so unpopular that such a body could only have provoked contempt. But an attempt was made to see if anything could be done at Cadiz. The inducement which Joseph was authorized to offer to the Patriots was that immediately on his recognition as a constitutional king by the Cortes, and a constitution was to be drawn up in haste at Madrid, the French army should retire from Spain, and the integrity of the realm should be guaranteed. Napoleon even made a half-promise to give up Catalonia, though he had practically annexed it to his empire in the previous year. Joseph and his ministers had no confidence either in the emperor's sincerity in making these offers, or in the likelihood of their finding any acceptance among the Patriots. He sent, however, to Cadiz as his agent a certain Canon La Peña, a secret afrancesado, but a brother of Manuel La Peña, the incapable general who had betrayed Graham at Barossa. This officer was on his trial at the moment for his misbehavior on that occasion, and the canon pretended to have come to assist him in his day of trouble on grounds of family affection. It would seem that he sounded certain persons, but with small effect. Torno, who was present in Cadiz at the time and well acquainted with every intrigue that was in progress, says that the Regency never heard of the matter and that very few members of the Cortes knew what La Peña was doing. It seems that he had conversations with certain Freemasons who were connected with lodges in Madrid that were under French influence, and apparently with one member of the ministry. I do not give his name, says the historian, because I have no documentary proof to bear out the charge, but moral proof I have. Be this as it may, the labors of La Peña do not seem to have been very fruitful, and the assertion made by certain French historians and by Napoleon himself in the Memorial de Stijhelene that the Cortes would have proceeded to treat with Joseph, but for Wellington's astonishing successes in the spring of 1812 has little or no foundation. As Torno truly observes, any open proposal of the sort would have resulted in the tearing to pieces by the populace of the man hardy enough to make it. The intrigue had no more success than the earlier mission of Sotelo, which has been spoken of in another place. But it lingered on, till the Battle of Salamanca in July and the flight of Joseph from Madrid in August proved, to any doubters that there may have been, that the French cause was on the wane. One of the most curious results of this secret negotiation was that Soult, hearing that the king's emissary was busy at Cadiz, and not knowing that it was at Napoleon's own suggestion that the experiment was being made, came to the conclusion that Joseph was plotting to abandon his brother and to make a private peace with the Cortes, on condition that he should break with France and be recognized as king. He wrote, as we shall presently see, to denounce him to Napoleon as a traitor. Hence came no small friction in the following autumn. These secret intrigues fell into a time of keen political strife at Cadiz. The famous constitution, which was to cause so much bickering in later years, was being drafted, discussed, and passed through the Cortes in sections, all through the autumn of 1811 and the winter of 1811-12. The Liberals and the Serviles fought bitterly over almost every clause, and during their disputes, the anti-national propaganda of the handful of afrancisados passed almost unnoticed. It is impossible in a purely military history to relate the whole struggle, and a few words as to its political bearings must suffice. The Constitution was a strange amalgam of ancient Spanish national tradition, of half-understood loans from Great Britain and America, and of political theory borrowed from France. Many of its framers had obviously studied the details of the abortive, limited monarchy, which had been imposed on Louis XVI in the early days of the French Revolution. From this source came the scheme which limited within narrow bounds the sovereign's power in the Constitution. The system evolved was that of a king whose main constitutional weapon was that right of veto on legislation, which had proved so unpopular in France. He was to choose ministers who, like those of the United States of America, were not to sit in Parliament, nor to be necessarily dependent on a party majority in the House, though they were to be responsible to it. There was to be but one chamber, elected not directly by the people, though universal suffrage was introduced, but by notables chosen by the parishes in local primary assemblies, who again named district notables, these last nominating the actual members for the Cortes. The right of taxation was vested in the chamber, and the ministry was placed at its mercy by the power of refusing supply. The regular army was specially subjected to the chamber and not to the king, though the latter was left some power with regard to calling out or disbanding the local militia, which was to form the second line in the national forces. At present, it was in fact non-existent, unless the guerrillero bands might be considered to represent it. The most cruel blows were struck not only at the king's power, but at his prestige. A clause stating that all treaties or grants made by him while in captivity were null and void was no doubt necessary. There was no knowing what documents Napoleon might not dictate to Ferdinand. But it was unwise to formulate in a trenchant epigram that the nation is free and independent, not the patrimony of any family or person, or that the people's obligation of obedience ceases when the king violates the laws. And when, after granting their sovereign a veto on legislation, the Constitution proceeded to state that the veto became inoperative after the Cortes had passed any act in 3 successive sessions, it became evident that the king's sole weapon was to be made ineffective. Sovereignty, it was stated, is vested essentially in the nation, and for this reason the nation alone has the right to establish its fundamental laws. But the most extraordinary attack on the principle of legitimate monarchy was a high-handed resettlement of the succession to the throne, in which the regular sequence of next heirs was absolutely ignored. If King Ferdinand failed to leave issue, the crown was to go to his brother Don Carlos. If that prince also died childless, the Constitution declared that the Infante Don Francisco and his sister the Queen of Etruria were both to be passed over. No definite reasons were given in the Act of Settlement for this astonishing departure from the natural line of descent. The real meaning of the clause concerning Don Francisco was that many suspected him of being the son of Gaudet and not of Charles IV. As to the Queen of Etruria, she had been in her younger days a docile tool of Napoleon, and had lent herself very tamely to his schemes. But it is said that the governing cause of her exclusion from the succession was not so much her own unpopularity, as the incessant intrigues of her sister Carlotta, the wife of the Regent Joe of Portugal, who had for a long time been engaged in putting forward a claim to be elected as sole regent of Spain. She had many members of the Cortes in her pay, and their influence was directed to getting her name inserted in the list above that of her brother in the succession roll, and to the disinheritance of her sister also. Her chance of ever reaching the throne was not a very good one, as both Ferdinand and Carlos were still young and could hardly be kept prisoners at Valence forever. It is probable that the real object of the maneuvers was rather to place her nearer to the regency of Spain in the present crisis than to seat her upon its throne at some remote date. For the regency was her desire, though the crown too would have been welcome, and sometimes not only the anti-Portuguese party in the Cortes, but Wellington and his brother Henry Wellesley, the ambassador at Cadiz, were afraid that by patience and by long intrigue her partisans might achieve their object. Wellington was strongly of opinion that a royal regent at Cadiz would be most undesirable. The personal influences of a camarilla surrounding an ambitious but incapable female regent would add another difficulty to the numerous problems of the relations between England and Spain, which were already sufficiently tiresome. This deliberate humiliation of the monarchy by clauses accentuated by phrases of insult, which angered and were intended to anger the serviles, was only accomplished after long debate, in which protests of the most vigorous sort were made by many partisans of the old theory of Spanish absolutism. Some spoke in praise of the Salic law, violated by the mention of Carlotta as heiress to the throne. Others, ignoring rumors as to his paternity, defended Don Francisco as having been by his youth exempted from the ignominies of Bayonne, and dwelt on the injustice of his fate. But the vote went against them by a most conclusive figure. The majority in the Cortes, which made such parade of its political liberalism, did not pursue its theories into the realm of religion. After reading its fulsome declarations in favor of freedom, it is astounding to note the black intolerance of the clause which declares not only, as might naturally be expected, that the religion of the Spanish nation is, and ever shall be, the Catholic Apostolic Roman, the one true faith, but that the nation defends it by wise laws forbidding the exercise of any other. Schism and unorthodoxy still remained political as well as ecclesiastical crimes, no less than in the time of Philip II. The liberals, despite of murmurs by the serviles, refused to recreate the Inquisition, but this was as far as their conception of religious freedom went. Contemplating this exhibition of medieval intolerance, it is impossible to rate at any very high figure the ostentatious liberalism which pervades the greater part of the Constitution. We are bound to recognize in it merely the work of a party of ambitious politicians who desired to secure control of the state machine for themselves and to exclude the monarchy from all share in its manipulation. No doubt any form of limited government was better than the old royal bureaucracy, but this particular scheme went much farther than the needs or the possibilities of the time, and was most unsuited for a country such as the Spain of 1812. When its meaning began to be understood in the provinces, it commanded no enthusiasm or respect. Indeed, outside the Cortes itself, the only supporters that it possessed were the populace of Cadiz and a few other great maritime towns. Considered as a working scheme, it had the gravest faults, especially the ill-arranged relations between the ministers, who did not form a real cabinet, and the chamber, in which they were prohibited from sitting. In 1814, Lord Castlereagh observed, with great truth, that he could now say from certain experience that in practice as well as in theory, the Constitution of 1812 was one of the worst among the modern productions of its kind. Among the many byproducts of the Constitution was a change in the membership of the Regency. The old Trinitarian body composed of Blake, Agar, and Sisca had long been discredited, and proposals for its dissolution had been debated, even before its further continuance was rendered impossible by Blake's surrender to the French at Valencia in the earliest days of 1812. A furious discussion in the Cortes had ended in a vote that no royal personage should be a member of any new regency, so that the pretensions of the Princess of Portugal were finally discomfited. The new board consisted of the Duke of Infantado, Joaquim Mosquera, a member of the Council of the Indies, Admiral Villavicencio, military governor of Cadiz, Ignacio Rodriguez de Rivas, and Henry O'Donnell, Conde de la Bispal, the energetic soldier whose exploits in Catalonia have been set forth in the last volume of this book. He was the only man of mark in the new regency. Infantado owed his promotion to his rank and wealth, and the fact that he had been the trusted friend of Ferdinand VII. He possessed a limited intelligence and little education, and was hardly more than a cipher, with a distinct preference for serviles rather than for liberals. Villavicencio had no military reputation, but had been an energetic organizer and a fairly successful governor during the siege of Cadiz. Mosquera and Rivas were elected mainly because they were of American birth. Their choice was intended to conciliate the discontented colonists. Neither of them was entitled by any great personal merit to the promotion which was thrust upon him. Henry O'Donnell, now at last recovered from the wound which had laid him on a sick bed for so many months in 1811, was both capable and energetic, but quarrelsome and provocative. He belonged to that class of men who always irritate their colleagues into opposition by their rapid decisions and imperious ways, especially when those colleagues are men of ability inferior to their own. The Duke of Infantado was absent for some time after his election. He had been serving as ambassador in London. Of the other four regents, two ranked as serviles, two as liberals, a fact which told against their efficiency as a board. They had little strength to stand out against the Cortes, whose jealousy against any power in the state save its own was intense. On the whole, it may be said that the substitution of the 5 new regents for the 3 old ones had no great political consequences. The destiny of the patriot cause was not in the hands of the executive, but of the turbulent, faction-ridden, and ambitious legislative chamber, an ideally bad instrument for the conduct of a difficult and dangerous war. Fortunately, it was neither the Regency nor the Cortes whose actions were to settle the fate of the campaign of 1812, but purely and solely Wellington and the Anglo-Portuguese army. The intrigues of Cadiz turned out to be a negligible quantity in the course of events. In Lisbon at this time, matters were much more quiet than they had been a little while back. The Portuguese government had abandoned any overt opposition to Wellington, such as had been seen in 1810, when the Patriarch and the President Sousa had given him so much trouble. The expulsion of Massena from Portugal had justified the policy of Wellington and almost silenced his critics. He had not even found it necessary to press for the removal of the men whom he distrusted from the Council of Regency, in which the word of his loyal coadjutor, Charles Stuart, who combined the rather incompatible functions of British ambassador and regent, was now supreme. Open opposition had ceased, but Wellington complained that while compliance was always promised, every measure which I propose is frittered away to nothing, the form and the words remain, but the spirit of the measure is taken away in the execution. This was, he remarked, the policy of the Portuguese government. They no longer refused him anything, but if they thought that any of his demands might offend either the Prince Regent at Rio Janeiro or the popular sentiment of the Portuguese nation, they carried out his proposals in such a dilatory fashion, and with so many exceptions and excuses, that he failed to obtain what he had expected. In this, there was a good deal of injustice. Wellington does not always seem to have realized the abject poverty which 4 years of war had brought upon Portugal. The Regency calculated that, on account of falling revenue caused by the late French invasion, for 1812 they could only count on 12 million cruzados novos of receipts. This silver coin was worth about 2.6d sterling, so that the total amounted to about £1,500,000. Of this 3/4, or 9 million cruzados, was set aside for the army, the remainder having to sustain all the other expenses of the state: justice, civil administration, roads, navy, and sea. The British subsidy had been raised to £2 million a year, but it was paid with the utmost irregularity. In 1 month of 1811, the Portuguese treasury had received only £6,000, in another only £20,000, instead of the £166,000 promised. When such arrears accumulated, it was no wonder that the soldiers starved and the magazines ran low. It was calculated that to keep the army up to its full numbers, and to supply all military needs efficiently, 45 million cruzados a year were required. Taking the British subsidy as equaling 16 million, and the available national contribution at 9 million cruzados, there was little more than half the required sum available. This Portuguese calculation appears to be borne out by the note of Beresford's chief of the staff, 500 Urban, in February 1812. The marshal at Lisbon finds that, after a perfect investigation, it appears that the expenditure must be nearly £6 million, the means at present £3,500,000, nous verrons. It is clear that the Portuguese government must have shrunk from many of Wellington's suggestions on account of mere lack of resources. A third of the country had been at one time or another overrun by the French, the provinces north of the Douro in 1809, the Beira and northern Estremadura in 1810-11. It would take long years before they were in a position to make their former contributions to the expenses of the state. It was impossible to get over this hard fact, but Wellington thought that a rearrangement of taxes and an honest administration of their levy would produce a much larger annual revenue than was being raised in 1812. He pointed out with some plausibility that British money was being poured into Portugal by millions and stopped there. Someone, the merchant and contractor for the most part, must be making enormous profits and accumulating untold wealth. Moreover, he had discovered cases of the easy handling of the rich and influential in the matter of taxation, while the peasantry were being drained of their last farthing. Such little jobs were certain to occur in an administration of the ancient regime. Fidalgos and capitalists knew how to square matters with officials at Lisbon. A reform in the abuses of the customs of Lisbon and Oporto, a more equal and just collection of the income tax on commercial property, particularly in those large and rich towns. It is scandalous to hear of the fortunes made by the mercantile classes owing to the war, and to reflect that they contribute practically nothing to bear its burdens. A reform of the naval establishment and the arsenal would make the income equal to the expenditure, and the government would get on without calling upon Great Britain at every moment to find that which, in the existing state of the world, cannot be procured, viz., money. So wrote Wellington, who was always being irritated by discovering that the magazines of Elvas or Almeida were running low, or that recruits were not rejoining their battalions because there was no cash to arm or clothe them, or that troops in the field were getting half rations unless they were on the British subsidy list. No doubt Wellington was right in saying that there was a certain amount of jobbery in the distribution of taxation, and that more could have been raised by a better system. But Portuguese figures of the time seemed to make it clear that even if a supernatural genius had been administering the revenue instead of the Conde de Redondo, all could not have been obtained that was demanded. The burden of the war expenses was too heavy for an impoverished country, with no more than 2.5 million inhabitants, which was compelled to import a great part of its provisions owing to the stress of war. The state of Portugal may be estimated by the fact that in the 12 months between February 1811 and January 1812, £2,672,000 worth of imported corn, besides 605,000 barrels of flour, valued at £2,051,780 more, was brought into the country and sold there. On the other hand, the export of wine, with which Portugal used to pay for its foreign purchases, had fallen off terribly. In 1811, only 18,000 pipes were sold as against an average of 40,000 for the 8 years before the outbreak of the Peninsular War. An intelligent observer wrote in 1812 that the commercial distress of the country might mainly be traced to the fact that nearly all the money which came into the country from England, great as was the sum, found its way to the countries from which Portugal was drawing food, mainly to the United States, from which the largest share of the wheat and flour was brought. As we have no corresponding trade with America, the balance has been very great against this country. For the last 3 years, this expenditure has been very considerable, without any return whatever, as the money carried to America has been completely withdrawn from circulation. Shrinkage in the amount of the gold and silver current in Portugal was as noticeable in these years as the same phenomenon in England, and like the British, the Portuguese government tried to make up the deficiency by the issue of inconvertible paper money, which gradually fell in exchange value as compared with the metallic currency. The officers of the army, as well as all civil functionaries, were paid their salaries half in cash and half in notes. the latter suffered a depreciation of from to 30%. Among the cares which weighed on Wellington and Charles Stuart was that of endeavoring to keep the Regency from the easy expedient of issuing more and more of a paper currency, which was already circulating at far less than its face value. This was avoided, fortunately for the Portuguese people and army, no less than for the Anglo-Portuguese alliance. After all, the practical results of the efforts made by the Portuguese government were invaluable. Wellington could not have held his ground, much less have undertaken the offensive campaign of 1812, without the aid of the trusty auxiliaries that swelled his divisions to normal size. Without their Portuguese brigades, most of them would have been mere skeletons of 3,000 or 4,000 men. Beresford's army was almost up to its full establishment in January 1812. There were 59,122 men on the rolls, when recruits, sick, men on detachment, and the regiment lent for the succor of Cadiz are all counted. Deducting beyond these the garrisons of Elvas, Abrantes, Almeida, and smaller places, as also the dismounted cavalry left in the rear, there were over 30,000 men for the fighting line, in 10 brigades of infantry, 6 regiments of cavalry, and 8 field batteries. Beresford, lately entrusted by orders from Rio Janeiro with still more stringent powers over the military establishment, was using them to the full. An iron hand kept down desertion and marauding. Executions for each of those offenses appear incessantly in the Ordens do Dia, which give the daily chronicle of the Portuguese headquarters. In addition to the regular army, it must be remembered that he had to manage the militia, of which as many as 52,000 men were under arms at one time or another in 1812. Counting the first and the second line together, there were 110,000 men enrolled, a fine total for a people of 2.5 million souls. Putting purely Portuguese difficulties aside, Wellington was much worried at this time by a trouble which concerned the British and not the local finances. This was the delay in the cashing of the vales or bills for payment issued by the Commissary General for food and forage bought from the peasantry. As long as they were settled at short intervals, no difficulty arose about them. They were indeed treated as negotiable paper, and had passed from hand to hand at a lesser discount than the inconvertible Portuguese government papers. But all through the year 1811, the interval between the issue of the vale and its payment in cash at Lisbon had been growing longer, and an uncomfortable feeling was beginning to spread about the countryside. The peasantry were growing suspicious, and were commencing to sell the bills for much less than their face value to speculators who could afford to wait for payment. To recoup themselves for their loss, they were showing signs of raising prices all round. Fortunately, they were a simple race, and communication between districts was slow and uncertain, so that no general tendency of this sort was yet prevalent, though the symptoms were making themselves visible here and there. Hence came Wellington's constant applications for more cash from England at shorter notice. Late in the spring, he devised a scheme by which interest at 5% was to be paid by the Commissary General on bonds or certificates representing money or moneys worth advanced to the British Army, till the principal was repaid, 2 years being named as the period after which the whole sum must be refunded. This was a desperate measure, an endeavor to throw forward payment on to a remote future, when it is not probable that there will be the same difficulty in procuring specie in England to send abroad as there is at the present moment. The plan was never tried, and was not good, for how could small creditors of the English army be expected to stand out of their money, representing the price of their crops or their cattle, for so long a period as 2 years, even if they were, in the meantime, receiving interest on what was really their working capital? Wellington himself remarked, when broaching the scheme to Lord Liverpool, that there remained the difficulty that no one could look forward, and say that the British army would still be in the peninsula 2 years hence. If it had left Portugal, whether victorious and pushing towards the Pyrenees, or defeated and driven back on to Great Britain, how would the creditors communicate with the Commissary General, their debtor? They could only be referred to London, to which they would have no ready access. Indeed, many of them would not know where or what London was. That such an idea should have been set forward only shows the desperate financial situation of the British Army. We shall have to be referring to this problem at several later points of the history of the campaign of 1812. At the opening of the invasion of Leon in June, it reached its worst point, just before the great victory of Salamanca. But it was always present, and when Wellington's mind was not occupied with deductions as to the maneuvers of French marshals, it may undoubtedly be said that his main preoccupation was the normally depleted state of the military chest, into which dollars and guineas flowed, it is true, in enormous quantities, but only to be paid out at once, in settling arrears many months old. These were never fully liquidated, and began to accumulate again with distressing rapidity after every tardy settlement. Whig historians have often tried to represent Wellington's financial difficulties as the fault of the home government, and it is easy to pick passages from his dispatches in which he seems to assert that he is not being supported according to his necessities. But a nearer investigation of the facts will not bear out this easy theory, the product of party spite. The Whigs of 1811-12 were occupied in decrying the Peninsular War as a failure, in minimizing the successes of Wellington, and in complaining that the vast sums of money lavished on his army were wasted. Napoleon was invincible. Peace was the only way out of disaster, even if the peace must be somewhat humiliating. It was unseemly for their representatives, 20 years after, to taunt the Perceval and Liverpool ministries with having stinted Wellington in his hour of need. We have learnt to estimate at their proper value tirades against the administration, which was characterized by all the corruption and tyranny of Mr. Pitt's system without his redeeming genius. We no longer think that the Napoleonic War was waged to repress the democratic principle, nor that the cabinets which maintained it were the rapacious usurpers of the people's rights. Rather, in the spirit of Mr. Fortescue's admirable volume on British statesmen of the Great War, shall we be prone to stand amazed at the courage and resolution of the group of British ministers who stood out, for long years and against tremendous odds, to defeat the tyrant of Europe and to preserve the British Empire. On the one side was Napoleon, an autocrat vested with such powers as great genius and good fortune have rarely placed in the hands of one man, with the resources of half Europe at his disposition, and an armed force unsurpassed in strength and devotion, ready to march to the ends of the world to uphold his will. On the other were these plain English gentlemen, with not so much as a force of police at their back, with a population by nature 5 times as turbulent as it is now, and in the manufacturing districts inflamed alike by revolutionary teaching and by real distress, with an Ireland always perilously near revolt, with a House of Commons unreformed indeed, but not on that account containing a less factious, mischievous, and obstructive opposition than any other House of Commons during Great War. In face of all these difficulties, they had to raise armies, maintain fleets, construct and pursue a military policy, and be unsuccessful at their peril. Napoleon might lose whole armies with impunity. 5,000 British soldiers beaten and captured would have brought any British minister's head perilously near the block. Such were the difficulties that confronted Perceval, Liverpool, and Castlereagh, yet for their country's sake they encountered them without flinching. The winter of 1811-12 was not quite the darkest hour. The Russian war was looming in the near future, and Napoleon was already beginning to withdraw troops from Spain in preparation for it. No longer, therefore, as in 1810 and the earlier half of 1811, was there a high probability that the main bulk of the French armies, under the Emperor himself, might be turned once more against the peninsula. It was all but certain that England would soon have allies, and not stand practically alone in the struggle, as she had done ever since Wagram. Nevertheless, even with the political horizon somewhat brightened in the East, the time was a sufficiently anxious one. In Great Britain, as in the rest of Europe, the harvest of 1811 had been exceptionally bad, and the high price of bread, coinciding with much unemployment, was causing not only distress, but widespread turbulence in the manufacturing districts. This was the year of the first outbreak of the Luddites, and of their senseless exploits in the way of machine smashing. The worst stringency of domestic troubles coincided with the gradual disappearance of the external danger from the ambition of Napoleon. In addition, it must be remembered that the Perceval cabinet, on which all the responsibilities fell, was by no means firmly established in power. When it first took office, many politicians believed that it could not last for a single year. All through 1811, the Prince Regent had been in secret negotiation with the Whigs and would gladly have replaced his ministers with some sort of a coalition government. And in January 1812, Lord Wellesley, by far the most distinguished man in the cabinet, resigned his post as foreign minister. He asserted that he did so because his colleagues had failed to accept all his plans for the support of his brother and the Peninsular Army, and no doubt this was to a certain extent true. Yet it cannot be said that, either before or after his resignation, the ministry had neglected Wellington. In 1811, they had doubled his force of cavalry and sent him about a dozen new battalions of infantry. It was these reinforcements which made the victories of 1812 possible, and in that year the stream of reinforcements did not cease. 9 more infantry regiments came out, mostly in time for the great crisis in June. In the autumn, the dispatch of further succors had become difficult because of the outbreak of the American War, which diverted of necessity to Canada many units that might otherwise have gone to Spain. It is impossible to maintain that Wellington was stinted of men. Money was the difficulty, and even as regards money, which had to be gold or silver, since paper was useless in the peninsula, the resources placed at his disposal were much larger than in previous years, though not so large as he demanded, nor as the growing scale of the war required. It is difficult to acquit Wellesley of factiousness with regard to his resignation, and the most damaging document against him is the apologia drawn up by his devoted adherent Shaw, in the belief that it afforded a complete justification for his conduct. Many of the words and phrases are the Marquis's own. From this paper no one can fail to deduce that it was not so much a quixotic devotion to his brother's interests as an immoderate conception of his own dignity and importance that made Wellesley resign. He could not stand the free discussion and criticism of plans and policies which is essential in a cabinet. Lord Wellesley has always complained, with some justice, that his suggestions were received as those of a mere novice. His opinions were overruled, and the opposition he met with could only proceed from jealousy or from a real contempt for his judgment. It seemed to him that they were unwilling to adopt any plan of his, lest it might lead to his assuming a general ascendancy in the cabinet. He said that he took another view of the situation. The government derived the most essential support from his joining it, because it was considered as a pledge that the war would be properly supported. The war is popular, and any government that will support Lord Wellington properly will stand. I do not think the war is properly supported, and I cannot, as an honest man, deceive the nation by remaining in office. It is needless to particularize all the points of difference between Lord Wellesley and his colleagues. Spain was the main point, but he also disapproved of their obstinate adherence to the orders in council, and their policy towards America and in Sicily, not to speak of Catholic emancipation. These are the words of injured pride, not of patriotism. The essential thing at the moment was that the war in Spain should be kept up efficiently. By resigning, Wellesley intended to break up the ministry, and of this, a probable result might have been the return to office of the Whigs, whose policy was to abandon the peninsula and make peace with Napoleon. Wellesley's apologia acknowledges that his influence in the cabinet had brought about, on more occasions than one, an increase of the support given to his brother, e.g. his colleagues had given in about additions to the Portuguese subsidy and about extra reinforcements to the army. This being so, it was surely criminal in him to retire, when he found that some of his further suggestions were not followed. Would the wrecking of the Perceval cabinet and the succession of the Whigs to power have served Wellington or the general cause of the British Empire? Wellington himself saw the situation with clear eyes, and in a letter, in which a touch of his sardonic humor can be detected, wrote in reply to his brother's announcement of his resignation that, in truth, the republic of a cabinet is but little suited to any man of taste or of large views. There lay the difficulty. The great viceroy loved to dictate and hated to hear his opinions criticized. Lord Liverpool, in announcing the rupture to Wellington in a letter of a rather apologetic cast, explains the situation in a very few words. Lord Wellesley says generally that he has not the weight in the government which he expected when he accepted office. The government, though a cabinet, is necessarily inter pares. in which every member must expect to have his opinions and his dispatches canvassed, and this previous friendly canvass of opinions and measures appears necessary under a constitution where all public acts of ministers will be hostilely debated in Parliament. The Marquis resented all criticism whatever. The ministers assured Wellington that his brother's resignation would make no difference in their relations with himself, and invited him to write as freely to Lord Castlereagh, who succeeded Wellesley at the Foreign Office, as to his predecessor. The assurance of the cabinet's goodwill and continued confidence was received, as it had been given, in all sincerity. Not the least change in Wellington's relations with the ministry can be detected from his dispatches, nor can it be said that the support which he received from home varied in the least after his brother's secession from the cabinet. Even the grudging Napier is forced to concede this much, though he endeavours to deprive the Perceval ministry of any credit, by asserting that their only chance of continuance in office depended on the continued prosperity of Wellington. Granting this, we must still conclude that Wellesley's resignation, even if it produced no disastrous results, as it well might have done, was yet an unhappy exhibition of pride and petulance. A patriotic statesman should have subordinated his own amour propre to the welfare of Great Britain, which demanded that a strong administration, pledged to the continuance of war with Napoleon, should direct the helm of the state. He did his best to wreck Perceval's cabinet and to put the Whigs in power. The crisis in the ministry passed off with less friction and less results than most London observers had expected, and Lord Liverpool turned out to be right when he asserted that in his opinion it would be of no material prejudice to the Perceval government. Castlereagh, despite of his halting speech and his involved phrases, was a tower of strength at the Foreign Office, and certainly replaced Wellesley with no disadvantage to the general policy of Great Britain. Here the jealousies and bickerings in London may be left for a space. We shall only need to turn back for a moment to ministerial matters when, at midsummer, the whole situation had been transformed, for France and Russia were at last openly engaged in war, a great relief to British statesmen, although at the same time a new trouble was arising in the West to distract their attention. For the same month that started Napoleon on his way to Moscow saw President Madison's declaration of war on Great Britain and raised problems both on the high seas and on the frontiers of Canada that would have seemed heartbreaking and insoluble if the strength of France had not been engaged elsewhere. But the stab in the back, as angry British politicians called it, was delivered too late to be effective. Section 32. Wellington's First Campaign of 1812. Chapter 1. The Capture of Ciudad Rodrigo. It is with no small relief that we turn away from the annals of the petty warfare in the provinces and of the bickerings of politicians to follow the doings of Wellington. All the alarms and excursions that we have been narrating were of small import compared with the operations on the frontiers of Portugal and Leon, which began at the new year of 1812. Here we have arrived at the true backbone of the war, the central fact which governed all the rest. Here we follow the working out of a definite plan conceived by a mastermind and are no longer dealing with spasmodic movements dictated by the necessities of the moment. For the initiative had at last fallen into Wellington's hands, and the schemes of Soult and Marmont were no longer to determine his movements. On the contrary, it was he who was to dictate theirs. The governing factor in the situation in the end of December 1811 was, as we have already shown, the fact that Marmont's army had been so distracted by the Alicante expedition, undertaken by Napoleon's special orders, that it was no longer in a position to concentrate in full force and within a reasonably short period of time. It was on December 13th that the Duke of Ragusa received the definitive orders, written on November 21, that bade him to send towards Valencia, for such its benefit, such a force as, when joined by a detachment from the army of the centre, should make up 12,000 men, and to Finn 0 or 4,000 more to cover the line of communications of the expedition. Accordingly, orders were issued to Montbrun to take up the enterprise, with the divisions of Foy and Sarrat and his own cavalry. The concentration of the corps began on December 15th, and on December 29th it marched eastward from La Mancha on its fruitless raid. Wellington's policy at this moment depended on the exact distribution of the hostile armies in front of him. He lay with the bulk of his army wintering in cantonments along the frontier of Portugal and Leon, but with the light division pushed close up to Ciudad Rodrigo and ready to invest it, the moment that the news should arrive that the French had so moved their forces as to make it possible for him to close in upon that fortress, without the danger of a very large army appearing to relieve it within a few days. On December 28th, he summed up his scheme in a report to Lord Liverpool, in which he stated that, after the El Badonaldia de Pont fighting in September, he had determined to persevere in the same system till the enemy should make some alteration in the disposition of his forces. In the meanwhile, he judged that he was keeping Marmont and Dorsen contained, and preventing them from undertaking operations elsewhere, unless they were prepared to risk the chance of losing Rodrigo. It would not answer to remove the army to the frontiers of Estremadura, where a chance of effecting some important object might have offered, as in that case General Abadia and the Spanish army of Galicia would have been left to himself, and would have fallen an easy sacrifice to the army of the north. Therefore Wellington refused to take the opportunity of descending upon Badajoz and driving Drouet out of Estremadura, though these operations were perfectly possible. He confined himself to ordering Hill to carry out the two raids in this direction, of which the first led to the destruction of Gerard at Arroyo dos Molinos in October, and the second to the occupation of Merida and the expulsion of the French from central Estremadura at midwinter December 27, 1811 January 13, 1812. In October, Wellington had hoped for some time that Rodrigo would be gravely incommoded for lack of provisions, for it was almost cut off from the army to which it belonged by the guerrillero bands of Julian Sanchez, who dominated all the country between the Aigda and Salamanca, while the light division lay on the heights close above it, ready to pounce on any convoy that might try to pass in. This expectation, however, had been disappointed, as a large amount of food had been thrown into the place on November 2nd by General Thibault, the governor of Salamanca. This revictualling had only been accomplished by a mixture of good management and good luck. The governor saw that any convoy must have a large escort because of the guerrilleros, who would have cut off a small one. But a large escort could not move very fast or escape notice. Wherefore, taking no mean risk, Thibault collect 400 men for a guard, stopped all exit of Spaniards from Salamanca 2 days before the convoy started, gave out a false destination for his movement, and sent out requisitions for rations for 12,000 men in the villages between the starting place and Rodrigo. Wellington had been on the lookout for some such attempt, and had intended that the light division, from its lair at Marciego in the mountain valleys above the city, should descend upon any force of moderate size that might approach. But receiving, rather late, the false news that at least 3 whole divisions were to serve as escort, he forbade Crawford to risk anything till he should have received reinforcements. The same day the Aigda became unfordable owing to sudden rains, and no troops could be sent across to join Crawford. Wherefore Thibault got by ere the smallness of his force was realized, and retreated with such haste after throwing in the food that the light division could not come up with him. Such luck could not be expected another time. Wellington had begun to hurry up the nearest divisions to support Crawford, and had supposed for 2 days that he would have serious fighting, since he imagined that 15,000 or 18,000 men, at least, had been brought up to guard the convoy. It was a grave disappointment to him to find that he had been misled, for it was clear that Rodrigo would not be straitened for food for many a day. He had now to fall back on his original scheme of reducing the place by a regular siege, when the propitious instant should come round. Meanwhile, waiting for the moment when Marmont and Dorsen should disperse their troops into a less concentrated position, he took preliminary measures to face that eventuality when it should occur. The main thing was to get the battering train, with which Ciudad Rodrigo would have to be attacked, close up to its objective. As we have already seen, it had been collected far to the rear, at the obscure village of Villa de Pont near Trancos. Between that spot and Rodrigo, there were 80 miles of bad mountain roads. If Wellington had waited till he heard that Marmont had moved. Before he began to bring up his heavy guns, he would have lost many days. Accordingly, he commenced to push them forward as early as November 12th. Their temporary shelter was to be in the fortress of Almeida, which was already so far restored that it could be regarded as safe against anything short of a regular siege. It was certain that Marmont would not come forward at midwinter for any such operation, and against raids or demonstrations, the place was already secure. On December 4th, Wellington reported to Lord Liverpool that it would be completely re-established as a military post within a few weeks, and on the 19th, he announced that it was now a place of security and could be trusted to resist any attack whatever. But long before even the first of these dates, it was beginning to receive the siege material which Alexander Dixon was ordered to bring up from the rear. As early as November 22nd, the 1st Division of Heavy Guns entered its gates. It was given out, to deceive French spies, that the pieces were only intended to arm the walls, and at the same time Dixon was actively employed in mounting on them a number of guns of heavy caliber, wrecked in the explosion when Brenier evacuated Almeida in May 1811. 25 of them were in position before Christmas Day. The indefatigable artillery commandant had also hunted out of the ruins no less than 8,000 round shot. It was originally intended that they should go into the magazines of the garrison. But when the time for action came, Wellington sent the greater part of this stock of second-hand shot to the front, because they were immediately available, and ordered the Almeida stores to be replenished, as occasion served, by the later convoys that arrived from Villa de Pont. Nor was it in bringing forward guns and ammunition alone that Wellington was busy during December. He caused a great quantity of gabions and fascines to be constructed by the men of the 4 divisions nearest the front, giving 2 vintums, 2 a half-d, for every fascine and 4 for every gabion. He had a very strong trestle bridge cast across the Aigde at Marialva, 7 miles north of Rodrigo and out of the reach of its garrison, and he began to collect carts from every direction. Not only were they requisitioned in Beira, but Carlos de España, who was lying in a somewhat venturesome position within the frontiers of Leon, ordered the Spanish peasantry, even as far as Tamames, to send every available oxwain westward. And many came, though their owners were risking dire chastisement at the hands of the governor of the province of Salamanca. Marmont, as we have seen, began to move troops eastward for Montbrun's Valencian expedition about December 15th. The first news of this displacement reached Wellington on the 24th, when he heard that Brenier's division had evacuated Placentia and fallen back behind the Taita, taking with it all its baggage, sick, and stores. This might be no more than a change of cantonments for a single division, or it might be a part of a general strategical move. Wellington wrote to Hill that evening, "Some say they are going to Valencia, some that they are to cross the Tagus. I will let you know if I should learn anything positive. I have not yet heard whether the movement has been general or is confined to this particular division." The right deduction was not drawn with certainty, because at the same time false intelligence was brought that Foy had started from Toledo and gone into La Mancha, but had returned again. This was a confused account of his movement, but the rumor of his coming back discounted the certain news about Brenier's eastward move. On the 29th came the very important additional information that on the 26th Clausel's division, hitherto lying on the upper Tormes, above Salamanca, had marched upon Avila, and that the division already at Avila was moving on some unknown eastward destination. At the same time, Wellington received the perfectly correct information that all the cavalry of the Imperial Guard in Old Castile had already started for Bayonne, and that the 2 infantry divisions of the Young Guard, which formed the most effective part of Dorsen's Army of the North, were under orders to march northward from Valladolid, and had already begun to move. This was certain, less so a report sent in by Castaños to the effect that he had learnt that the whole army of Portugal was about to concentrate at Toledo. On this, Wellington writes to Graham that he imagines it is only a report from Alcaldes, a class of correspondence on whose accuracy and perspicacity he was not accustomed to rely overmuch. But enough information had come to hand to make it clear that a general eastward movement of the French was taking place, and that the troops immediately available for the succor of Ciudad Rodrigo were both decreased in numbers and removed farther from the sphere of Wellington's future operations. He thought that the opportunity given justified him in striking at once, and had drawn at last the correct deduction. I conclude that all these movements have for their object to support such its operations in Valencia, or even to cooperate with him. If Marmont were extending his troops so far east as the Valencian border, and if Dorsen were withdrawing divisions northward from Valladolid, it was clear that they could not concentrate in any short space of time for the deliverance of Rodrigo. It was possible that the siege might linger on long enough to enable the armies of Portugal and the north to unite. Wellington calculated that it might take as much as 24 or even 30 days, an estimate which happily turned out to be exaggerated. In the end, he stormed it only 12 days after investment. But even if Rodrigo should resist its besiegers sufficiently long to permit of a general concentration of the enemy, that concentration would disarrange all their schemes and weaken their hold on many outlying parts of the peninsula. "If I do not succeed," wrote Wellington, "I shall at least bring back some of the troops of the Army of the North and the Army of Portugal, and shall so far relieve the guerrillas Mina, Longa, Porlia, and the Spanish army in Valencia." The last-named force was, as a matter of fact, beyond saving when Wellington wrote his letter to Lord Liverpool. But he could not know it, and if Blake had behaved with common prudence and foresight in the end of December, his game ought not to have been played out to a disastrous end early in January, just when the British were moving out to the Liga of Rodrigo. All the divisions cantoned upon or behind the Beira frontier received, on January 2nd-3rd, the orders which bade them prepare to push up to the line of the Aigda. Only the 6th Division, which lay farthest off, as far back as Mangualda and Penaverde near the upper Mondego, was not brought up to the front within the next few days. The 1st Division had a long march from Garda, Celorico, and Penamaca. The 4th and 9th Divisions very short ones from Aldea del Obispo and Alameda, Villa de Cervo, and other villages near Olmeda. The 3rd Division from Aldea de Pont and Navas Frias had a journey greater than those of the two last-named units, but much less than that of the 1st Division. Finally, the Light Division was, it may be said, already in position. Its outlying pickets at Pastors and Zamora were already within 6 miles of Rodrigo, and its headquarters at Marciego only a short distance farther back. By January 5th, the divisions were all at the front. Though their march had been carried out in very inclement weather, heavy snow fell on the night of the 1st-2nd of the month, and continued to fall on the 3rd. While on the 4th the wind shifted, the snow turned to sleet, and the roads grew soft and slushy. The carts with stores and ammunition, pushing forward from Olmeda, only reached Gallegos, 10 miles away, in 2 days. The troops were well forward. The 1st Division at Espeja and Gallegos, the 3rd at Marciego and Zamora, the 4th at San Felices, beyond the Aigda, the Light Division at Pastors, La Encina, and El Badon. But Wellington nevertheless had to put off the investment for 3 days because the train was not to the front. On the 6th, he crossed the Aigda with his staff and made a close reconnaissance of the place, unmolested by the garrison. But it was only on the 8th that the divisions, who were suffering severely from exposure to the wintry weather, received orders to close in and complete the investment. Of the topography of Ciudad Rodrigo we have already spoken at some length, when dealing with its siege by Ney in 1810. The French occupation had made no essential change to its character. The only additions to its works made during the last 18 months were the erection of a small fort on the summit of the Greater Tesson, and the reinforcing by masonry of the 3 large convents in the suburb of San Francisco, which the Spaniards had already used as places of strength. The first-named work was a redoubt, named Redoubt Renaud, from the governor whom Julian Sanchez had kidnapped in October. It mounted 3 guns, had a ditch and palisades, and was built for a garrison of 70 men. Its gorge contained a sallyport opening towards the town, and was closed with palisades only. 4 guns on the stone roof of the fortified convent of San Francisco, and many more in the northern front of the enceinte, bore upon it, and were intended to make access to it dangerous and costly. The breaches made during Ney's siege, in the walls facing the Tessons, had been well built up, but the new masonry, clearly distinguishable by its fresh color from the older stone, had not set over well, and proved less hard when battered. The garrison, supplied by the Army of the North, was not so numerous as it should have been, particularly when it was intended to hold not only the enceinte of the small circular town, but the straggling suburb outside. It consisted of a battalion each of the 34th Leger and the 113th Line, from the division of Thibault, that long commanded in 1810-11 by Serres, making about 1,600 men, with 2 companies of artillery and a small detachment of sappers. The whole at the commencement of the siege did not amount to quite 2,000 of all ranks, even including the sick in the hospital. The governor was General Berryer, an officer who had been thrust into the post much contrary to his will, because he was the only general of brigade available at Salamanca when his predecessor Renaud was taken by Julian Sanchez. The strength of the garrison had been deliberately kept low by d'Orsay because of the immense difficulty of supplying it with provisions. The first convoy for its support had only been introduced by bringing up 60,000 men at the time of the fighting about El Badon in September, the second only by Thibault's risky expedient on November 2nd. The one thing that was abundant in the garrison of Ciudad Rodrigo on January 8, 1812, was artillery. Inside the place was lying the whole siege train of the Army of Portugal, which Massena had stored there when he started on his march into Portugal in September 1811. No less than 153 heavy guns, with the corresponding stores and ammunition, were parked there. A small fortress was never so stocked with munitions of war, and the besieged made a lavish and unsparing use of them during the defense. But though the shot and shell were available in unlimited quantities, the gunners were not, a fortunate thing for the besiegers. The details of the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo are interesting. This was the only one of Wellington's sieges in which everything went without a serious hitch from first to last, so much so that he took the place in 12 days, when he had not dared to make his calculation for less than 24. Even the thing which seemed at first his greatest hindrance, the extreme inclemency of the weather, turned out in the end profitable. The sleet had stopped on the 6th, and a time of light frosts set in, without any rain or snow. This kept the ground hard, but was not bitter enough to freeze it for even half an inch below the surface. The earth was not difficult to excavate, and it piled together well. A persistent northeast wind kept the trenches fairly dry, though it chilled the men who were not engaged in actual spade work to the very bones. The worst memory recorded in the diaries of many of the officers present in the siege is the constant necessity for fording the Aigde in this cold time, when its banks were fringed each morning with thin ice. For the camps of all the divisions, except the 3rd, which lay at Serradilla del Arroyo, some miles southeast of the city, were on the left bank of the river, and the only bridge was so far off to the north that it was little used, the short cut across the ford to the south of the town, saving hours of time. And as we were obliged to cross the river with water up to our middles, every man carried a pair of iced breeches into the trenches with him. There being very few villages in the immediate neighborhood of Rodrigo, many of the brigades had to bivouac on the open ground, life being only made tolerable by the keeping up of immense fires, round which the men spent their time when off duty and slept at night. But for the troops in the trenches, there could be no such comfort. They shivered in their great coats and blankets and envied those of their comrades who did the digging, which at any rate kept the blood circulating. It is said that several Portuguese sentries were found dead at their posts from cold and exhaustion each morning. Wellington's general plan was to follow the same line which Ney had adopted in 1810, i.e., to seize the Greater Tesson Hill, establish a first parallel there, and then sap down to the lower Little Tesson, on which the front parallel and the breaching batteries were to be established, at a distance of no more than 200 yards from the northern enceinte of the city. But he had to commence with an operation which Ney was spared. There was now on the crest of the Greater Tesson the new redoubt Renaud, which had to be got rid of before the preliminary preparation could be made. This little work was dealt with in the most drastic and summary way. On the same evening on which the army crossed the Aigde and invested the fortress, the Light Division was ordered to take the redoubt by escalade without any preliminary battering. In the dark, it was calculated that the converging fires from the convent of San Francisco and the northern walls would be of little importance, since the French could hardly shell the work at random during an assault, for fear of hitting their own men, and the attacking column would be covered by the night till the very moment when it reached its goal. Colonel Colborne led the storming party, which consisted of 450 men, 2 companies from each British battalion, and 1 each from the 1st Anad Caçadors. His arrangements have received well-deserved praise from every narrator of the enterprise. The column was conducted to within 50 yards of the redoubt without being discovered. Then the 2 rifle companies and 2 of the 52nd doubled out to the crest of the glacis, encircled the work on all sides, and throwing themselves on the ground, began a deliberate and accurate fire upon the heads of the garrison, as they ran to the rampart, roused at last by the near approach of the stormers. So close and deadly was the fire of this ring of trained marksmen, that after a few minutes the French shrank from the embrasures and crouched behind their parapets, contenting themselves with throwing a quantity of grenades and live shells at haphazard into the ditch. Their 3 cannon were only fired once. Such casual and ineffective opposition could not stop the veterans of the Light Division. For 3 companies of the 43rd and, forming the escalading detachment, came rushing up to the work, got into the ditch by descending the ladders which were provided for them, and then reared them a second time against the frays of the rampart, up which they scrambled without much difficulty, finding the scarp not too steep and without a revetment. The garrison flinched at once, most of them ran into their guardhouse or crouched under the guns, and surrendered tamely. At the same time entrance was forced at another point, the gorge, where a company, guided by Gurwood of the 52nd, got in at the gate, which was either unlocked by some of the French trying to escape, or accidentally blown open by a live shell dropped against it. Of the garrison, 2 captains and 48 rank and file were unwounded prisoners, 3 were killed, and about a dozen more wounded. No more than 4, it is said, succeeded in getting back into the town. This sudden exploit only cost the stormers 6 men killed and 3 officers and 16 men wounded. Colborne remarks in his report that all the losses were during the advance or in the ditch. Not a man was hurt in the actual escalade, for the enemy took cover and gave way, instead of trying to meet the stormers with the bayonet. The moment that the redoubt was stormed, the French gunners in the city and the convent of San Francisco opened a furious fire upon it, hoping to make it untenable. But this did little harm, for Colborne withdrew the stormers at once, and the important spot that night was no longer the work, but the ground behind it, which was left unsearched. For here, by Wellington's orders, a first parallel yards long was opened, and approaches to it along the top of the Tesson were planned out. So little was the digging hindered, that by dawn the trenches were everywhere 3 feet deep and 4 broad. Sites for 3 batteries had been marked out, and a communication had been run from the parallel up to the redoubt, whose rear wall was broken down into the ditch, so as to make it easily accessible. It had been calculated that if the assault had failed, the redoubt could only have been reduced by regular battering for 5 days. That amount of time, therefore, was saved by the escalade. The operation contrasts singularly with the fruitless assaults on Fort San Cristobal at Badajoz during the summer months of the preceding year, to which it bore a considerable similarity. The difference of results may be attributed mainly to the superiority of the arrangements made by Colborne, more especially to the great care that he took to keep down the fire of the besieged by a very large body of marksmen pushed close up to the walls, and to the way in which he had instructed each officer in charge of a unit as to the exact task that was imposed on him. At San Cristobal there had been much courage displayed, but little management or intelligence in the command. On the morning of January 9th, the first parallel along the front of the Great Tesson was not so far advanced as to afford good cover, and the working parties were kept back till dark and employed in perfecting the approaches from the rear. Only 50 men were slipped forward into the dismantled redoubt Renaud to improve the lodgment there. The garrison fired fiercely all day on the parallel, but as there was little to shoot at, very small damage was done. At noon, the 1st Division relieved the Light Division at the front. For the rest of the siege, the arrangement was that each division took 24 hours at the front in turn, and then returned to its camp. The order of work was: Light Division 8th 9th January, 12th 13th, 16th 17th, and for the storm on the 19th. 1st Division 9th, 10th, 13th, 14th, 17th, 18th. 4th Division 10th, 11th, 14th, 15th, 18th, 19th. 3rd Division 11th, 12th, 15th, 16th, and for the storm on the 19th. The 1st Division had very responsible work on the second night of the siege, for when darkness had set in the first parallel had to be made tenable, and the 3 batteries in front of it developed. Owing to the very powerful artillery of the besieged, it was settled that the batteries were to be made of exceptional strength and thickness, with a parapet of no less than 18 feet breadth at the top. To procure the necessary earth, it was determined that an exterior ditch should be dug in front of them, and that their floor terre-plane should be sunk 3 feet below the level of the hillside within. A row of large gabions was placed in front of the exterior ditch to give cover to the men digging it. Great progress was made with the work under cover of the night, but when morning came the besieged, whose fire had been at haphazard during the night, could see the works and commenced to shoot more accurately. A curious contretemps was discovered at dawn. By some miscalculation, the locality of the left-hand battery had been laid out a little too far to the east, so that half its front was blocked by the ruins of the redoubt Renaud. This, of course, was the effect of working in pitch darkness, when the outline of that work was invisible even from a score or so of yards away. Possibly the error may have originated from the fact that, early in the night, the directing engineer officer, Captain Ross, was killed by a flanking shot from the convent of San Francisco. Thus the men constructing the battery had been deprived of all superior direction. In the morning, Colonel Fletcher directed that the east end of the battery should have no guns. The 5 which should have been placed there were to be transferred to the right-hand battery, which thus became designed for 16 guns instead of 11. On the 10th-11th January, when the 4th Division had charge of the trenches, the first parallel was nearly completed. The batteries continued to be built up, magazine emplacements were constructed in them, and a trench of communication between them was laid out. When daylight revealed to the French the exact situation of the 3 batteries, which were now showing quite clearly, a very fierce fire was opened on them, the rest of the works being neglected. The losses, which had hitherto been insignificant, began to grow heavy, and so many men were hit in the exterior trenches, which were being dug in front of each battery, that Wellington and Colonel Fletcher gave orders that they should be discontinued. Heavy damage was done to the batteries themselves. The French adopted a system of firing simultaneous flights of shells with long fuses at given points, of which several falling together upon the parapets blew away in an instant the work of whole hours. On the 11th, 12th, with the 3rd Division in charge, the work was continued. The platforms were placed in the batteries and the splinter-proof timbers laid over the magazine emplacements. But half the exertion of the men had to be expended in repairs. As each section of the batteries was completed, part of it was ruined by the besiegers' shells. The nights were long and bitter cold, and the men could not decently be kept working for 12 hours on end, especially when it was considered that they had to march 4 or 5 miles from their camps to the trenches before commencing their task of digging, so that they did not arrive fresh on the ground. Reliefs were therefore arranged to exchange duty at 1 hour after midnight, so that no man was at work for more than half of the cold hours of darkness. On the 12th, 13th, with the Light Division doing its second turn at the front, the batteries were nearly completed, despite of much heartbreaking toil at repairs. Wellington, before starting the task of battering, put the problem to Colonel Fletcher as to whether it would be possible to breach the walls with the batteries in the first parallel, or whether these would only be useful for subduing the fire of the besieged, and the actual breaching would have to be accomplished by another set of batteries to be placed in a second parallel which was, as yet, contemplated but not begun. Fletcher, after some cogitation, replied that he thought it could be done, though Ney, in the siege of 1810, had failed in such a project, and had breached the walls with batteries in situations much farther forward. Wellington's inquiry was dictated by his doubt as to whether Marmont and Dorsen might not be in a position to appear with a heavy relieving force before a second parallel could be thrown up. There were, as yet, no signs of such a danger, the enemy having apparently been taken completely unawares by the opening of the siege. But if the second parallel advanced no faster in proportion than the first, and had to be built on much more dangerous ground, it was clear that there was a risk of its taking an inordinate time to complete. On Fletcher's conclusion being made, Wellington decided that he would try to breach the walls with his original batteries, but would push forward a second parallel also. If Marmont and Dorsen showed signs of rapid concentration, he would try to storm the place before the trenches were pressed forward to the neighborhood of the walls. If they did not, he would proceed in more regular style, build a second and perhaps a third parallel with batteries close to the enceinte, and end by blowing in the counterscarp and assaulting from close quarters. This resolution having been formed, Wellington ordered the second parallel to be commenced on the night of the 13th-14th, with the 1st Division in charge. Despite of a heavy fire from the French, who discovered by throwing fireballs that men were at work in front of the first parallel, an approach by flying sap was pushed out from the extreme right end of the original trenches, down the slope which separates the Great from the Lesser Tessen, and a short length of excavation was made on the western end of the latter height, enough to allow of a small guard finding cover. This move brought the besiegers very close to the fortified convent of Santa Cruz, outside the northwestern walls of the city, and lest it should give trouble during the succeeding operations, Wellington ordered it to be stormed. The troops employed were 300 volunteers from the Line Brigade of the German Legion and 1 company of the 560th. They broke down the palisades of the convent with axes under a heavy fire, and as they entered, the small garrison fled with some loss. That of the stormers was 6 killed, an officer, and men wounded. Only by clearing the French out of this post could the zigzags leading down from the first to the second parallel be completed without paying a heavy price in lives, for the musketry of the convent would have enfiladed them in several places. The same night, the siege guns, which had reached the camp on the 11th, were moved into the 3 batteries. Next day, January 1415, was a very lively one. General Berryer was convinced that the establishment of a second parallel on the Lesser Tessen, only 200 yards from his walls, must not be allowed at any cost, and executed a sortie with 500 men, all that he could spare from the garrison. He very cleverly chose for his time the hour 11 a.m., when the 4th Division was relieving the workmen of the 1st, for, as Jones remarks, a bad custom prevailed that as soon as the division to be relieved saw the relieving division advancing, the guards and workmen were withdrawn from the trenches, and the works were left untenanted for some time during the relief, which the French could observe from the steeple of the cathedral, where there was always an officer on the lookout. The sortie recaptured the convent of Santa Cruz, swept along the second parallel, where it upset the gabions and shoveled in some of the earth, and then made a dash at the first parallel, where it might have done much mischief in the batteries if General Graham and the engineer officer on duty had not collected a few belated workmen of the 24th and, who made a stand behind the parapet, and opened a fire which checked the advance till the relieving division came running up from the rear. The French then turned and retired with little loss into the place. The advanced parallel and Santa Cruz were not reoccupied while daylight lasted, but at about 4:30 in the afternoon, the 3 batteries opened with the 27 guns, which had been placed in them. 2 18-pounders in the left battery were directed against the convent of San Francisco, the rest against the northern part of the city, on the same point where Ney's breach had been made in 1810. Of the gunners, 430 in number, nearly 300 were Portuguese. The fire opened so late in the day that by the time that it was growing steady and accurate, dusk fell, and it was impossible to judge what its future effect would be. Meanwhile, when the big guns were silent, the work of preparing for the nearer approach was resumed after dark. The most important move on the night of the 14th-15th was the storming of the convent of San Francisco by 3 companies of the 40th Regiment. The garrison made little resistance and retired, abandoning 3 guns and 2 wounded men. Immediately afterwards, the posts in the neighboring suburb were all withdrawn by Berryer, who considered that he could not afford to lose men from his small force in the defense of outlying works, when his full strength was needed for the holding of the town itself. Santa Cruz, on the other side, though recovered in the morning, was abandoned on this same night for identical reasons. The French general was probably wise, but it was a great profit to the besiegers to be relieved from the flanking fire of both these convents, which would have enfiladed the two ends of the second parallel. That work itself was reoccupied under the cover of the night. The gabions upset during the sortie of the morning were replaced, and much digging was done behind them. The zigzags of the approach from the upper trenches on the Great Tesson were deepened and improved. All this was accomplished under a heavy fire from the guns on the northern walls, which were so close to the second parallel that their shells, even in the dark, did considerable damage. When day dawned on the 15th, the breaching batteries on the Great Tesson opened again with excellent effect. Their fire was concentrated on the rebuilt wall of the enceinte, where the French breach of 1810 had been mended. It was necessary to batter both the town wall proper and the Fosbury below it, so as to make, as it were, an upper and a lower breach, corresponding to each other in the two stages of the enceinte. It will be remembered that, as was explained in our narrative of the French siege, the medieval ramparts of the old wall showed well above the 18th century Fosbury which ran around and below them, while the latter was equally visible above the glacis, which, owing to the downward slope from the Little Tesson, gave much less protection than was desirable to the work behind it. The French breach had been carefully built up, but lime being scarce in the neighborhood, the mortar used in its repairs had been of inferior quality, little better than clay in many places. The stones, therefore, had never set into a solid mass, even 18 months after they had been laid, and began to fly freely under the continuous battering. The breaching being so successful from the first, Wellington resolved to hurry on his operations, though there were still no signs that Marmont or d'Orsay was about to attempt any relief of the garrison. Yet it was certain that they must be on the move, and every day saved would render the prospect of their interference less imminent. Accordingly, it was settled that the second parallel should be completed, and that, if possible, more batteries should be placed in it, but that it was to be looked upon rather as the base from which an assault should be delivered than as the ground from which the main part of the breaching work was to be done. That was to be accomplished from the original parallel on the Great Tesson, and one more battery was marked out on this hill, close to the redoubt Renaud, but a little lower down the slope, and slightly in advance of the three original batteries. From this new structure, whose erection would have been impossible so long as San Francisco was still held by the French, Wellington proposed to batter a second weak point in the enceinte, a medieval tower 300 yards to the right of the original breach. All the attention of the French being concentrated on the work in the second parallel, this new battery, number 4, was easily completed and armed in 3 days, and was ready to open on its objective on January 18th. Meanwhile, the completion of the second parallel proved a difficult and rather costly business. By Wellington's special orders, all the energies of the British batteries were devoted to breaching, and no attempt was made to subdue the fire of those parts of the enceinte which bore upon the trenches, but were far from the points selected for assault. Hence the French, undisturbed by any return, were able to shoot fast and furiously at the advanced works, and searched the second parallel from end to end. It was completed on the 18th, and 2 guns were brought down into a battery built on the highest point of the Little Tesson, only 180 yards from the walls. An attempt to sap forward from the western end of the second parallel, so as to get a lodgment a little nearer to the place, was completely foiled by the incessant fire of grape kept up on the sap head. After many workmen had been killed, the endeavor to push forward at this point was abandoned, such an advance forming no essential part of Wellington's scheme. The enemy's fire on the second parallel was made somewhat less effective on the 16th-18th by digging rifle pits in front of the parallel, from which picked marksmen kept up a carefully aimed fusillade on the embrasures of the guns to left and right of the breach. Many artillerymen were shot through the head while serving their pieces, and the discharges became less incessant and much less accurate. But the fire of the besieged was never subdued, and the riflemen in the pits suffered very heavy casualties. The 18th may be described as the crucial day of the siege. The new battery, number 4 on the Greater Tesson, opened that morning against the tower which had been chosen as its objective. By noon, it was in a very ruinous condition, and at dusk, all its upper part fell forward like an avalanche, as the governor says in his report, and covered all the platform of the Fosbury below. Berryer remarks that this point was admirably chosen by Wellington's engineers. It was unique in the enceinte for the facilities which it offered for breaching and the difficulties for defense. This is the spot where the walls are lowest, the parapet thinnest, and the platforms both of the ramparts and the Fosbury narrowest. Moreover, here had been situated the gun which best flanked the original great breach. The garrison found it impossible either to repair the breaches or to clear away the debris which had fallen from them. All that could be done was to commence retrenchments and inner defenses behind them. This was done with some effect at the great breach, where cuts were made in the ramparts on each side of the demolished section, parapets thrown up behind the cuts, and two 24-pounders dragged into position to fire laterally into the lip of the easy slope of debris, which trended up to the ruined wall. At the second or smaller breach much less was accomplished. The warning was short, for it had never been guessed that this tower was to be battered, and the space upon which work could be done was very limited. It was hoped that the narrowness of the gap might be its protection. It was but a seam in the wall compared with the gaping void at the first and greater breach. Plan of the siege operations at Ciudad Rodrigo. Enlarged Ciudad Rodrigo. On the morning of the 19th, the fire was recommenced, with some little assistance from the two guns which had now begun to work from the advanced battery in the second parallel. The breaches continued to crumble. That at the tower looked as easy in slope, though not nearly so broad, as that at the original point of attack, and an incessant fire all day kept the enemy from making any repairs. No more could be done for the breaches, wherefore Wellington ordered that some of the siege guns should turn their attention to silencing the French fire from the remoter points of the northern wall. Several of their guns were dismounted, but even by dusk there were many still making reply. There was now nothing to prevent the assault from being delivered, since it had been settled that no attempt was to be made to sap up nearer the walls or to blow in the counterscarp. Wellington wrote his elaborate directions for the storm sitting under cover in a trench of one of the advanced approaches, to which he had descended in order to get the closest possible view of the fortress. The orders were as follows. The chosen time was 7 o'clock, an hour sufficiently dark to allow the troops to get forward without being seen as they filled the trenches, yet soon enough after nightfall to prevent the French from doing any appreciable repairs to the breaches under cover of the dark. The main assaults were to be delivered by the 3rd Division on the Great Breach and by the Light Division on the Lesser Breach. There were also to be 2 false attacks delivered by small bodies of Portuguese troops, with the purpose of distracting the attention of the besieged to points remote from the main assault. Either of them might be turned into serious attempts at escalade if the circumstances favored. The 2 brigades of the 3rd Division were given 2 separate ways of approaching the main breach. Campbell's Brigade 2/5th, 77th, 283rd, 94th, after detaching the 283rd to line the second parallel and to keep up a continual fire on the walls, was to assemble behind the ruined convent of Santa Cruz. Debouching from thence, the 2/5th, turning to the right, were to make for the place where the counterscarp, covering the whole north front, joined with the body of the place, under the castle and not far from the river. They were to hew down the gate by which the ditch was entered, jump down into it, and from thence scale the Fosbury by ladders, of which a dozen, 25 feet long, were issued to them. It was probable that there would be few French found here, as the point was 500 yards west of the main breach. After establishing themselves upon the Fosbury, they were to scour it eastward, clearing off any parties of the enemy that might be found upon it, and to push for the breach, where they would meet the main assaulting column. The 94th were to make a similar dash at the ditch, halfway between the point allotted to the 5th and the breach, but not to mount the Fosbury. They were to move to their left along the bottom of the ditch, clearing away any palisades or other obstacles that might be found in it, and finally to join the main column. The 77th was to form the brigade reserve and support where necessary. Mackinaon's brigade was to undertake the frontal storm of the Great Breach. Its 3 battalions, 145th, 74th, 188th, were to be preceded by a detachment of 180 sappers carrying hay bags, which were to be thrown into the ditch to make the leap down more easy. The head of the column was to be formed by 300 volunteers from all the battalions. Then came the main body in their usual brigade order, the 145th leading. Powers Portuguese, 9th Ernst Line, formed the divisional reserve, and were to be brought down to the second parallel when Makinen's column had ascended the breach. A support on the left flank of the breach was to be provided by 3 companies of the 95th, detached from the Light Division, who, starting from beside the convent of San Francisco, were to carry out the same functions that were assigned to the 94th on the other side, viz., to descend into the ditch halfway between the 2 breaches and proceed along its bottom, removing any obstacles found, till they joined Makinen's brigade at the foot of the wall. Crawford, with the rest of the Light Division, which was to move from the left of San Francisco, was to make the attack on the lesser breach. The storming column was to be formed of Vandeleur's brigade, 152nd and 52nd, 4 companies of the 195th and the 3rd Caçadors. Barnard's brigade was to form the reserve, and to close in towards the place when the leading brigade should reach the ditch. The division was to detach marksmen, 4 companies of the 95th, who were to keep up a fire upon the enemy on the walls, just as the 283rd did for the 3rd Division. A provision of hay bags carried by Caçadors was made, in the same fashion as at the Great Breach. The 2 subsidiary false attacks were to be made, one by Pax Portuguese, 1st Anth Regiments, on the outworks of the Gate of Santiago on the southeast side of the town, the other by O'Toole's Portuguese Battalion, 2nd Caçadors, headed by the light company of the 283rd, on the outwork below the castle, close to the bank of the Aigde. This column would have to rush the bridge, which the French had left unbroken, because it was completely commanded by the castle and other works immediately above it. Both the Portuguese columns carried ladders and were authorized to attempt an escalade if they met little or no resistance at points so remote from the breaches as was quite possible. Both the Light Anna divisions were fresh troops that night, as the 4th Division had been in charge of the trenches on the 19th. The stormers marched straight up from their distant camps to the starting points assigned to them in the afternoon. The news that the Light Division had moved to the front out of its turn was the clearest indication to the whole army that the assault was fixed for that night. A few minutes before 7 o'clock the storm began, by the sudden rush of the 2/5th, under Major Ridge, from behind the convent of Santa Cruz, across the open ground towards the ditch on their left of the castle. The governor had expected no attack from this side. The troops on the walls were few, and it was only under a very scattering fire that the battalion hewed down the gate in the palisades, got down into the ditch, and then planted their ladders against the Fosbury. They were established upon it within 5 minutes of their start, and then, turning to their left, drove along its platform, chasing before them a few small parties of the enemy. In this way they soon arrived at the heap of ruins representing the spot where Fosbury and inner wall had been well-nigh battered into one common mass of debris. Here they found the 94th, who had entered the ditch at the same time as themselves, but a little to their left, and had met with equally feeble resistance, already beginning to mount the lower slopes of the breach. Thus, by a curious chance, these 2 subsidiary columns arrived at the crucial point a little before the forlorn hope of the main storming column. Makinen's brigade, starting from the parallels, had to climb over the parapets of the trenches and to cross rougher ground than the 5th Anth. They were also hindered by the tremendous fire opened upon them. All the attention of the French had been concentrated on them from the first, as their route and their destination were obvious. Hence, unlike Campbell's battalions, they suffered heavily before they crossed the glacis, and they were delayed a little by waiting for the hay bags which were to help their descent. When the storming party, under Major Manners of the 74th, reached the breach, it was already covered by men of the 5th Anth. The whole, mixed together, scrambled up the higher part of the debris under a deadly fire and reached the lip of the breach, where they found before them a 16-foot drop into the level of the city, onto ground covered with entanglements, beams, chevox de frise, and other obstacles accumulated there by the prescience of the governor. On each flank, for the whole breadth of the wall, was a cutting, surmounted by a parapet, on which was mounted a 24-pounder firing grape downwards on to them. The head of the column had scarcely gained the lip of the breach when it was raked by the simultaneous discharge of these 2 guns, which absolutely exterminated the knot of men at its head. At the same time, an explosion took place lower down, from some powder bags which the enemy had left among the debris and fired by means of a train. The impetus of the column was checked, and it was some little time before more men fought their way up to the summit. A second discharge from the two flanking guns made havoc of these, and shut in by the cuts, upon a space of about 100 feet wide, with the impracticable descent into the town in front, the assailants came to a stand again. The only way out of the difficulty was to cross the cuts and storm the parapets behind them. This was done at both ends. On the one side, a small party of the 88th, throwing down their muskets so as to have hands to climb with, scrambled over the gap and slew with their bayonets the gunners at the left-hand gun before they could fire a third round. They were followed by many men of the 5th, and a footing was gained on the ramparts behind the obstacle. On the right flank, Major Wilder, the brigade major of Mackinaon's brigade, found a few planks which the French had been using to bridge the cut before the storm, and which they had thrown down but neglected to remove. These were relayed in haste, and a mass of men of the 45th rushed across them under a dreadful fire and forced the right-hand retrenchment. The garrison, giving way at both ends, fired a mine prepared under a postern of the upper wall as they retired. This produced an explosion much more deadly than the one at the commencement of the storm. It slew, among others, General Mackinnon, the senior brigadier of the 3rd Division, whose body was found thrown some distance away and much blackened with powder. Meanwhile, even before the fighting at the Great Breach was over, the fate of Ciudad Rodrigo had been settled at another point. The storm of the Lesser Breach by the Light Division had been successful after a shorter fight and with much less loss of blood. Vandeleur's brigade here conducted the assault, headed by 300 volunteers from the 3 British regiments of the division under Major George Napier of the 52nd. Lieutenant Gurwood of the same regiment had the forlorn hope of 25 men. The column did not come under fire for some time after leaving cover, but the assault had been expected, and a keen watch was being kept. Nevertheless, the ditch was reached without any great loss, and the stormers leaped in, unaided for the most part by the hay bags which 150 of Elders Caçadores were to have cast down for them, for the greater part of the Portuguese were late in arriving. They then began to plant their ladders, but the forlorn hope went wrong in an odd way, for moving too far to the left along the Fosbrae, they scrambled up and over a traverse which had been built across it, so finding themselves still on the same level. The head of the main storming party was better directed and poured up the breach, which was very narrow but clean and clear. The only obstacle at its head was a disabled gun placed horizontally across the gap. Another piece, still in working order, had a diagonal view of the whole slope. The first discharge of this gun, crammed with grape, shattered the head of the column. Major Napier was dashed down with a mangled arm. Colonel Colborne, who was leading the 52nd, got a ball in the shoulder, and several other officers fell. At about the same moment, General Crawford, who was standing on the glacis above the ditch, directing the movements of the supports, received a bullet which passed through his arm, broke 2 ribs, and finally lodged in his spine. By his mortal hurt and the almost simultaneous wounding of his senior brigadier, Vandeleur, the command of the Light Division passed to Andrew Barnard of the 95th, who was leading the rear brigade. But the division had been started on its way up the breach, and the gun on its flank got no second opportunity to fire. After its first discharge, the survivors at the head of the column, now led by Uniacke and W. Johnston, both of the 95th, dashed furiously up the remaining few feet of debris and reached the summit. The voltigeurs facing them broke before the onset, and since there were here no traverses or cuts to prevent the extension of the troops to right or left as they reached their goal, many hundreds were soon in possession of the ramparts on each side of the breach. The men of the 52nd wheeled to the left and swept the ramparts as far as the Salamanca Gate, which they found walled up. The 43rd and Rifles turned to the right and came upon the French retreating from the Great Breach, where the 3rd Division were just bursting through. Some of them arrived just in time to suffer from the final explosion which killed Mackinnon and so many of his brigade. With their line forced in 2 places simultaneously, the garrison could do no more. There was a little fighting in the streets, but not much. The majority of the garrison retired to the Plaza Mayor in front of the castle, and there laid down their arms in mass. At the same time, the two Portuguese subsidiary attacks had succeeded. O'Toole's Caçadores, headed by the light company of the 283rd, had not only captured by escalade the outwork against which they were directed, but found and hewed down its sally port, by which they got entrance into the town. Pack's brigade, on the other side of the place, stormed the Redan in front of the Santiago Gate and lodged themselves therein, capturing its small garrison. The governor and his staff had taken refuge in the castle, a medieval building with a lofty square tower commanding the Aigues Bridge. They had hardly any men with them and wisely surrendered at the first summons. 7,000 excited and victorious soldiers, with all traces of regimental organization lost, were now scattered through the streets of Ciudad Rodrigo. This was the first time on which the Peninsular Army had taken a place by assault, and the consequent confusion does not seem to have been foreseen by anyone. But while the officers and the steady men were busy in collecting the French prisoners, throwing open the gates, and seeing to the transport of the wounded into houses, the baser spirits, and in every battalion, as Sir John Colborne remarks, there were in those days from 50 to 100 incorrigibles turned to plunder. The first rush was to the central brandy store of the garrison, where hundreds got drunk in a few minutes, and several killed themselves by gorging raw spirits wholesale. But while the mere drunkards proceeded to swill, and then turned out into the streets, firing objectlessly in the air, the calculating rascals set themselves to the plunder of private houses, which was a more profitable task than rummaging the French magazines. There was an immense amount of unlicensed pillage and wanton destruction of property, inexcusable in a place where only a small minority of the people were afrancisados, and the majority had been getting ready to welcome their deliverers. The officers did their best to restore order. The voice of Sir Thomas Picton was heard with the strength of 20 trumpets proclaiming damnation to all and sundry, while Colonels Barnard and Cameron, with other active officers, seized the broken barrels of muskets, which were lying about in great abundance, and belabored misdemeanants most unmercifully. But active officers could not be everywhere. 3 houses, including the spirit store in the Great Square, were set on fire by drunken plunderers, and it was feared that a conflagration might arise, which fortunately did not happen, for the solid stone structures were not easily kindled. The disorder, however, did not reach the shameful pitch, which was afterwards seen at Badajoz and St. Sebastian. A competent observer, present at all 3 sacks, remarks that no town taken by assault suffered less than Rodrigo. It is true that soldiers of all regiments got drunk, pillaged, and made great noise and confusion in streets and houses, despite of every exertion of their officers to prevent it. But bad and revolting as such scenes are, I never heard that either the French garrison, after its surrender, or the inhabitants suffered personal indignities or cruelty from the troops. There were apparently no lives lost, except those of a few men shot accidentally by their drunken comrades, and of certain drunkards who perished in the spirit store. The greater part of the men were under control long before dawn, and were collected by their officers on the ramparts. They marched out next morning, when the 5th Division, newly arrived at the front from its distant cantonments in Beira, came into the town. By an unfortunate accident, an explosion of an unsuspected magazine took place, just as the French prisoners were being marched out, and some of them and of their escort were killed. The storming regiments made a strange spectacle as they left the town. As we marched over the bridge dressed in all varieties imaginable, some with jackboots on, others with white French trousers, others in frock coats with epaulets, some even with monkeys on their shoulders, we met the 5th Division on their way to repair the breaches. They immediately formed upon the left of the road, presented arms, and cheered us. I was afterwards told that Lord Wellington, who saw us pass, inquired of his staff, "Who the devil are those fellows?" The garrison, out of a little under 2,000 men present when the siege began, show officers and 300 rank and file of unwounded prisoners. 8 officers had been killed, 21 wounded, and about 500 rank and file, mostly on the day of the assault. The artillery and engineers suffered most. Of 8 artillery officers in the place, 5 were killed or wounded. Of 3 engineer officers, 2 fell. The British and Portuguese loss during the whole siege was 9 officers killed and wounded, and of other ranks 186 were killed and wounded, with 10 missing, apparently deserters. Of these, 59 officers and rank and file fell in the actual storm. The tables appended at the end of this volume demonstrate that the 3rd Division suffered far more heavily than the Light. The battalions with the greatest losses were the 2/5th Anth, which were early on the Great Breach and got the benefit of the explosion. Of the 9 officers killed or mortally hurt, 2 were generals, Crawford and Mackinnon. The death of the former, who lingered in great agony for 4 days, though shot through to the spine, was no small event in the war. His talents were sadly missed in its latter years. An outpost officer of his capacity would have been invaluable to Wellington during the fighting in the Pyrenees in 1813, when the Light Division, though regimentally as good as ever, much lacked the skillful leading of its old chief. He was a man with many friends and many enemies. Of his merits and defects I spoke at length in another place. Here I feel compelled to quote nothing more than the words of his friend, Lord Londonderry, the Charles Stuart of the Peninsular War. He was an officer of whom the highest expectation had been formed, and who on every occasion found an opportunity to prove that, had his life been spared, the proudest hopes of his country would not have been disappointed, and he was a man to know whom in his profession, without admiring him, was impossible. To me his death occasioned that void which the removal of a sincere friend alone produces. While the memory of the brave and the skillful shall continue to be cherished by British soldiers, he will not be forgotten, and the hand which scrawls this humble tribute to his worth must be cold as his own, before the mind which dictates it shall cease to think of him with affection and regret. View of Ciudad Rodrigo on the morning after the storm. Enlarged Ciudad Rodrigo on the morning after the storm. From the advanced battery on the lesser TSON. A contemporary sketch. Section 32, Chapter 2. The consequences of the fall of Ciudad Rodrigo. The extraordinary speed with which Wellington had in 12 days reduced Ciudad Rodrigo, a fortress that had held out for 24 days of open trenches when besieged by Ney in 1810, surprised the captor himself, who had reckoned on taking no shorter time in its leaguer than had the French, but it absolutely appalled his 2 adversaries, Marmont and d'Orsay, whose whole scheme of operations had rested on the idea that they could count on some 3 weeks or more for preparation, when the news that the place was invested got to their hands. Thibault, the governor of Salamanca, had been warning both the commander of the Army of the North and the commander of the Army of Portugal for some weeks that Wellington might move at any moment. But his reports to the effect that the British were making gabions and fascines, preparing a bridge over the Agde, and bringing up siege guns to Almeida made little or no impression on his superiors, because they had come to the conclusion that it was unlikely that Wellington would undertake a siege at midwinter. His preparations, they thought, were probably intended to force his enemies to concentrate at a time when roads were bad and food unprocurable. Ils n'ont d'autre but que de nous faire de faux movements, said one of Marmont's aides-de-camp. It was only in the spring that the Allied army would become really enterprising and dangerous. Astonishing as it may appear, though Wellington's troops started on January 2nd, and though Rodrigo was invested and the redoubt Renaud stormed on January 8th, the definitive news that the siege had actually begun only reached Salamanca on January 13th. No better proof could be given of the precarious nature of the French hold on the Kingdom of Leon. The fact was that the guerrilleros of Julian Sanchez so obsessed all the roads from Salamanca to Rodrigo that no messenger could pass without a very large escort. Berryer only got the news that he was attacked to Thibault by entrusting it to a Spanish emissary, who carried his note in disguise, and by a long détour. Marmont and d'Orsay only received it on the 14th. King Joseph, at Madrid, only on the 25th. On the 13th, Marmont was in such a state of blindness as to the actual situation that he was writing to Berthier that si l'armée anglaise passait l'Aigle de attendrise sur la tourmes la division du Tage et les troupes que le général d'Orsay pourrait émener, mais sans doubt si casse n'arrivera pas. Ciudad Rodrigo sera provisionné jusqu'à la récolte, et à moins d'un siege il n'y doit pas être l'objet d'aucune sollicitude. Wellington, when this was written, had already passed troops over the Aigues some 10 days back and had been beleaguering Ciudad Rodrigo for 5. Yet Marmont was dating from Valladolid, which was not much over 100 miles from the hard-pressed fortress. Truly, thanks to the guerrilleros, the fog of war was lying heavily round the marshal. Owing to a circumstance of which Wellington could have no knowledge, the moment which he chose for his advance was even more propitious than he guessed. He knew of the march of Montbrun towards Valencia and had made it the determining factor in his operations. But he was not, and could not be, aware of another fact of high importance. On December 29th, Marmont, then at Talavera, had received a dispatch from Paris, dated on the 13th of the same month, informing him that the Emperor had resolved on making a sweeping change with regard to the respective duties and stations of the armies of the North and of Portugal. Hitherto d'Orsay had been in charge of the whole kingdom of Leon. The troops stationed in it belonged to his army, and on him depended the garrisons of Ciudad Rodrigo, Astorga, and its other fortresses. He was therefore responsible for the keeping back of Wellington from all the ground north of the Sierra de Gata. Marmont, with his army of Portugal, had to contain the Anglo-Portuguese army south of that range, and had charge of the valley of the Tagus, northern Estremadura, and those parts of New Castile which had been taken away from King Joseph's direct control. From this central position, the Duke of Ragusa had hitherto been supposed to be able to stretch out a hand to d'Orsay, in case of Wellington's making a move in the valley of the Douro, to Soult in case of his showing himself opposite Badajoz. This indeed Marmont had done. He had brought up his army to d'Orsay's aid in September, at the time of El Badon and Oldia de Pont. He had carried it down to the Guadiana and assisted Soult to relieve Badajoz in June.